Chapter 1. Deqian, Wan Prefecture, Shangyong County. Wudong Mountain. The sound of the bell resonated like thunder, and flocks of white cranes took flight. The mountaintops rose majestically, resembling a colossal dragon soaring into the heavens, exuding an indescribable grandeur. At the summit, a magnificent hall pierced the azure sky, adorned in deep gold and enveloped in radiant clouds, akin to a celestial palace from myth. Wudong sect, one of the 9 major forces of righteousness in the martial world. The site of the mountain gate naturally possessed an extraordinary atmosphere. Every decade, Wudong sect would ceremoniously open its gates to recruit new disciples. Today marked the final day of the grand ceremony for accepting disciples. In the expansive and resplendent square, over 100 young individuals donned black cloth robes, standing upright, their hearts racing as they gazed at the elder holding a sword. Atop the stone steps, they envisioned a future of martial prowess, embarking upon adventures in the world, punishing the wicked, and reveling in the vastness of existence. These newly admitted disciples had just passed their assessments and awaited the allocation of their respective roles by the sect elders. Among the crowd stood a slender youth with a somber expression, his fists clenched tightly. His demeanor starkly contrasted with that of the others. After all, the joys and sorrows of people cannot be shared. Shen Yin was a traveler from another world. 3 months ago, he arrived in this extraordinary realm brimming with martial arts, demons, mystical arts, sorcery, and supernatural beings. In this land, the mighty wielded extraordinary powers, able to shatter mountains and split seas, revered by countless admirers, while ordinary mortals were akin to ants, insignificant and vulnerable, uncertain of when they might fall prey to a demon's blade or become its meal. Thus, Shen Yin came to this world, utilizing every means at his disposal, enduring countless hardships to become a powerful being, free to roam the heavens and earth. After 3 arduous months, he finally secured a place at Wudong sect, aspiring to be a martial artist. Yet, fate dealt him a cruel hand. His aptitude was woefully inadequate, barely meeting the minimum standards, and he only managed to pass the assessment, relegated to the status of a servant disciple. Esteemed elders, all disciples have gathered. Please take your respective disciples home and ensure they are well instructed. Remember, regardless of the aptitude of the disciples assigned to you, do not harbor any complacency, lest you delay their opportunity for cultivation. At the forefront of the stone steps stood a middle-aged man clad in a purple robe, his long beard flowing, speaking with a resonant voice. His solemn expression and the formidable aura he exuded instilled a sense of awe. He was known as Taoist Tongren, the Grand Elder of Wudong sect. Upon his command, over 20 elders behind him bowed in acknowledgement. Each of these elders was a formidable figure, their presence exuding an overwhelming pressure. Following the Grand Elder's directive, they stepped forward one by one, calling out the names of the chosen disciples. The selected disciples stood in solemnity, ears perked, and upon hearing their names, excitedly rushed to stand behind the elder who called them. Soon, all the new disciples were allocated. Shen Yin found himself at the very end. Only he remained, standing solitary in place. Surrounding him, several newly admitted disciples cast glances his way, some expressed sympathy, while others mocked him. Shen Yin felt as though pricked by needles, his complexion darkening. Are you Shen Yin? Come, let us return to the withered stone peak. At that moment, a burly middle-aged man emerged from the crowd, his voice low yet commanding. The withered stone peak is the residence of the Wudong sect's Servant Institute. This middle-aged man, known as journey.By, serves as the steward of the Servant Institute. Whenever the Wudong sect admits disciples with lesser aptitude, they are dispatched to the withered stone peak's Servant Institute, where they become servant disciples. Such disciples generally face a bleak future in martial arts. Shen Yin journeyed along, a heavy heart weighed upon him, and not a trace of joy graced his countenance. Yet he felt no anger at his fate. After all, in this perilous world, Wudong Mountain offers a rather commendable sanctuary for one's existence. Moreover, not everyone can attain the status of a servant disciple within the Wudong sect. As a prestigious sect, even a servant earns a monthly wage that rivals that of an innkeeper in a small county town. Many who have spent a decade as servants in Wudong return as affluent landowners upon descending the mountain. Thus, numerous individuals outside the sect fight desperately for the opportunity to join. The Servant Institute, journey.By assigned Shen Yin his quarters, presenting him with a brand new broom, and gravely stated, Shen Yin, from this day forth, you officially become a member of the Qingchen Hall within the Wudong Servant Institute. Hold this broom, close it shall be your tool for sustenance henceforth. Starting tomorrow, you will accompany us in maintaining the cleanliness of the entire Wudong Mountain, eliminating refuse and beautifying the environment, thereby creating a pristine and perfect entrance for all. Our Qingshan Hall bears the glorious mission of this task, fraught with peril and toil. I wonder if you possess the confidence to excel in this role. As Zhou Dainiu spoke, he advanced towards Shen Yin, his copper bell-like eyes locking onto him with fervor. With a serious demeanor, he raised his fist and declared, "Now, I ask you to respond loudly. Do you have confidence?" Shen Yan's lips quivered slightly at the familiarity of the words. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind, pondering whether this boisterous man was also a traveler from another realm. An elite talent from the marketing department, perhaps? Under the intensity of Zhou Dainiu's gaze, Shen Yan, albeit embarrassed, managed to shout, "Yes, excellent." Zhou Dainiu withdrew his gaze, nodding in satisfaction. Our servant institute commences work at the hour of the snake and concludes at the hour of the rooster, with a 1-hour break for lunch. If there are no issues, we shall begin promptly tomorrow. With that, Zhou Dainiu turned, hands clasped behind his back, whistling a tune as he departed. The hour of the snake corresponds to 9 in the morning, while the hour of the rooster signifies 5 in the afternoon. In summary, this is a conventional 9 to 5 occupation. As Shen Yin contemplated, he couldn't help but reflect that in his previous life, he had endured over a decade of education to secure a demanding 996 job, only to find himself in this life achieving a 9 to 5 position in just 3 months. With this thought, Shen Yin felt a slight alleviation in his heart, settling contentedly in Wudong. The following morning, outside the Servant Institute, the air buzzed with noise as dozens of servant disciples, armed with brooms, congregated together. Zhou Dainiu raised his arm, fervently calling out with great enthusiasm, his words imbued with passion as he delivered a stirring speech. Upon concluding, with a commanding gesture, dozens of junior disciples seized their brooms and rushed towards a mountain peak. Wudong Mountain, renowned across the realm, sprawls over a vast expanse of 800 li, encompassing 72 peaks, 36 caves, and 24 streams, with countless grand palaces and pavilions. Thus, for some of the larger peaks, the collective effort of all the sweeping disciples from the service hall is requisite. Today, their designated cleaning area is the summit of Wudong Mountain, the Tianzhu Peak. As a newcomer, Shen Yin was assigned the most arduous task of cleaning the Golden Hall atop Tianzhu Peak. The Tianzhu Peak rises nearly 200 zhang into the sky, resembling a sword poised against the heavens. With his currently frail physique, Shen Yin took 2 hours to ascend to the peak. Huffed as the sun reached its zenith, Shen Yin arrived breathlessly at the summit of Tianzhu Peak. Beneath the radiant sunlight, a magnificent gilded hall loomed before him at the pinnacle of the exquisite peak. At the heart of the Golden Hall stood a statue of Emperor Zhenwu, flanked by golden youths and jade maidens, holding scrolls and treasures, while the water and fire generals brandished flags and swords. Beneath the divine altar rested a revered Xuanwu, exuding an aura of sanctity and grandeur. As Shen Yin admired the Golden Hall, suddenly, a chilling mechanical voice echoed within his mind. Ding! The divine level sign-in system has been activated and is currently binding. Binding successful. Host, Shen Yin, detecting the host location. Ding! This location meets the sign-in criteria. The host may proceed to sign in. The unexpected voice startled Shen Yin immensely. However, upon comprehending the subsequent words, he was instantly invigorated, his eyes sparkling with excitement. A sign-in system? An external aid? Shen Yan's spirit soared, and he waved his hands jubilantly. Oh heavens, the perks of a transmigrator have finally appeared. Quickly regaining his composure, he fervently chanted, "System, oh system, no. Dear Father, might I inquire what functions you possess? What is the purpose of signing in?" The divine level sign-in system randomly selects locations for sign-ins. Rewards are granted upon signing in. The more unique the sign-in location, the more substantial the rewards. This time's sign-in location, Wudong Golden Summit. The 9-yang divine skill. Is it truly this easy to attain? The simplicity of it left Shen Yin momentarily dazed, as if he were ensnared in a dream. Snap! He sharply slapped himself across the face. The stinging sensation brought clarity. This was no dream. Shen Yan's heart raced with excitement as he inhaled deeply. This golden finger is truly remarkable. The 9-yang divine skill, embodying utmost strength and radiance, that a sacred tome for healing, rendering one invulnerable. Should he master this technique to its fullest, his body would be impervious to fire and water, blades and spears, and immune to all toxins, achieving an indestructible physique, with unparalleled defense. This is an ancient, long-lost martial art revered in the realm. Legend has it that 900 years ago, the founder of the Wudong sect, In his youth, received teachings from a master Shaolin, comprehending a fragment of a nine-yang divine skill, which he then used as the foundation to create the Wudong nine-yang technique. The nine-yang divine skill could be regarded as the unparalleled martial art that inspired the founding of the Wudong sect. Since the passing of that eminent Shaolin master, the complete form of the nine-yang divine skill has been lost to time. In the realm of martial arts, there are scholars who categorize techniques into 9 levels, with the first level being the most rudimentary and the 9th the most profound. The concept of these 9 levels is widely accepted among the majority of martial artists today. However, throughout history, the vast array of martial arts techniques has been immense, with many extraordinary skills emerging only once in a millennium, leading to significant debate regarding their true merit. Many believe that certain techniques surpass the 9 levels. Thus, above the 9 levels exists the category of unparalleled martial arts. As the name suggests, these techniques were unrivaled in their time, standing as the pinnacle of martial prowess, each being treasured by practitioners. The nine-yang divine skill is indeed one such unparalleled martial art. Having acquired this divine skill, Sun Yin had little inclination to continue his mundane tasks. He promptly discarded his broom, seated himself before the golden hall, facing the warm golden sun, and entered a state of calmness, tranquility enveloping him as he silently recited the incantation and activated the skill. Let the strong be strong, the gentle breeze caresses the mountain ridge. Let the arrogant be arrogant, the bright moon illuminates the great river. Whatever malice they harbor, I remain steadfast with my true energy. The practice of a nine-yang divine skill is in essence quite simple. It involves cultivating a pure yang energy within, spreading it throughout the body and surrounding environment, and utilizing this yang energy to protect oneself. At this moment, with the sun high in the sky and auspicious purple energy emanating from the east, it was indeed an opportune time for cultivation. The nine-yang divine skill leans towards internal cultivation, requiring one to first comprehend the sensation of energy and draw it inward. Sun Yan's mind was serene, free of distractions, as he devoted himself entirely to reciting the incantation. Time appeared to slow down, eventually feeling as though it had come to a standstill. The world around him fell silent, leaving him in solitude. The energy and blood within Sun Yan began to surge, heightening his bodily awareness, allowing him to perceive the ubiquitous, intangible primordial energy in the universe without the need for sight or sound. At this moment, every pore in his body opened, and a faint, warm current seeped inward through his skin. This was the energy derived from the sun, the quintessence of heaven and earth. Upon entering his body, this energy transformed into a true essence. Once the essence was formed, the next step was to circulate it through the great circulation. Sun Yan activated the skill, merging the true essence with his blood, allowing it to flow through his entire being, nourishing his organs and vital points. After completing a full cycle, the energy converged in his dantian, filling him with a sensation akin to sweet nectar, blissfully liberating. This essence was what one referred to as pure yang energy. Practicing the nine-yang divine skill invigorated Sun Yan's life force, causing his energy and blood to rise, and his entire body radiated warmth, bringing him immense comfort. At last, I can become a true martial artist. Sun Yan felt an exhilarating surge of energy within him, a boundless reservoir of strength, laughing heartily in his heart. However, as joy often leads to sorrow, his elation would soon be overshadowed. As his body began to falter, a torrent of excruciating pain surged through him, forcing Sun Yan to cease his cultivation. The pain was unbearable, as if his very flesh were being torn asunder. Veins throbbed upon Sun Yan's forehead, and beads of cold sweat streamed down his face. Once he hastily halted his practice, the intense agony gradually receded like a receding tide, allowing Sun Yan to exhale in relief. He was acutely aware that this torment stemmed from his meridians. The consequence of inferior aptitude had manifested in the realm of martial cultivation. Innate talent is categorized into various tiers. Those of lesser talent typically possess frail physiques, depleted vitality, and severely obstructed meridians. Sun Yan's current condition was precisely that: meridians clogged, unable to accommodate an abundance of true energy. Now that I possess the sinus system, there must surely be a way to remedy my lack of aptitude. Sun Yan's gaze deepened as he pondered this thought. Even with profound skills, without enhancing one's innate talent, the path of martial arts would yield meager results, making progress arduous. There is no rush. Wudong Mountain is vast, and surely there are ample locations to sign in. I hope the system will grant me some assistance, rewarding me with something beneficial to resolve this predicament. Shun Yin clasped his hands together, fervently praying that he resumed his sweeping, standing at the precipice, directing his gaze towards the towering peaks. In the days to come, traversing Wudong to seek out sign-in locations would become the most crucial endeavor of his life as a disciple. Time flowed like the sun and moon in their celestial dance. Shun Yin experienced his first day as a disciple amidst both joy and toil. On the second day, he rose early, engaging in a brief session of cultivation. The nine-yang divine art is not something one can master instantaneously. It demands the accumulation of effort over time, continuously amassing pure yang energy. The deeper the accumulation, the more formidable one's defenses become. Upon concluding his practice, Shun Yin rejoined his peers, gathering as he did the day before. Team leader Zhou Daniu delivered yet another impassioned speech. This time, the group ventured to the Spirit Herb Peak among the 72 peaks to clear away withered branches and fallen leaves. Spirit Herb Peak is a place of unparalleled beauty and grace. Herbs and spiritual plants flourish abundantly, earning it the title of natural apothecary. In contemporary medicine, there exists a revered tome cherished by countless herbalists, known as the Pharmacist's Sacred Compendium. This book chronicles over 1,800 varieties of herbs, of which more than 400 can be found on Spirit Herb Peak. The designation natural apothecary is thus not mere hyperbole. Spirit Herb Peak boasts numerous ancient herbs, each worth its weight in gold. The most precious among them is the 10,000-year Ginkgo King atop the peak. This Ginkgo King is one of Wudang's most treasured gems. Records of this ginkgo trace back to ancient times, over 12,200 years ago. Having absorbed the essence of the sun and moon, as well as the vital energies of the earth for millennia, this ginkgo has transcended its ordinary status. In the eyes of the world, its stature rivals that of the mythical trees of legend. The fruit borne by the Ginkgo King is not merely called ginkgo fruit, it is revered as the wound-cleansing fruit. The term wound-cleansing fruit refers to a class of extraordinary spiritual fruits esteemed by the martial community. This extraordinary fruit can be regarded as a divine treasure, formed from the most exquisite essence of the heavens and the earth, possessing the miraculous ability to cleanse and rejuvenate the spirit and body. It is precisely due to the existence of this remarkable fruit that the ancient ginkgo tree of Wudong has earned its esteemed place among the world's top 10 extraordinary trees. The fruit of the cleansing tree appears only once every 60 years, rendering it exceedingly rare and elusive. When Shun Yin ascended to the peak and beheld the ancient ginkgo, it stood barren, its yellow leaves carpeting the ground, leaving no opportunity to witness the legendary cleansing. Fruit, however, had the millennia-old ginkgo borne its ethereal fruit, the Spirit Herb Peak would undoubtedly have been sealed off, preventing Shun Yin from ever setting foot in this sacred place. A natural apothecary, an ancient tree of 1,000 years, such a remarkable sight surely qualifies as a checkpoint for the system. Shun Yin mused, casting a discerning glance at the barren Ginkgo King. As these thoughts crossed his mind, the system's prompt chimed. Ding! The designated location met the system's check-in criteria, allowing the host to proceed with the check-in. Shun Yin felt a surge of joy and immediately recited the check-in incantation. This time, the check-in location was Lingyao Peak. That night, the sky was adorned with countless stars, and the moonlight flowed like water in the desolate, uninhabited area. Shun Yin retrieved the he had acquired during the day, his breath quickening in anticipation. Due to his inadequate aptitude, his martial arts training progressed at a glacial pace, slow beyond measure. He possessed a treasure trove yet lacked the means to access it. At his current rate of cultivation, it would take approximately a decade for him to achieve even a minor mastery of the nine-yang divine skill. Given this, the prospect of becoming a formidable warrior seemed a distant dream. Nevertheless, hope is never extinguished. With the in his possession, the shackles that had long confined him could finally be shattered. Transcending his very being, he fervently hoped for the miraculous transformation it promised. Shun Yin inhaled the rich fragrance of the fruit and took a hearty bite. Crunch! Juice splattered, and his mouth was filled with flavor. A torrent of potent medicinal energy surged through him, transforming into a wave of heat that coursed through his entire being. Capable of metamorphosis, cleansing the marrow and refining the essence. In that moment, Shun Yin profoundly experienced the miraculous potency of the medicine that could transmute decay into wonder. He felt this energy within him akin to a razor-sharp blade or a furnace, purging the dross and condensing what remained into pure essence. Every part of his body, flesh, meridians, bones, and internal organs, underwent the baptism of this medicinal force as a deluge of impurities and filth was expelled from his skin's pores. The process was excruciating, Every inch of Shun Yan's body was aflame with pain, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead as he gritted his teeth in silent endurance. He understood all too well that he could not afford to relax, not even for a moment. A lapse in concentration could render his previous efforts futile, potentially leading to debilitating consequences. Heaven, please hasten this torment, he thought, feeling as though he were being subjected to 1,000 cuts. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and Shun Yan felt on the verge of collapse. At that moment, a pungent, acrid odor permeated the forest. Fortunately, his location was sufficiently remote, for this noxious stench could easily suffocate a person. As impurities were expelled, the medicinal effects within Shun Yan's body gradually diminished, signaling the nearing conclusion of his metamorphosis. The pervasive agony began to subside, allowing his taut body and mind to finally relax. Before long, he sensed that the internal heat had dissipated entirely, marking the end of the transformation. A warm, exquisite sensation began to envelop him, coursing through his entire being. Shun Yan felt an unparalleled lightness, as if he could soar like a feather, involuntarily releasing a contented hum. Overwhelmed with joy, he slowly opened his eyes, and in that instant, his gaze sparkled with intensity, reminiscent of a brilliant light slicing through the dimness of the forest. He remained still, absorbed in profound contemplation. His lungs expanded with each breath, his heart pulsed rhythmically. Blood coursed through his veins, and his digestive system stirred. The movements of every organ within him became strikingly vivid. The transformation brought more than mere clarity of self. He could also intuitively perceive the world around him. He sensed the flow of air, the fluctuations in temperature, and the subtle movements of every blade of grass and tree, all of which seeped into his consciousness with astonishing clarity. This sensation is profoundly enigmatic, imbued with unparalleled subtlety. From this moment onward, his physique transformed into one of pure innocence, akin to that of an infant. His senses heightened, as if he were the protagonist of a novel from a previous life. Having successfully opened the meridians with no obstructions, now filled with boundless possibilities. A complete metamorphosis. He had succeeded. Shun Yan's eyes gleamed with brilliance, and with a mere thought, he activated the 9 Yang divine art in an instant. Boom. In that moment, throughout the cosmos, an abundance of invisible Yang energy surged swiftly. It spiraled together like a vortex, plunging into his body, amplifying the pure Yang true energy within his dantian. Shun Yan's perception had escalated exponentially. When he sensed this vast influx of celestial Yang energy, he was momentarily taken aback. It was the dead of night, not the optimal time for practicing the 9 Yang divine art. Yet, astonishingly, the speed of his cultivation surpassed that of his daytime efforts by several dozen times. Furthermore, despite the immense quantity of energy flooding into his body, he felt not a trace of pain. If his meridians had previously resembled a small stream, they now resembled mighty rivers and oceans, allowing the celestial Yang energy to surge freely without hindrance. Goodness! Shun Yan was left speechless, overwhelmed by such velocity. He could not resist the urge to cultivate a while longer. Boom! After sitting in meditation for nearly half an hour, Shun Yan suddenly jolted, a resounding roar emanating from within him. The sound reverberated like the thunder of spring, akin to the roar of a tiger or the chant of a dragon. Could it be? Faced with such a phenomenon, Shun Yan was filled with joy rather than fear, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he hastily sensed his own condition. Indeed, he found that he had condensed his blood. Shun Yan's eyes widened in disbelief as he muttered to himself. He could distinctly sense the blood coursing through his body, thick and heavy like mercury. Yet, paradoxically, the flow of blood had quickened, surging forth like rivers in full spate. The blood, akin to mercury, was undoubtedly a symbol of blood condensation. Shun Yan was overjoyed. According to his knowledge, martial arts are categorized into 9 ranks, with the first rank being the highest and the 9th being the lowest. The 9th rank signifies the external training realm. External training, or body tempering, involves refining the physique, honing the flesh, bones, and skin. Vital energy and blood are the essence of humanity, and thus, the first step in external training is the condensation of vital energy and blood. Successfully condensing blood signifies entry into the first tier of the 9 ranks in martial arts. This meant that he was now a bona fide 9th rank martial artist. With a smile on his face, Shun Yan clenched his fist, channeling his strength, which erupted forth like an inexhaustible force. Though he could not ascertain the exact multiplication of his strength, he felt capable of slaying a bull with ease. What immense power! Shun Yan yearned to let out a triumphant roar to the heavens. For months, he had navigated through this world teeming with demons and monsters. Due to a lack of strength, he had lived cautiously until today, when a transformation finally occurred. After a long time, he suppressed his emotions and prepared to depart. As he rose, a large mass of black, muddy filth fell away from him. Upon closer inspection, Yin discovered that his entire body was cloaked in a layer of dark dirt. Ugh, how foul. He had been so immersed in joy that he had completely overlooked this anomaly. Now, upon awakening, he felt an unbearable itch and an overpowering stench. He hurriedly sought out a clear spring to cleanse himself thoroughly. Once he emerged from the water, not only had the foul odor vanished, but he was also free of any impurities. Instead, he emanated an enchanting fragrance, subtle yet refreshing, that uplifted the spirit. His skin transformed to a luminous whiteness, smooth and delicate as that of an infant, while his demeanor radiated an ethereal grace, setting him apart as extraordinary. At this moment, if anyone were to behold Yin's visage, the term celestial elegance would inevitably spring to mind. What a handsome man! Is that not Wu Yinzu? Yin gazed at the handsome reflection in the water, astonished by his own beauty, feeling invigorated and immensely pleased. Such handsomeness must surely indicate that he is the child of destiny, without a doubt. He believed that even without practicing martial arts, he could subsist on his looks alone. However, given his current talents, it was impossible to forego martial training. His transformed physique allowed him to cultivate with the ease of drinking water, devoid of any pressure. Becoming an unparalleled powerhouse was certainly not a mere fantasy. Yin's gaze sparkled with confidence. Yet, despite his newfound genius, he knew he must not become overly arrogant. After all, the path of martial arts is fraught with challenges, requiring years of diligent effort. It is akin to rowing upstream. Without progress, one inevitably regresses. To become a formidable warrior, one must possess talent, skill, perseverance, opportunity, and insight. Each is indispensable. And I, it seems, am not lacking in any of these. Yin blinked in astonishment at his own realization. If this is the case, then all I need to do is remain at Wudong, diligently honing my martial skills. To become a transcendent master of the martial arts? How can it be so simple to reach the pinnacle of life? With the ability to grasp the sun and moon and seize the stars, there is no one like me in this world. Yin shook his head, lost in thought, and sighed into the gentle breeze. He then struck what he fancied was a striking pose, gazing upward at a 45-degree angle, extending his palm toward the starry sky. As if grasping at the celestial spheres, braving the howling mountain winds. His heart swelled with ambition. The following morning, as dawn broke, Yin, having hastily gathered himself, was stirred from a brief slumber by a chorus of furious shouts. Was someone relieving themselves in the woods? The stench was unbearable. Which wretched soul could be so lacking in decency? Outside the servants' quarters, discontent echoed amidst the clamor. Yin initially wished to ignore it. Yet the uproar only grew louder. Even the wrathful Zhou Daniu, the so-called roaring emperor of the servants' quarters, was roused, incensed, and accompanied by a group, declaring his intent to unearth the culprit. Thus, Yin's drowsiness dissipated entirely. He hurriedly rose, hastily applying a handful of dirt from the corner of the wall to his face. After all, he was now the revered Wanzu of Wudong. He could not face others without a touch of grime. Without even properly donning his shoes, he dashed outside, pushing through the crowd, and called out loudly. Could it be that Zhou Fuguei is responsible? He never uses the restroom at night, opting instead to resolve his needs in the woods. Zhou Fuguei was his roommate, of similar age. However, unlike Yin, Zhou Fuguei had not been eliminated from the ranks of new disciples. He had entered through the back door, courtesy of his uncle, Zhou Daniu, who served as a steward in the servants' quarters. Consequently, as Yin's words escaped his lips, the cacophony of curses abruptly dwindled. The imposing Zhou Daniu ceased his roaring. Not to mention, the weather today was truly splendid. I too feel that it is a day of warmth and sunshine. The dining hall has opened, hasn't it? Let's all have a meal together later. The surrounding attendants exchanged whispers, seamlessly shifting the topic. It turns out this rascal. I shall teach him a lesson. Zhou Daniu, with a flushed neck, stood resolutely, rolling up his sleeves and grabbing a wooden stick, ready to confront Zhou Fuguei, naturally exclaiming, "No one should stop me." He feigned bravado and strode forward. Yet, the crowd merely turned their heads, avoiding eye contact. Astonishingly, no one stepped forward to intervene. This predicament caused the burly man's lips to twitch, and his pace faltered. The atmosphere grew awkward, reminiscent of a flock of crows passing overhead. Yin nearly burst into laughter. As a modern-day professional of the 21st century, how could he allow his superior to suffer embarrassment? Thus, he hurriedly approached. "Zhou, do not act impulsively. After all, he is your nephew. Is there not a better way to communicate?" Hearing someone speak up, Dania felt a sense of relief, poised to retort. However, he noticed Shen Yin had already reached the dormitory door and opened it. Zhou, if your anger overwhelms you, then deliver a solid beating. But do not go so far as to kill your nephew, Shen Yin said earnestly as he held the door open. Dania. At that moment, Zhou Fugui remained blissfully oblivious, sound asleep, unaware that he had unwittingly become the scapegoat for Shen Yin and would soon suffer a beating. Daniu's expression darkened. Under the gaze of onlookers, he reluctantly swallowed his words and stepped into the room with the stick in hand. Shortly thereafter, sounds of violent thrashing echoed from within, accompanied by wails akin to a slaughtered pig, chilling the spectators. The mountains stood tranquil, the morning glow illuminating the sky. On a winding path, a young man walked steadily, broom in hand, exuding calmness. Behind him followed a bruised and battered figure, a portly lad whose head resembled that of a pig, struggling to keep pace, lamenting in agony. The young man was, of course, Shen Yin, and the unfortunate soul was his good roommate, Zhou Fugui. The two had been assigned to clean the southern cliffs today. Oh, I can't go on any longer. Oh, my heavens, my entire body aches. I truly cannot endure this. With a thud, Zhou Fugui threw the broom to the ground and collapsed onto the path, clutching his ample flesh and crying out in pain. Shen Yin paused, turning back to see Zhou Fugui sprawled on the ground like a lifeless swine. Brother Yin, what madness has my uncle succumbed to today that he would beat me so? At home, my father wouldn't even dare to strike me, yet he has resorted to such cruelty, Zhou Fugui lamented with a face full of resentment. Shen Yin observed the bruises and contusions adorning his body, feeling a flicker of guilt arise within him. He thought to himself that their destination today was the southern cliff of Wudong, a place where they were likely to sign in. Thus, he spoke up, indeed. Elder Zhou is utterly inhumane, striking without restraint. It is unbearable to witness. Dear friend, although my uncle is heartless, love exists in this world. Just stay put and rest well. I shall take care of the cleaning as your elder brother, Shen Yin assured, patting his chest. Upon hearing this, Zhou Fugui was overwhelmed with gratitude, his small eyes sparkling as he looked at Shen Yin, fervently asking, "Is it true, Brother Yin? You are truly a good person. Yin Gu, you possess such handsomeness and kindness, unlike my wretched uncle, who is both ugly and mentally deranged." Listening to the flattery, Shen Yin felt a twinge of guilt, readily accepting the responsibility for the cleaning and swiftly departing. Brother Yin is truly a man of integrity. He is indeed my admirable elder brother. Zhou Fugui marveled at Shen Yin's retreating figure. It seems Brother Yin has become even more handsome today. He scratched his head. The southern cliff of Wudong, formerly known as the Great Sage Southern Cliff Palace, also referred to as Zixia Cliff, is an extraordinary place steeped in mythological significance. According to ancient texts, it was here that the legendary Emperor Zhenwu, a formidable ancient figure, ascended to the heavens. Furthermore, 300 years ago, it is said that the founder of the Wudong sect also transcended the void and departed from the mortal realm in this very location. Hence, the Wudong sect venerates the southern cliff as a sacred domain. In this extraordinary location, Shen Yin was confident he could successfully sign in. Furthermore, based on the system's characteristic that the more unique the sign-in location, the more generous the rewards, he eagerly anticipated the valuable prize he might receive today. Without the company of Zhou Fugui, Shen Yin sprinted with all his might, quickly arriving at the southern cliff of Wudong. Standing atop this ancient sacred ground, he was enveloped by a profound sense of history. Ding. This location meets the system's sign-in criteria. The host may proceed to sign in. Shen Yin, not rushing to sign in, patiently tidied up the area first. An hour later, he finally finished cleaning the southern cliff. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he took a deep breath, his heart racing with excitement. System, grant me your power. Sign in. Current sign-in location, Great Sage's Southern Cliff Palace. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Taiji Zhenwu sword. In his mind's eye, a radiant icon of a small sword suddenly appeared in the system's storage compartment. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Shen Yin felt invigorated, his heart profoundly shaken. It was indeed the Taiji Zhenwu sword. Incredible. He had truly signed in to acquire an astonishing supreme treasure. The Taiji Zhenwu sword is one of the 3 legendary swords of Wudong. Once wielded by the founding master, Zhang Xianhua, it is ancient and mysterious, razor-sharp. With its precise origin shrouded in obscurity, no one knows how long this sword has existed. Legends in the martial world speak of it as having been forged from heavenly gold that fell to earth, refined by the might of nature itself. Zhang Xianhua once traversed the martial world with this sword, vanquishing formidable foes and quenching its blade in the blood of countless demons, instilling fear in the hearts of evildoers and cementing his legendary status in the realm of martial arts. However, after Zhang Sanfeng vanished from the mortal realm 6 centuries ago, the Taiji Jinwu sword had not appeared again. Xinyan calmed his emotions and retrieved the Jinwu sword from his storage space for closer inspection. With a thought, a sword, entirely black and shimmering with an unusual luster, steeped in ancient charm, materialized in his hand. This ancient sword, devoid of a sharpened edge, bestowed upon Xinyan an inexplicable sensation, as though wielding this blade would enable him to cleave through all of heaven and earth. The moment the Taiji Jinwu sword manifested, a brilliant beam of light surged into the sky, dazzling in its brilliance, exuding an overwhelming aura of menace that swept across the mountains and rivers. This is truly a formidable weapon. Fortunately, the fleeting sword light existed for but a moment before vanishing, and the overwhelming malice did not affect its master, Xinyan, who remained oblivious to the surge of emotions within him. Simultaneously, on the illustrious Wudong Mountain, disciples wielding swords across various peaks experienced an extraordinary phenomenon. Their weapons trembled incessantly, as if yearning to break free from their sheaths. Each individual exerted great effort to secure their swords, utterly astonished. At the Zhixiao Palace, the Wudong sect leader and several esteemed elders struggled to calm their treasured swords, their faces etched with disbelief as they directed incredulous gazes toward the direction of Nanyan. Such terrifying sword light. How could it be possible for Wudong to manifest such an intense murderous aura? The elders spoke in bewilderment. The sect leader, contemplating a possibility, abruptly rose from his seat and exclaimed, quickly, summon someone to investigate Nanyan. No, upon further reflection, it would be swifter for me to go myself. The sect leader, shedding his usual calm demeanor, vanished in an instant, leaving the crowd bewildered by his sudden departure. At the same time, across the central plains, countless powerful individuals took note of the momentary manifestation of this terrifying sword light. In the imperial capital of Dakian, deep within the palace, a venerable eunuch, his hair as white as snow, set aside an ancient scroll and gazed contemplatively toward Wanzhou, remaining motionless for a long while. Such a familiar aura of malevolence, could it be that sword? It still exists in the mortal realm. Is it possible that the tales of Zhang Xianhua breaking through the void 600 years ago were mere fabrications? Where, then, has Zhang Xianhua vanished to? In this tumultuous time of demonic chaos and upheaval, the emergence of such a weapon raises questions of fortune and misfortune. With a furrowed brow, the eunuch muttered to himself, his gnarled fingers tapping lightly on the table. In Jiangdong, at Longhu Mountain, a gaunt Taoist clad in green ascended the mountain slowly, followed closely by a gigantic, robust man with a thick beard, towering at nearly 3 meters in height. The bearded giant's face flushed crimson, his skin glimmering with a golden sheen, clad in armor, with a yellow scarf draped at his side, wielding a bloodied serpent's head. Though Wudong has remained dormant for many years, seemingly on the verge of decline, there appears to be a lingering depth to its legacy. In these chaotic times, if it can regain its strength, it bodes well. The green-clad Taoist suddenly halted, gazing skyward with a smile playing at his lips. In the western Sichuan region, atop a steep, solitary peak of Shushan, a middle-aged man in white, sword slung across his back, drained the contents of a gourd filled with potent liquor, his eyes glinting with a fierce and captivating light. How intriguing! Could it be that the so-called half-baked Taoists of Wudong have indeed honed their swordsmanship to such heights? It seems I must pay Wudong a visit in due course. In the wilds of the south, amidst the untamed mountains and forests, a tall figure cloaked in black stands resolutely against the wind atop a craggy cliff. Sensing a disturbance that stretches across vast distances, he departs silently, hands clasped behind him. Below, the shattered remnants of grand pavilions lie in ruins, engulfed in flames, echoing with cries of despair. Thousands of figures clad in black, their eyes gleaming with a sinister glow, clash fiercely, leaving a scene of carnage with bodies strewn across the ground and rivers of blood flowing. The imperial court, Shaolin, the beggar sect, Maoshan, and the divine dragon cult, all factions across the 9 provinces of the Great Qian, are embroiled in chaos. At this moment, formidable figures were stirred. The Wudong sect, having established itself for merely 8 centuries, had ascended to the ranks of the 9 major righteous powers of the realm, provoking envy among numerous other sections. Observing what seemed to be signs of decline in Wudong over the years, some factions began to entertain thoughts of usurpation, secretly plotting their ascent. However, the sudden manifestation of a beam of sword light caused them to recoil, their ambitions quelled. 800 years is neither excessively long nor exceedingly brief. No one could ascertain whether Wudong harbored any hidden, reclusive masters. Upon Wudong's southern cliff, the central figure, Xinyan, remained blissfully unaware of the turmoil he had inadvertently instigated. Casting doubt upon Wudong among various factions, he was simply elated, having secured the Jinwu sword, and merrily shouldered his broom as he descended the mountain. The hurriedly summoned Wudong leader and the elders who followed scoured the southern cliff in search of the cause behind the earlier flash of sword light, yet they found nothing. The assembled members exchanged baffled glances, utterly perplexed, as none could connect the events to Xinyan. Although they had glimpsed the cleaning servant upon their ascent, they had merely cast a fleeting glance before diverting their attention, frustrated by their lack of findings. The Wudong leader ordered the southern cliff to be sealed off and dispatched searchers to comb through the area for a month. Ultimately, no discoveries were made. During this time, some approached Xinyan to inquire whether he had noticed anything unusual while sweeping that day. Naturally, with his astuteness, Xinyan feigned ignorance, providing no enlightening responses. Ultimately, this matter faded into obscurity. However, the extraordinary events of that day became the focal point of daily discussions within the sect, their fervor lingering long after, ultimately transforming into an unsolved enigma recorded in the annals of Wudong history. The incident involving the Jinwu sword, though fraught with tension, served as a wake-up call for Xinyan, urging him to exercise increased vigilance. Despite the Wudong sect's esteemed reputation, the allure of wealth can corrupt even the noblest of hearts. Should outsiders become aware of his possession of the invaluable Jinwu sword and the 9-yang divine skill, malicious intent would surely arise, seeking to seize such treasures. Until he amassed sufficient strength, he must remain inconspicuous. Henceforth, Xinyan approached his training and daily routines with utmost caution, adopting an increasingly low-profile demeanor as he embraced his role as a humble servant. His life became a monotonous cycle of meals, cleaning, attendance, martial practice, and sleep. Time flowed swiftly like a rushing stream. Before long, 6 years had passed. Xinyan remained on Wudong Mountain, still a largely unnoticed janitor. He adhered steadfastly to the principles of humility and caution, disregarding the tumult of the outside world, and only engaging in a few minor affairs of the servantess' quarters. In recent years, there have been certain changes among the personnel of the miscellaneous duties hall. Some of the veterans have departed. Zhou Dainiu has resigned from his position as a steward and returned to his homeland to live as a wealthy gentleman. Meanwhile, Xinyan's good friend Zhou Fugue, having received support from Zhou Daini over the years, has successfully ascended to the role of the new steward. Thus, although Xinyan's status is not particularly high, he enjoys a relatively comfortable life. During the 6 years, he has traversed 2/3 of Wudong Mountain, accruing abundant rewards for his sign-ins. For instance, upon signing in at the Xuanwu Gate, he acquired the skill of cloud leaping. At the Mizzenwell, he obtained the Wudong Long Fist. Within the Longguan Temple, he earned the 9 Palaces 8 trigrams palm. On the Wulong Rock, he acquired the flowing cloud flying sleeve. After 6 years of sign-ins, having progressed from the 1st to the 9th transition, the number of martial arts manuals he obtained is countless and too numerous to enumerate. However, among these treasures, the most precious, deserving of special mention, are the pure Yang Wuji Gong acquired at the hidden immortal cave in the Deluo Divine Palm. Additionally, he received the Taiji sword and Taiji fist techniques upon signing in front of the Jinwu Temple. The pure Yang Wuji Gong is the most profound internal martial arts technique of Wudong, embodying both strength and brightness, and is cultivated in conjunction with the 9-yang divine skill, complementing each other splendidly. The Deluo Divine Palm is one of the most renowned skills of contemporary Wudong, often hailed as a half-volume of supreme learning, standing on par with the Shaolin Luohan fist, with both exhibiting comparable might. As for the Taiji fist and Taiji sword techniques, they need no further elaboration. Both were created by the Wudong ancestor Zhang Xianhua, representing his crowning achievements in his later years, and have reverberated through the martial world for centuries. They encapsulate the principles of yin and yang transformation, intricate and profound, endlessly variable and inexhaustible, approaching the essence of the Tao. With these martial arts, Xinyan's journey in the martial path has naturally soared to great heights, advancing by leaps and bounds. In a mere 6 years, he has reached the pinnacle of the 4th rank. Such speed, if made known, would undoubtedly cause an immense uproar. Throughout history, even the reincarnated spiritual children of Western Buddhist traditions or the exceptional prodigies of the highest powers, despite being nurtured from a young age with various precious elixirs and learning unparalleled martial arts, could not achieve this rate of progress. For no one possesses the innate ability of Ye Lin, who finds every martial technique as effortless as a sudden enlightenment, requiring no study whatsoever. Historical records of martial arts indicate that the fastest descent from an ordinary individual to a fourth-tier warrior was accomplished by the last martial arts alliance leader 5 centuries ago, the extraordinary figure known as Wu Zhiji. Wu Zhiji took a full decade to reach this level. Thus, Ye Lin's training speed is unprecedented. A fourth-tier warrior has already returned to their true essence, understanding the profound meaning of martial arts, and can be regarded as a formidable force within the martial world, capable of establishing their own sect. Many leaders of mid-tier sects in the martial realm exist at this level. The classification of warriors is as follows. The 9th to 7th tiers are considered lower tiers, the 6th to 4th tiers are mid-tier, and the 3rd to 1st tiers are upper tiers. Major sects like Wudong have their patriarchs and elders at the upper tier level. Presently, Ye Lin is but a step away from the upper tier, yet the journey to the 1st tier remains considerable. As dusk approached, Ye Lin descended the mountain along a stone path, carrying a broom, and casually took it from his pocket, biting into it with a satisfying crunch, consuming it whole. This fruit, obtained today from the spirit medicine peak, is known as the Qingling fruit. It serves as a principal ingredient in the concoction of the 9-turn little rejuvenation pill, possessing the remarkable ability to refine the body and enhance one's strength. Were any alchemist to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be left astounded, lamenting the egregious waste of such a precious medicinal treasure. Over the years, he has acquired countless medicinal herbs and spiritual fruits at the enchanting Lingyao Peak, a place he can revisit repeatedly. Excluding those he has consumed, his storage is brimming with an abundance. Alas, lacking the skill to concoct elixirs, he resorts to ingesting these spiritual fruits as one would ordinary fruit. During his labor and cultivation, whenever hunger or thirst strikes, he indulges in one, and these fruits have undoubtedly contributed significantly to his rapid advancement in martial arts. However, having now reached the 4th tier of his realm, most of these fruits have lost their efficacy for him. Descending the mountain, Ye Lin casually spat out the fruit pits as he made his way back to the withered stone peak. Passing by the crossing truth hall, he noticed a group of inner disciples gathered, animatedly discussing something. Despite the distance, Ye Lin's martial prowess allowed him to discern their words with ease. The crossing truth hall is a place of practice for the true disciples of the Wudong sect, typically quiet and deserted. The unusual congregation of both inner and outer disciples today piqued Ye Lin's curiosity. "I truly envy those selected senior brothers," one exclaimed. "The elders say our generation has produced the most true disciples in nearly 60 years, which undoubtedly heralds a resurgence for Wudong." "Indeed," another responded. "I've heard that senior brother Ye Lin possesses the most exceptional spiritual roots, hailed by the sect leader as a once-in-a-century talent in cultivation. Alas, we lack such so-called spiritual roots, so we can only pursue martial arts in this lifetime. As per tradition, each generation of true disciples must enter the secret realm for a period of cultivation. Senior brother Ye Lin and his peers are set to enter the secret realm tomorrow, and I am eager to learn what that mysterious place is like upon their return." The crowd exchanged remarks, and Ye Lin gleaned the essence of the matter. It turns out the Crossing Truth Hall had selected the true disciples of this generation. In this world, there exist Taoist priests, martial artists, sorcerers, wise scholars, demons, and spirits, all flourishing in a vibrant tapestry of diverse power systems. The Wudong sect boasts a dual inheritance of martial and spiritual arts, with relatively accessible thresholds for practice. Both inner and outer disciples may partake in its teachings. Conversely, the mastery of Taoist techniques necessitates innate qualities, as only those possessing a spiritual root may engage in their study. The true disciples of the Crossing Truth Palace are meticulously selected from among the inner and outer disciples, distinguished by their spiritual roots, representing the prodigies capable of cultivating both martial and spiritual skills, destined to become the steadfast pillars of the sect in the future. The so-called spiritual root remains an enigma to Ye Lin. Based on the rewards obtained from the sign and system, it seems he lacks such extraordinary endowments. However, he harbors no desire to pursue any esoteric practices. To him, the spells of this world are nothing more than the scribbles of a madman or akin to the mages of his past life, who could only unleash their powers from a distance, rendered impotent in close combat. The notion of cultivating both martial and mystical arts is enticing. Yet it demands an inordinate amount of time and energy. He fears the consequence of becoming proficient in neither, ultimately squandering his time. The derision directed at the half-hearted Taoists of the Wudong sect is not without cause. As evidenced by the current decline of their once mighty stature, the path of dual cultivation is fraught with challenges. Given Xin Yan's disposition, even if he possessed a spiritual root, he would undoubtedly opt for the straightforward and exhilarating path of martial practice. He envisions himself as a muscular behemoth, striking with the force to obliterate anything in his path, rendering all trivialities moot. Saitama has always been his unwavering idol. In his previous life, during his university years, he diligently performed 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and ran 10 kilometers each day. After 3 years, he had shaved his head, earning the ridicule of his dorm mates as the fool. Though the outcome differed from that of the One-Punch Man, it did not diminish his admiration for Saitama in the slightest. Thus, the notion of being a true disciple mastering the mystical arts held little allure for him, and he felt little inclination to engage with it. However, the subsequent mention of the Wudong sect's secret realm sent a jolt of excitement through him. This place had long been whispered about among peers, yet he had never set foot there, making it a long-cherished aspiration. Previously, he had only gleaned fragmented information from fellow disciples, remaining oblivious to the precise location of the secret realm and the entrance to it. He was 100% certain that the Wudong secret realm was indeed a place where one could sign in and procure valuable treasures. The direct disciples were to enter the secret realm tomorrow, presenting an opportunity that could not be missed. Xin Yan's gaze flickered with excitement. Tomorrow, he would join the throng to discover the true nature of this mysterious realm. He then turned and departed. Upon returning to the servant quarters, Xin Yan promptly sought out Zhou Fugui to request a leave of absence, preparing to follow the direct disciples into the secret realm the next day. Although he and Zhou Fugui had never crossed blades, they had shared a room for many years, forging an unbreakable bond. As the saying goes, having someone in the court makes matters easier. Zhou Fugui, who considered Xin Yan his younger brother, readily granted him a 3-day leave without hesitation, displaying remarkable generosity. The night passed in silence. At the break of dawn the following day, outside the Dujin Hall, a vast crowd had gathered in the expansive open space, jostling against one another amidst a cacophony of voices, creating a lively atmosphere. Xin Yan stood at the periphery of the crowd, blending into the background. At 18 years old, he appeared as a mere onlooker. "They're coming out," someone shouted. Instantly, all eyes turned towards the entrance. The Wudong sect master and several elders emerged from the Dujin Hall, exuding a formidable presence akin to a boundless ocean, followed closely by a group of direct disciples, their spirits soaring, striding with the confidence of dragons and tigers. The crowd stood in awe, seemingly invigorated by this potent aura, and many straightened their postures. Among them, Xin Yan couldn't help but nod in quiet admiration. Truly, the current leaders of the Wudong sect and the new generation of champions radiated an impressive vitality. Particularly the Wudong sect master, with his white beard and hair, clearly of advanced years. Yet his skin was fair and rosy, devoid of any wrinkles. His tranquil eyes gazed beyond the heavens, emanating an aura of lofty grandeur that epitomized the essence of an extraordinary master. The onlookers regarded him with deep reverence. "Depart," the Wudong sect master declared, gazing skyward with hands clasped behind his back. His voice, though soft, resonated with a thunderous clarity that jolted the crowd into awareness. A contingent of disciples set forth with vigorous determination. The prowess of the sect master was indeed formidable. This simple utterance revealed the profound depth of his internal energy. Akin to the lion's roar of the Buddhist order, someone raised a thumb in appreciation, bestowing a flattering compliment. The surrounding crowd echoed their agreement, albeit casting disdainful glances at the speaker. In the midst of the throngs of people, one might wonder for whom the leader of the sect claps his hands in sycophancy. His demeanor, reminiscent of a lion's roar in the Buddhist realm, raises the question, has he ever been subjected to the bellowing of a bald monk? While the crowd silently critiques, none dare voice their thoughts. As the leader begins to lead the way, the onlookers prepare to follow, only to witness the recently departed figure turning back. Puzzled, they scratch their heads in confusion. "Apologies, I've taken a wrong turn," the leader of Wudong remarks nonchalantly, maintaining his usual composure, and then lifts his chin as he redirects the group. The crowd is left speechless and behind the Wudong leader. The elders cover their faces with their hands, trudging along, feeling the embarrassment of having such a leader. The leader's penchant for ostentation and arrogance is well known, leaving the elders at a loss for words. The procession officially sets forth, a grand spectacle winding through the serpentine mountain paths. Eventually, they arrive at the foot of a cliff before a massive azure stone, surrounded by an expanse of emptiness. Beneath their feet lies a large stone disk, spanning over 100 square feet, inscribed with the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams, along with various intricate and seemingly chaotic symbols. Could the secret realm be hidden here? In such an open space, where could a secret realm possibly reside? Perhaps the disk conceals some profound mystery? The followers, standing at a distance, crane their necks in anticipation, eager to uncover the location of the secret realm. Having failed to impress earlier, the Wudong leader is no longer in the mood for showboating. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he unsheathes the sword from his waist with a resounding clang. The sound resonates, clear and prolonged, akin to a dragon's chant, while the blade glimmers with a cold light, dazzling to behold. Comes a gasp from the crowd. The Zixiao Pure Yang sword. Every breath quickens. Eyes glisten with fervor as they scrutinize the long sword in the leader's hand. A magnificent sword, Xinyan muses, unable to refrain from comparing it to his own Taiji Jinwu sword. The Zixiao Pure Yang sword is one of the 3 revered swords of Wudong, capable of slicing through steel and cutting gold and jade, a weapon of immense power, passed down as a symbol of leadership through the ages. What could the leader be planning by drawing his sword? Confusion envelopes the crowd. In that moment, the Wudong leader habitually executes a series of elegant sword flourishes, then flicks his long beard and strides confidently toward the towering azure stone. Before the stone, he steadies the Pure Yang sword, his gaze fixated on a singular point. As the crowd focused their gaze, they discerned a small aperture at the tip of the sword, perfectly aligned with the blade's body. With a glint of brilliance in his eyes, the master of the sect stroked his long beard with one hand while deftly thrusting the sword into the opening, where it vanished completely within. The action was both precise and elegant. The sharpness of the sword and the keen gaze of the master evoked the illustrious title of the sect leader, the true man of the celestial abode. As the sword penetrated the hole, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. The circular stone disc, adorned with the intricate 8 trigrams array, shimmered with radiant hues, and countless runes illuminated the surface. In the next instant, the onlookers felt the ground tremble and the massive azure stone split apart, shifting to either side, revealing a passage wide enough for 2 to walk side by side. At the entrance of the passage hung an ancient plaque, inscribed with the words, "Valley of the Dimming Stars." It appeared that the existence of this passage was fleeting. After retrieving his sword, the sect leader wasted no time and swiftly led his followers into the opening. Moments later, the brilliance of the array dimmed, and the azure stone rejoined as one. It became evident that the secret realm was named the Valley of the Dimming Stars. Who would have imagined that the passage to this clandestine domain lay concealed behind such a colossal stone? Was this not a testament to the wonders of the Tao? Was the Master's sword indeed the key to unlocking the formation? The crowd erupted into a fervor. Many were stirred with excitement, curiously scurrying around the array, while others attempted to insert their swords into the aperture. Alas, no extraordinary event transpired. The great azure stone remained immobile. One by one, they made fruitless attempts. And as their enthusiasm waned, they began to disperse. Xinyan silently drifted with the crowd, a furrow of concern etched upon his brow, his thoughts weighed down. Could it truly be that only with the Zixiao Pure Yang sword could one enter the secret realm? In the deep of night, beneath the pallid moonlight, silence reigned supreme. A ghostly shadow flitted through the woods, ultimately arriving at the cliff where the passage to the secret realm lay hidden. The shadow that lingered was none other than Shun Yan, who was deeply fixated on the Starfall Valley. He could not accept the notion that such a significant secret realm could rely solely on the Zixiao Pure Yang sword as its key. What if the Zixiao Pure Yang sword were to be lost? Upon returning, Xinyan spent an entire afternoon scouring the historical texts of Wudong. To his surprise, he uncovered a passage detailing that the Pure Yang sword had indeed been lost for 30 years, during which time, the true disciples still managed to access the secret realm. This indicated that there must be other keys allowing entry into the hidden domain. After meticulous logical reasoning, he deduced that the remaining 2 of Wudong's 3 revered swords were the most likely candidates. The 3 legendary swords of Wudong are the Taiji Jinwu sword, the Zixiao Pure Yang sword, and the Tai Fengel sword. Shen Yan believed that the Jinwu sword in his possession could also potentially unlock the formation to access the secret realm. Thus, under the cover of night, He stealthily made his way here. At this hour, silence enveloped the surroundings, and everyone else should have been fast asleep. Without hesitation, he drew the Taiji Jinwu sword and inserted it directly into the sword slot. Then, a gust of cold wind swept through, yet nothing changed. Could it be that I was mistaken? Shun Yin scratched his disheveled hair. That shouldn't be the case. Having watched over 1,000 episodes of Closer to Science, how could I possibly be wrong? Withdrawing the sword, he fell into deep contemplation. After considerable thought, a sudden spark of inspiration illuminated his mind, leading him to a pivotal possibility. Once more. This time, he channeled his internal energy through the pure Yang Wuji technique, infusing a surge of unadulterated Yang force into the Jinwu sword. The blade trembled with a melodious resonance, its surface seemingly cloaked in a delicate golden luminescence. With a swift motion, the long sword plunged once more into the sword socket. Boom! The array beneath his feet suddenly sprang to life, the runes glowing as the great blue stone began to shift, splitting in two. The passageway to the star-sunken valley had emerged. Xinyan couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Indeed, the key to activating the array was not merely the sect's sacred sword. It also required the internal power cultivated through the authentic martial arts of the Wudong sect. He sheathed the Jinwu sword, lightly tapping his foot to transform into a fleeting shadow as he entered the passage. The corridor in the depths of night appeared elongated and profound, as if time itself had come to a standstill. After an indeterminate period, Shun Yin emerged from the passage. Before him lay an expanse of towering ancient trees, their canopies obscuring the sky and moon, surrounded by lofty peaks and deep ravines, a majestic mountain range stretching into the boundless distance. An ancient, wild aura enveloped him, evoking a sensation of traversing time and space, as if he had arrived in a primordial forest. The ethereal essence of the heavens and earth here is palpably more potent than that of the outside world. Wudong Mountain, astonishingly, boasts such an expansive territory, and an intricate formation has completely concealed this place, rendering it isolated from the outside. Xinyan couldn't help but marvel, reflecting that the allure of Taoist practices is not without reason. Before him lay a grand stone path, leading to a solitary peak crowned with a Taoist temple, bathed in the silvery glow of the moonlight. This is Chongqing Rock, the sacred ground where the master and elder disciples diligently cultivate their Taoist arts. Amongst the elite practitioners gathered there, Xinyan naturally refrained from venturing to Chongqing Rock at this moment. Instead, he chose to wander down a narrow path in search of other places to inscribe his presence. The constricted mountain trail was flanked by stunted trees and wild undergrowth. After traversing for nearly half an hour and pushing through the thicket, he beheld a serene lake. The lake spanned 100 paces, its surface glimmering like scattered silver beneath the moonlight, tranquil as a vast mirror, enveloped in a misty haze. This lake has existed for countless ages, its depths unfathomable and its surface undisturbed, yet one can sense an immense, profound stirring beneath, akin to a vast ocean in gentle undulation, evoking a sense of awe and trepidation. This lake is extraordinary, brimming with ethereal signs. Xinyan's eyes gleamed with realization. Shin's father corroborated his thoughts, murmuring in his mind, "Ding, the location meets the system's sign-in criteria. The host may proceed with the sign-in." Fortunately, this journey has not been in vain. A smile grazed Xinyan's face as he silently urged, "System, allow me to sign in." As ever, Shin's father remained devoid of emotion, a mechanical voice resonating in his mind. Current sign-in location, Tianlong Lake. Ding, sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring purification of evil with the Great Furnace technique. Xinyan was taken aback. The purification of evil with the Great Furnace? He had never heard of such a technique. He hastily calmed his thoughts, seeking to comprehend the information regarding this technique that flooded his mind. Opening the gateway of his dantian, he summoned a torrent of vital energy to condense into the Great Furnace, refining the essence of demons and spirits. His internal strength transformed into profound power. Hiss! Upon meticulously absorbing the details, Xinyan was utterly astonished. This purifying fiery furnace technique bears a remarkable resemblance to the star-absorbing art. However, it should be regarded as a legitimate and righteous pursuit, capable of vanquishing demons and malevolent spirits, allowing one to refine their wicked deeds and transform them into personal strength. This tome encapsulates the profound principles of Buddhism, Taoism, and martial arts, seamlessly interweaving them into an extraordinary art form. The myriad truths it embodies resonate through the ages, leaving one in awe. It is almost unfathomable to ponder who could have conceived such a technique, mused Xinyan to herself. The Wudong sect struggles immensely with the dual cultivation of martial and mystical arts, yet this particular method amalgamates the three schools, Buddhism, Taoism, and martial prowess. The creator must undoubtedly be an unparalleled master of all three disciplines. Such an achievement and innate talent are truly astonishing. Could this art have been devised by Zhang Xianhua? Apart from him, Xinyan could scarcely envision another possessing such remarkable gifts. The only lamentable aspect is that this technique requires one to attain the third-tier realm for its execution. To perform the pure evil furnace method, one must first condense their inner energy and vital essence into a veritable furnace. The transformation of inner strength into substance and the embodiment of vital essence are the enigmatic pathways of the third-tier martial realm. Alas, Xinyan's current level has yet to reach such heights. This elicited a sense of regret within him, albeit mildly. However, had it not been for the requirement of reaching the third rank to wield such a technique, it would indeed have been astonishingly extraordinary. A marvel that could shake the heavens. As he devoted himself wholly to the study of the purification of evil and the great furnace technique, he remained utterly oblivious to the strange occurrences unfolding beneath the tranquil surface of the lake. At the bottom of Tianlong Lake, a torrent of sinister energy surged forth, a hidden current stirring ominously. A cluster of undulating vines, resembling a verdant serpent, slithered upward, gradually resurfacing. Suddenly, a sound akin to boiling water erupted, startling Xinyan into a state of alarm. Instinctively, he raised his gaze in the direction of the noise. In one corner of the lake, obscured by branches, the light was dim, yet he could discern a column of water forcefully ascending. What could be moving beneath the surface? As Xinyan stared intently, a head suddenly emerged. It was facing him directly, revealing the visage of a corpse. The skin was deathly pale, devoid of any trace of color, even taking on a purplish hue. With a bald head, disheveled green hair at the temples, and sunken eyes emanating a faint, eerie green glow, it was an exceedingly chilling sight. In that moment, they both froze, wide-eyed in mutual astonishment. This horrifying scene nearly drove Xinyan away. What on earth is this? A water ghost? He rubbed his eyes. And as he discerned the figure before him, a heavy feeling settled in his heart. On this late night, it truly felt as if he had stumbled upon a ghost while traversing the railway with a lantern. The head that had just emerged from the lake, upon recognizing Xinyan's appearance, transformed from initial fright to delight. Startled at first, it soon realized that it was merely a young Taoist priest. And having not feasted on essence for quite some time, it was an opportune moment for a repast. Although he was well aware of the existence of demons and monsters in this world, encountering a genuine ghost for the first time sent a shiver down Xinyan's spine. Observing the increasingly intense green glow in the creature's eyes, he forced himself to remain composed, inwardly lamenting his misfortune. How could a water ghost emerge from the secret realm of Wudong? As his thoughts swirled, the water ghost fully surfaced, gliding across the water with ease, slowly approaching him. The true form of the ghost resembled a hunchbacked old man, grotesquely corpulent, with numerous decayed areas teeming with maggots. Its hands and feet were webbed like those of a frog, entwined with creeping vines, emanating a nauseating stench. This is a water wraith. The creature's webbed appendages rubbed together as it scrutinized Xinyan from head to toe, its nose sniffing intently. Then, with a nod of satisfaction, it opened its mouth wide, stretching to the roots of its ears, revealing menacing fangs and emitting a terrifying cackle. Its appearance suggested an intent to devour him alive. As it approached, it spoke in a voice as hoarse and decayed as that of a dying elder, each word escaping its lips with effort. What a stroke of fortune! To stumble upon a little Taoist while merely seeking fresh air. Quite a fine physique, robust indeed. Your essence must be delectable. Come, allow me a taste, It extended its long, slender tongue as it drew nearer, and the very air around seemed to freeze, the temperature plummeting swiftly, sending shivers throughout one's body. The water ghost spoke with an air of arrogance. Xinyan's expression turned grave as he stepped back, calling out, "Ghost brother, please. I am Robinson, the Super One." The water ghost paused, confusion etched on its face. Soon, its features twisted into a mask of cold fury, its eyes gleaming with malice as it roared at Xinyan. "I don't care who you are. Come, let me take a taste." A dark cloud drifted across the sky, obscuring the moonlight. The clouds hung low, making the atmosphere heavy with tension. Xinyan engaged in meaningless banter with the water ghost, while subtly shifting his feet backward, seemingly seeking an opportunity to flee. The water ghost, seeing through his actions, smirked ominously. "Little Taoist, It seems you are utterly clueless. What have your elders from Wudong taught you about the secrets of our sect? Have you not been informed about the hidden truths of the Star Sun Valley? You still cannot recognize who I am. Heh, I am the infamous Ghost King of Taohua River, known for my ruthless reputation 700 years ago. Attempting such petty tricks before me is futile and laughable. You might as well accept your fate and prepare to meet your end. Upon hearing this, Shun Yin halted in his tracks. 700 years ago, how could it be that he, encountering a ghost for the first time, faced such an ancient being? A ghost king at that? What ancient specter could possibly dwell in the secret realm of Wudong? Shun Yan's eyes darted around, and then his body suddenly relaxed, as if he had abandoned all thoughts of escape and resistance, resignedly stating, "It appears I am indeed blind, failing to recognize the ghost king before me. It seems today I am destined to meet my demise. At least you are sensible." The water ghost revealed its sharp, glinting fangs. "Rest assured, given your compliance, I shall grant you a swift death, free from prolonged suffering." As it spoke, it advanced, its maw widening ominously, the ghostly mist swirling around it as its head expanded to the size of a large vat. Its exaggerated mouth seemed less intent on consuming a soul and more like a monstrous beast ready to devour its prey whole. "Wait!" Shun Yin suddenly called out to halt the creature. "Huh, little one, do you even know your own strength? Do you wish to witness my powers?" The water ghost's eyes widened in anger, its webbed hands sprouting ghastly claws. The Ghost King misunderstood. Shun Yin was certainly no match for him. However, having heard that the Ghost King had existed for such an eternity, he must be well versed in many matters, possessing a wealth of knowledge. Shun Yin shook his head and waved his hands, then spoke earnestly, as the saying goes, "To hear the way in the morning is sufficient." Even if one were to die by evening, there has always been a matter that perplexes me, and I wonder if the Ghost King could enlighten me, allowing me to depart without regrets. Seeing that the little Taoist did not appear to be feigning or plotting, the water ghost's murderous intent dissipated considerably, and it gazed at him with suspicion. It thought to itself that this little Taoist was but a fish on the chopping block, utterly incapable of turning the tide. With a grotesque cold smile, it disdainfully remarked, "You practitioners are truly dim-witted. Even when faced with imminent death, you still seek knowledge. How foolish and laughable. However, you are not entirely mistaken. I indeed possess vast knowledge. Before becoming a ghost, I was a distinguished scholar of the previous dynasty, renowned for my talents in strategy and history, well-versed in both ancient and modern affairs." The water serpent ghost, filled with pride, indulged in self-aggrandizement. Yet, it was indeed a scholar of the past. During its journey to the capital for the imperial examination, it fell victim to a treacherous ferry operator while crossing the Peach Blossom River. Unbeknownst to it, the ghostly tea brewed from water serpent grass was consumed, leading to its untimely demise. After death, it became a minor water serpent ghost in the river. Countless years later, a catastrophic flood struck the Peach Blossom River, claiming innumerable lives. Seizing the opportunity, this water serpent ghost absorbed vengeful souls, rapidly increasing its power and becoming a formidable entity. With newfound strength, it began to wreak havoc along the river, inflicting suffering on countless victims, eventually establishing itself as a notorious ghost king of the Peach Blossom River. Ultimately, its countless misdeeds attracted the attention of Zhang Xianhua, who was then traversing the world to subdue demons and eradicate evil. Zhang subdued it and imprisoned it within the forbidden grounds of Wudong's secret realm. The mere thought of its years of confinement transformed the water serpent ghost into a fearsome apparition, exuding malevolence and an uncontrollable rage to kill. It raised its ghostly claw towards Shun Yin, ready to strike. Truly a malevolent spirit, its temperament was as unpredictable as the tides. Shun Yin felt a shiver run down his spine, yet he feigned terror outwardly. In truth, he was poised to draw the Tai Chi Jinwu's sword at a moment's notice, ready to launch a surprise attack and thrust it fiercely. He wondered if this ghost king could withstand such an assault. Observing Shun Yan's apparent resignation to his fate, the water serpent ghost suddenly halted and in a low voice declared, "Enough. Given that you are the first soul I have encountered in many years, I shall show mercy and alleviate one of your confusions. Speak your question." The water serpent ghost exuded confidence, as if it believed itself to be omniscient. Upon hearing this, Shun Yin momentarily suppressed his urge to draw his sword, feigning delight as he bowed respectfully to the water serpent ghost. "Thank you, esteemed Ghost King. Then I shall inquire." The water serpent ghost nodded slightly. "Please proceed." Shun Yin then presented a mathematical function. Let f, x, equal the sum of x plus 1 multiplied by the square root of 1 minus x divided by 1 plus x. I ask, is this function odd or even? After posing the question, Xinyan regarded the water serpent ghost with utmost seriousness. An eerie silence enveloped the air. The water serpent ghost. What is this? A rhyme? What tree is the chicken cold tree? And what about the lotus cold tree? The atmosphere descended into an eerie silence. Roar. Young one, it seems you are a star of longevity hanging yourself, tired of life, daring to mock this king. Out of my benevolence, you dare to play tricks on me? Just wait, I shall devour you whole. The water demon emitted a howl akin to a wild beast. Its face turning an alarming shade of green, frantic and maddened, it leapt into the air, soaring through the void. Its head swelled to an extraordinarily exaggerated size, a maw dozens of times larger than its ghostly body, blocking out all light. It was desperate. Why the urgency? Look at you, at your age. Still unable to maintain composure. Is it merely a mathematics problem? If you cannot solve it, so be it. Why become so agitated? A scholar, yet so uncultured, truly alarming. Xinyan curled his lip and disdainfully remarked. Upon hearing these words, the water ghost's expression contorted further into madness, its eyes seemingly ablaze with fury. As a ghost possessing the credentials of a scholar, how could it endure such an affront? You shall pay with your life. Its malevolent aura surged, sweeping through the surroundings with terrifying intensity. In the face of the approaching water ghost, Xinyan remained unperturbed, instantly shedding his previous nonchalance, his gaze transforming into one of profound depth. In the air, the water ghost's ferocious visage momentarily stiffened, whether it was an illusion or not. It felt an inexplicable sense of oppression emanating from the other. Could this young man be a master? Yet, in an instant, it dispelled that notion. Such a youthful Taoist. Even if exceptionally gifted, how formidable could he truly be? Prepare to meet your demise. The water-mang ghost bellowed. Its body entwined with creeping vines that writhed with a life of their own, resembling serpentine emeralds converging from all directions, sealing off all avenues of retreat for Xinyan. It then lunged downward, its cavernous maw as dark as an abyss. Yet, Xinyan remained utterly composed. In a stunning display of audacity, he advanced instead of retreating before such a terrifying apparition. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he propelled himself forward like a cannonball, determined to collide with the water-mang ghost. The ghost, taken aback, found itself at a loss for comprehension. The disparity in their sizes was akin to that of an ant confronting a colossal elephant. From a divine perspective, Xinyan's action appeared to be a reckless pursuit of death. However, was he truly one to act without forethought? Nine-yang divine art. At the moment his feet left the ground, the latent vitality within him surged forth, unleashing the pure yang energy from his dantian, merging it with the formidable power of the nine-yang divine art. In an instant, a radiant brilliance enveloped him, blazing as brilliantly as a resplendent sun. Bang! The two forces collided with incredible speed. It was as though a beam of golden light struck the water-mang ghost at its brow, and a devastating gust of wind surged forth like an unbridled ocean. Surrounding flora swayed violently, on the verge of being uprooted entirely. In the next moment, the ghost's expression froze, its eyes bulging in horror as an agonizing pain pierced through its very soul, causing its massive head to tilt backward. The tremendous force sent its entire form hurtling backward, tracing a graceful arc through the air. Boom! A thunderous crash resounded as splinters of wood scattered. The water-mang ghost embedded within a colossal tree. How dare you challenge me? What gives you the right? I am a fourth-tier martial artist, shielded by the nine-yang divine art. You cannot hope to withstand my might. Xinyan landed with poise, casually rolling his neck. In this moment of calm, he exuded the demeanor of a true master. A faint golden aura shimmered around him, his vast vitality surging with intensity. His body akin to a blazing furnace radiating searing heat, sending shivers through those who beheld him. The nine-yang divine art, coupled with an overwhelming reservoir of vitality, rendered him indomitable, a paragon of strength. His physical form had reached an extraordinary level of resilience, resembling a divine warrior of unassailable might. In a clash of strength, who would dare to fear? Damn it, that hurts. This young man is cunning beyond measure, concealing such depth. Beneath the ancient tree, the water-mang ghost trembled as it staggered to its feet, its head having reverted to a normal size. Yet, a deep, small cavity remained at its brow, from which ghostly energy continued to emanate, dissipating into the ether. The ghastly wound is excruciatingly difficult to heal. In mere moments, the ghostly figure visibly faded, and the water ghost hastily concentrated its energy to reduce the dissipating ghostly aura, its expression turning exceedingly grim. At that moment, when it glanced back at Xinyan, all the previous ferocity had vanished. Danger. Its pair of emerald eyes revealed profound apprehension, tinged with a hint of fear. With its cultivation and keen perception, it discerned that Xinyan was a fourth-tier martial artist. This young Taoist is indeed peculiar. How could such a youthful figure possess the prowess of a fourth-tier master? Could he be an ancient Taoist who has mastered the art of preserving youth? Or perhaps a reincarnation of some old monster from Wudong? A fourth-tier martial artist, at the peak of their power, would have posed no threat to a ghost king like itself. However, the current water ghost, having been imprisoned for centuries, was already in a deplorable state and was recently grievously wounded by Xinyan. Continuing to fight would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Moreover, this was Wudong's territory. Should the commotion escalate, it would be impossible to evade death once the other's comrades arrived. This is troublesome. If Wudong learns of my escape, they will surely not let it go. Yet, the vastness of Xingshan Valley may provide a chance to hide once more. A wicked spirit does not engage in battle with a fierce man. The water ghost's eyes darted about, already contemplating means of escape. Little rascal, daring to deceive this king. If I do not skin you alive today, how shall I quell my fury? The ghostly roar echoed, resonating with a feral intensity. A thick miasma of ghostly energy surged forth, reeking of rancid decay and chilling silence, roiling like turbulent waves, reminiscent of endless waters of the dead. Continuously rising as the water ghost contorted grotesquely, its form expanding. In midair, the water ghost resembled a colossal mountain, its eyes glaring fiercely, green flames surging, fangs glimmering menacingly. Standing atop a sea of malice and resentment, like a tempest unleashed. Should an ordinary person witness this horrifying scene, they would likely be struck with terror in an instant. Xinyan's expression grew solemn. It appeared the adversary was preparing to unleash a powerful attack. He clenched his fists, unifying his spirit and energy, reaching the pinnacle of his state, ready to engage in a true battle. In the small grove, a one-on-one confrontation loomed, a clash between true men. On the verge of eruption. Observing Xinyan's readiness, the water ghost's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. It was at this moment. Run, boy, prepare yourself. It suddenly howled, causing Xinyan to tremble, his blood surging as pure yang energy rapidly circulated, forming layers of gossamer golden flames around him, thin as a cicada's wing. Like golden armor shielding his body, he braced himself to confront the water ghost head-on once more. However, seizing the opportunity, the water ghost's massive figure abruptly deflated like a balloon, retreating swiftly, turning to flee into the depths of the forest. In an instant, it had already darted several dozen meters away. Xinyan stood frozen in place, momentarily stunned. They are not pursuing? In the midst of a frantic escape, the waterman ghost instinctively turned to glance behind, only to be pleasantly surprised to see Xinyan motionless. Xinyan was at a loss for words. He had indeed been momentarily taken aback. Just a moment ago, the Ghost King had exuded an imposing aura, seemingly ready to unleash a devastating blow. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he was in a state of wild flight. Was it truly so unbecoming for a Ghost King to lose face like this? Nonetheless, could he truly evade his fate? Xinyan shook his head with a cold smirk. With a resounding clang, the Taiji Jinwu sword materialized in his hand. A profound aura of the Tao enveloped him, and the light in his eyes blazed forth, shifting like the cycles of the sun and moon, the rise and fall of mountains and rivers. He raised his hand and effortlessly swung the sword. A blade of intertwining black and white light sliced through the void, causing the entire world to seem frozen in that instant. Not good. The waterman ghost, in the throes of its frantic sprint, suddenly felt a chill run down its spine, sensing a tremendous terror looming behind it. A palpable killing intent pierced deep into its very soul, evoking an overwhelming sense of impending doom, as four words echoed frantically in its mind: no escape from calamity. Thus, with a suffocating dread, the waterman ghost hastily summoned its ghostly energy, attempting to turn and defend against the imminent attack. However, before it could even pivot, the sword light had already arrived. A head, filled with terror and astonishment, was severed from its ghostly body. A terrible sword energy lingered within, a force akin to the annihilation of all existence. The obliteration of starry rivers, brimming with murderous intent, yet harboring the essence of primordial chaos and the genesis of life, teeming with boundless vitality. Destruction and rebirth coexisted, evolving the cosmos. This sword, woven from the intertwining of both, commanded life and death with unparalleled dominance. This embodies the essence of Tai Chi's sword, the path of yin and yang. The sword's energy permeates the body, annihilating the ghostly aura of the water mangrove spirit entirely, withering all in its path, shattering into countless fragments in an instant, reduced to mere ashes. Not a single cry of lament escapes. This singular sword stroke evokes the final memories of the ghostly existence, reminiscent of the time when the founder of Wudong exerted his overwhelming influence over the world, instilling fear in countless demons and malevolent spirits. Generations rise, each giving birth to exceptional talents. Thus, the once infamous ghost king of Taohua River meets his demise at the hands of the inconspicuous Sun Yan. After 6 years of martial training, his first strike culminates in the slaying of a ghostly sovereign. Alas, such a breathtaking and extraordinary feat remains unbeknownst to the outside world. Were this battle to be widely known, it would undoubtedly stir considerable tumult within the martial realm. Is this how a formidable ghost king meets his end? Sun Yan muses, realizing that the essence of Taiji's swordsmanship surpasses his expectations. Across the vast expanse of mountains and seas, in this boundless world, the notion of immortality seems to hinge upon the act of beheading. With a profound utterance, Sun Yan stows away the Taiji Zhenwu sword. In this moment, the water-mangling ghost dissipates. Yet, an eerie chill lingers in the air, accompanied by an intangible resentment that refuses to dissipate. Sun Yan stands, furrowing his brow, contemplating the purifying technique he had recently acquired. With his robust physique honed by the 9-yang divine art and his cultivation at the brink of the 3rd tier, he resolves to exert his utmost effort in attempting the purification technique. In the distance, at Changshan Cliff, a few figures converge on the rooftop of a pavilion, startled as they gaze towards the direction of Tianlong Lake. These individuals are none other than the Wudong sect leader and several elders, all of whom have sensed the sudden surge of formidable energy, rousing them from their slumber. What a powerful fluctuation! As they ascend to the rooftop, they catch sight of a fleeting flash of sword light, akin to lightning, brilliant and imbued with profound truths of the Great Way, causing their minds to waver even from afar. What terrifying sword intent! Could there be an elder from Wudong clandestinely cultivating in the secret realm? The elders' hearts surge with tumultuous waves of disbelief. That is Taiji. The Wudong sect leader, his expression grave, articulates a startling conclusion. Quickly, let us ascertain which ancestor this may be. With that, he swiftly employs his martial prowess and hastens towards the source. The elders, taken aback, exchange glances before promptly following suit. Taiji represents the pinnacle of Wudong's martial sword intent, unparalleled. To comprehend such a sword intent is to possess extraordinary talent and unparalleled brilliance. This signifies a profound understanding on their part. If indeed there exists a predecessor endowed with extraordinary genius, who has secluded himself in the mystical realms for many years, it is highly likely that his martial prowess has ascended to the esteemed realm of a first-rank grandmaster. A first-rank grandmaster, a pinnacle martial artist. Such individuals are exceedingly rare in the present world, their numbers few and far between, each one a formidable force capable of dominating an entire region. For centuries, the world has seen no emergence of the Buddhist Arhat, the Taoist Xianxian, the martial myth, or the Confucian sage. Thus, a first-rank grandmaster represents the utmost combat strength in the realm. The Wudong sect has not produced a grandmaster for nearly a century. Their strength has notably waned. Their standing in the martial world precarious, particularly in these tumultuous times marked by internal strife and external threats. However, should a grandmaster take residence, wielding a deterrent power akin to nuclear weapons, the circumstances would transform entirely, capable of instilling awe in the world and stabilizing the situation. Thus, their eagerness is palpable, yearning to meet that esteemed predecessor of the sect and beseech him to emerge and preside over the mountain gate. In the dense forest, the pure evil refining furnace, coalesce for me. In the deathly realm of the water-mang ghost, Sun Yan radiated with a resplendent golden light. His internal energy surged like a flood breaking its dam, blood coursing through his veins as if boiling water. Waves of heat emanated from his body, raising the temperature of the entire forest. He transformed into a small sun, his skin flushed red, reminiscent of a well-cooked shrimp. In his utmost effort, above his head, internal force and blood energy intertwined, gradually coalescing into a cloud of gold and red mist, slowly taking the shape of a cauldron. The pure evil refining furnace began to take form. Yet its walls appeared thin and unsteady, as if they might shatter at any moment. Pure evil refining furnace, refine for me. Shen Yin silently recited the incantation. Having already formed the furnace, regardless of its stability, he was determined to test its limits. Above him, the gold and red furnace spun rapidly, an invisible power enveloping the entire area. Soft, mournful sobs echoed into the air. At the site where the waterman ghost had perished, tendrils of dark energy coalesced into a mass, roughly the size of a basin, ominously black, with myriad faces protruding, too numerous to count. The expressions on these faces conveyed resentment, sorrow, and terror. These are the innocent souls perished at the hands of the water demon. Such profound karma. Shen Yan's expression turned grave as he observed the dark mist being drawn toward the furnace. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, and veins bulged, indicating the immense effort he exerted. Shen Yan's heart raced. The water demon's karma was deeply rooted, and it remained uncertain whether his newly forged furnace could refine this burden. With a resounding clang, the furnace's lid sealed shut, spinning furiously. The karma within roared like a ferocious beast, thrashing wildly and causing the furnace's hue to fade further, as if it might disintegrate at any moment. Shen Yin gritted his teeth, enduring the pressure. Remarkably, the furnace held its ground, successfully refining the water demon's profound karma. In a fleeting moment, the purifying furnace ceased its tumultuous rotation, and a stream of pure energy flowed gently into his being. The energy traverses the body's acupoints, the extraordinary meridians, and the muscles and bones, ultimately converging in the dantian, forming a pure inner strength. At this moment, Shen Yin operates his internal cultivation method, circulating the great Zhou. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupts from his dantian, as if invisible shackles have been released. The energy sea within the dantian expands rapidly. Following this, an endless torrent of cosmic energy flows into Shen Yan's body like a whirlpool, merging with every sinew and flesh. The cauldron atop his head stabilizes instantly, its color deepening and its walls thickening, emanating a robust, natural aura. At a glance, it resembles a genuine alchemical furnace. The third-grade myriad phenomena. The path of reality and illusion transforms the illusory into true spirit and the false into the real. Shen Yin, astonished, regains his composure, disperses the cauldron, and withdraws the true energy and blood power back into his body. Upon further cultivation, he discovers that his dantian has inexplicably gained 10 years' worth of inner strength. Moreover, his own realm has seamlessly ascended to the third grade. Have I truly stepped into the third grade? What an unexpected turn of fate. Shen Yin muses to himself, a smile gracing his lips. He clenches his fist with vigor, feeling the changes within him. He realizes that both his inner strength and blood power have multiplied by dozens. And after being cleansed by the cosmic energy, his already pure young inner strength has ascended to a new level. Now, a single thread of his inner strength rivals what once required 100 threads. His physical body has undergone a transformation as well. His muscles are now full and perfect, and the immense power stored within him seems poised to erupt at any moment. At this moment, when he cultivates and moves, each gesture embodies a natural fluidity, subtly invoking the surrounding cosmic forces. A third-grade martial artist possesses a closer connection to the heavens and the earth, wielding power that transcends mere personal strength, encompassing the vast energies of the universe. It is no wonder that I have heard of third-grade warriors being able to overpower dozens of fourth-grade warriors. Though it seems but a step apart, the disparity between the third and fourth grades is indeed monumental. Shen Yin marvels in silence. Uncertain whether the recent commotion has drawn attention, he decides it is time to depart. Just as he is about to leave, he notices an object on the ground where the water demon had dissipated. Earlier, engrossed in refining his cauldron, he had overlooked the item dropped by the water demon. He approaches and picks it up, discovering it to be a yellowed human skin scroll, adorned with intricate patterns, likely depicting a formation, along with annotations in tiny, meticulous script. What is this? Before he can examine it closely, Shen Yin suddenly raises his head. Someone is coming. He sensed several powerful auras rapidly approaching. Realizing that the commotion he had just caused had undoubtedly attracted the attention of the sect leaders, Shen Yin tucked the human skin scroll into his bosom and immediately set off at a brisk pace, his long black hair swirling in the wind. Within mere breaths, his figure vanished into the vastness of the night. Swish, swish. The sound of light rustling echoed as the leaders of Wudong arrived by the shores of Tianlong Lake. Where is everyone? One elder, stout and portly, scanned the area with a hint of perplexity. That unmistakable sword intent clearly emanated from here just moments ago. He approached the ancient tree that had been struck by the waterman ghost and observed closely, stroking his chin. These are clearly signs of a struggle. Could it be that our sect's predecessors just engaged in combat here? But who would they be fighting with in the secret realm? The Wudong leaders gathered around the ancient tree, their expressions filled with confusion and disbelief. Due to the waterman ghost being turned to ash and its karma refined, the ominous energy had dissipated, leaving behind few clues. As the crowd engaged in animated speculation, an elder, sword at his waist, suddenly spoke up. There remains a trace of sword energy. He bent down to inspect a patch of grass, noticing a fine scratch no wider than a strand of hair on one of the leaves, likely the result of the earlier sword energy. As the elder reached out to pluck the leaf, he was unprepared for the sharpness, which cut his finger and drew blood. His expression turned grave as he gasped. Indeed, it is the essence of Tai Chi's sword intent. His action drew astonished glances from the others. Such a mere remnant of sword energy can injure a powerful warrior? They marveled. What must that original strike have been like? The leaders of Wudong silently swallowed their astonishment. Each one was a formidable martial artist, a master of swordplay, yet at that moment, they all felt incapable of wielding such a devastating blow. Yet, from this single strike, it was evident that the opponent's martial cultivation was undoubtedly profound. He must have sensed their arrival and fled. Could it be that the esteemed ancestor was reclusive and wished to avoid them? But what kind of foe could have prompted such a formidable strike? After exchanging thoughts, their confusion only deepened. One elder raised his voice, calling repeatedly into the dense forest. Esteemed ancestor, may we have the honor of your presence? Yet, despite his fervent cries, there was no response. The group, filled with disappointment, sighed collectively. Since the ancestor was unwilling to reveal himself, they were left with no recourse. After fruitless searching, the elders, led by the sect leader, prepared to depart. Unbeknownst to them, the instigator had already seized the cover of night, racing swiftly and unobstructed to Chongqing Rock. With the senior experts absent, what better time could there be to make an appearance? In this ancient land, could Father Shen possibly neglect his son? Before the Chongqing Rock Temple, a notification sounded. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the technique True Sanskrit Dragon Elephant skill. This is indeed a martial art of the Buddhist sect. Shenyan furrowed her brow. The fact that something from the Buddhist realm has been signed at Wudong suggests that the rumors of the deep connections between the Wudong ancestors and Buddhism are not baseless. However, with my current physique, will this body-refining technique still be of any use? Regardless of its efficacy, the system has directly infused the knowledge into my mind. Initially believing this technique to be of little value, Shenyan's eyes suddenly brightened with joy after absorbing the knowledge. It is indeed the true Brahmin Dragon Elephant technique. This is the pinnacle of the top-level martial arts from the Dragon Elephant Temple of Buddhism. The Dragon Elephant Temple is one of the 4 major Buddhist temples of the Great Qian, renowned for its rigorous martial practices, with each monk being a formidable figure. Thus, this body-refining technique is far from simple. Unlike the 9-yang divine skill, this is a purely external hard technique. The true Brahmin Dragon Elephant technique is divided into 10 levels. With each level mastered, one gains the strength of 1 dragon and 1 elephant. Moreover, upon reaching the peak of the 10th level, one not only possesses the strength of 10 dragons and 10 elephants, but can also condense the essence of blood and qi to manifest the form of 3 heads and 6 arms, wielding immense power and profound mystery. This martial art possesses a most crucial characteristic. The internal energy remains entirely contained, exhibiting a remarkable inward restraint. Upon the practice of this technique, the qi within the body generates a vortex-like attraction, capable of converting a portion of the inflicted damage into one's own vital energy. When engaging in combat, this enables the opponent's internal power to diminish progressively, while one's own energy not only remains intact, but actually increases, rendering one virtually invincible in prolonged encounters. This martial art, when combined with the 9 Suns divine skill, possesses an unimaginable power, perhaps truly epitomizing the indestructible essence of Vajra. With this technique, Shenyan felt that he had already pried open half of the door to the 2nd grade golden body. As for the other half, it merely required diligent practice, the accumulation of inner strength, and the comprehension of the true essence of martial arts. Indeed, the fusion of the 9 Suns divine skill and the true Brahmin Dragon Elephant technique, 2 extraordinary legacies, harmonizing both internal and external forces, would surely render one invincible at the same realm upon entering the 2nd grade. Shenyan felt a profound satisfaction. almost yearning to instantly ascend to the second grade to test the combined might of these techniques. However, for now, he could only indulge in such fantasies. Let us depart. With a light step, Xinyan executed his lightness skill and gracefully left. His expedition to the Wudong secret realm yielded immense rewards, and he returned laden with treasures. Upon his return to the miscellaneous duties courtyard, Xinyan indulged in a deep and restful slumber. The following day, he awoke and retrieved the previously unfinished human skin scroll, scrutinizing it with great care. An hour later, exclamations of astonishment echoed within the room. "Ah, how impressive! I truly believe that old ghost was indeed a scholar in his past life." Xinyan sincerely praised the waterman ghost. The human skin scroll depicts an intricate formation, with dense annotations that reveal the waterweed specter's insightful research on this very array. This formation is the grand confinement array of the forbidden realm of Wudong's secret domain. The forbidden ground is known as the Abyssal Cave, a prison that houses countless demons and malevolent spirits. It serves as both a dungeon and a training ground for generations of true disciples. Within lies a formidable formation known as the Cage of Death, meticulously arranged by the founder, Zhang Xianhua, reputed to be an insurmountable array. Even those demons adept in the art of formations find themselves powerless against this intricate setup, unable to escape, resigned to their fate. However, the Shui Man Ghost is an exception, becoming the first to successfully break free from captivity. Unlike other demons who accepted their dark and dismal existence, the Shui Man Ghost, with dreams of its own, devoted centuries to unraveling the secrets of the imprisoning formation, seeking a path to liberation. Ultimately, the heavens reward the diligent. After an interminable passage of time, it deciphered parts of the array, identifying flaws and expending great effort to escape. It is likely that even Zhang Xianhua could not have anticipated that a ghost so unique would persist for such an extended period in pursuit of the array's vulnerabilities. Regrettably, shortly after savoring the fresh air of freedom, the ghost encountered the fateful presence of Xinyan, a harbinger of doom. Timing and fate converged. The Abyssal Cave, which has confined innumerable spirits and demons, is a treasure trove not to be squandered. A gleam of determination flickered in Xinyan's gaze. For one possessing the purifying evil furnace technique, the Abyssal Cave was an ideal training ground, an opportunity to vanquish foes, enhance inner strength, and hone combat experience. At this moment, he lacked nothing but practical experience and encounters with adversaries. Clutching the human skin scroll, a smirk played at the corners of his mouth. With the scroll in hand, it was as if he held the key to the Abyssal Cave. If the Shui Man Ghost could escape through a flaw, then he too could exploit this vulnerability to gain entry. Under the cloak of night, Xinyan stealthily infiltrated the secret realm, arriving at a rocky mountain. After considerable exploration, he discovered a narrow crevice and slipped through, navigating a labyrinthine path shrouded in gray mist, relying solely on the route he had meticulously noted from the human skin scroll. Time seemed to stretch as he descended deeper, turning countless corners until he finally emerged at a node, stepping into the Abyssal Cave. Before he could fully perceive his surroundings, a notification from the system signaled the arrival of a sign-in prompt. Instinctively, Xinyan chose to sign in. With a chime, the notification confirmed his success, bestowing upon him the 5 Thunder Heart Palm technique. To his delight, he had successfully signed in for a superior 9th-tier martial art. A faint smile graced Xinyan's lips as he acknowledged the significance of the 5 Thunder Heart Palm, a Taoist secret technique accessible only to martial artists of the 3rd tier. Its principle lies in harmonizing the 5 elements within the human body with the natural elements, harnessing the power of the 5 thunders to unleash a devastating palm strike. It is particularly effective in countering malevolent forces, serving as a formidable weapon against evil and a guardian of righteousness. Elated by the acquisition of the 5 Thunder Heart Palm technique, Xinyan finally lifted his gaze, surveying the path ahead. Upon closer inspection, one realizes that the scene within the abyssal cavern resembles an entirely different realm. Above, there is neither sun nor moon. Before him lies a street of compacted yellow earth, flanked by dilapidated houses, illuminated only by the white lanterns hanging from the eaves. The ground is riddled with potholes, and stagnant water, dark and foul, gathers in pools. It is akin to wandering through a forsaken ancient town. After the initial shock subsides, Xinyan quickly regains his composure and strides toward the entrance of the ancient street, where a gray mist wafts through the air. As he stands before the thoroughfare, pairs of glistening emerald eyes emerge from the hazy gloom. Countless in number, their gazes filled with greed, malice, ferocity, and a thirst for blood. Ha ha! Voices echo ominously. Someone approaches. Is it true that Wudong has only one true disciple in this generation? Ah, there really is no one else. How dare he venture into the abyss? Does he not know the peril? Brothers, tear him apart. Tree spirits, living corpses, skeletal birds, three-headed wolf demons, and one-eyed malevolent spirits reveal their horrific forms. Shadows rush forth in a sudden flurry, descending like a tempest. Truly, this is the forbidden land of the abyss. An ordinary warrior might never encounter such fiends throughout their lifetime. The faint-hearted could easily faint from terror. Yet, Xinyan has always been courageous. Instead, he calls out, "Come at me." His eyes sparkle with fervor, his expression more animated than the horde of malevolent beings. With a leap, he soars forward. Great Luo divine palm. Wudong long fist. Taiji swordplay. His palms shatter mountains, fists whistle through the air, and sword light weaves through the darkness. Xinyan dances with agility, as graceful as a startled swan. His myriad skills flow effortlessly, each technique unfurling in a dazzling display. With an arsenal of unparalleled mastery, he unleashes an onslaught that obliterates the malevolent entities. He vanquishes the tree spirit, refining its essence to gain 10 days' worth of internal energy. He slays the rat demon, refining its essence for 3 months of internal energy. He dispatches a century-old malevolent spirit, refining its essence for a year's worth of internal energy. In the deepest recesses of the abyssal cavern, the ground appears as parched as if scorched by a great drought, devoid of moisture. A faint mist lingers, leaving the entire space desolate. At the center, a shadow exists, stark and solitary. Surrounding the shadow are 5 stone pillars, seemingly fused with the earth itself, each bound by an iron chain the size of a bowl, glistening black and forged from a millennium of cold iron, immensely resilient. The other ends of the 5 chains are fastened around the shadow's neck, hands, and feet, tightly binding and imprisoning it. The shadow is marred by ghastly wounds, as if eternally unhealed. Some of the wounds penetrate the body, exposing rows of chilling white bones within, creating a sight that is profoundly unsettling. However, these wounds bore no trace of blood. The sound of iron chains scraping against the ground echoed ominously. As if frozen in time, a shadow, resembling a statue. Sensed the presence of humanity, it suddenly lifted its head, gazing upward. In the darkness, glistening fangs dripped with saliva. A hoarse whisper reverberated through the tranquil mist. The 6th time has come. The seeds sown long ago are ripe for harvest. Soon, when I emerge, I shall ensure that Wudong is strewn with corpses, its rivers stained with blood. The nether abyss is indeed an excellent place to hone one's prowess. Xinyan fought through the first level of the nether abyss until dawn, relishing the fierce battles and feeling remarkably enriched, his martial skills evidently enhanced. In the days that followed, he would clandestinely infiltrate the nether abyss, engaging in fierce combat with malevolent entities. Armed with the purifying evil furnace, he continuously vanquished demons and monsters, augmenting his internal strength. Beyond sweeping and signing in, his life as a Wudong disciple became filled with the thrill of exterminating evil, bringing him great joy and freedom. Thus, time flowed by swiftly, and 4 years passed in the blink of an eye. As the sun rose, casting golden rays across the land, the disciples of Changshan Rock, once spirited and vibrant, had transformed into composed and steady individuals, gathering with serene expressions in the plaza outside the Tao Academy. Today marked the conclusion of their cultivation in Taoist arts. Before departing the secret realm, they faced an assessment, a test of their endurance. Before the academy's entrance, the master Zhang Ju stood with hands clasped behind his back, observing his disciples with a satisfied nod. It appears that 4 years of arduous training has not been in vain. Your spirits seem remarkably vibrant. However, the true extent of your abilities remains to be tested. I shall now lead you to the nether abyss. Awaiting you will be various ferocious demons and monsters. I hope you can summon sufficient strength to subdue the wicked. And do not disappoint the guidance of your elders in the sect. Now, let us depart. Master Zhang Ju's voice rang out powerfully, and the group of disciples moved in unison, displaying a calm demeanor. As true disciples, they were already well-versed in most of the sect's secrets and had prior knowledge of the forbidden realm of the nether abyss. Thus, there was no dissent or panic among them. Rather, an inner excitement and urgency stirred within. After 4 years of diligent cultivation, each individual yearns to showcase their mastery of the Tao. Before long, the group arrived at the abyssal cavern. The esteemed Tongju Zhenren produced the secret key to the grand formation, unlocking the array and leading the others into the forbidden grounds. With the key in hand, They entered through the main entrance, avoiding the meandering paths that Ye Lin had to navigate, thus saving considerable time. Consequently, they swiftly reached the first level of the abyssal cavern. The master and the various elders came to a halt at the edge of the first level, standing tall and resolute, surveying the formation for their true disciples, without advancing further. A throng of eager true disciples dashed ahead, chattering and laughing, appearing remarkably at ease. These younglings seemed to dismiss our warnings, treating them with a flippant attitude. Let us hope they do not find themselves weeping in terror upon encountering the creatures within. Tongju Jinren spoke with a hint of dissatisfaction. Ah, youth, were we not also indifferent during our trials in those days? Reflecting on the time spent cultivating alongside my brothers, it truly stirs nostalgia. An elder with a ruddy nose lifted a gourd and took a hearty swig, his gaze becoming dreamy, lost in reminiscence. Ahem, master. Was it not you who, back in the day, was so frightened by a black-haired zombie that your legs turned to jelly? The elder leaned closer to Tongju Jinren, hiccuping as he spoke. Tongju Jinren's face flushed crimson, and he swiftly turned his head, bristling with indignation. Nonsense. Have you been drinking counterfeit wine again? Speak such drivel again, and I swear I shall teach you a lesson. Tongju Jinren rolled up his sleeves. It seems my age is catching up with me. My memory falters, indeed. The elder with the ruddy nose, startled, shrank back and hastily waved his hands, muttering under his breath, "Well, it was true. What is there to be ashamed of?" The other elders struggled to suppress their laughter. What is happening? Suddenly, the eldest elder, Tongren Daoren, interjected, pointing into the distance. Why are those young ones not moving? The group ceased their chatter and turned to observe. Before them, a cluster of true disciples stood frozen, bewildered and at a loss, as if they had been struck dumb. What is this? Are these disciples truly so feeble that they are rendered speechless upon entry? The countenance of the Wudong master darkened. Quickly, let us proceed. We cannot afford any mishaps. The elders sprang into action, their feet pounding the ground as they surged forward like arrows, the sound of rushing air echoing around them. Fearful that the dazed true disciples might fall victim to the malevolent forces lurking within. If this entire batch of seeds were to perish, it would indeed be catastrophic. Shortly thereafter, figures emerged from the mist, landing beside the disciples. The venerable Tongju, in a fit of rage, pointed at the disciples and admonished them sternly. After 4 years of cultivation, is this the extent of your progress? How disgraceful! Why do you remain idly standing here? Are you waiting to serve yourselves as a feast for the demons? The true disciples bore the brunt of his wrath, feeling utterly humiliated. One disciple, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "Master, it's not that we are unwilling to act. The truth is, there are no demons or monsters here." "Indeed, master," echoed the others, voicing their grievances. Unmoved by their protests, Tongju's anger remained palpable as he furrowed his brow and retorted, "Ridiculous. How could there be none? In the first layer of our nether cave, we have imprisoned no fewer than 800 demons." After uttering these words, he paused momentarily, suddenly realizing that indeed, there seemed to be no malevolent entities poised to attack them. Instantly, Tongju's aura surged as he expanded his consciousness, reaching out in all directions. In this exploration, others were left in a state of shock. Where have all the malevolent entities of the first level vanished to? Tongju Jinren wore an expression of bewilderment. Tongren Daolong began to sense that the situation was rather unusual and addressed the other elders, stating, "Dear brothers, quickly investigate whether they have all hidden away." Several elders nodded in agreement, and each took a different direction, scouring for the malevolent beings. However, after a prolonged search, traversing the entirety of the first level and inspecting every nook and cranny, they failed to uncover even a ghostly shadow. Confusion enveloped them all. "Brother, is it possible that the malevolent entities of the first level have perished?" Elder with the flushed nose timidly suggested. "The Yomi cave is entirely sealed on each level, and only a key can unlock the passage to the others. Thus, these fiends cannot escape to different levels, apart from complete extinction." There seemed to be no other plausible explanation. Tongju Jinren looked dejected. "Perhaps, let us proceed to the second level. Although the malevolent entities there are somewhat stronger, these youngsters should be able to manage. The fiends in the Yomi cave are imprisoned according to their strength. The deeper the level, the more formidable the entities contained. Since the malevolent beings of the first level have vanished, the group had no choice but to venture towards the second level. Upon opening the passage and arriving at the second level, they were once again taken aback. Surrounding them was only a swirling mist, eerily desolate, devoid of even a trace of demonic aura. It hardly resembled a place of confinement for malevolent beings. Had the second level also met the same fate? Let us descend further. Tongju Jinren gritted his teeth. The third level, fourth level, the seventh level. Still, it remained utterly devoid of any sign of malevolent entities. I refuse to believe this. We must continue downward, proposed Tongju Jinren, feeling increasingly bewildered, as if he would not relent until he found at least one malevolent being. Tongren Daolong, with a serious demeanor, whispered, "Brother, we must exercise caution. The entities originally confined to this level are exceedingly dangerous. The next level contains ancient creatures that have been imprisoned for hundreds or even thousands of years, with strength comparable to ours, if they are still present. Even if their power has waned, they should not be underestimated. Should a confrontation arise, we would fare poorly. Recently, peculiar occurrences have been multiplying, becoming increasingly frequent." Tongju Jinren's expression shifted multiple times as he pondered, finally stating, "Let us conclude this expedition. Allow the disciples to exit first. We, a few brothers, will descend to take a look. If we discover that they still exist, we shall leave immediately." Very well. The elders deliberated briefly and subsequently instructed all the true disciples to return. The cohort of true disciples departed obediently. Historically, true disciples seldom ventured beyond the third level. However, this group astonishingly ascended to the seventh level, marking an unprecedented achievement. After their departure, the sect leader and the elders, fully equipped and vigilant, cautiously descended to the eighth level. The eighth level was indeed a genuine prison, shrouded in darkness and oppressive gloom. Here, numerous stone pillars, forged from blue stone, stand tall, entwined with chains crafted from cold iron, inscribed with arcane runes to bind the demons. Originally, the malevolent creatures of this lair were all shackled to the stone columns by these iron chains. However, upon the arrival of Tongju Jinren and his companions at the eighth level, they discovered that these cold iron chains had been forcefully severed by an external force, leaving all the stone pillars vacant, devoid of any demons or monsters. How could this be possible? The group gasped in astonishment, their eyes bulging in disbelief. Upon witnessing this, Tongju Jinren's eyes widened in shock, and he could not restrain his roar. Who did this? Where are the demons of Wudong? The elders' expressions shifted in unison, their gazes sweeping across every corner. Although the chains had been broken, there remained no trace of demons anywhere outside. What force was capable of breaking these iron chains? Where have these ancient monsters gone? Have they fled to the outside world? Such a notion is utterly implausible. After all, the Nether Abyss boasts a rich history, and they possess unwavering confidence in the grand formation laid down by their forebears. Moreover, if so many fiends were to escape, the secret realm would have descended into chaos long ago. Tranquility would be impossible. Could it be that they have all retreated to the ninth layer? The mere thought of this possibility ignited a surge of fury in Tongju Jinren, prompting him to take strides towards the ninth layer. "Elder brother, do not act impulsively." The crowd gasped in unison. Daoist Tongren swiftly stepped forward, grasping the sect leader's arm with urgency, exclaiming, "Elder brother, are you willing to risk your life? Do not forget. What lies imprisoned below is a monstrous entity." His words struck like a bolt of lightning, jolting Tongju Jinren back to his senses. As he recalled the terrifying existence in the final layer, a sheen of cold sweat broke out on his forehead in an instant. At this moment, he cast another glance towards the entrance of the ninth level, his face reflecting a profound apprehension, and he dared not step forward any further. Forget it, forget it. The disappearance of the demons is best left for us to deliberate upon later. A lingering suspicion tugged at him, suggesting that this matter might be connected to the elusive ancestor who had chosen to remain hidden. The master of Tongju recalled the strange occurrences that had transpired at Tianlong Lake, drawing a connection between the mysterious ancestor and the current situation. It was evident that there was not merely one key to enter the Nether Abyss. This enigmatic ancestor might possess the key, thus granting access to this place. He even harbored doubts that the terrifying sword light from years ago had also been conjured by this being. As the headmaster, he was acutely aware that the sword light unmistakably bore the essence of the Taiji Jinwu sword. Could it be that the Taiji Jinwu sword had not been lost, but rather remained in the possession of this reclusive ancestor all along? A multitude of questions swirled within Tongju's mind. Was it possible that this sect's ancestor had eradicated the demons to hone his swordsmanship? It was highly plausible. It must have been the handiwork of that venerable figure, who had long been in seclusion within the secret realm. Who else could have caused such a complete disappearance of the demons? The elders began to engage their imaginations, whispering amongst themselves. As they pondered, They found that this possibility seemed increasingly credible. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain the whereabouts of the demons in the Nether Abyss. After a thorough analysis, they became more certain that the events surrounding the Nether Abyss were indeed the doing of the mysterious ancestor. Regrettably, that elder refused to make an appearance. Otherwise, they could have glimpsed his esteemed visage and sought his guidance. Daoist Tongren sighed softly, indeed. Several elders echoed his sentiment. However, once the bizarre occurrences in the Nether Abyss were attributed to the mysterious ancestor, the group felt considerably less anxious. After all, the multitude of demons confined within the Nether Abyss was hardly a concern in the face of a first-rate Grandmaster. Master Tanju waved his hand, interrupting the discussions, and interjected. Well, since this was the doing of our senior, we have no place to comment further. Let us set aside this matter for now. There are pressing issues within the sect that require our attention. Particularly, we recently received word from Mount Shu, indicating that the current sword master intends to visit us at Wudong for an exchange of sword techniques. The timing appears to be rather critical. He spoke of Mount Shu with a grave tone. The others exchanged glances, their expressions turning solemn, realizing the gravity of the situation. After all, the sword sect of Mount Shu was notoriously known for its sword fanatics. Elder Jiuzao's brow furrowed with questions. Didn't those sword fanatics from Mount Shu always look down upon us? What could they possibly want from us under such circumstances? As they walked and conversed, they made their way home, thus concluding their training in a rather anticlimactic manner. Alas, they did not descend to the final level. Otherwise, they would have encountered the ancestor they had long yearned to see. When the elders discovered that this enigmatic and formidable figure, renowned for his elusive swordsmanship, was merely a humble janitor, it would surely leave them aghast. At the moment the elders of Wudong departed from the Nether Cavern, deep within its 9th level, a terrifying shadow bound by iron chains suddenly opened its eyes. Its irises glowed a sinister crimson, akin to 2 blood moons, radiating an aura of malevolence as it fixated on a particular direction. After a brief pause, the sound of footsteps gradually approached. A vague silhouette emerged from the mist, leisurely making its way forward. It was a young man, standing 8 feet tall, with a strikingly handsome visage and a robust physique, exuding explosive muscularity. He radiated a golden light, as if a deity had stepped forth from the canvas of a painting. The intensely vigorous energy dispelled a vast expanse of sinister aura, with the resplendent golden glow resembling a radiant sun. Amidst this brilliance, the young man appeared exceptionally extraordinary. Seemingly unfazed by the perilous surroundings, he maintained a relaxed demeanor, muttering incomprehensible phrases to himself. It seems you are the final boss. Today I shall finally conquer this level. I wonder how much internal power you will yield as the boss. Come, let us begin. With that, he fixed his fervent gaze upon the shadow. Though the latter could not fully grasp his words, the hint of provocation was unmistakable. A mere insect dares to act so brazenly before me. The shadow erupted in fury. With a thunderous roar, the ground trembled, and the chains binding it rattled ominously. It leaped forward, emanating an aura of chilling terror akin to death itself, sending shivers down one's spine. In the next instant, like a bolt of black lightning, it surged towards the young man, raising its fearsome claws, sharp as blades, with a fierce wind trailing behind, ready to strike down with devastating force. Boom! The golden light blazed intensely, and the youth appeared to be prepared, showing no signs of surprise as he raised his fist, delivering a punch with the speed of thunder, meeting the oncoming attack head-on. The sound of their collision echoed like cannon fire. The seemingly simple confrontation between the two harbors an unfathomable power, instantly creating a large pit in the ground. In the arena, centered around the two, one side is engulfed in a black stream of energy, while the other is illuminated by a golden flow, colliding with ferocity. A tremendous shockwave radiates outward, causing the earth to crack and splinter like a spider's web. The juxtaposition of darkness and light accentuates the extraordinary sanctity of the young man. With the physique of Ping Yuyan and the visage of Wu Yanzu, such a paragon of perfection is unparalleled in the world, save for Xin Yan. Over the course of 4 years, benefiting from the remnants of the Water Mang Ghost Array, Shun Yin navigated the flaws within the formation. Traversing the various levels of the Nether Abyss, he eradicated all the demons within, experiencing a remarkable surge in internal power, and seamlessly integrated his martial arts, advancing his skills to the pinnacle of the 2nd tier. This time, after several months of meticulous preparation, he confidently stepped into the 9th level. Ready to fight to the end, relying on a decade of profound experience, coupled with external forces, to break through to the realm of the Grandmaster. Outside, within the Purple Cloud Palace, As the Wudong sect master and others returned, barely settling into their seats, an urgent cry echoed from outside. Sect master, something terrible has happened. Sect master, a great calamity has befallen us. An elder from the outer sect rushed in, clutching a letter, breathless and in a state of alarm. Master Tongju, displaying evident displeasure, scolded, I am quite well, thank you. There has been no calamity. At your age, why do you still act so rashly like a young disciple? Speak plainly, what is the matter? The elder promptly handed the letter to Master Tongju, his voice trembling with dread as he declared, Sect master, esteemed elders, a grave situation has arisen. I have just received a message via carrier pigeon from the Lizhou outpost, stating that 3 days ago, the King of Red Serpents led 6 major demonic factions, 7 Fiends Sect, 5 Poison Sect, Soul Snatching Hall, Azure Dragon Society, Demon Blade Sect, and the Whale Shark Gang to mount a concerted assault on Shaolin. It is reported that Shaolin has suffered catastrophic losses, rivers of blood flowing, and has been forced to retreat to the main peak. The entire realm is in turmoil, and numerous righteous sects are hastening to Shaolin's aid. Our comrades at the Lizhou outpost have already set out to provide support. How can this be possible? As the words left his lips, the hall fell into stunned silence. The senior members of various sects were shaken to their course. Master Tongju, trembling as he read the letter, widened his eyes in shock and abruptly rose to his feet. He lost his grip on the teacup in his hand, which shattered on the ground with a resounding crash. However, in that moment, no one noticed the sect master's discomposure. All present wore expressions of horror, doubting the veracity of their own ears. Shaolin Temple had, astonishingly, been besieged by the forces of the demonic sect. How shocking is this news? One must understand the significance of Shaolin. It is the foremost bastion of the Dakian Buddhist sect, with a legacy spanning millennia. A hallowed ground for martial arts, boasting numerous extraordinary techniques and a plethora of masters, all under the watchful eye of revered monks. How dare these demonic fiends exhibit such audacity? After all, Shaolin is protected by a grandmaster of the highest caliber. Could it be that some leader of the demonic sect or a high-ranking figure has ventured forth? The elders appeared perplexed. Before the outer sect elder could utter a word, the solemn-faced Master Tongju spoke gravely. It is not as you think. It is the Grandmaster of Shaolin, the holy monk Kong, who passed away 10 days ago. Upon hearing this, a profound silence enveloped the hall. Undoubtedly, this is yet another explosive piece of news. It is no surprise they dared to assault Shaolin. The shock within the upper echelons of Wudong was immeasurable. Once they absorbed this monumental revelation, a chilling possibility began to rise within their hearts. If Shaolin fell to the demonic sect, who would be next? Wudong would surely be the primary target. Their faces turned pale as an inexplicable chill coursed through them. An oppressive atmosphere thickened within the hall. Without the lips, the teeth grow cold. As the demons rise, the righteous fall. Master Tongju lamented, pacing back and forth, his eyes rife with concern. As one of the 9 major righteous sects, Wudong has always maintained a close and friendly relationship with Shaolin. Their bond forged through years of mutual support. In recent years, as Wudong faced decline, Shaolin had been a steadfast ally, shielding them from storms. Now, with Shaolin in such dire straits, Wudong, already under the scrutiny of countless factions, feared the impending doom of extermination. Esteemed elders, the situation may not be as grim as it appears. I received a letter from Mount Shu today. It states that the sword leader of Mount Shu, who intended to visit us for an exchange, was incensed upon hearing of Shaolin's plight and has diverted to Lizhou, heading to Shaolin to vanquish the demons. Amidst the heavy atmosphere, the outer sect elder brought forth a glimmer of good news. Upon hearing this, the spirits of the assembly lifted. The sword leader of Mount Shu is en route to Shaolin. This esteemed grandmaster has long commanded respect in the martial world. Renowned for his unparalleled swordsmanship that has reached a transcendent state, shrouded in mystery. With his support, Shaolin's peril should be resolvable. Master Tongju's earlier fervor faltered, as worry etched itself upon his countenance. He suddenly felt his previous expressions had been in vain. Raising his hand, he pointed at the outer sect elder and scolded vehemently. You fool! With such good news, why did you not speak sooner? Were you trying to frighten us old men to death? The outer sect elder looked utterly innocent. Can this truly be blamed on me? It is evident that your own lack of composure has led to such swift emotions. The passing of the venerable monk Kongwen of Shaolin, coupled with this recent ordeal, signifies a profound loss. Even if we manage to endure this calamity, it is likely that our foundation has diminished by 7 or 8 parts, rendering the days ahead equally arduous. Taoist Tongren's countenance remains grave as he lets out a sigh. Indeed, remarks Taoist Tongju, pacing back and forth within the grand hall. While the crisis at Shaolin may be averted, the situation we face at Wudong remains far from optimistic. As the gathered individuals awaken to this reality, their hearts grow heavy, akin to lead, and their expressions turn to one of concern. The words of my senior brother ring true. What shall we do now? Even though the sword master of Mount Shu has withstood the onslaught from the demonic sect, we at Wudong still confront a formidable threat. After much contemplation, Taoist Tongju softly states, with calamity looming over us, we have no choice but to venture into the secret realm. We must summon that esteemed ancestor to return. This ancestor is likely to be of Grandmaster caliber, and with their presence, we shall undoubtedly secure the peace and safety of Wudong. As soon as these words were uttered, the elders awakened from their stupor, their eyes gleaming with realization. Indeed, within the secret realm of Wudong lies a formidable elder whose prowess is unmatched. If they could persuade this venerable figure to take command, all their troubles would dissipate, and there would be no need for such trepidation. The outer sect elder, who had delivered the message, found himself utterly perplexed. An elder? A grandmaster? Could it be that Wudong harbors a reclusive, transcendent grandmaster of the highest order? If such an extraordinary being existed, what enemies would they have to fear? Such sect secrets are not something an outer elder like him would dare to inquire about. However, witnessing the relieved expressions of the leaders, his underlying unease and anxiety dissipated significantly. Steeling his resolve, he spoke again. Master, I have a matter of utmost importance concerning the honor and disgrace of our Wudong that I must report. Upon his words, the previously lightened atmosphere in the grand hall abruptly fell into a profound silence as countless pairs of eyes fixated on him. Honor and disgrace? Is there someone already eager to assault Wudong and usurp its position? The heart of Master Tongju leapt into his throat as he inhaled slowly, trembling as he uttered, Speak. What calamity is this? The outer elder, startled by the leader's grim expressions, hurriedly waved his hands. Master, esteemed elders, it is not a calamity. The people of Mount Shu are nearing. Fearing their confusion, he elaborated, although the sword master of Mount Shu has diverted to Shaolin, he does not wish to break his promise. He will travel alone, but has instructed the elders and disciples of Mount Shu to maintain their schedule and still come to Wudong for an exchange of skills. He estimated that they would arrive in 2 or 3 days. Upon hearing this, everyone exhaled in relief, gently patting their chests. What a scare. We thought disaster was upon us. The outer elder timidly added, I believe that the exchange with Mount Shu should pertain to the honor and disgrace of our sect, correct? Haha. All eyes turned to him with disapproval. Master Tongju's forehead was covered in beads of sweat, desperately suppressing the urge to give the outer elder a good thrashing. Good heavens, entrusting you with sect intelligence is a grave miscalculation. I shall be frightened to death one day. Is there anything else? If so, speak quickly. Master Tongju bellowed. Nothing more, Master. I shall take my leave. The outer elder shook his head vigorously and scurried away. Remaining any longer, he felt he would surely be struck. Watching the dust trail left by his swift departure, Master Tongju lamented, Our Wudong is truly blessed with talent. Brothers, you have all heard, since Mount Shu is coming. Let us adequately prepare for the exchange, and after these uninvited guests depart, we shall seek out our ancestors in the secret realm. Understood, the others responded, clasping their fists in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, as the Wudong high-ranking members discussed the affairs of the martial world, they remained unaware that the Grand Master, their ancestor, was still within the forbidden grounds, just beginning to take that final step towards breaking through to the first level of martial arts. In the depths of the abyss, at the 9th level, the earth lay ravaged and scarred, with fissures and depressions marring its surface. At the center, a colossal pit had formed, dust swirling ominously. Reminiscent of a dragon stirred from slumber and laid waste. 2 figures stood in confrontation. One remained as steadfast as a mountain, radiating golden light. His sinewy muscles appeared as though forged from purest gold, embodying formidable strength. His chest heaved violently, and his eyes blazed with an intense fervor. This was Ye Lin. Opposite him loomed a shadow ensnared by 5 massive iron chains, the sole captive of the 9th level, an undisputed sovereign of the abyss. As it revealed its true form, it stood 9 feet tall, gaunt and emaciated, with a violet visage and fearsome fangs, its fiery red hair cascading like flames. An overwhelming aura of death and decay surged forth, casting an air of dread around it. Its appearance was indeed chilling, yet Ye Lin remained unfazed. After years of vanquishing demons and monsters, he had encountered countless horrific entities. In fact, he considered this violet-faced fiend to be rather appealing by comparison within the confines of the abyss. At that moment, the creature bore several gaping wounds. Its cold gaze directed at Sun Yan, brimming with a frenzied thirst for blood. This diminutive creature dares to engage in combat to such an extent. Its ferocity permeates the air. In a fit of rage, it violently shakes the iron chains that hinder its movements. Were it not for these detestable restraints, could this insignificant being have danced before it for so long? It is determined to transform him into mere human fodder. As the murderous intent surges forth, it lets out a thunderous roar, unleashing torrents of abyssal black energy from its maw. The overwhelming stench of decay erupts. At the moment, it expels the miasma of death. A chilling aura awakens from within, as an inexorable wave of deathly essence descends, oppressive as if a tempest were imminent. Wherever this ghastly aura spreads, it stirs the heavens and the earth, causing a sudden rise in temperature, with waves of scorching air permeating the atmosphere, exuding an unbearable heat. It appears as if intangible flames are flowing, intent on incinerating everything in their path. In the blink of an eye, the black miasma expands to a radius of several hundred meters, forming a realm of its own, enveloping the world, isolating the interior from the exterior, creating a distinct domain. Within it, one feels as though they are engulfed by volcanic lava, an experience of sheer terror. Despite Sun Yan being protected by the 9-yang divine art and the true Brahmin dragon elephant technique, he still endures a searing pain on his surface. As moisture evaporates from his body, the blood within him surges in an involuntary reverse flow, as if it were being drawn away from his very being. Consequently, he swiftly channels his energy to resist this inexplicable force of heat and suction. Fortunately, his divine skills provide him with substantial protection, as his cultivation in pure yang internal energy significantly counters the creature's black flames. Had it been another warrior, their vital essence might have been entirely evaporated, reduced to a mere husk. Even if someone could withstand this black flame's might, their capabilities would likely be gravely restricted, leaving them with barely a fraction of their strength. In stark contrast to Sun Yan's relative ease, the desolate land stretches for miles, a true drought demon. Sun Yan's expression is grave. Such an extraordinary phenomenon led him to contemplate the origins of this menacing corpse. Although this drought demon was not as exaggerated as an endless desolation, it wielded the formidable power of a first-tier expert, manipulating boundless forces of heaven and earth. Wrath of the burning sky, the drought demon bellowed, realizing that the black flame's power had no effect on this mere insect. With a stride and a palm strike, the scorching and eerie energy of the corpse converged into a single hand. In an instant, it crossed the 10 meters that lay between them. The drought demon leaped into the air above Sun Yan, its withered palm slowly descending. Sun Yan attempted to evade, but found himself unable to move. As if an immense force were compressing him from all sides, rendering the very space around him imprisoned. Boom! The drought demon unleashed its palm strike. The forces of heaven and earth were summoned forth, and a terrifying power surged from all directions, coalescing in midair into an endlessly dark vacuum handprint, which descended violently upon Sun Yan's head. This strike descended from the heavens with the weight of Mount Tai, capable of shattering all that exists. The rumble echoed. In that fleeting moment, a tempest of air surged forth, the distorted ripples in the atmosphere undulating like flowing water, while the ground trembled violently, fracturing into chaos. A colossal shockwave erupted, akin to a cannonball explosion, unleashing a fierce storm. The site of the impact continually caved in, with debris flying in all directions, reduced to dust by the rampant force, and a cloud of dust swirling about. Sun Yan's figure was engulfed in the billowing smoke and dust, the outcome of life and death uncertain. Such formidable might was indeed earth-shattering. Had there been any onlookers, they would be utterly astounded, firmly believing that under such a powerful blow, Sun Yan had no chance of survival. In midair, the figure of the drought demon flickered. In an instant, it returned to its original position. With a mere flip of its hand, the earth cracked and the heavens trembled, vanquishing any foe in its path. Yet, its countenance bore no hint of joy. Rather, it was marked by an unprecedented gravity, its crimson eyes coldly fixated on the swirling dust before it. Sensing the faint breath of that minuscule creature still lingering amidst the rubble, evidently buried within. No, the opponent was no mere insect. To endure such an attack and remain alive, even in a non-peak state, was a testament to this individual's extraordinary strength. "Come forth, I know you are not dead," the drought demon declared, its voice hoarse and heavy. From the depths of the rubble, pieces of stone and earth flew as a figure leaped back to the surface. "Haha, what a thrill," came a calm and composed response to the drought demon. The latter gazed coldly, its voice akin to that of a night owl, stating, "What does surviving by luck matter? Even if your physique is strong, how many of my attacks can you withstand? An insect shaking the heavens, utterly deluded. What use is your struggle?" With a sideways glance, the drought demon exuded an overwhelmingly oppressive aura. Amidst the thick dust, a figure gradually emerged, stepping forth with a battle intent soaring to the heavens, casually brushing off the yellow earth from its garments. Is this the essence of the first-grade realm? The power of heaven and earth, governing the cosmos, so it is. Shen appeared disheveled, yet his gaze sparkled with unprecedented brilliance. As if he had glimpsed a new world, flashes of inspiration danced in his mind, unraveling many long-held doubts in an instant. Understanding the heavens, the key to the first-grade realm, was about the unity of man and nature, harnessing the celestial forces to become one's own weapon against adversaries. At this level, it transcended mere martial prowess and internal strength. It encompassed an entire realm. Such a terrifying power explained how a master of the grandest level could single-handedly contend with thousands, holding dominion over a territory sufficient to instill fear in all nefarious beings. In this fierce confrontation, Shen reaped immense rewards. He now possessed unwavering confidence to challenge the pinnacle of martial arts. However, given his current predicament, his opponent would undoubtedly deny him such an opportunity. First, he must address the monstrous foe before him. Shen took a deep breath. He was not entirely unscathed from the previous powerful onslaught. A dark handprint still marred his chest, emitting a faint scent of charred flesh. Moreover, his meridians and internal organs had sustained considerable damage, and it felt as if smoke were rising from his throat. Nevertheless, with the 9-yang divine art fortifying his formidable physique, he was not in dire straits. Much of the earlier damage had been absorbed by the true Sanskrit dragon elephant technique, transforming it into true chi that settled within his dantian. A swift resolution was imperative. The drought demon before him wielded first-tier strength, and the entire realm felt like its domain. Prolonged engagement would be detrimental. Furthermore, Shen had to fend off the encroaching black flames, which rapidly drained his inner strength. Thus, he needed to cut through the chaos decisively and resolve this matter in one fell swoop. It seemed he would have to employ that particular technique. Shen gently closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his gaze had transformed into a brilliant golden hue, with his inner power and vital essence surging forth like a tempest. With a single step, his aura soared, resembling a mountain, as his blood energy radiated outward, coalescing into a colossal ethereal figure that made him appear as if he had grown a foot taller. Great Sun Sanskrit Saint. Shen's voice resonated with the grandeur of thunder. In that moment, he manifested as a golden-skinned giant, exuding an imposing presence akin to a deity. 2 arms extended from beneath his armpits, and 2 heads sprouted from either side of his neck. The left head bore a fierce and wrathful expression, reminiscent of a wrathful deity, while the right head radiated compassion, akin to a benevolent bodhisattva. Thus emerged the visage of 3 heads and 6 arms. By integrating the 9-yang divine art, Shen had christened this form the Great Sun Sanskrit Saint Body. The confluence of 2 perfected protective techniques resulted in a pure and unblemished essence, embodying unparalleled strength, impervious to blades and fire, repelling all evils, and achieving the indestructibility of a Vajra. Furthermore, he harnessed the strength of 10 dragons and 10 elephants. Such formidable power could obliterate anything in its path. At this level, his martial prowess could be regarded as a divine ability. With this divine form, he felt confident in being invincible against second-tier opponents and even capable of overwhelming first-tier foes. This transformation startled the drought demon, instilling a sense of dread and unease within it. This was not good. From the imposing divine form before it, the demon sensed an inexplicable apprehension. Its life was now in jeopardy. It must act swiftly to eliminate the threat. The drought demon is no fool. Aware that adversaries may pose a threat to its existence, it remains vigilant. In the blink of an eye, it once again ensnares the world around it, unleashing its full power of corpse energy, which envelopes the surroundings and transforms into a tangible black flame, fiercely ablaze. This black flame surges like a colossal tsunami, seemingly capable of refining all matter, melting the very earth beneath it into a sea of molten rock. The sight is utterly terrifying, instantly transforming the entire area into a hellish inferno, most fearsome indeed. The drought demon holds nothing back, vanishing from its original position, raising both hands in a devastating assault, striking with the force of cataclysmic upheaval. This strike, laden with boundless black flames, descends upon its foe like an overwhelming ocean of fire. However, this time, Sun Yin does not succumb to confinement. With piercing eyes and bearing immense pressure, he stamps his foot heavily, leaping forward. As the enemy advances, he too moves forward. In unison with his steps, 6 golden arms clasp their fists in front of him, intertwining with one another to form a radiant fist seal, shining brilliantly. As fierce as a blazing sun, exuding unfathomable terror. The profound fist technique, 6 Kings Cannon. Sun Yin, with an expressionless visage, gradually propels the fist seal forward. This is the profound ultimate fist he has created by integrating various martial arts and comprehending 6 distinct boxing philosophies. Currently, it exists as a singular technique, each punch embodying its own unique intent, wielding an astonishingly formidable power. Indomitable and unmatched in sharpness, it resembles a ghostly specter, akin to a drought demon, traversing swiftly. In an instant, one can perceive the myriad boxing philosophies emanating from the opponent, grand and majestic, overwhelmingly dominant, and steeped in the weight of the ages. The 6 boxing intents have seamlessly merged into one. Even before the clash, one can sense the extraordinary, awe-inspiring force contained within, a power that is simply insurmountable. This martial art, unprecedented and unheard of, instilled a sense of impending defeat within the heart of the drought demon. At that moment, the 2 forces clashed head-on. Colliding in midair, a thunderous roar erupted, reverberating throughout the arena. After unleashing a powerful strike, Sun Yin released a shockwave reminiscent of a celestial dragon, sweeping through the entire 9th level of the Abyss of Shadows, illuminating it as if it were daylight. The dark sea of flames, akin to a prison, dissipated into nothingness. The drought demon, whose hands had been raised in defiance, was instantly engulfed, letting out a chilling scream. Despite its iron-like physique, its flesh was pulverized, and cracks appeared in its bones. With a resounding crash, golden light shattered around it. The demon, filled with resentment, was violently hurled several meters away. Had it not been tethered by iron chains, the residual force would have propelled it hundreds of feet into the air. At that moment, it was reduced to mere bones, its body marred with fissures. Sun Yin remained motionless, a statue of determination. The drought demon struggled to rise from the ground, grappling with the fact that Sun Yin's assault far exceeded its expectations. In turmoil, it bellowed at Sun Yin. "How could I possibly be defeated by a mere insect like you? My true essence is eternal. I cannot be killed. Even if you destroy my body, you cannot obliterate me entirely." Its demeanor was frenzied, a cacophony of rage. "Oh, is that so? I genuinely do not believe in your immortality," Sun Yin replied calmly. "If one punch is insufficient, then allow me to deliver another, this time, a sword. Today, I shall ensure your complete annihilation." As he spoke, Sun Yin dispelled his golden form, seizing the moment before the demon could react, drawing forth the true martial sword and brandishing it with a flourish. "Behold, demon, receive my strike." With a resonant clang, the ancient sword sang. Sun Yin's eyes glimmered like the sun and moon, radiating divine brilliance. The sword glowed brilliantly, with black and white energies swirling around its blade. An embodiment of the yin-yang principle that dominated all directions, exuding an immense aura. The essence of the yin-yang taiji caused the drought demon to scream in terror, its dark, profound eyes betraying a rare glimpse of fear. How could the essence of taiji manifest itself once more? And why would one wielding such power seek to slay a mere prisoner like itself? It had laid its plans, intending only to bide its time for an opportunity to escape, yet here it was, inexplicably targeted by such a harbinger of death. A profound sense of doubt and an overwhelming bitterness enveloped it. The world returns to its origin. Sun Yin struck at the drought demon with his sword. The sword's energy surged forth, a fierce light slicing through the air like a tempest. The cold brilliance pierced deep into the soul. Instantly, the arena transformed into a chaotic grinding wheel, with the drought demon ensnared within, drowning in endless despair. Its once formidable bones were ground to ashes by the sword's energy, and its dark, shadowy spirit shattered in an instant. The cycle of life and death, overturning the heavens and earth. No. Before meeting her demise, the spirit of the drought demon let out a final, anguished cry. Her corporeal form shattered, and her true essence vanished, resulting in an utter obliteration of both body and soul. There was absolutely no possibility of survival. As the drought demon perished, 5 heavy iron chains clattered to the ground. Sun Yin blinked in surprise, having anticipated a far greater challenge. "Isn't this akin to death?" Nevertheless, this battle can indeed be deemed arduous. It was fraught with peril, compelling him to unleash his two most formidable techniques to date. The drought demon before him was undoubtedly the most formidable adversary he had encountered thus far, had it not been for the binding chains of magic that restrained the foe. And the countless years of imprisonment endured, the outcome of their confrontation would have remained uncertain. With the defeat of this powerful enemy, the moment to reap the rewards had arrived. He gracefully advanced, invoking the pure evil refinement technique to transmute the demon's karmic energy, augmenting his own internal strength in preparation for a breakthrough to the first tier. A resounding boom echoed as the drought demon, who had brought untold suffering to countless souls in its lifetime, bore a staggering weight of karmic debt. It took an entirety's worth of time to fully refine this energy. Astonishingly, his internal power surged by a decade's worth. In that moment, Shun Yin felt as though he had overeaten, prompting him to swiftly assume the lotus position, channeling his energy and resolutely commencing his breakthrough. As his internal energy flowed, his body relaxed, and his mind became a blank slate. Drawing upon the insights gained from his recent encounter with the drought demon, he sought to commune with the heavens and the earth. At that instant, Shun Yin found himself enveloped in a profoundly esoteric sensation, as if he had entirely merged with the cosmos, becoming an integral part of the universe. Every motion he made resonated with celestial laws. Drawing upon the unseen forces of nature, the shackles were shattered in an instant. At that moment, an overwhelming influx of celestial energy surged into Shun Han's body, akin to the confluence of rivers and lakes, forming a colossal vortex of energy above him. Such an immense quantity of celestial essence, if witnessed by other first-tier grandmasters, would surely leave them astounded, perhaps even causing them to question their own status as true first-tier masters. They had never encountered a grandmaster who could absorb and exhale celestial energy in such boundless quantities during a breakthrough. The magnitude of this absorption rivaled that of some seasoned grandmasters. It was indeed a sight to behold, filled with awe and trepidation. All of this is attributed to Shun Yin's formidable and invincible physique. Thus, he boldly and unrestrainedly draws upon the essence of heaven and earth, unconcerned about jeopardizing his own foundation or leaving hidden dangers. He initially believed that breaking through the first-grade bottleneck would be a formidable challenge, yet the process unfolded effortlessly, as if the waters had flowed smoothly, effortlessly shattering any barriers. The transition to the first-grade realm was surprisingly simple. Shun Yin was taken aback. He gently clenched his fist, and despite his calm demeanor, he couldn't help but feel an indescribable sense of emotion. A decade had passed in the blink of an eye. From this day forth, he would no longer be the ordinary individual desperately seeking a place to call home. He had transformed into a supreme master capable of commanding respect across the martial world, ruling over a domain. A first-grade grandmaster under 30, a feat unheard of throughout history. If this were to spread, it would surely evoke astonishment. As Shun Yin embarked on his breakthrough to the first-grade realm, simultaneously, news of the 6 major demonic factions assaulting Shaolin reverberated like thunder across the land of Shenzhou. The world was shaken. The martial realm was engulfed in chaos, with the forces of evil growing increasingly audacious, leading to rampant disorder across various regions. In Wanzhou, within a concealed courtyard, the main hall was dimly lit, filled with over 100 individuals. This group comprises individuals of varied ages, many of whom possess a rugged appearance and don eccentric attire, resembling ruffians from the streets. However, it is evident that their prowess is formidable, each exuding a palpable aura of menace. Clearly, they are a band of ruthless individuals whose hands are stained with blood, akin to fearsome warriors of the underworld. At this moment, the great hall is in disarray. These individuals are undeniably unruly. Some are engaged in drinking games, others are casting dice and gambling, while a few are hurling insults at one another. The hall accommodates merely a dozen chairs, and in one of the prominent seats, a burly man resembling a dark tower speaks in a low voice. You all must have heard by now that Shaolin has been struck down at its main peak. It is only a matter of days before their lineage faces total annihilation, and they are erased from the annals of the martial world. The robust man, with a pronounced nose and deep-set eyes, stood bare-chested, his physique resembling iron forged in fire. In his hand, he wielded a menacing wolf-toothed club, towering over half a man's height, with sharp iron spikes glistening ominously. As he spoke, his countenance bore an air of discontent. He slammed the club down, causing shards of stone to scatter, leaving a gaping hole in the marble floor. The hall fell into an abrupt silence, all sounds ceasing instantly. The crowd, interrupted by the thunderous noise, halted their activities, gazing up at the formidable figure. Seated at the forefront on the left, an elderly man, frail and wizened, cast a fleeting glance at the muscular stranger. His eyelids, heavy as lead, drooped once more as he murmured, "Chu Hu, what is it that you wish to convey?" With the second-in-command having spoken, the man known as Chu Hu rose and shouted. Turning to address the gathering of ruffians with palpable dissatisfaction, the chief promised to lead us to Wanzhou for grand endeavors. Yet we have languished here for over half a month, our weapons nearing rust. Why is there still no sign of action, while others assault Shaolin? Making waves across the realm, we remain here, hiding like cowards. One must ponder whether we shall be blamed from above. If word gets out, how shall we face our peers in the martial world? Chu Hu, unabashed, vented his frustrations, declaring that if no action was taken soon, he would seek trouble with the righteous forces himself. Indeed, my brothers are on the verge of madness. It has been far too long since we have tasted blood. My blade is parched with anticipation. The surrounding ruffians echoed his sentiments, raising their weapons and creating a tumult, transforming the hall into a cacophony akin to a bustling marketplace. The elderly figure at the head of the table remained undisturbed, seemingly in a meditative state, oblivious to the commotion. He felt powerless against this rowdy assembly. Just as the din reached its peak, the doors swung open, and a man clad in a crimson cloak, adorned with a beast-patterned mask, entered. The previously boisterous hall fell silent in an instant. "What are you discussing?" The man in the red robe inquired blandly. No one dared to respond, respectfully stepping aside. The once boisterous Chu Hu instantly deflated, retreating timidly to reclaim his seat. The man in the red robe ascended to the central seat with measured grace, settling himself with an imposing presence, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized the gathered assembly. When the atmosphere had become palpably tense, he finally spoke. "It appears you all possess boundless energy. Your hands itch for action, do they not? Then why not engage in a sparring match with me?" As the words escaped his lips, a throng of nefarious rogues became ensnared in trepidation, their previous bravado dissipated. In a chorus of fear, they hastily implored, "Master, please quell your wrath. We are but mere subordinates, unworthy of your might." The man in the crimson robe emitted a cold snort, his gaze sharpening as he issued a stern warning. "When I declare my intent to undertake significant endeavors, I shall assuredly follow through. You are to remain compliant and await my directives. I have my plans in motion. Yet, be forewarned. Those who dare defy my orders and incite chaos shall face merciless retribution." His tone resounded with an ominous authority, and his fierce glare infused the hall with an palpable aura of menace. Observing the quaking figures below, the man in red nodded in satisfaction and continued, "Just now, a scout has brought tidings that the sword master of Mount Shu has redirected his course toward Shaolin. Thus, our sect's plans may proceed unabated. I shall dispatch individuals to lay the groundwork. A great conflict approaches. Therefore, you are all to be on your best behavior and prepare yourselves." "Is it true, master?" one exclaimed. "At last, the war is upon us. How splendid! We shall finally have the chance to spill blood." The hall erupted in a tumult of excitement. The rogues' faces alight with fervor, their eyes gleaming with a predatory intensity, eager for the imminent clash. Having addressed the matters at hand, the man in red turned his icy gaze towards Chu Hu, an overwhelming bloodlust radiating from him. Indifferently, he remarked, "Chu Hu, we are not mere bandits. Heed this. In the future, refer to me as master. Should you dare to bark out of turn again, do not blame me for my lack of mercy." The malevolence that flickered in his eyes seemed capable of extinguishing life in an instant. Chu Hu trembled uncontrollably, his complexion paling, and he hastily bowed, exclaiming, "I shall never transgress again. I beseech your forgiveness, master." The others, too, fell silent, their anxiety palpable as they bowed their heads in trepidation. The man in red uttered no further words, rising with his hands clasped behind him and departing. If this band of heinous villains resembled a devastating flood, he was the king of beasts, his authority irresistible. They constituted a malevolent force that had journeyed from afar to incite a bloody conflict in Wudong, aiming to unleash a tempest of chaos and strife upon Wanzhou. Half a day later, a gentle breeze swept through. At the foot of Wudong Mountain, the sudden clatter of galloping hooves resonated as three figures clad in white, swords slung across their backs, arrived at the mountain gate, weary from their travels. Moments later, within the grand hall of Zishu Palace, an outer sect elder burst through the doors, as was customary, exclaiming, "Master, calamity has befallen us. Grave news has arrived. The forces of Mount Shu are already upon us." Inside the hall, a group of esteemed individuals, leisurely sipping tea, were startled by the sudden outcry. Their hands trembled, scalding water spilling onto their tongues. The true man Tongju covered his mouth, poised to reprimand, but upon hearing the outer sect elders' report, his expression shifted to one of astonishment. The forces of Mount Shu have arrived? Was it not said they would take 2 or 3 days? How could they have come so swiftly? What manner of intelligence does your sect possess? The outer sect elder, mopping his brow and gasping for air, replied, I cannot fathom it, how they arrived with such haste. Perhaps they rode tirelessly through the night. The forces are already waiting at the foot of the mountain. Ah, let us hasten down the mountain to extend our welcome and not lose our decorum. Upon hearing this, Master Tongju promptly set down his teacup and instructed the Grand Elder to descend and greet the guests. After all, the visitors were representatives of the Shushan sword sect, and Wudong must accord them a grand reception. Both Daoist Tongren and the inner sect elders descended together, signaling their respect and showcasing their stature, intending to impress the guests with a subtle display of authority. In no time, the harmonious chimes of the temple bells echoed throughout the mountain. The arrival of the Shushan sword sect stirred the entire Wudong mountain as the resonant bell sounds alerted all within. The esteemed disciples and the remarkable young talents from various peaks swiftly made their way to the main hall. They were already aware that the purpose of the visit was to exchange swordsmanship and had been prepared for this moment. Thus they were not daunted. In an instant, the hall was filled with a gathering of exceptional talents, ready to engage in a spirited discourse of swordplay with the disciples from Shushan. Within the grand hall designated for receiving guests, the upper echelons of Wudong congregated, accompanied by a multitude of disciples arriving from all directions, creating a lively atmosphere. Dozens of elite disciples were the first to arrive, exuding a fierce determination, as if they were ready to roll up their sleeves and engage in battle. However, upon their arrival at the hall, they were taken aback to find that only 3 individuals had come from Shushan. Among them, 2 appeared to be quite elderly, clearly of elder status, while only 1 was a young disciple. Such a display. Are we truly to engage in a duel? The master of Wudong and several elders felt that perhaps their side was making too grand an entrance, not realizing that only 3 individuals from Shushan had arrived. Soon after, the Grand Elder instructed a multitude of inner disciples to disperse, inviting the guests from Shushan into the grand hall for a sumptuous banquet, extending a warm welcome. Initially, there was a flurry of polite exchanges, and the atmosphere was unexpectedly congenial, devoid of any tension. At the head of the table, Master Tongju stroked his beard and smiled, saying, The arrival of the 3 sword heroes from Shushan truly brings glory to our Wudong. The esteemed guests appeared somewhat unfamiliar. Had not your esteemed sect's correspondence indicated that Elder Lu Baimei would accompany the disciples on this visit? The elders of Shushan are ranked in 5 tiers: Zhenwu, Xuanqi, Tanin, Elda, and the Ordinary. Lu Baimei holds the esteemed position of Zhenwu Elder, equivalent in stature to the Grand Elder Tongren of Wudong. Among the Shushan guests, 2 were elderly men with white hair. One bore a scar across his face and appeared frail, while the other was stooped and seemed to be blind in one eye. Their appearances did not inspire confidence. However, the disciples of Shushan sword sect have long been dubbed sword madmen, known for their reckless behavior and fervent love of martial contests. So their scars were hardly surprising. The third individual was a youthful disciple, carrying a sword case and possessing a countenance as radiant as jade. Upon hearing Master Tongju's inquiry, the 2 elderly men exchanged knowing glances. Then, the scarred elder spoke. We are newly appointed elders, and this marks our first descent from the mountain. It is only natural that we are unfamiliar to each other. As for Elder Baimei, he was indeed meant to accompany us. However, midway through our journey, he was struck by an impulse, sensing that the expedition to Shaolin might encounter unforeseen obstacles. Thus, he promptly changed his mind, parting ways with us to head toward Shaolin, leaving only the 3 of us to continue. Ah, I see. Upon listening, Master Tongju experienced a moment of enlightenment, realizing why the opposing party had only sent 3 individuals. After responding to him, the disciples from Shushan began to engage in trivial conversation, completely neglecting the matter at hand, seemingly devoid of any intention to spar in swordsmanship. As the other party remained silent about their purpose, Master Tongju hesitated to speak first, treating the encounter as a mere social visit. Throughout the evening banquet, they did not mention any desire for a contest. The disciples were left bewildered, and Master Tongju found himself equally perplexed by their demeanor. It was possible that the true talented disciple had not arrived, leaving them hesitant to propose a duel, he mused. As twilight deepened, Master Tongju and the elders made every effort to extend hospitality to the three from Shushan, urging them to stay overnight. After some initial reluctance, the two elders from Shushan eventually acquiesced. With the banquet concluded, the guests departed. While the people from Wudong remained oblivious to the sly glint in the eyes of the Shushan elders as they exited, their lips curling into a fleeting, mischievous smile. In the dead of night, shrouded by clouds obscuring the moon, Wudong Mountain lay in profound silence. Three figures cloaked in black, moving stealthily through the forest, included one who carried a sword case and appeared somewhat apprehensive. One of the shadows cast a glance back at the anxious one, speaking in a deep tone, "You are far too timid, my friend. Worry not. We are quite experienced in such matters." The other cloaked figure chimed in, a triumphant grin on his face. "Indeed. Did you not see how the Wudong sect leader was utterly bewildered by our ruse today? Haha. Let us hope for the best, but I cannot shake this feeling. My eyelids have been twitching incessantly, as if foretelling trouble ahead." The anxious figure scanned the surroundings, uncertainty written across his face. Possessing remarkable intuition, he had always relied on this sixth sense to navigate through life-threatening situations. Yet today, despite the smooth progression of their plans, an unsettling feeling lingered. He was profoundly puzzled. As a beam of moonlight filtered through the trees, it illuminated the trio's features, revealing them to be the guests from Shushan currently residing at Wudong. Just then, two patrolling disciples happened upon them, suddenly alerted by the commotion. "Who goes there? Show yourself." The two patrollers shouted, brandishing their torches as they approached. The two elders exchanged glances, their expressions tightening, and one of them cursed at the young man. "Cursed. You truly have the worst luck. Quickly. We must resolve this quietly. Let us deal with them swiftly." As the words left his lips, their internal energy surged violently. An aura of malevolence enveloping the forest in an instant, sending chills through the air. "Devilish fiends. Alert everyone." The faces of the patrolling disciples paled dramatically. Just by sensing the atmosphere, they understood they were no match for their adversaries. Suddenly halting in his tracks, he turned and fled, simultaneously retrieving a distress flare, poised to ignite it. Witnessing this scene, the three nefarious figures masquerading as disciples of the Shushan sect exhibited expressions of urgency, their hearts echoing a grim foreboding. The one-eyed elder's countenance darkened as he summoned tendrils of malevolent energy, unleashing them with a ferocity akin to lightning, the gusts of wind wreaking havoc in all directions. Boom. The one-eyed elder unleashed a powerful strike, the force immense, striking two patrolling disciples and sending nearby trees crashing to the ground. The disciples, akin to kites severed from their strings, spewed forth torrents of blood, hurtling backwards for dozens of meters, their fates uncertain. The ground lay in disarray. With no time for further reconnaissance, the one-eyed elder commanded in a grave tone, "We must depart swiftly. It is likely that reinforcements will arrive soon. We must rescue our comrade." The young disciple stood frozen, his face ashen, mumbling in a daze, "It's over. It truly is over. With such a ruckus. Can we still escape?" Enraged, the scarred elder struck him awake. "Fool. Hurry and move. If it weren't for your ill-omened words, we wouldn't be in this predicament." The two elders, seasoned brigands with decades of experience in the martial world, remained unnaturally calm amidst the chaos. The one-eyed elder barked sharply, "Silence. Enough of this. At this juncture, our only option is to execute the orders of our esteemed leader and thoroughly disrupt Wudong. Only then do we have a sliver of hope. Move." With that, the three propelled themselves with utmost speed, their movements swift as the wind, hastily making their way through shifting landscapes. Following their map, they arrived at the entrance of the secret realm known as the Starfall Valley. The one-eyed elder glanced at the large azure stone and the formation beneath their feet, confirming their location, and proclaimed, "Indeed, this is the place." The scarred elder nodded, noticing the young man still lingering. He urged, "Fool, why are you still standing there? Quickly retrieve the sword bestowed upon you by our leader. It's time for you to take action." Realizing the urgency, the young man, as if startled from a dream, trembled and snapped back to reality. For reasons unknown, as events unfolded, his sense of impending doom intensified. His heart thudded like a drum. It felt as though a gaping abyss lay before him, drawing their group closer to an overwhelming terror. Suppressing his anxiety, the young man hurriedly unfastened the sword case, drawing forth a magnificent blade. Its guard shaped like the character, adorned with intricately carved beast heads, the sword shimmered with a deep purple hue, radiating an otherworldly brilliance reminiscent of celestial bodies in motion. Upon sighting this sword, the trio was momentarily entranced, a glimmer of greed flashing in their eyes. Yet, the deep-rooted fear instilled by their leader quelled any thoughts of claiming the sword for themselves. With utmost care, the young man grasped the long sword and inserted it into the array's opening, channeling his internal energy, pure and untainted. This individual has indeed mastered the authentic internal martial arts of Wudong. In an instant, the passage to the secret realm burst open with a resounding force. Let us proceed. The trio set off once more. Upon arriving in the secret realm, they were profoundly astonished and, after examining the map, headed decisively in a particular direction. That direction unmistakably led to the abyssal cave. The air was laden with a chilly mist. At the nexus of the formation, the one-eyed elder solemnly retrieved a deep azure orb from his bosom. This orb was a precious artifact, procured by the sect leader at great expense from the East Sea, specifically designed to dismantle formations. Although merely a replica, its worth was incalculable, exceedingly rare in the world. A pained expression crossed his face, as if he were parting with a cherished treasure, reluctant to let go. Nevertheless, he dared not delay the sect's crucial matters. After a brief moment of anguish, he placed the orb into position. Instantly, the sound of mechanisms shifting echoed thunderously, akin to the rotation of celestial bodies. The trio activated the grand formation and swiftly entered the forbidden zone. Upon cautiously reaching the first level, they found themselves engulfed in confusion. This eerie place was nothing like what the sect leader had described. Where were the monsters and demons? A flicker of doubt crossed the one-eyed elder's gaze. Indeed, this location was far from the ominous and terrifying realm they had anticipated. The two companions mirrored his perplexity. The place felt desolate, devoid of any semblance of a forbidden realm. Regardless, it sufficed that we had arrived at the right location. We hastened to the 9th level to release the drought demon as instructed by the sect leader. That would signal the completion of our mission. Otherwise, if the half-hearted Taoists from Wudong were to sense any disturbance and come investigating, it would spell trouble. The one-eyed elder disregarded all else and promptly set off with his companions, utilizing the array-breaking pearl to swiftly navigate towards the 9th level. The actions of the three practitioners of demonic arts were evidently premeditated, possessing an intricate knowledge of Wudong's secrets, executing their plan with remarkable speed. Directly aiming to liberate the drought demon, deep within a figure opened his eyes. After a day's effort, Xinyan had firmly established himself at the first-tier realm. His strength and comprehension had undergone a significant leap. Just as he was about to depart, Xinyan suddenly lifted his gaze, a glimmer of sharp insight flashing in his eyes. Why was there demonic energy present? Could it be that there were still remnants lurking within the? Having ascended to the first-tier realm, he had attained an understanding of the cosmos, coupled with the mastery of numerous secret techniques, allowing his spiritual perception to reach an extraordinarily acute level. The vast lay within his awareness. He was attuned to every subtle shift and sound. Thus, the sudden emergence of demonic energy stood out like a lantern in the dark night. Logically, all the monsters and demons in this place should have been eradicated, leaving no traces behind. Yet from whence did this demonic energy originate? Xinyan felt a sense of intrigue. Just as he intended to investigate further, he suddenly halted, his eyes shimmering with a faint light, piercing through the layers of mist to observe three shadowy figures. Meanwhile, the trio remained oblivious to being watched, engrossed in their path. Within Xinyan's gaze, the three figures were enshrouded in dark energy, with a crimson glow radiating from above their heads. Resembling blood, a clear indication of countless murders and deep-seated sins. So it was. How intriguing that practitioners of the demonic path could infiltrate the revered forbidden grounds of Wudong. It seemed they possessed considerable skills. However, since fate had brought them before him, he would resolve the matter with ease. A flicker of curiosity crossed Xinyan's face. He then settled down, adopting a position of patient anticipation, awaiting their approach. After all, he considered himself a member of Wudong. As a human being, one cannot be devoid of emotions. Since their paths had crossed, he could not simply turn a blind eye. Meanwhile, the three practitioners of the demonic path gradually approached the center of the 9th level. The prison of the drought demon lay before them. 5 enormous stone pillars came into view. The trio's muscles tensed, their hearts tightening with trepidation, particularly the young man, whose legs trembled uncontrollably, nearly unable to proceed. They had heard tales that the drought demon confined here was a creature that had lived for a millennium, with an insatiable hunger for human flesh and blood. Having been imprisoned for so long, none could ascertain whether the drought demon had succumbed to madness, exhibiting erratic emotions that could lead to capriciously slaying them, draining their life into desiccated husks. Yet, since they had ventured this far, they had no choice but to press on with trepidation. The young man, shrinking back in fear, found himself at the rear of the group. However, his keen eyes soon caught sight of iron chains lying on the ground, devoid of any bindings. Look ahead, esteemed seniors. There is nothing but emptiness, no drought demon, he exclaimed, pointing forward. The two elder practitioners of the dark arts furrowed their brows, hastening their steps. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed true. There was no trace of the demon. How could this be? Where was the drought demon? Anxiety gripped the three as their gazes darted around. By a twist of fate, their eyes converged upon a solitary figure seated upon the ground. A pair of eyes, filled with a curious interest, regarded them. Their hearts raced, momentarily mistaking the figure for the drought demon, causing a jolt of fear. Yet, they soon discerned the truth. Before them sat a young man clad in a gray robe, exuding an aura of distinction, his muscular physique appearing remarkably robust. The young man appeared unremarkable. Aside from his robust physique, he exuded no aura of strength, suggesting he was merely an ordinary disciple of modest cultivation. The trio of dark practitioners felt a wave of relief wash over them, believing their fears were unfounded. Nevertheless, the emergence of such a youth in this forbidden domain was indeed peculiar. At this moment, the atmosphere was charged with silence as they exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions reflecting a mix of confusion and suspicion. Why was there a scruffy little rogue here? Silence is often the most daunting of atmospheres. Shen Yan, a clever strategist from his previous life in the sales department, was well acquainted with such scenarios. Determined to alleviate the awkwardness enveloping them, he ventured to break the silence, inquiring, "Good evening, everyone. Have you had your meals?" The trio stared at him in shock, their expressions a tapestry of incredulity. Eating, indeed, in such perilous circumstances. You solemnly inquire whether we have dined? This individual must be afflicted with some form of madness. The three men were engulfed in a sense of foreboding. The one-eyed elder cast a furtive glance at Shen Yan, his voice low and grave, observed the peculiar disturbances occurring within the sacred grounds of Wudong. The drought demon has either escaped its confines or encountered an unforeseen mishap. We must eliminate this foolish boy at once. We must make our swift exit. The one-eyed elder issued a chilling command. Understood. The scar-faced elder responded with a fierce intensity, his murderous intent palpable as he immediately took action. With a resounding clang, he drew forth his long sword. A brilliant flash of sword light cleaved through the darkness. The scar-faced elder surged forward in an instant, swiftly slashing his sword towards Shen Yan. To kill me? It seems you are truly tired of living. Shen Yan slightly shook his head. As the blade descended ominously above him, he remained utterly still, showing no sign of movement. As the sword light approached, a burst of golden radiance erupted from his exterior, vanishing as swiftly as it appeared. The scar-faced elder let out a muffled groan, the sword light dissipating in an instant, his body feeling as though it had been struck by an immense force, causing him to stumble backward. Crack! As he came to a halt, the long sword in his grasp emitted a sharp sound, fracturing inch by inch until it crumbled into shards of useless metal, falling to the ground. The scar-faced elder stood there, stunned, staring blankly at the remnants of his sword. How could this be possible? The other two men were equally dumbfounded, their expressions akin to witnessing a ghost. What on earth had just transpired? The fleeting golden light had vanished before they could comprehend the situation, and the scar-faced elder had suddenly recoiled, his sword shattered. In that moment, the eyes of all present turned to Shen Yan, filled with astonishment and apprehension, a foreboding feeling beginning to swell within their hearts. The one-eyed elder's countenance shifted between shades of uncertainty and anger as he coldly declared, "This boy is peculiar. We must all attack him together and eliminate him." The three quickly formed a pincer formation, their inner demonic energies surging violently, ready to unleash an assault on Shen Yan. Shen Yan regarded them with indifference, a flicker of murderous intent igniting in his gaze. To resort to violence at the slightest disagreement? Truly, they are creatures of the dark path. Is it not preferable to live peacefully? Why must they seek conflict? Why compel me to act? A soft sigh escaped Shen Yan's lips. All he desired was to quietly sign in and lead the life of an unassuming handsome man. Alas, the turmoil of the martial world had already seeped into Wudong, and trouble seemed inevitable. From the aura of the three, it was evident that the two elders were fourth-tier experts, while the young man was merely a sixth-tier martial artist. Given his current strength, dispatching these individuals would require little effort. He raised his right hand, extending his index finger slowly. Threads of pure young internal energy swirled around the tip of his finger, And then, with a gentle flick through the air, he pointed. Buzz. In an instant, a radiant golden energy surged forth from his fingertips. Reminiscent of a dragon emerging from the sea, its roar resonating through the heavens and the earth. A chilling sensation erupted in the minds of the three malevolent cultivators, their eyes widening in terror. Before them, a faint image of a golden chi dragon manifested, soaring across the sky, hurtling directly towards them with an ominous roar. Their expressions drastically changed, as if faced with a formidable adversary. A singular thought surged within their minds. This youth is invincible. Not good. Flee quickly. The one-eyed elder bellowed, desperate to escape. As the saying goes, while outsiders relish the spectacle, those well-versed discern the underlying intricacies. The three, being formidable martial artists in their own right, immediately recognized the immense power contained within Xinyan's single finger. Such force was potent enough to evoke the sin of death, instilling an involuntary sense of invincibility in this young man. It was truly an encounter beyond belief. What manner of individual is this seemingly harmless youth? With a mere gesture, he exudes such formidable power, one cannot help but wonder what depths of strength this ostensibly benign young man possesses. The trio found themselves in a state of shock. Soon, the answer unveiled itself, for just as they contemplated escape, an overwhelming and terrifying pressure enveloped them, binding them in place, causing their very souls to tremble, rendering their bodies immobile. They could only watch helplessly as a finger, manifesting as a coiling dragon, pierced through towards them. No. How could such a terrifying presence exist within the ranks of Wudong? Their minds fell into a void of disbelief. At that moment, it was too late to plead for mercy. An abyss of despair filled their hearts as they realized their doom was sealed. With a sharp crack, the golden dragon surged forward, penetrating their foreheads, leaving behind a gaping hole at the center of each brow, piercing through their skulls. Their gazes became vacant as they collapsed lifelessly to the ground. It was swift, clean, and decisive. Horror, fear, despair, and regret, an intricate tapestry of expressions ultimately froze upon their faces, forever unable to find peace in death. They could scarcely fathom that within the ranks of the ninth most powerful sect, Wudong, there existed such a youthful and formidable grandmaster. Moreover, with such a being in their midst, why had Wudong chosen to conceal this information, allowing not a whisper of his existence to reach the outside world? Had they known of the Grandmaster's presence, even 1,000-fold of courage would not have compelled them to intrude upon Wudong and court death. Alas, there exists no remedy for regret. With a mere flick of his finger, he wielded the power to kill from afar. Xinyan smiled faintly, dissipating the internal energy at his fingertips. This technique is derived from the secret martial arts of Wudong, specifically the Yuan finger, and is an extraordinary skill known as the Heavenly Dragon Finger, crafted by integrating numerous finger techniques. While it may appear simple, it conceals immense lethality, capable of slaying foes from 1,000 miles away when executed with full force. How did this malevolent faction manage to infiltrate? He approached the three lifeless bodies, searching for their possessions in an attempt to uncover how they accessed the hidden realm. After a thorough search, he discovered valuable items. Aside from a stack of silver notes, there was only a dark azure orb and a resplendent sword of deep purple hue. Xinyan immediately discerned that the dark azure orb was likely the means by which they entered the magical formation, yet it was regrettably marred by numerous cracks, indicating its imminent uselessness. As for the sword of vibrant purple, it was truly remarkable, measuring 3 feet and 3 inches in length, forged from purple star essence. It was astonishingly light, radiating a brilliant glow, its strikes as swift as flowing light, captivating all who beheld it, with an endless sharpness. After a careful examination, Xinyan concluded that this sword was none other than the third revered sword of Wudong, the Tai Fengling sword. It was revealed that the Tai Fengling sword had fallen into the hands of the malevolent faction. Xinyan recalled reading in Wudong historical texts that this sword had been lost 60 years prior. Yet there were no records detailing how it was lost, or to whom it had been entrusted thereafter. What stories lie hidden within remains a mystery. Yet, Xinyan harbored no desire to delve into the past of Wudong. He already possessed a divine sword, and held no particular interest in the Tai splitting light sword. Moreover, its lightness rendered it unsuitable for him. After playing with it for a while, he casually thrust the Tai splitting light sword into the ground, deciding to leave it for the Wudong disciples to retrieve. Having concluded his business here, it was time for him to depart. Xinyan transformed into a fleeting shadow and vanished from sight. Upon exiting the secret realm, he initially intended to discreetly inform Wudong of the 3 demonic cultivators who had infiltrated the forbidden area. However, upon observing the mountain gate, He was met with a scene of fiery chaos and clamorous voices, as if a thorough search was underway. It appeared likely that a significant disturbance had occurred outside just before the three demonic cultivators entered the secret realm. Consequently, Xinyan felt no compulsion to notify them. He was content to let things unfold, trusting that the Wudong disciples would be capable of investigating the secret realm. Swiftly, he moved and returned to the servants' quarters. With his profound abilities, he traversed undetected along the way. In the Zixia Palace, the atmosphere was exceptionally tense. Master Tongju was deeply troubled. An hour earlier, two disciples, gravely injured by demonic techniques and rendered unconscious, were discovered and brought back, causing a stir throughout the sect. Soon after, it was revealed that the three guests from Shushan had vanished without a trace. All signs indicated that these visitors were, in fact, disguised demonic thieves. What could the purpose of this demonic force infiltrating Wudong be? Now, having passed over half an hour, the entire sect was mobilized, scouring the mountains and fields. Yet the assailants remained elusive. Master Tongju's heart was in turmoil, fraught with anxiety. The three infiltrators from the Wudong sect resemble a volatile thunderbolt. Their potential for danger is beyond imagination, straining the nerves of all Wudong disciples. At that moment, an elder rushed in, breathless, reporting, "Master, one of the patrolling disciples has regained consciousness. He has severely injured the three men in black, and it is undoubtedly the same trio that arrived today." Upon hearing this, Tongju Jinren was filled with fury. These demonic scoundrels dare to be so audacious. He bellowed, unable to contain his rage, slamming his palm down and shattering the armrest of his chair into splinters. The elder, with a grave expression, continued, "Master, the disciple also conveyed vital information. Before he fell unconscious, he saw the men in black heading towards the pathway to the secret realm of Xingqian Valley." What? Tongju Jinren sprang to his feet. His mind raced, his expression shifting chaotically, growing increasingly grim. He then promptly commanded, "Quickly, summon all the elders." Moments later, the Wudong elders gathered. Without further ado, Tongju Jinren led them at the swiftest pace toward the secret realm. Along the way, Daoist Tongren could not restrain his curiosity and inquired, "Brother, why are you so anxious? What significant discovery have you made?" The other elders immediately turned their gazes toward the master. Tongju Jinren's demeanor indicated that he must have uncovered something of great importance. The three fiends were evidently heading for the secret realm, likely dispatched by that traitor. Tongju Jinren's face darkened, his eyes filled with fury as he voiced his suspicions. Upon hearing his words, the elders' expressions changed drastically. In the history of Wudong, there had only been one traitor, and that individual belonged to their generation. The matter of this traitor is a significant scandal that pertains to the reputation of the sect, and it has long been a taboo subject within Wudong, rarely mentioned. 60 years ago, an outstanding disciple of their generation, having failed in the competition for the position of sect leader against the revered Tongju Jinren, harbored resentment towards the perceived injustices of the sect and ultimately strayed from the righteous path, succumbing to darkness. In his descent into madness, that traitor wrought havoc, slaying numerous disciples of Wudong, and even ambushed and murdered the venerable elder leader of the previous generation, absconding with the sect's treasured artifact, the Tai Fengguang's sword. The decline of Wudong over the past few decades can be largely attributed to the chaos instigated by that traitor, who decimated a significant number of talented disciples. This catastrophic event precipitated a severe generational gap within the sect, leading to a critical interruption in the succession of old and new. As the sect suffered grave injuries, it gradually descended into obscurity. Although many years have passed, the mere mention of that individual still evokes vivid memories and a surge of anger among the people, as the tragic events of that time seem as fresh as yesterday, etched indelibly in their minds. The traitor has struck again. What calamity will they bring upon Wudong? The atmosphere among those present grew increasingly somber. It is highly probable that the traitor has sent individuals to infiltrate the secret realm, likely to liberate the drought demon imprisoned within the abyss of the underworld. We must hasten there, hoping to arrive in time to thwart their plans. The urgency in Master Tongju's demeanor escalated as he executed his lightness skill with utmost speed. The other elders, their expressions grim and anxious, exerted their full strength to race forward. Should the drought demon manage to escape from the abyss of the underworld, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for Wudong's current strength. This demon was sealed by the founding ancestor, possessing formidable power, and given its malevolent and bloodthirsty nature, combined with years of pent-up resentment from confinement, its first act upon freedom would surely be a massacre of Wudong. With a swish, a dozen figures wielding swords arrived at the abyss of the underworld. exuding a palpable aura of menace. Upon closer inspection, they discovered unmistakable signs that the formation had recently been activated. The intruders had entered the secret realm without damaging the passage's formation, evidently using the divine sword to gain entry. It appears that this group was indeed sent by the traitor. Master Tongju's countenance darkened further, nearly dripping with foreboding. How audacious of the traitor to wield the Taifinian sword, risking so much to infiltrate Wudong in order to rescue the drought demon. One elder's expression turned stern. Humph. It seems that the traitor's formidable demonic powers were imparted by the drought demon itself. It must have left a hand for the traitor, compelling them to undertake its rescue. Daoist Tongren spoke coldly. Renowned for his vast experience in the martial world, Daoist Tongren's analysis brought them perilously close to the truth. Let us descend to the 9th level. We must prevent this calamity at all costs, or we shall have no face to present before our esteemed ancestors. For the sake of our sect, we shall fight to the death, Master Tongju declared in a solemn voice, imbued with a sense of tragic resolve. The winds howled coldly, reminiscent of the chilling waters of the Ishui River. This matter pertains to the very survival of the sect, and there is no way they could possibly retreat. Even if they must traverse mountains of knives and seas of fire ahead, they must march forward without hesitation. All were infused with the indomitable spirit emanating from the sect leader, and they collectively shouted, "Fight to the death for the sect." The elders felt a surge of fervor. Their gazes resolute, united in purpose. A palpable aura of battle intent coalesced into a torrent of crimson light, and like a fierce army of tigers and wolves, they disregarded the dangers and charged directly toward the 9th level. Their fighting spirit soared, magnificent and grand. However, upon descending to the 9th level and beholding the scene before them, their steps came to an abrupt halt. The once noble expressions of righteousness froze in an instant, their eyes widening in disbelief, akin to statues caught in a moment of shock. Before them, at the central stone pillar, there was nothing but emptiness. The drought spirit had vanished without a trace. Not far away, 3 corpses clad in black lay still, each with a similar fatal wound, a single puncture in the center of their brows, their eyes eternally unclosed, expressions etched with despair and regret. The crowd exchanged astonished glances. Bewildered by the situation, the elders stood agape, their faces blank. Daoist Tongren stepped forward slowly, examining the features of the 3 corpses. His expression hardened. Indeed, these are the 3 scoundrels disguised as members of the Shushan sword sect. The Tai-splitting light sword, discarded by Shen Yin, was embedded nearby. Daoist Tongren's eyes lit up as he recognized it, and he excitedly drew it forth, exclaiming, This is the Tai-splitting light sword. After all this time, it has finally returned to us at Wudong." He cradled the treasured sword, nearly moved to tears. The Tai-splitting light sword had traditionally belonged to the Grand Elder of Wudong, but it had been stolen long before his tenure. Only he knew how much he had longed for this sword through countless nights. In the realm of martial artists, who does not cherish exquisite weapons? The other elders, equally exhilarated, were entranced by the Tai-splitting light sword, their gazes fervent as they admired its brilliance. The sword radiated a celestial light, exuding an aura of profound majesty, while its sharp blade sparkled like stars, emitting a dazzling, icy gleam. The crowd marveled at the extraordinary weapon. Indeed, it was those traitors who had sent their minions. Upon seeing the Tai sword, Tongju Jinren couldn't help but think of the traitor and let out a cold snort. This sound jolted everyone back from their excitement. They were reminded that this was not the time for admiration of divine weaponry. Daoist Tongren composed himself and meticulously examined the wounds of the deceased. From the scene, it was evident that the 3 scoundrels had been killed in a single strike, without a chance to resist or flee. The assailant had utilized a finger technique. After his assessment, he declared with certainty that all 3 had met their demise from one lethal blow, executed with merely a single finger, claiming 3 lives in an instant. At this revelation, the crowd gasped in astonishment. A single strike to kill? All present were skilled martial artists, their pupils constricting in shock. Hiss. Many elders inhaled sharply, utterly astonished. Judging by the aura exhibited by the 2 old men during their visit, they were undoubtedly both 4th-grade martial artists. Such a master of martial arts, when confronted by that formidable existence, found himself utterly powerless to resist, falling victim to a single strike without even the opportunity to flee. What realm of power does the assailant possess? It is truly inconceivable. One can be certain that only a Grand Master of the 1st rank could achieve such a feat. Indeed, it is impossible for anyone at the pinnacle of the 2nd rank to deliver a fatal blow without affording the opponent a chance to retaliate. It is astonishing that such a terrifying entity lurks within our forbidden realm. Furthermore, As all present witnessed, the drought demon imprisoned here has also vanished. Could it be that this formidable being has dispatched it as well? The air was soon filled with murmurs of shock and disbelief. Among them, one of the senior sect elders, the elder with a ruddy nose, could not contain his excitement, exclaiming, "Even the treasured Tai Fungling's sword has been left here for us. Undoubtedly the handiwork of our revered ancestor. It seems he may have been engaged in slaying the drought demon on the 9th level just prior. Could it be that we narrowly missed the chance to meet him?" His speculation led him to pound his chest in regret, lamenting the lost opportunity. Previously, the appearance of the Tai Chi sword intent at Tianlong Lake and the bizarre disappearances of the true disciples amidst the trials posed by the specters of the netherworld had already reached the ears of several core elders who were absent from the secret realm that day. The suspicion of an ancient, reclusive ancestor being present within the secret realm had also been acknowledged. With the addition of today's event, they could almost be certain that indeed, there exists an ancient ancestor in hiding within the confines of the secret realm. The elder's eyes gleamed with conviction, affirming, "This is the only plausible explanation. Otherwise, the occurrences here cannot be elucidated. It seems that our ancestor is indeed a grand master of the first rank." These three demonic thieves, oblivious to the peril, infiltrated the forbidden ground, only to encounter our venerable ancestor. Tongju Jinren's eyes sparkled with understanding, and he too recognized the existence of the ancient ancestor, speaking with fervor. In these turbulent times for Wudong, with the traitor resurfacing and formidable foes at hand, we must urgently seek out the ancestor and implore him to emerge. The crowd nodded in agreement, yet only Tongren Daoist wore a solemn expression, gently shaking his head as he sighed. "Do you all believe that with such strength, if that esteemed one truly wished to reveal himself, we would need to seek him out? With the demonic forces infiltrating the forbidden ground and such significant events unfolding, does it not strike anyone as odd that the ancestor chooses not to meet us?" The assembly furrowed their brows, momentarily lost in contemplation. Indeed, it does seem rather peculiar. Tongren Daoist's countenance grew grave as he continued. "From the current perspective, it is evident that this esteemed ancestor is deliberately avoiding us. Such a stance cannot simply be attributed to a reclusive nature. Perhaps there lies another possibility. It may be that the ancestor had a deeply unpleasant falling out with our sect in earlier years, to the extent that he prefers to remain in seclusion within the secret realm, entirely disinterested in any sect affairs." The analysis presented by Master Tongren is indeed astute, albeit it has undoubtedly doused the spirits of those present with cold water. Everyone furrowed their brows, their hearts weighed down with a heavy burden. Even Master Tongju's countenance grew grave as he clenched his teeth and declared, "The Grand Master is pivotal for Wudong at this juncture. We must exhaust all avenues to ensure that our esteemed ancestor emerges to safeguard our mountain gate." Resolute in his determination, he resolved to diligently scour the sect's extensive tomes upon his return, seeking to uncover the identity of the elusive ancestor and the intricate web of grievances and affections entwined with the sect. Achoo! On a desolate hilltop, the reclusive Xinyin languidly reclined upon a large blue stone, basking in the sun, when he suddenly let out a forceful sneeze. What is happening? Logically speaking, given my current level of cultivation, I should be impervious to the common cold. Could it be that someone is speaking ill of me behind my back? Or perhaps someone is fixated on me? In this vast Wudong, there are no maidens. Could it be that I have caught the attention of some man? As this thought crossed his mind, Xinyin was startled, breaking into a cold sweat. It is clear that my stay in Wudong can no longer continue. I must ascend the mountain at once, he murmured to himself. Over the past decade, he had traversed every conceivable location within Wudong Mountain where he could sign in. Now, there remained no new sites for him to mark his presence. Even the renowned Spirit Herb Peak, a site that previously allowed for repeated sign-ins, had ceased to yield rewards in recent years. Thus, it was imperative for him to venture down the mountain, to roam the rivers and lakes, in search of new locations for signing in. Xinyan's tenure as a menial laborer had spanned a full decade. His only close friend, Zhou Fugui, had descended the mountain 3 years prior, claiming that his father and uncle, Zhou Dainiu, had arranged a favorable marriage for him. Consequently, he had hurried back home. Having attained the first-grade realm, Xinyin felt undaunted by the myriad dangers that lurked in the chaotic world below. Thus, his descent had become a matter of urgency. The mountains and rivers stretch infinitely, and the world is resplendent. As a person of integrity, Xinyin naturally seeks to embark on a journey to experience the exquisite beauty of the outside world. While the Wudong sect permits marriage and procreation, it has always been the elders and disciples stationed at various locales who take wives, leaving the mountain akin to a monastery devoid of women, rendering it exceedingly dull and perilous. It is well known that copper is non-magnetic, thus all copper is indeed copper. Alas, this presents considerable danger. As the saying goes, one should not fear the trickery of celestial beings, but rather the peril of slipping on a bar of soap. With his striking appearance, it would be quite unsettling should he attract the attention of a male admirer. Little does he know, it is not merely one man who has taken an interest in him, but rather a multitude of men. Upon emerging from the secret realm that day, a multitude of Wudong's upper echelons plunged into the library, poring over all records chronicling the past in search of the identity of that reclusive ancestor. Yet, 2 days and nights have passed, and they remain empty-handed. On that day, a group of Wudong's high-ranking officials, their eyes shadowed and hair disheveled like a bird's nest, were summoned from the library by an outer sect elder who bore urgent news. Upon first seeing their disheveled appearance, the elder was taken aback. Silently pondering what these esteemed figures had been fervently engaged in within the library, their fervor seemingly bordering on obsession, the lethargic Tongju Jinren led the way, his demeanor weary. The outer sect elder, suppressing his astonishment, hurriedly approached and spoke. "Sovereign, there is troubling news." "Enough," Tongju Jinren interjected sharply, his eyes narrowing in irritation. "Your mere presence fills me with apprehension. Speak plainly, what calamity has befallen us now?" The elder, shrinking back slightly, submissively reported, "Sovereign, a contingent from the Shushan sword sect has arrived at the foot of the mountain." "What? Surely this cannot be another false alarm?" Elder Juz Hobi exclaimed incredulously. "Rest assured, this time it is indeed the real deal. Even the esteemed Elder Lu Baimei from Shushan has come personally," the outer sect elder asserted confidently. Upon hearing this, Tongju Jinren's expression grew grave. The impostor, recently deceased, has truly returned. The crowd vigorously rubbed their faces, forcing themselves to awaken from their stupor. After the passage of half a century's worth of time, the resounding chime reverberated. In the grand hall of reception, much like the previous occasion, the master and the esteemed elders of various peaks personally welcomed the visitors from Mount Shu. The inner disciples from each peak, along with a multitude of true successors, stood outside the great hall. This time, genuine disciples from Mount Shu have arrived, a grand assembly of individuals clad in white, bearing swords. Their presence is undoubtedly more imposing than the previous masquerade of the demonic sect. Among the throng, an elderly swordsman of dignified demeanor leads the way. His pronounced lion-like nose and fierce tiger-like eyes commanding attention, accentuated by his remarkably elongated white eyebrows. The venerable elder exuded an imposing aura, rivaling even that of the esteemed Tongju Jinren, unmistakably a second-tier master of martial arts. He was none other than the revered Jinwu elder of the Shushan sword sect, Lu Baimei, a figure of considerable renown within the martial world, known for his long-standing connections with the Wudong sect. Trailing closely behind him was a contingent of disciples clad in white, their postures upright and their spirits vibrant, each embodying the essence of a drawn sword, unwavering in their gaze, radiating the unmistakable demeanor of proud swordsmen. Among this assembly of disciples, one stood out strikingly, a young woman dressed in a fitted white attire. Her skin flawless and her features exquisitely beautiful, resembling an ethereal fairy gracing the mortal realm, captivating all who beheld her. The woman bore a countenance as cold as ice, exuding an air of solitary pride and indifference that instilled an undeniable sense of reverence in those who beheld her. The gathering of Wudong disciples found themselves momentarily entranced, their expressions frozen in a state of awe. The exquisite beauty walked gracefully behind Elder Baimei, surrounded by a throng of disciples from Mount Shu, akin to stars encircling the moon, clearly holding a position of great esteem among the younger generation. A group of individuals clad in white took their seats. After offering tea, a lively conversation filled the grand hall. "What? Someone has disguised themselves as a member of our Shu Mountain Sword sect and caused trouble at Wudong?" Lu Baimei furrowed his brow, listening intently as the esteemed Tongju Jinren recounted the misdeeds of those 3 nefarious sorcerers. The audacity of the dark practitioners to impersonate the Shu Mountain Sword sect and brazenly enter the hallowed gates of Wudong was indeed shocking. This fact is indeed astonishing. Moreover, the adversary coincidentally disguised themselves and infiltrated Wudong just before our arrival. The timing seems rather too precise, does it not? He revealed a hint of doubt and spoke in a deep tone. "The sword master has unilaterally diverted to Shaolin, instructing us to come here on a whim. Prior to our arrival, we only relayed a message to your esteemed sect. How could those of the demonic path possibly acquire such information so swiftly?" Zhang Zhenren's eyes sparkled with intensity as he fixed his gaze upon the other. Brother Liu, this is precisely the dilemma that troubles us. Liu Baimei raised an eyebrow and solemnly remarked, could it be that Zhenren suspects there is a traitor within our Shushan? Zhang Zhenren had already conducted a thorough investigation of the entire sect over the past 2 days, and he was certain that Wudong had no issues. Therefore, he began to suspect whether there might be a problem within the Shushan Sword sect. This is absolutely impossible. Our Shushan Sword sect requires all disciples to pass through the path of the heart sword. Those with impure intentions or malevolent thoughts are unequivocally barred from entering Shushan. Liu Baimei, before the assembly, resolutely dismissed this possibility. Zhang Zhenren paused in silence before asking, then how could they so precisely grasp the timing? In the land of Shenzhou, it is said that even among the demonic path, no intelligence could be so formidable as to achieve this, right? Liu Baimei contemplated for a moment, then opened his half-closed eyes, emitting a sharp glint. Zhenren, let us not forget that aside from the rivers and lakes, there exists the celestial authority of the court, which suppresses the world. As his words fell, the crowd's gaze turned grave, yet none dared to interject. After all, the vast Dacian Empire is not a presence to be spoken of lightly. However, if the Shushan Sword sect is indeed without fault, it is likely that only the court could possess the means to achieve such intelligence. The court, which wields dominion over the realm, is indeed colossal. For those of the demonic path, infiltrating it is not a daunting task. With the topic now touching upon the court, Zhang Zhenren refrained from speaking further. At this moment, Liu Baimei's gaze sparkled with intensity as he shifted the conversation. The malevolent forces not only have swift intelligence but also arrive rapidly, indicating that their hiding place must be in close proximity to Wudong. They have likely been covertly monitoring Wudong all along. Master, has the adversary left behind any crucial artifacts that might allow us to deduce which faction of the dark path they belong to? His words sent a shiver of alarm through the Wudong disciples. They had indeed been negligent, having overlooked this critical consideration. This time, the malevolent intruder was dispatched by the traitor, which implies that the traitor is likely lurking within the confines of Wanzhou. At present, the adversary resembles a venomous serpent, stealthily awaiting the opportune moment to strike with deadly precision. Naturally, the matter concerning the Wudong traitor shall remain undisclosed. An air of silence enveloped the grand hall, rendering the atmosphere palpably tense. The expressions of the Wudong disciples were markedly grim. Liu Baimei, perceiving the predicament faced by Wudong, spoke with resonant conviction. Esteemed colleagues, we of the Shushan Sword sect stand alongside Wudong among the 9 great righteous sections. In light of this situation, we cannot remain idle. We are willing to stay and collaborate in a thorough investigation to confront the malevolent forces. Hearing this, the Taoist master Tongji was filled with elation. Given Wudong's current precarious state, the support from the formidable Shushan Sword sect was indeed a fortuitous boon. The other elders also displayed smiles, commending the Shushan Sword sect for their noble intentions. The atmosphere within the hall began to ease and grow amicable. However, at that moment, Liu Baimei spoke again, articulating the original purpose of their visit and proposing a sword discussion. A sword discussion? The tone of Master Tongji reflected a hint of surprise. Although the Shushan Sword sect had previously indicated their intent to engage in a sword discussion, the recent dialogue had revealed the imminent threats facing Wudong, leaving the elders questioning the appropriateness of such a proposal. Was it truly necessary to place such emphasis on a mere sword discussion? Liu Baimei discerned the hesitance in their demeanor regarding the timing of his request and explained, you may not be aware, but this sword discussion is of utmost significance to our sect's descent from the mountain. Our journey to Wudong was not a fleeting whim. Rather, it had been arranged by our sect leader many years prior. Rest assured, this sword discussion will solely involve our disciples, conducted with restraint, and will not interfere with the pressing matters at hand. Though his words were delivered with sincerity, they concealed the deeper implications of the sword discussion. Yet, given that it was merely a matter of swordplay between disciples and not of grave concern, Master Tongjiu and the others deemed it inappropriate to be overly critical in front of outsiders. Thus, they acquiesced. With the Shushan contingent comprising a total of 15 disciples, Master Tongjiu selected the most skilled swordsmen from among them. The grand hall was spacious, allowing for a modest arena for the contest. The 15 Wudong disciples, swords in hand, took their positions in the center, standing tall and resolute, brimming with enthusiasm and anticipation. Look, they are about to engage in a sword duel. A voice erupted from the crowd, igniting a fervor that resonated throughout the hall. A throng of Wudong disciples, brimming with excitement, jostled for position, eager to witness the captivating swordsmanship competition. Just as Shen Yan, who had been sweeping the floor, ambled by. He was drawn in by the commotion, casting aside his broom to join the fray. Upon entering, he quickly grasped the situation through the myriad of discussions surrounding him. Shushan sword sect? Is a duel about to commence? Xinyan regarded the Shushan disciples with curiosity. Since beginning his martial training, this was the first time he had witnessed a competition between his own sect and another, especially against the esteemed Shushan sword sect. What a feast for the eyes it promised to be. Observers gazed at the Shushan disciples, unable to contain their awe. I wonder if the Shushan sword sect lives up to its reputation. Our side is filled with masters of swordplay, one disciple mused. Indeed, with the first-ranked Xin Yun, the third-ranked Xian Guan, and the mightily strong Xian Yin wielding his heavy sword, there was much to behold. As whispers filled the air among the Wudong disciples, the Shushan sword sect remained eerily composed, their disciples displaying no signs of disturbance. As the Wudong disciples took their positions, By smiled and addressed the gathering. Are we all prepared? If so, let us begin. Today, the Shushan sword sect will send forth only one representative. What? A collective gasp echoed through the crowd, disbelief etched across their faces. Real Master Tongju blinked in astonishment, uncertainly asking, Brother Liu, did you just say you will only send one person? You heard correctly, our Shushan will only send one, By replied with a slight smile, gesturing towards the disciple from Wudong. One against these 15. His calm and clear voice reverberated through the hall, rendering the atmosphere so tense that one could hear a pin drop. Furrows appeared on the brows of real Master Tongju and the elders as Bai's words sank in, igniting a cacophony of confusion. What does this mean? Someone wondered aloud. How arrogant! Exclaimed a disciple, his face flushed with indignation. Only sending one person? Is this not a blatant display of contempt for our Wudong? His words resonated with many, stirring a collective fury. Even if Shushan is a grand sect of swordsmanship, they have no right to look down upon us in such a manner. This was an affront too great to bear. The expressions of the true disciples soured further. Feeling belittled and insulted, only Shun Yin maintained an impassive demeanor, watching with keen interest as events unfolded. Meanwhile, seated comfortably, Bai paid no heed to the uproar around him. He tilted his head slightly and remarked casually, Ling Sheng, step forward. You should have no trouble dealing with this group of disciples. Beside him, the woman clad in white, who had been resting with her eyes closed from the very beginnings, slowly opened her eyes and gracefully rose to her feet, making her way to the arena. She stood there with an air of pride, her tranquil gaze narrowing slightly as she scrutinized the gathered disciples of Wudong. In a calm yet resolute voice, she declared, There is no issue. I alone am sufficient to handle these individuals. The white-clad woman was already a figure of considerable attention, and her mere rise drew the gaze of countless spectators. Eyes turned toward her, ultimately converging on her ethereal beauty and the elegant aloofness of her perfect form. Oh, this woman is truly striking, murmured some in admiration. Her visage and demeanor are nothing short of extraordinary. Xinyan's eyes roamed over her, secretly astonished. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that there was something peculiar about her physique. He withdrew his penetrating gaze and stroked his chin. When the identity of the participant from the Shushan sword sect was revealed to be the white-robed woman, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. It's her. How could such a seemingly delicate woman take the stage? Was Shushan overly confident? A few disciples exchanged glances of surprise. What audacity. One alone is enough? She may find herself regretting those words when the time comes, some whispered angrily, their gazes filled with disdain, as the crowd murmured amongst themselves. The white-clad woman had already reached the center of the grand hall, standing defiantly against the Wudong disciples. The remaining disciples of Shushan remained steadfast in their positions, their expressions unchanged. No one stepped forward to challenge her, as if everything had been predetermined and they harbored absolute confidence in her abilities. Bai, with an air of assurance, spoke as if victory were already in hand. This is our representative from the Shushan sword sect. If there are no objections, let us commence the duel. The Taoist masters exchanged glances, none having anticipated that a woman would be sent into the fray. Yet, since this was Shushan's decision, they felt it inappropriate to comment further. Then let us begin, they agreed. Meanwhile, Tong Ren, observing closely, narrowed his eyes, sensing an underlying unease regarding the white-clad woman. However, at that moment, Tongju rose, his voice booming. Silence. This is merely a contest of skill, not a battle of life and death. Blades are unforgiving. Both parties must remember to hold back. With those words, the contest was set to begin. The atmosphere within the grand hall suddenly surged with fervor. All eyes in the room converged upon the two figures at the center, their gazes filled with anticipation. The woman clad in white regarded her opponent with an air of calm, her words laced with an unshakable confidence and dominance. My swordsmanship is unparalleled. You are no match for me, so it would be wise for you to confront me together. As her voice echoed, the hall fell into an almost palpable silence. How shocking, Ye Lin thought, inhaling sharply. This woman, seemingly delicate, spoke with remarkable audacity. The disciples of Wudong exchanged glances, bewildered. How could they possibly join forces against a single woman? No one was willing to make the first move, all maintaining a semblance of decorum, as if reluctant to strike down a weaker opponent. Ultimately, it was a robust man, resembling a bear in stature, who stepped forward to accept the challenge. His straightforward nature spared him the contemplations of others. Standing at nearly 3 meters tall, clad in a loose Taoist robe that barely concealed his powerful musculature, he advanced, wielding an enormous black iron sword. Though referred to as a sword, its size was akin to that of a door. It was Brother Ye Lin. A man of prodigious strength, he had been capable of lifting heavy objects since the tender age of 10, his might exceptional, and his mastery of the heavy sword unparalleled. With a single stroke, he could reduce a fierce tiger to mere pulp. Indeed, it was unexpected for Brother Ye Lin to be the first to step into the fray, for he was a brash individual, often unrestrained in his actions. It would be a shame should he inadvertently harm this ethereal maiden. As Ye Lin made his entrance, the other Wudong disciples were taken aback, murmuring amongst themselves. Ye Lin could not help but scoff at their descriptions. Was that truly swordplay they spoke of? Or did they mean for Ye Lin to wield a heavy sword like a mere brick? Facing the woman in white, Ye Lin planted his colossal sword firmly into the ground, causing the air to ripple and the earth to tremble. In his deep voice, he stated, "My lady, you may strike first." As the ground quaked beneath the impact of his sword, a collective gasp resonated through the onlookers. The weight of that sword must surely exceed 1,000 pounds, a weapon not meant for the faint-hearted. The woman in white remained unfazed, her demeanor tranquil as she replied coolly, "Should I draw my sword first, you shall have no chance to retaliate. You would not withstand a single blow from me." Arrogant. Ye Lin's brow furrowed. Since his opponent was so oblivious to her predicament, he deemed further words unnecessary. With a sudden leap, he lunged forward like a ferocious beast, a wild and formidable aura emanating from him. The sword, heavy as it was, appeared almost weightless in his grip as he swung it, conjuring a fierce gale that billowed around him, causing the garments of those nearby to flutter. The spectators beheld as Ye Lin swung the heavy sword with one hand, casting a vast shadow upon the ground, as if preparing to deliver a crushing blow to send his adversary flying. What a terrifying presence! It felt as though one stood before a raging torrent, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloping the air. Oh dear, if that sword were to strike, the young lady would surely meet her demise, or be left incapacitated. The surrounding disciples held their breath, their eyes wide with apprehension as they witnessed Ye Lin's move, many shielding their eyes, unwilling to witness the impending carnage. The stern-faced Master Tong Ju turned his gaze towards By and remarked, "Brother Liu, my disciple possesses extraordinary strength by nature. Perhaps we should intervene to spare the young lady from harm." By, however, merely smiled and waved off Master Tong Ju's suggestion, exuding an air of calm confidence in the white-clad woman's abilities. Meanwhile, the other disciples of Mount Shu wore expressions of derision, seemingly dismissive of Ye Lin's assault, convinced it would not inflict any injury upon the white-clad maiden. All eyes were fixed solemnly on the arena, where Ye Lin's heavy sword was poised mid-swing. At that precise moment, a sharp sound echoed, the clear note of a sword being unsheathed. The demeanor of the white-clad woman transformed instantaneously. An aura of formidable menace enveloped the surroundings, chilling to the bone, as if the ice goddess had morphed into a terrifying harbinger of death. Ye Lin, sensing an unusual shift, focused intently on the figure in white, his expression betraying an uncommon gravity. He detected a dangerously unique energy emanating from her, hinting at an extraordinary power within. As the white-clad woman drew her sword, a glacial brilliance erupted. With a subtle flick of her jade-like fingers, a torrent of sharp sword light intertwined, radiating brilliance akin to a blooming Tianshan snow lotus, casting a cold luminescence. Each petal of this floral manifestation was infused with lethal sword energy, formidable beyond measure. Moreover, within that energy lay an extreme chill, reminiscent of winter frost, effortlessly freezing the moisture in the air, as if intent on encasing the entire space in ice. The temperature in the grand hall plummeted, leaving many disciples shivering, clutching their garments as if they had been transported to a frozen wasteland. Then came a resounding explosion. An incomprehensibly fierce sword light shot skyward. All present felt a momentary blurring of vision, only to witness a figure, akin to a small mountain, hurled through the air. The individual's head tilted back, crashing heavily to the ground, instantly rendered unconscious. The massive sword, as large as a door panel, whirled through the air before plunging straight down, embedding itself beside the fallen figure. In the blink of an eye, the outcome was determined. The pace at which the battle's dynamics shifted was nothing short of theatrical. Upon witnessing this scene, the elders of Wudong, seated with poise, initially froze in disbelief before leaping to their feet, their expressions filled with astonishment and incredulity. The disciples around them erupted in an uproar. It is Xian Yin. What just transpired? How could it be that Xian Yin was so swiftly defeated? The eyes of those surrounding her bulged in astonishment. It seemed as if the very air had solidified in that moment. Many of the less experienced disciples had yet to comprehend what had transpired. Some had not even noticed when the woman in white unsheathed her sword. In the blink of an eye, a blinding flash had erupted, accompanied by a chilling breeze. Their formidable senior brother had been defeated. The woman in white remained composed, standing in place as if she had exerted no effort whatsoever. With a mere flick of her sword, her opponent had succumbed. At her feet, a thin layer of frost spread out from where she stood, creating an expanse of snow several meters in radius. What kind of power is this? A murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd. How could frost appear beneath her feet? Could it be that this woman had also mastered the art of the Tao? At that moment, the gaze of everyone turned towards the woman in white, filled with trepidation. So formidable. The remaining 14 disciples of Wudong looked at the woman across from them as if facing a formidable foe, their throats constricting as they swallowed nervously. A bead of cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. Even their hands gripping the swords trembled slightly. Given their level, they could naturally discern the opponent's sword techniques. And being so close, the terror they felt was magnified 100-fold. The woman in white had already sheathed her sword. Yet the resonance of her previous strike was deeply rooted in their minds, an unshakable chill pervading their very beings. The once boisterous hall fell eerily silent in that instant. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Master Tongju stared intently at the woman in white. After a moment, as if his composure had been shattered, he sprang to his feet. Trembling as he pointed at the woman, exclaiming in astonishment, "Brother Liu, could this woman possibly be the Tying sword body?" Master Tongren, in disbelief, added, "Indeed." Liu Baimei stroked his beard, a proud smile gracing his lips as he declared, "This girl is indeed the Tying sword body, a rare find in a millennium." What? The elders of the Wudong sect were all shaken, their bodies trembling as they gazed in shock at the proud figure standing in white. In this vast world, filled with wonders, the realm of cultivation encompasses various unique physiques, whether in techniques, martial arts, sorcery, or other systems. Such individuals are akin to children of destiny, favored by the heavens, possessing extraordinary powers from birth, and destined to be stronger than ordinary folk. The Tying sword body is among these. Ranking within the top 5 of special martial physiques, a coveted existence sought after by countless sword cultivators. Those endowed with this physique not only command the celestial Tying power, but also possess terrifying talent in the sword path. Mastering sword techniques is as effortless as drinking water. And any sword art learned is swiftly comprehended, allowing them to reach the pinnacle of mastery in a remarkably short time. In truth, the innate divine strength of Xian Yin can also be considered a special trait. However, in comparison to the Tying sword body, it is but a grain of rice against the bright moon. It is said that the founding ancestor of the Shushan sword sect was a Tying sword body, a legendary figure whose unparalleled swordsmanship suppressed an entire era, becoming a myth in the martial world for all time. Little did anyone expect that after such a long passage of years, the Tying sword body would emerge once more in the world, and within the Shushan sword sect no less. If she were to grow, would the martial world not witness the rise of another legend? What magnificent glory awaits the Shushan sword sect? As long as this woman does not meet an untimely demise, it is likely that for the coming centuries, the martial world of Deqian will be led by the Shu Mountain sword sect. The shock within the upper echelons of Wudong is beyond measure. Although the surrounding disciples are unaware of the true terror of the Tying sword body, they can discern from the expressions of their elders that this white-clad woman is undoubtedly an extraordinary individual. The disciples of the Shu Mountain sword sect were expressions of pride and arrogance, as if basking in reflected glory. Liu Baimei, stroking his beard, rises to his feet and introduces her with great vigor. This young lady is Gu Lingxing, our sword master's sole apprentice and the chief disciple of the Shu Mountain sword sect. I kindly ask for your support in the future. Upon hearing this, the upper echelons of Wudong changed their expressions in unison. The titles of the Sword Master's apprentice and the chief disciple of the Sword Sect are both immensely prestigious and carry profound significance. Each of these titles signifies eligibility to contend for the position of the next Sword Master of Shu Mountain. Remarkably, this woman named Gu Lingxing embodies both titles and possesses the Taiyin sword body, a rare and unparalleled talent seldom seen throughout the ages. This essentially conveys a clear stance, signaling to the outside world that Gu Lingxing is undoubtedly the next sword master of Mount Shu. However, Tong Ju, the true man, uttered not a single word of congratulations. Instead, his expression darkened, and he inwardly cursed Lu Baimei as a treacherous scoundrel, akin to a weasel wishing a chicken well with malicious intent. That cunning old fox. No wonder he insisted on coming to Wudong for a duel. It turns out he was waiting for them here. The opponent's grave demeanor reveals that their true intention is to use the younger generation of the Wudong sect as stepping stones to elevate the reputation of their Shushan sword sect, paving the way for the Taiyin sword body to ascend to the pinnacle of the martial world. The gaze of Master Tongju was profound and heavy. As his heart sank to the depths, he was acutely aware of the strength of his own disciples. Before the formidable Gu Lingxing, it was certain that no one among the younger generation of Wudong could stand as a rival. In this contest of swords, the Wudong sect is undoubtedly destined for defeat. Furthermore, this encounter will not merely be a casual exchange. Following a significant loss, the Shushan sword sect will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to rally support for Gu Lingxing. Lu Baimei, how cunningly scheming. The elders of Wudong gazed at him with indignation, as if they had been thoroughly deceived. A fierce glint flashed in the eyes of Daoist Tongren. His countenance darkened as he questioned, "Elder Lu, you truly go to great lengths for this young man. Our Wudong has no grievances with Shushan of old, nor any enmity in recent times. Why must we be the target of your machinations?" His tone was heavy, suggesting an imminent outburst. The other elders, similarly incensed, appeared ready to erupt, their temples throbbing with fury. Their anger stemmed from a profound concern. Wudong could hardly withstand such turmoil, as their standing in the martial world was already precarious. Should the disciples of Wudong suffer a complete defeat at the hands of a single Shushan practitioner, the repercussions would surely plunge their reputation into utter disrepute, rendering them unworthy of their esteemed place among the 9 righteous sections. The atmosphere within the great hall instantaneously turned tense and fraught with unease. The disciples were all on edge, with palms slick with perspiration. At this moment, the instigator Lu Baimei feigned ignorance of Wudong's ire, chuckling lightly, "Dear friends, the contest is not yet concluded. The outcome remains uncertain. Let us have faith in our disciples." The higher-ups of Wudong offered him no response, their gazes remaining icy and unyielding. Sighing softly, Lu Baimei recognized that he could no longer pretend that all was well. He gradually approached the likes of Daoist Tongju and the others. Upon seeing this, the crowd's expressions grew tense, anticipating an altercation. Lu Baimei stood before the Wudong elders, meeting their gaze with sincerity and calmness, and spoke in a tone barely audible to others. "Esteemed colleagues, this is the way of the martial world. One finds oneself bound by the circumstances of the Jianghu. I do not wish to take this path, but as an elder, for the sake of our sect, there are certain actions I must undertake. With my lifespan nearing its end, I must contribute what little remains for our sect. Surely, you can comprehend my predicament." The high-ranking members of Wudong were momentarily taken aback, astonished by the unexpected words spoken by the other party. Particularly moved was Master Tongju, who, upon hearing Lu Baimei's remarks, found himself at a loss for words. The assembly of Wudong elders then gazed intently at the elderly man, whose frail existence was nearing its end. In truth, when considering his stature, they all appeared as juniors in his presence. Although Lu Baimei was a second-tier martial artist, having lived for 150 years through the aid of precious medicinal elixirs, he had actually surpassed 250 years of life, making him a figure of genuine legend. A century ago, the Shushan sword sect faced a predicament akin to that of Wudong today, if not more dire. A great battle between the righteous and the demonic sects erupted, ultimately resulting in a victory for the forces of good while the demonic sects were vanquished. Yet, the path to this triumph was marked by tremendous suffering. The Shushan sword sect, as the vanguard in that conflict, suffered the loss of nearly 80% of its disciples. And the generation sword master perished alongside the leader of the demonic sect, a tragedy of immense proportions. At that time, the Shushan sword sect stood on the brink of collapse, besieged by malevolent forces, aristocratic families, and various nefarious elements of the martial world. Countless individuals sought its annihilation. and it seemed that the Shushan sword sect was destined for obliteration, to be erased from the annals of the martial realm. However, it was this very elder with white eyebrows who, when Shushan was leaderless and surrounded, bore the weight of preserving the sect with his frail body. He traversed the martial world, forging alliances across factions, painstakingly seeking a glimmer of hope amidst the chaos. By his efforts, he extended the fortune of the Shushan sword sect for several decades, until the emergence of a new sword master heralded a renaissance for the sect. Even centuries later, it is likely that the history of the martial world will recount his story in vivid detail, as one enters the tumultuous realm of martial arts. The passage of time is relentless, and one cannot help but lament the fleeting nature of existence. The affairs of the world ebb and flow like a tide, and one can only sigh at how few return from the martial realm. Master Tongju cast a profound glance at Liu Baimei. This is a person both detestable and lamentable, yet also worthy of admiration and song. The true master of the realm withdrew his gaze and declared, "Let the duel resume." After all, the opponent had come forth with the utmost integrity to engage in this contest. At this juncture, he could not forsake the principles of the martial world by calling an abrupt halt to the duel. Whether victory or defeat, they must bravely continue. A collective sigh of relief escaped the disciples, who had nearly feared an all-out brawl between the two parties. However, the 14 disciples of Wudong, burdened with immense pressure, wore grim expressions. How could they possibly compete against such formidable strength? The second round of the duel commenced once more, with Gu Lingxing maintaining his confidence, inviting the adversaries to join forces against him. This time, the disciples of Wudong no longer held back. After all, their strength was undeniably inferior. Whether it was a multitude against a few or a solitary individual confronting the foe, the outcome would be equally humiliating. Thus, they resolved to unite their efforts, perhaps cherishing a glimmer of hope for victory. Consequently, 5 disciples emerged together, forming the 5-element sword formation, combining their strengths to confront the enemy. Their long swords moved with grandiose sweeps and agile transformations, embodying an overwhelming force, both fierce and dynamic. The collective might of the 5 was formidable. Observing their fluid movements and the dazzling brilliance of their swords, the onlookers were captivated. Everyone believed that with the power of 5 combined, even if they could not vanquish Gu Lingxing, they would at least secure an undefeated stance. The arena echoed with resounding cheers as all the Wudong disciples rallied behind the 5. However, reality proved to be starkly cruel. Even in the face of the 5-element sword formation, Gu Lingxing unleashed but a single strike. Yet, this blow was significantly more potent than the previous one. In this instance, the ethereal beauty Gu Lingxing took the initiative, seizing the moment before the 5-man sword formation enveloped her. With a swift motion, she vanished from their sight in an astonishing display of speed. When she reappeared, it was in an unexpected position within the formation, her sword cutting through the air with remarkable swiftness. The shimmering blade cast a pristine, luminous aura that enveloped the arena. In an instant, it felt as though a chilling moon ascended, instilling an icy dread in all present. Following this, Gu Lingxing gracefully wielded her sword, unleashing an endless cascade of sword light that transformed into countless points of moonlight, scattering across the heavens. For a fleeting moment, it was as if the entire space lay beneath the radiance of a full moon, rendering anything within its reach susceptible to shattering destruction. Such swordsmanship was breathtakingly profound. The sound of cascading sword light filled the air as the 5 disciples' expressions shifted dramatically. The formation they had just gathered was instantly shattered. The suddenness of the event left them no time to adapt their stances, as the chilling sword light sliced through the air, approaching them with terrifying swiftness. They felt an icy chill penetrate their very beings, as if their souls had been momentarily frozen. Suddenly, a series of soft, sickening sounds erupted, and blossoms of crimson splattered forth. One by one, the 5 figures collapsed to the ground, each bearing a wound upon their chests, their garments stained with blood. Gu Lingxing halted her assault, gracefully returning to her original position. One among them, gripping a long sword, with her flowing hair cascading like silk, presented a breathtakingly powerful silhouette that left many breathless. The 5, clutching their wounds, groaned as they assisted one another. Heads bowed in silence as they exited the arena to tend to their injuries. Though they had drawn blood, their wounds were not severe, for Gu Lingxing had shown restraint, refraining from unleashing her full power. Had it been a true battle to the death, they would have been reduced to mere shadows, lifeless and defeated. At this moment, the arena was steeped in silence. The spectators were left in stunned disbelief, unable to utter a word. All were profoundly shaken by Gu Lingxing's moonlit strike. Is this the terror of the Taiyin sword body? Indeed, It is beyond the realm of ordinary individuals to contend with. Gu Lingxing unleashed her prowess, effortlessly executing an array of formidable sword techniques, as fluid as flowing water, devoid of any hint of awkwardness, embodying the pinnacle of mastery. She resembled an ancient master, having devoted countless years to the study of the sword. Moreover, each strike she delivered surpassed all expectations, akin to a nightmare, rendering any attempt at defense utterly futile. Not to mention, she wielded that eerie and chilling power of ice. In the presence of such an unparalleled prodigy, could anyone from the same generation possibly rival her? The disciples of Wudong found themselves engulfed in a profound shock, their expressions clouded with confusion. Overwhelmed by Gu Lingxing's formidable prowess, despair gripped their hearts, leaving their limbs icy. It was evident they had foreseen Wudong's impending defeat, and a heavy sorrow weighed upon their souls. The thought of their esteemed sect suffering such a crushing blow was unbearable. The dignity of Wudong was being trampled upon by outsiders. The high-ranking officials of Wudong appeared ashen, their fists clenched so tightly that their knuckles turned white, lost in a sea of bewilderment. There was no suspense. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. Xinyin shook her head slightly, then silently withdrew from the grand hall, choosing not to witness the continuation of this duel. The outcome was already predetermined, and there was no necessity to linger any longer. Gu Lingxing has already comprehended the essence of the sword, achieving the formidable realm of the 4th grade in martial arts, and possesses the potent tying sword body. Her strength is profound and unfathomable. In contrast, the disciples of Wudong hover around the 6th grade, with the most formidable senior brother, Xianyun, merely at the 5th grade. Even with the rudimentary application of Dao techniques, his prowess pales in comparison to Gu Lingxing. Several hours later, outside the grand hall, the disciples from Mount Shu, clad in white, emerged with swift strides, exuding an overwhelming aura, their faces adorned with unmistakable joy. A throng of disciples surrounded Gu Lingxing, showering her with compliments and accolades, evidently signaling the conclusion of the sword contest. Inside the hall, however, a somber atmosphere prevailed. The defeat was total. She was too powerful, and no one could withstand a single strike from her. One disciple, his complexion ashen and eyes dim, muttered to himself in despair. We were utterly defeated. It is our weakness that has brought shame to Wudong. Another disciple, having failed in the contest, was consumed by self-reproach, pounding his fist against the ground, allowing blood to flow freely and stain the earth. In a corner, Xianyun, the senior brother of Wudong, sat despondently on the ground, his face as pale as paper, devoid of any color. His hands clenched tightly into fists, nails digging painfully into his flesh. As the last to compete, despite being a notch stronger than his fellow disciples, he too fell to Gu Lingxing's sword, marking a disheartening conclusion. Accepting this reality was unbearable for Xianyun, the leader of Wudong's disciples, and his heart faltered, as if gripped by hysteria. All 15 of Wudong's disciples faced dismal defeat, their dignity shattered. Why does heaven not favor Wudong? Master Tongju's unstable breath was punctuated by a spurt of blood as he could not restrain a mournful cry to the heavens. Years of pent-up emotions collapsed in that moment. It is my incompetence as the sect leader that brings shame to our ancestors. Master Tongju's disheveled hair gave him the appearance of having aged a decade in an instant. His murky, aged eyes glistened with tears of sorrow, as decades of tireless efforts to uphold the sect seemed to dissolve into mere folly in that fleeting moment. Brother, sect leader. Upon witnessing the sect leader's distress leading to bloodshed, the elders and disciples were struck with alarm, their cries echoing as they rushed forward. Daoist Tongrun, flustered, hurriedly produced elixirs to restore Master Tongju's vital energy. The defeated disciples were further engulfed in guilt, burying their heads in despair as tears flowed uncontrollably down their faces. At this moment, no one noticed as Xianyun, slumped in the corner, suddenly rose, seized the sword beside him, and dashed out of the hall. A fierce glint shone in his eyes as he hurried to pursue the disciples of the Shushan sword sect. On the mountainside, Lu Baimei was leading a group of Shushan disciples towards the guest quarters. The disciples, brimming with pride, engaged in boisterous conversation. Elder, we have accomplished our purpose for coming to Wudong. Should we really remain to assist them in resisting the demonic forces? Inquired a disciple clad in white. Before Lu Baimei could respond, another disciple scoffed. Humph, those half-baked Taoists from Wudong are nothing but a joke, all weaklings. None of the younger generation can even withstand a single strike from senior sister Lingxing. How do they dare to be ranked among the top 9 alongside our Shushan sword sect? Indeed, if we stay, we would merely serve as their backup. With such feeble strength, it's better to let them fend for themselves. They occupy a position among the top 9, bringing shame to us all, Another disciple sneered. Oh, such words are misguided. A disciple interjected, only to follow with a sardonic tone. I suppose their ranking among the top 9 holds some merit. At least it is evident today. With Wudong's great reputation, it serves as a stepping stone for our senior sister. Today, she single-handedly defeated the younger generation of Wudong. Once this spreads, her name will surely echo throughout the world, surpassing all in her age group. Haha, quite so, quite so. The group of white-clad disciples burst into hearty laughter. Hearing their unrestrained remarks, Gu Lingsheng felt a frown deepen on her brows. Lu Baimei, walking ahead, was even more incensed and was about to reprimand the reckless disciples. Just then, Xianyan caught up to them. The harsh words reached his ears, intensifying the already grim expression on his face, his eyes flashing with icy murderous intent. How dare you, Shushan Sword Sect? You go too far. Is it not enough to use my Wudong to elevate your own name? You dare to insult my sect behind our backs? You shall pay for this. Xianyan bellowed, his figure surging forward. The Shushan disciples, upon hearing his voice, halted in their tracks, sensing a chilling aura of malice behind them, and turned in unison. Upon seeing the figure rapidly approaching, Lu Baimei's gaze sharpened. Recognizing him as a disciple of Wudong, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him and quickly said, Young friend, those words were merely jest from these youngsters and should not be taken seriously. However, Xin Yun was blinded by rage and paid no heed to his explanation. With a determined expression, he pointed his sword at Gu Lingsheng, brimming with combat fervor. My esteemed Wudong shall not endure such humiliation. Today, will you dare to engage me in a fight to the death? Feeling unjustly embroiled in her sect's troubles, Gu Lingsheng's displeasure surfaced, and with a raised brow, she replied coolly, You are not my match. Upon finishing her words, she turned away and continued her stride, paying no heed to Xianyun. The disciples of the Shushan Sword Sect scoffed, mocking a defeated foe who could not even withstand a single sword strike. Yet dared to challenge my senior sister to a duel to the death, such audacity. Having overheard their previous derision towards Wudong, they now spoke with no semblance of decorum. Indeed, it was astonishing how someone could be so oblivious to their own limitations. A grand sect like Wudong lacking even a single commendable sword technique, how could they possibly contend with senior sister Lingxing? The Shushan disciples, brimming with arrogance, erupted into laughter. Xianyun's face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead. At that moment, reason was entirely consumed by his fury. With a thunderous roar, he bellowed, You scoundrels from Shushan. Today it shall be either your demise or mine. Completely unhinged, Xianyun charged forward, his sword slicing through his own finger as he chanted incantations. Instantly, a surge of spiritual energy erupted around him. The sword in his grasp swelled immensely, radiating brilliance, transforming into a colossal spiritual sword several zhang in size. In his frenzied state, Xianyun unleashed his most formidable technique, the spiritual light giant sword. Upon seeing this sword emerge, the group of Shushan disciples turned pale with shock. Meanwhile, Lu Baimei's expression hardened as he shouted, Young friend, do not act recklessly. Yet, in his current state of madness, Xianyun could not hear a word. With a decisive gesture, he commanded the spiritual light giant sword, which blotted out the sky and descended directly upon Gu Lingsheng. Sensing the overwhelming pressure, Gu Lingsheng had already turned, only to find the giant sword hurtling towards her. Nevertheless, her crystalline eyes remained as unyielding as ancient ice, devoid of any tremor. She gazed calmly at the approaching sword and gently closed her eyes, seemingly surrendering to its strike. Be careful, senior sister. The surrounding Shushan disciples cried out in alarm. Lu Baimei, channeling his inner strength, gripped the hilt of his sword, preparing to intercept Xianyun's assault. Whoosh! The spiritual light giant sword cleaved through the void, rapidly descending, mere meters above Gu Lingsheng's head. At that moment, a hum resonated. Gu Lingsheng's previously closed eyes snapped open, and in a flash, she drew her sword, pointing it skyward, unleashing an icy sword intent that soared into the heavens. The air around her surged violently, transforming into a swirling tempest of frigid winds, encasing the surrounding flora in frost, turning the vicinity into a winter wonderland. Heavenly cold abyss. Gu Lingsheng raised her delicate hand, executing a swift and dazzling motion. The sword gleamed with brilliance, and in the blink of an eye, she unleashed a flurry of strikes thousands upon thousands, each imbued with chilling intent, causing a palpable tremor in the air that struck awe into all observers. Suddenly, the atmosphere thickened with the sharpness of her sword intent, coalescing into a massive silver toad. As Gu Lingsheng delivered her final thrust, the silver toad, with a swift motion, tore through the fabric of space, meeting the spiritual light giant sword head-on. This is her most formidable sword technique to date, possessing immense power that is almost on par with the attacks of a third-tier warrior. She has no intention of employing this move unless absolutely necessary, as she has yet to fully master it. The extent of destruction it could unleash remains a mystery to her. The sudden and violent emergence of Xian Yun compelled her to resort to this technique in a moment of peril. With a thunderous roar, as the silver moonlight sword energy surged forth, it collided with the opposing force, causing the surrounding air to violently explode, generating a tumultuous wave that reverberated outward. Visible shockwaves rippling through the atmosphere. Sister is so powerful. Is this truly the swordsmanship of a fourth-tier warrior? The disciples of Mount Shu shielded their eyes, their faces stinging from the relentless gust of wind. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as a visible fissure appeared on the luminous giant sword, spreading at an astonishing pace before it erupted with a deafening bang, shattering into countless fragments. The terrifying backlash struck Xian Yun with ferocity. Thud! Her body was sent flying as if struck by an immense force, blood spilling from her mouth as she soared through the air like a shriveled shrimp, only to crash heavily to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. I cannot ultimately surpass her, Xian Yun muttered, blood spilling from her lips. In that fleeting moment, clarity returned to her mind, giving rise to a profound sense of despair before she succumbed into unconsciousness. Yet, the onslaught from Gu Lingxing had not yet dissipated. Thousands of sword lights descended with incredible speed, poised to strike Xian Yun. Oh no, Bai Mei exclaimed, her face paling in alarm. Gu Lingxing also reacted swiftly, letting out a soft gasp. This sword technique was her first time wielding it against an opponent, and she could not fully grasp the requisite force. Thus, although she triumphed over Xian Yun, the situation had spiraled beyond her control, veering in an unforeseen direction. Given Xian Yun's current state, even a single ray of sword light landing upon him would spell certain death, let alone the multitude of sword lights filling the sky. If this were to befall her, there would undoubtedly be nothing left but bones. Yet at this moment, it was far too late to intervene. Gu Lingxing's complexion turned ashen. She had no desire to take a life. Bai Mei's expression was one of utter dismay, cursing inwardly. What a predicament this is. If this disciple of Wudong were to perish here today, it would spell great trouble. Currently, Wudong is already in a state of agitation. Should they discover that one of their own has been slain, they would undoubtedly pursue relentless vengeance, igniting a fierce conflict with the Shushan sect. This is dire. Bai Mei's expression darkened to its utmost, devoid of any semblance of calm. In that moment, they could only watch helplessly as the sword light descended. Many disciples of Shushan had already covered their eyes. Alas, just as the sword light was a mere inch away from the unconscious Xian Yun. With every hair on his body instinctively standing on end, a sudden sigh echoed through the air. In the next instant, an overwhelming aura, imbued with unmatched power, enveloped the surroundings, akin to divine wrath, instilling terror and rendering one breathless. The entire realm seemed to freeze in that fleeting moment. The fierce sword light had already grazed Xian Yun's skin, yet it encountered an unfathomable resistance, unable to descend. It was as though someone had lightly flicked their fingers. With a resonant hum, the space, shrouded in divine might, rippled. The myriad sword lights abruptly dissipated into nothingness. As the sword light vanished, the insurmountable pressure retreated like a receding tide. The group of Shushan disciples felt as though a colossal mountain had been lifted from above their heads, allowing them to breathe deeply as if they had narrowly escaped death, their taut nerves finally relaxing. What was that just now? Such a terrifying aura. It seemed as if their very souls had trembled, their bodies entirely alien to them. It was akin to facing divine wrath directly. The eyes of the Shushan disciples brimmed with boundless astonishment. Previously, they had felt an overwhelming dread, as if their lives were at the mercy of another, ready to be reaped at will. Bai Mei and Gu Lingxing wore grave expressions. As the strongest among them, they sensed the threat most acutely. Even their minds incessantly issued warnings, as if confronting a life-threatening crisis, their lives hanging by a thread. Such a formidable pressure emanated from a mere breath. With a flick of the fingers, the sword light was extinguished. Such capability could only belong to a grandmaster of the first rank. The two exchanged a shocked glance, waves of turmoil surging within their hearts. Bai Mei expanded his consciousness, searching for the source of that formidable aura. Soon, he seemed to sense something. Suddenly, he turned his gaze in a specific direction. The others, noticing his reaction, instinctively followed suit. Then they beheld, not far away beneath a ginkgo tree, a figure clad in gray robes, holding a broom, bent low as he swept the fallen leaves. With his back turned to them, the crowd could not discern his features. However, this figure, engaged in such menial labor, emitted no trace of spiritual energy, appearing to be nothing more than an exceedingly ordinary servant disciple. He methodically continued his sweeping, seemingly oblivious to the scrutiny upon him. A mere servant? The Shushan disciples were bewildered, unable to comprehend why their elder regarded this scene with such solemnity. Yet, the moment Lu Baimei and Gu Lingxing caught sight of the gray-robed figure, their pupils constricted, their faces reflecting shock. The figure stood merely a few dozen meters away from them. When had he appeared here? They had been utterly oblivious to the presence of another being until now. Observing the mountain of fallen leaves that had accumulated on the ground, it was evident that the individual had been sweeping this place for several hours. Yet, despite the lengthy passage of time from their journey to the recent conclusion of the battle, they had sensed not a hint of an outsider's presence. In that moment, the two seemed to behold an overwhelming terror. The figure clad in gray is none other than Xin Yan. He was originally sweeping the ground when he happened upon the disciples of the Shushan sword sect passing by. Shortly thereafter, he witnessed Xin Yun in pursuit, leading to a captivating spectacle. Initially, he found it quite entertaining, but he soon realized that Xin Yun was akin to a silver spear with a crayon tip, impressive in appearance yet utterly ineffective, resulting in a swift defeat that nearly cost him his life. Thus, Xin Yun had no choice but to intervene and offer his assistance, despite Xin Yun's dismal failure. The formidable techniques he employed were indeed enlightening, and his unwavering spirit to fight for his sect was humbling. In stark contrast, the individuals from Shushan instilled a sense of disdain within him. He had overheard their scornful remarks aimed at Wudong and felt a surge of anger. Had Xin Yun not arrived, he would have likely been compelled to teach them a lesson. Of course, it was not too late for that now. In the distance, Lu Baimei was uncertain whether the earlier action had indeed been executed by this individual. After a moment of contemplation, he approached with a hint of trepidation, clasping his fists in respect and addressing Xin Yan. I am Lu Baimei, an elder of the Shushan sword sect. It is an honor to meet the Grand Master. May I inquire which esteemed predecessor from Wudong you are? He pondered deeply, struggling to recall any figures from Wudong's history who might qualify as a Grand Master, leading him to suspect that Xin Yan was perhaps an ancient ancestor of Wudong. The group of Shushan disciples stood in astonishment, unable to believe their ears. Him? A Grand Master? Surely not. This mere janitor does not resemble a Grand Master in the slightest. Once Lu Baimei's words reverberated through the air, Xin Yan paused in his sweeping, responding without lifting his gaze. Me? I am merely an ordinary janitor of Wudong, not an esteemed ancestor. You must have mistaken me for someone else. However, upon hearing Xin Yan's nonchalant words, Lu Baimei's expression grew increasingly solemn. It was evident that Xin Yan had already noticed their scrutiny, yet he chose to ignore them, continuing to sweep the fallen leaves as though they were of no consequence. Xin Yan's demeanor became all the more enigmatic in Lu Baimei's eyes. How could such a person possibly be an ordinary attendant? Lu Baimei's conviction deepened. The individual before him was undoubtedly the Grand Master who had just demonstrated exceptional prowess. Yet, this enigmatic figure seemed reluctant to divulge his identity. Grand Master, have you been here all along? He inquired, his tone laced with uncertainty. At the sound of his words, Xin Yan paused his task, finally turning to face him with an impassive expression. He sighed deeply, a weighty significance behind his breath. Did you not notice this vast accumulation of fallen leaves? Naturally. I have been here tidying up. The Shushan sword sect is indeed remarkable. You have provided me with quite a spectacle. As he turned, a chorus of gasps echoed from the onlookers, their astonished gazes fixated on Xin Yan's visage, revealing their profound shock. This individual was astonishingly youthful. How could it be? Is he truly a grandmaster? The disciples of Shushan exchanged incredulous glances, whispering in hushed tones, struggling to swallow their disbelief. Even Gu Lingxing stood momentarily stunned, her serene countenance disrupted by a fleeting ripple of astonishment. Lu Baimei, however, was only briefly taken aback before regaining his composure. He understood that martial artists often experience a rejuvenation phenomenon upon breaking through to the first rank. Many aged warriors choose to expend substantial internal energy to revert to their youthful appearances. The individual before him must be one such elder who had returned to the vigor of youth. This is hardly a remarkable occurrence. Nevertheless, the truth is that Xin Yan is indeed as youthful as he appears. Such a possibility is so astonishing that others dare not even entertain the thought. At this moment, Lu Baimei felt a pang of anxiety within him, for he detected a hint of malevolence in the tone of this formidable figure. He was eager to intercede on behalf of the Shushan sword sect. Yet the young man sweeping the ground had already cast a penetrating gaze and spoke calmly. You all have first insulted the Wudong sect with vile words and then resorted to violence. Do you truly believe that Wudong is without defenders? Upon hearing this, Lu Baimei's expression shifted dramatically. Stepping forward ahead of his disciples, he exclaimed in alarm, "Great Master!" It was this disciple who lost his senses and acted impulsively. Ling Xing was left with no choice but to draw her sword, resulting in the grievous wounding of your disciple. I implore you to see the truth. Xin Yan, now thoroughly displeased, disregarded the words as mere noise. In his view, Xin Yan's loss of composure was ultimately a consequence of the disgrace inflicted upon the sect, and the noble spirit that placed honor above life itself was, in fact, invaluable. This made Xin Yan feel a sense of shame and embarrassment. Are we not human, capable of emotions? Having spent a decade within Wudong, it had become, in a sense, half of his home in this world. First, the demonic sects, and now the righteous ones, all sought to exploit the vulnerable, trampling over Wudong and shattering his peaceful existence. If he did not take action to discipline these individuals, how could Wudong ever hope for tranquility again? Words are futile. If you wish to debate swords, then let us witness the elegance of my swordsmanship. Xin Yan shook his head, his voice indifferent. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Before they could respond, he deftly lifted the broom and swept it lightly across the ground, gathering a swirl of withered yellow leaves. The leaves, encircled by a stream of energy, transformed as if animated, fluttering gracefully in the air as they followed the broom's motion. With a sudden flick of the broom, they shot forth, accompanied by a resonant clang. The fallen leaf unexpectedly erupted with the sound of a sword's resonance. In an instant, to the astonishment of the onlookers, that single leaf transformed into an immense sword, its blade radiating an inexhaustible brilliance, soaring directly toward them. The terrifying sword aura swept across the surroundings with relentless force. A profound illusion gripped the crowd, as they felt themselves to be mere drifting boats upon a vast ocean, surrounded on all sides by an overwhelming tempest of destructive sword energy. The entire space rippled with waves of intensity, undulating and surging, as the leaf-turned sword seemed capable of piercing through the very fabric of existence, instilling a tremor of fear within their hearts, a chilling sense of imminent death pervading their consciousness. A shiver raced up their spines, reaching for the heavens. The flying leaf became a sword. How could this be possible? Witnessing this scene, a chill ran down the spine of everyone present. Lu Baimei's expression changed dramatically. He had never anticipated that this esteemed grandmaster would unleash his power in the blink of an eye. The might of such a sword sent the disciples of Mount Shu into a pallor, cold sweat pouring down their brows. The less experienced among them trembled uncontrollably, their legs unable to support them. Gu Lingshang, in a somewhat better state, pointed her sword skyward, seemingly intent on executing another move, heavenly cold threshold. Yet, to her dismay, she found that the usual response of the chilling air was utterly absent at that moment. Her beauty faded, panic overtook her. Lu Baimei, standing at the forefront, displayed no semblance of composure. With unwavering determination, he positioned himself in front of the disciples, drawing his longsword and condensing its aura, ready to sacrifice himself to intercept a portion of the sword energy in hopes of safeguarding some of his students. At this juncture, Lu Baimei stepped forward, unleashing his sword with a fierce roar, a beam of sword light slicing through the air, radiating an icy brilliance, embodying the might to shatter mountains. It boldly confronted the colossal sword conjured by the falling leaves. However, this formidable strike, in the face of Xun Yan's flying leaf sword, shattered like a menace attempting to block a chariot, unable to even halt the speed of the flying leaves for a moment. It's over. After exerting himself to deliver a strike, Lu Baimei gasped for breath, despair etched in his eyes. It seemed certain that he would meet his doom today. The group of disciples from Mount Shu was struck with terror, trembling uncontrollably. Some even succumbed to the fear, a warm wetness spreading as they lost control. Many faces drained of color, resigned to their fate, dared not face their fears and closed their eyes in trembling resignation. The sword sect of Mount Shu was but a shadow of its former self. Observing the disarray of his opponents, Xin Yan scoffed, a wave of satisfaction washing over him. He then casually extended his hand, grasping at the void as if commanding the very universe, causing the overwhelming sword light to vanish in an instant. The flying leaves returned to their mundane form, drifting to the ground as ordinary foliage, as if everything prior had merely been an illusion. How about that sword? Xin Yan's calm voice resonated, echoing across the landscape. To the disciples of Mount Shu, his words struck like thunder, jolting them from their nightmare. In that moment, some disciples finally succumbed to their fear, their legs giving way as they collapsed to the ground with a thud. All gazes were fixated on Shun Yin, mouths trembling. Unable to articulate a single word, Gu Lingxing bit her lip, lost in despair. Shun Yin merely cast a casual glance at this so-called prodigy, who had just moments ago contemplated drawing his sword. With a light chuckle, he asserted with authority, "Child of destiny? Pray tell, do you dare to defy me?" His domineering words left the entire audience in stunned silence, with no one daring to utter a sound. After instilling fear among the crowd, he vanished from their sight with a graceful movement. The air lingered with his parting remark, "You may leave the mountain. Your presence here is unwelcome. The perils of Wudong require no assistance. Furthermore, should anyone contest today's events, let the sword master of Mount Shu seek me out." Lu Baimei gazed at the empty space beneath the ginkgo tree, several times tempted to respond with harsh words. Yet, in the end, he refrained, letting out a deep sigh instead. Such terrifying swordsmanship was wielded with ease, as even the falling leaves and drifting flowers could serve as weapons. This realm has reached the pinnacle in the art of swordsmanship. Moreover, the opponent is a first-grade grandmaster, comparable to the sword master of Mount Shu. Even if the sword master were to emerge, it is doubtful that he could contend with this individual. The might of a first-grade master is unfathomable. Lu Baimei's mind was a tempest of thoughts, a cacophony of emotions swirling within him, making it impossible to find tranquility. The depths of Wudong are deceptively profound. Having managed to deceive the entire world, it seems that someone may face an even graver fate than ours. Let us depart swiftly. Today's events are a considerable disgrace. Lu Baimei gazed at the towering Wudong with a countenance full of complexity, sighed deeply, and made his way down the mountain. A group of disciples from Mount Shu followed closely behind, their expressions filled with trepidation. At this moment, Lu Baimei cursed inwardly. He, who had been wise throughout his life, had been foolish for just a fleeting moment. How could he have naively believed the rumors about Wudong's decline and foolishly been the first to leap forth, aiming to exploit Wudong's reputation? In the end, he was soundly defeated by their Grand Master, leaving him utterly humiliated, as though he had lost face in front of his ancestors. Yet, he had never anticipated such a terrifying and domineering hidden master residing within Wudong. Wudong's approach is too treacherous, too insidious, Lu Baimei thought to himself. Initially, there was a clash between Xian Yun and Gu Lingxiang, followed by the astonishing intervention of Shun Yin, creating such a ruckus that it naturally stirred the entire Wudong sect. Dozens of figures traversed the mountains, and soon, real person Tongju, along with a host of elders and disciples, arrived in a grand procession at the mountainside, eager to ascertain the cause of the disturbance. Upon reaching the battlefield, they were met with the sight of utter devastation, clearly indicative of a monumental struggle. The expressions of all present turned grave, sensing the weight of the situation. A swift glance revealed Xian Yun unconscious on the ground, eliciting gasps of alarm. Some rushed forward to assess his injuries, checking his pulse and administering care. After a thorough examination, it was a relief to find that Xian Yun had not sustained severe injuries, merely having succumbed to unconsciousness. At this moment, remnants of frost still clung to several trees in the vicinity. Witnessing this, a disciple's face darkened, and without hesitation, he shouted, "It must have been that group from Mount Shu." Cough, cough. Real person Tongju, who had only just managed to calm his emotions, now found his anger rekindled, causing him to cough repeatedly. He raised his hand and commanded, "Someone, quickly find the people from Mount Shu." Given the circumstances, any discerning observer could deduce that this conflict had arisen from Xian Yun's failure during the sword duel, leading him to witness the sorrow of the sect leader, which ignited his anger and self-reproach. Consequently, he pursued the disciples of the Shu sword sect, resulting in a confrontation, and ultimately, Xian Yun was injured and left unconscious. Nevertheless, this is Wudong's territory. Under no circumstances should the adversaries be allowed to injure someone and flee. After a considerable time, Daoist Tong Ren returned with his disciples, seething with rage, and announced, "The people from the Shu sword sect are no longer on the mountain, they have already descended." He searched high and low with his disciples, only to be informed by the gatekeepers at the foot of the mountain that a group from the Shushan sword sect had departed just a moment ago. The Shushan sword sect's covert departure without a word was undoubtedly a sign of their guilt. It seemed they had never intended to collaborate with Wudong in addressing the demonic incursion. Their motives were solely to elevate the reputation of the Tian sword body. Nothing but deceitful fabrications. Anger etched on their faces, the crowd erupted in indignation, vehemently denouncing the shameless actions of the Shushan sword sect. Real Master Tongju's beard bristled in fury, his already pent-up frustration reaching a boiling point. nearly causing him to spew blood from his rage. The Shushan sword sect had indeed gone too far. Not only had they harmed our disciples, but they also betrayed our trust and fled. How dare they insult Wudong in such a manner? His chest heaved as he cried out in a torrent of curses. The surrounding disciples rushed to support real Master Tongju, continually soothing his frayed emotions. In the midst of the turmoil, some disciples, filled with righteous indignation, urged the sect leader to descend the mountain in pursuit of the Shushan sword sect to reclaim their honor. However, Taoist Tongren, tempering his anger, intervened to restrain the impulsive disciples, setting aside the question of whether they could even catch up. Even if they did, what could they accomplish? That Liu Baimei was a seasoned second-tier powerhouse. Unless the entire Wudong sect mobilized, it was uncertain they could defeat him. Moreover, given Wudong's current situation, they could not afford to further antagonize the Shushan sword sect and irreparably sever ties. Ultimately, it was their own weakness that led to this predicament. Real Master Tongju discerned his junior's concerns and, as the leader of a sect, forced himself to regain composure, swallowing the humiliation of this affront. A gentleman's revenge is best served after a decade. The Shushan sword sect had now found themselves on Wudong's blacklist. The series of events that transpired today would be etched in the memories of Wudong's people. Should the opportunity arise, they would repay this insult 100-fold. The disciples were ablaze with fervent anger, united in their resolve. Their collective will coalescing into a single force, amplifying their hostility towards Shushan. Each heart silently vowed that in 30 years, the tides would turn, and the Shushan sword sect would surely regret the seeds of malice they had sown today. If the passionate scene were to be witnessed by Liu Baimei of the Shushan sword sect, he would undoubtedly be overwhelmed with frustration, perhaps even spitting blood in indignation, exclaiming his grievances. Are they truly departing of their own volition? Or have they been driven from the mountain by your esteemed Grandmaster? Are you not aware of the Grandmaster's notoriously tyrannical nature? If they linger any longer, their lives may well be in jeopardy. At the foot of Wudong Mountain, a group clad in white rode vigorous steeds along the official road. Suddenly, the leader, Liu Baimei, sneezed forcefully, a wave of inexplicable anxiety washing over him. He murmured to himself, "Is someone cursing me from behind?" His disciples, however, were far from spirited. They appeared listless, resembling frostbitten eggplants, their heads drooping in despondence. The atmosphere was profoundly somber. Even Gu Lingsheng, who usually wore an expression of ethereal calm, furrowed her brow, her gaze vacant as she seemed to replay the earlier encounter in her mind. That unparalleled figure in a gray robe, exuding an overpowering presence, lingered in her thoughts like an indelible shadow. Strikingly, the figure appeared even younger than herself, momentarily shaking the very foundation of her unwavering confidence. Liu Baimei cast a casual glance in her direction, as if discerning her thoughts, and offered words of reassurance. "Lingxing, do not dwell on it any longer. That Grandmaster is likely an ancient anomaly who has reverted to youth, not a member of the younger generation. It is entirely normal that we are not their match. Once you attain the first rank, you too shall possess such power, and being of the Taiyin sword body, you may even surpass him." His explanation provided her with a slight lift in spirits. "Elder, I am sorry to have disappointed you today. It is my fault for acting too impulsively," Gu Lingxing lamented, taking full responsibility for the outcome. After the recent rebuke from Xinyan, the Shushan sword sect's plan to leverage Wudong's reputation to elevate Gu Lingxing's status had utterly collapsed. Even the Shushan sword sect dared not risk offending a grandmaster to salvage Wudong's honor. Yet, Liu Baimei merely waved his hand, appearing remarkably unperturbed, as though he had cast off a heavy burden. He laughed heartily, feeling liberated. "It matters not. This is but a minor setback. I have won enough in my lifetime. A rare loss is not unwelcome." Turning back, he gazed deeply at Wudong, murmuring to himself, "Victory and defeat. This is the essence of the martial world." Gu Lingxing glanced back as well, seemingly catching sight of that gray-robed figure, her eyes shimmering with resolute confidence. With a clenched fist, she vowed silently, "Next time I come to Wudong, I shall surely defeat you." At that moment, several disciples from Shushan spoke up indignantly. "It is all the fault of that cunning old fox from Wudong, concealing a first-rank expert in such secrecy, while feigning vulnerability, seeking our assistance against the demonic forces. Meanwhile, they are likely laughing at our expense behind our backs. Such deceit is truly infuriating. Had we known that Wudong possessed such a grandmaster, we would never have concocted this debacle." Liu Baimei, upon hearing the reckless words of his restless disciples, was seized by a tempest of anger. Raising his brows, he scolded them fiercely. "Is it not your own arrogance and unbridled tongues that have provoked the ire of the venerable ancestor? This duel was meant to be conducted with honor. Even in the face of a devastating defeat, The opposing grandmaster would have had no grounds for reproach. Yet you chose to disregard all decorum and insult Wudong brazenly. Once the matter is resolved and we return to the mountain, you shall each transcribe the sect's regulations 1,000 times, reflecting deeply upon your actions. And then endure 3 months of training in the Demon Lock Tower to temper your excessive pride. Liu Baimei's punishment was stern, instilling fear in his disciples. Ah! The collective gasp of horror left their mouths agape, as betraying a glimmer of dread, as if they envisioned a dire fate. The act of transcribing the regulations 1,000 times was daunting enough, but the prospect of training in the Demon Lock Tower was truly terrifying. The Demon Lock Tower was a forbidden ground of the Shushan Sword sect, akin to Wudong's nether cave, harboring countless formidable demons in a realm devoid of light, fraught with peril. Moreover, the Shushan Sword sect maintained a stringent and unforgiving discipline, unlike Wudong, where elders offered protection. Disciples were solely reliant on their own strength for survival within the tower, with a single misstep potentially leading to a fatal outcome. Thus, their fear of the Demon Lock Tower was palpable. Gu Lingxing's lips curled into a faint smile of delight. She had long grown weary of her fellow disciples and harbored a profound disdain for them. Were it not for her position as the chief disciple, she would have relished the opportunity to teach them a lesson. Observing their lamentable demeanor brought her further joy, and with a slight smile, she turned to Liu Baimei and inquired, "Elder, since our mission to Wudong has failed, where shall we venture next? Since Wudong is beyond our reach, we shall proceed to the Songjian Villa." Liu Baimei deliberated before making his decision. Songjian Villa? Gu Lingxing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Songjian Villa was a formidable force in Wanzhou. Boasting a lineage spanning over a millennium, its history even more venerable than that of Wudong, one of the 9 great sects of the martial world. Its depth and heritage rivaled that of the top grand sections. Renowned for its mastery of swordsmanship, Songjian Villa possessed a vast array of sword techniques. And it excelled not only in the art of swordplay but also in the craft of sword forging, earning it immense renown. Many swordsmen and martial artists took pride in wielding the meticulously crafted swords of Songjian Villa, which had become symbols of status and glory within certain circles. Furthermore, there were rumors that Songjian Villa housed countless treasured swords, claiming approximately half of the legendary 108 famous swords in existence. In this sacred realm of swordsmanship, Gu Lingxing, as a swordsman, had long yearned to experience its wonders. Giddy up! After deliberation, the two cracked their whips and galloped forth, while behind them, the disciples lamented and followed with sorrowful faces. At Wudong Mountain, Shun Yin remained oblivious to the fact that his actions had thwarted the plans of the Shushan Sword sect, inadvertently drawing attention from the distant Songjian Villa, causing them unmerited misfortune. At this moment, Shun Yin, with a blade of grass clenched between his teeth and a broom over his shoulder, returned carefree to the barren stone peak. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted. In broad daylight, a clap of thunder resounded. Shun Yin, startled like a startled bird, nearly leapt in fright, casting a terrified gaze skyward. Recalling the bold words he had just uttered, he shouted loudly, "Heavenly Lord, spare your own. I was merely boasting earlier, not intending to offend you. Please forgive my insolence. Do not strike me down." His demeanor was comically cowardly, devoid of the majestic bearing of a supreme master he had just demonstrated. Another tranquil night ensued. The silver disk of the moon hung high, its luminescence like flowing water, pure and bright. On an inconspicuous peak within Wudong, Shun Yin sat cross-legged upon a slab of green stone, eyes closed, as the immense essence of heaven and earth swirled around him. With each breath, he absorbed the abundant energy which surged into his being, accompanied by a thunderous resonance within. He exhaled a cloud of white, turbid vapor, resembling a silver ribbon darting through the forest, ultimately dissipating into the cosmos. Slowly, he opened his eyes, whose brightness flashed like lightning, darting across the void. Within his dantian, his internal strength had subtly advanced. However, this improvement was hardly noticeable to the current Shun Yin, akin to a mere droplet in an ocean, insignificant. Too slow, he mused. Continuing in this manner was untenable. He must descend the mountain and engage with the world, vanquishing demons and evil, alongside enhancing his cultivation speed. Shun Yin sighed, shaking his head in dissatisfaction. After a decade of arduous training, coupled with the purification of karma through the Jingxia furnace technique, his internal energy had now reached a staggering 300 years. In comparison to some venerable grandmasters, he was not lacking. Moreover, he cultivated pure yang internal energy, a top-tier form of inner strength, exceptionally refined, with few energies of comparable quality existing. Despite achieving such profound depths of internal power, Sun Yin felt it was still insufficient. This was a chaotic era teeming with demons and dangers. He must render himself the strongest to lead a truly carefree life. Fortunately, none were privy to his current thoughts. Otherwise, envy would surely drive them to despair. A mere decade had transformed him from an ordinary individual to a grandmaster, with an internal energy surpassing 300 years. Even perusing all of ancient history, one would find no such prodigious figure. Yet, even so, he was still unsatisfied. It is truly a spectacle of grandeur. In the world of martial arts, there exists an overwhelming multitude of practitioners, many of whom, even after dedicating their entire lives, may never attain such an exalted realm. Countless individuals invest their utmost efforts to ascend to the status of a second-grade master, considering it a remarkable achievement, akin to their ancestors bestowing blessings upon them. Nevertheless, when one reaches the level of Sun Yin, mere mastery of inner strength is no longer sufficient. Although the path to transcend the first-grade realm remains shrouded in mystery, it is undeniable that inner energy is an indispensable element. Should one accumulate their inner strength to its zenith, it would undoubtedly facilitate the breakthrough to higher realms. However, considering the lengthy duration required for such minimal cultivation, it remains uncertain how much time Sun Yin would need for his dantian to achieve the ultimate state of perfection. In his perspective, the essence of the martial path ultimately revolves around the triad of vitality, energy, and spirit. Vitality pertains to the physical body. Energy signifies inner strength. And spirit, naturally, represents the soul. Should he perfect the first two elements, what remains elusive is merely the spirit. Yet, for Sun Yin at this moment, the concept of spirit feels overly abstract and elusive, necessitating further exploration of advanced techniques to grasp its intricacies. Thus, descending the mountain has become an urgent matter. However, Wudong is currently beset by both internal strife and external threats, with an imminent crisis looming, compelling him to remain on the mountain. After all, having spent a decade at Wudong, he has developed a profound attachment. He does not wish to witness this splendid land ravaged by war. Nor does he desire to see countless Wudong disciples perish beneath the blades of conflict. With his first-grade mastery, Sun Yin has achieved a resonance with the natural world, allowing him to faintly sense matters intricately linked to his own fate. The storm clouds gather ominously. Recently, he has been acutely aware of a shadow enveloping Wudong Mountain, perceiving a hint of impending crisis, foreseeing the calamity that approaches. If he can resolve this impending peril facing Wudong, he shall find peace in his descent. Sun Yin adjusted his state of mind, rose, and silently made his way back to the miscellaneous affairs courtyard. As he traversed partway, his peripheral vision caught sight of a figure at a nearby cliff, illuminated by the moonlight, the silhouette of a sword dancing gracefully. Curiously, he wondered why someone would still be practicing swordplay at such a late hour. With a light step, he ascended to the top of a large tree. Gazing down, he discerned the identity of the swordsman. It was Xian Yun, the chief disciple of Wudong, who, at that moment, was bound in white cloth, drenched in sweat, gritting his teeth as he wielded his sword. It was evident he was enduring pain while training. Sun Yin sighed softly, recognizing that Xian Yun still could not come to terms with the previous devastating defeat. As the flag-bearer of the current generation of Wudong, he bears a far greater burden than his fellow disciples. With every gain comes a loss. Since he has ascended to the position of chief disciple, it is inevitable that he must exert tenfold or even 100-fold more effort than others. Only with strength can he command respect. Since his initiation into Wudong, Xian Yun has been held in high regard by the upper echelons, as this generation of disciples represents the hope for the revival of Wudong, with Xian Yun as its pivotal figure, shouldering a significant responsibility. Thus, he trains with unwavering diligence, without a trace of laxity. Yet, despite his efforts, reality has dealt him a harsh blow. The formidable power of Gu Ling Sheng has shaken his resolve, leading him to lose his way. However, he does not succumb to despair. Instead, he confronts his fears head-on, imposing even stricter and harsher demands upon himself, aspiring to grow stronger and conquer the inner demon that is Gu Ling Sheng. Even when all others rest, Xian Yun perseveres tirelessly, wishing he could devote 24 hours a day to his training, exhibiting remarkable tenacity and resilience. In this regard, Xian Yun is indeed worthy of his position as Wudong's chief disciple. Sun Yin looks on with a hint of admiration. Clang! At the foot of the stone cliff, Xian Yun, having wielded his sword for an extended period, feels the resurgence of an old injury, a sudden pain causing him to falter. And the long sword slips from his grasp. Breathing heavily, he collapses to the ground, his hands pounding the earth in frustration. his eyes reddening as he sorrowfully gazes skyward. Asking the heavens, "What must I do to become stronger?" Xin Yin slowly retracts his gaze. In truth, Xian Yun's talent is not lacking. He is, in fact, prodigious. Having reached the 5th tier at a young age, far surpassing most of his peers. Yet, unfortunately, his first opponent is the anomaly known as Gu Lingsheng. Setting aside the Taiyin sword body, there exists a substantial gap of an entire realm between him and Gu Lingsheng. The difference between the 4th and 5th tiers lies in the essence of martial arts, which presents the greatest bottleneck Xian Yin currently faces. The essence of martial arts is a formidable challenge that every practitioner must confront. It cannot be articulated but must be comprehended through personal insight. Some may experience a sudden epiphany, instantly rising to the 4th tier, while others, lacking special opportunities, may struggle to grasp it throughout their lives. Presently, burdened by his inner demons, Xian Yun is in a precarious state, likely to sink deeper into confusion, potentially hindering his progress for a lifetime. Perhaps unwilling to witness the untimely demise of such a promising talent in Wudong, Xin Yin deliberated momentarily before deciding to intervene and offer guidance. At that moment, Xin Yin harnessed his internal energy to employ a secret technique, concealing his appearance to prevent Xin Yun from recognizing him. And then spoke slowly. Seeking heaven is less fruitful than seeking oneself. If the heart is not still, no amount of effort will yield results. His sudden voice startled Xin Yun, prompting him to hastily retrieve his sword and spring to his feet, scanning the surroundings with keen eyes. "Who goes there?" The expression on Xian Yun's face turned grave as he spoke in a solemn tone. Before his words could fully escape his lips, he perceived a flash of dark lightning in the air. In the blink of an eye, a figure appeared in the arena, standing with arms crossed, gazing at him with an air of indifference. Xian Yun was instantly taken aback, his heart pounding with dread, suddenly feeling as though he were confronting a life-and-death crisis. He instinctively leaped forward, raising his sword to unleash a swift strike. Clang! The longsword sliced through the air with remarkable speed, executing 2 arcs of swordlight, each half a zhang long, that tore through the atmosphere with the ferocity of an eagle soaring through the skies. Any ordinary disciple, faced with such an abrupt attack, would undoubtedly find themselves at a loss, unable to react. However, standing before him was Xin Yin. Xin Yin, composed and unperturbed, allowed the sword light to approach, then effortlessly waved his hand as if swatting away a fly, shattering the 2 arcs of sword light and returning them to the void. He then slightly curled his fingers and flicked them lightly. With a resounding ding, his fingertip made contact with the tip of Xian Yun's sword, producing a sound akin to metal clashing against metal, effectively neutralizing the 3rd thrust aimed directly at him. The terrifying force that reverberated back through the sword compelled Xian Yun to stagger backward, leaving behind dozens of deep footprints before finally halting his retreat. What? Xian Yun's eyes bulged in disbelief as he stared at the long sword in his hand, scarcely able to trust his own vision. With just a flick of his hand and a mere snap of his fingers, had he truly managed to nullify his attack? What profound inner strength is this? What terrifying flesh? Xian Yun realized that he had encountered a martial arts master, whose power far surpassed his own. His expression was solemn. He understood that he was no match for this enigmatic figure. Remaining calm, he did not attempt to flee, but instead fixed his grave gaze upon the silhouette before him and inquired, "May I ask who you are?" The opponent had only revealed a fraction of their strength, yet it was already immensely formidable. Xian Yun was acutely aware that if this individual had come for him, escape would be utterly futile. Thus he refrained from wasting his energy. Xin Yin cast a casual glance in his direction and replied languidly, "Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that I can assist you in overcoming your current impasse." Upon hearing such words, Xian Yun felt no glimmer of joy. Rather, he became increasingly wary of this person. After all, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Any rational individual would instinctively suspect ulterior motives behind such offers. Could this person be from the demonic path, seeking to exploit him against Wudong? Xian Yun pondered uncertainly. Xin Yin smiled knowingly, as if he could see through Xian Yun's thoughts, and said leisurely, "Do not worry, I am not an enemy of Wudong. Nor do you possess any value worth my scheming." The abrupt exposure of his thoughts left Xian Yun feeling both embarrassed and astonished. Embarrassed at being deemed inconsequential, and astonished by the implications of Xin Yan's words. From the tone of his voice, it was evident that this mysterious figure harbored no animosity towards Wudong. Moreover, upon deeper reflection, Xian Yun reasoned that even if the stranger were an adversary of Wudong, there would be no rationale for him to infiltrate at such a late hour. Thus, only one possibility remained. The individual had likely been on Wudong Mountain all along, merely encountering him while he practiced his swordplay. More crucially, the depth of the stranger's prowess evoked thoughts of the reclusive ancestor of their sect, who had never revealed himself. Could it be that this enigmatic figure was indeed that hidden grandmaster? The mere thought sent a jolt of surprise through Xianyun, yet the possibility seemed increasingly plausible. As he gazed once more at Shan Yan, his eyes, though still cautious, now reflected a profound sense of reverence. After a prolonged silence, Xianyun finally resolved to ask, "Sir, you mentioned that you could aid me in breaking through my current limitations. How so?" He had intended to address him as senior, but without absolute certainty regarding the stranger's identity. He refrained, though his demeanor clearly conveyed a newfound respect. Shen Yin perceived the shift in Xianyun's tone, but offered no explanations, merely smiling faintly as he replied in a measured manner. "Do not forget what I said earlier. It is better to seek within oneself than to rely on the heavens. Ultimately, it depends on you. If your heart is not tranquil, nothing will come of it." Shen Yin imparted a word of caution, his calm voice resounding once more. "Your swordsmanship is excessively rigid and perilous. It does not suit you. Therefore, if you wish to comprehend the true essence of martial arts through your swordplay, given your current technique, it will be akin to climbing the heavens." From the previous clash between Xianyun and Gu Lingxing, as well as the various sword techniques practiced by the opponent moments ago, Xianyun quickly discerned the inherent shortcomings in Xianyun's inability to comprehend the true essence of martial arts. Xianyun's swordplay was characterized by an unyielding advance, a relentless pursuit of striking down his foe with a single blow. However, it was abundantly clear that such an approach bore significant flaws when Xianyun unleashed his sword. Should his adversary withstand the assault, he would find himself utterly at a disadvantage, bereft of any opportunity to reverse the tide of battle. His overly rigid and perilous style caused Xianyun's brow to furrow into a shape as he sank into contemplation, evidently grappling with the profundity of Shen Yan's words. As time ebbed away, Xianyun's gaze gradually brightened, suggesting he had begun to grasp the deeper significance of Shen Yan's insights. Yet, soon thereafter, a cloud of worry returned to his expression as he pondered privately what sword techniques within Wudong would be most suitable for him. Ones that could swiftly aid him in comprehending the essence of the sword? Shen Yin, having noticed Xianyun's enlightenment, smirked slightly and remarked nonchalantly, "Stop overthinking it. Did I not mention that I could lend you a hand? I possess a sword technique that is perfectly suited for you." Xianyun's face flushed with embarrassment. He felt as though he had become transparent before the other, with every thought laid bare. As he regained his composure and was about to inquire about the nature of the sword technique, the enigmatic figure opposite him moved with a grace akin to a specter. In an instant, he stood before Xianyun, placing a large hand atop his head. "It's over." Xianyun's complexion turned ashen. His first instinct was to believe that his opponent intended to kill him, and his heart plummeted from the heights of elation to the depths of despair, nearly ceasing to beat. In that fleeting moment, he was fully prepared to embrace the arrival of death. As he struggled to breathe, a calm and composed voice resonated beside him. "Do not be anxious. Relax and open your mind." Overwhelmed by a tumult of emotions, Xianyun found himself momentarily dazed, closing his eyes and, like a marionette obeying commands, striving to find tranquility within, allowing his spirit to become ethereal. Soon after, he felt a gentle warmth emanating from a large hand upon his forehead. In an instant, he vaguely sensed a peculiar energy flowing into his mind, and a strange light flickered in his gaze, as if a tome of swordsmanship was unfolding before him, page by page. A golden figure demonstrated the forms and techniques of the stone sword art. Xianyun's lips moved silently, murmuring the teachings. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as he absorbed the entirety of the sword technique. With a deep breath, he finally opened his eyes, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for imparting the sword art." However, just as he began to articulate his appreciation, he noticed that before him lay nothing but emptiness, devoid of any trace of the person who had guided him. Xianyun glanced around, the moonlight casting gentle shadows, the trees swaying gracefully, everything appeared normal, with no other signs to be found. It felt as if the events that had just transpired were merely a fleeting dream. Yet, the undeniable sword techniques now residing in his mind confirmed that the mysterious figure's teachings were indeed real, not a mere illusion. It was an enlightening experience, a pinnacle of mastery. That figure had truly been an ancestor of the Wudong sect. Xianyun was struck with profound astonishment, as if awakening abruptly from a dream. Feeling disoriented, alas, he lamented inwardly, filled with regret for not seizing the opportunity to seek further guidance from such a distinguished master. What a grand master this is! What an extraordinary opportunity! How could it be so easily overlooked? If the sect leader and the elders were to find out, they would likely be left in utter dismay. Xian Yun felt an overwhelming sense of distress, his heart aching as if it were bleeding. He reminded himself to maintain composure, to guard against greed and anger, and to remain unperturbed amidst the myriad changes. He recited the heart-purifying mantra several times to restore his tranquility. Although he did not receive further guidance from the ancestor, acquiring a sword technique from him was indeed a tremendous stroke of fortune, a treasure of immense value. One must learn to be content and find joy in simplicity. Xian Yun consoled himself, allowing his emotions to settle. With a clearer mind, he began to practice the rock-solid sword technique imparted by Xin Yan. This practice session seems to have opened the gateway to the art of swordsmanship. The rock-solid sword technique is a secret manual of swordsmanship that Sun Yan signed years ago. Although this martial art is not part of the Wudong lineage, it was indeed created by a practitioner from Wudong. Over a century ago, there was an outer disciple named Wang Shi who, at the tender age of 15, joined Wudong to pursue martial arts, with a particular passion for swordplay, dedicating himself to this craft for 60 years. Despite his lack of innate talent, he was an unparalleled sword enthusiast, frequently engaging in duels. For the first 30 years, he experienced nothing but defeat, and in the subsequent 30 years, he won only 1 out of 10 matches, which made his journey in the realm of swordsmanship exceedingly arduous and fraught with tragedy. Nevertheless, Wang Shi never succumbed to despair. He never once relinquished his 3-foot-long blade. A lifelong devotee of the sword, he, at the twilight of his years, reflected upon his lifelong battles and ultimately comprehended his own path in swordsmanship, thus establishing a distinctive sword technique known as the rock-solid sword technique. True to its name, the rock-solid sword technique wields the sword with the stability of a mountain and the strength of an impregnable fortress, leaving no room for error. When unleashed, it strikes with the force of a central pillar, powerful yet composed, and this technique balances both firmness and tranquility, bearing a resemblance to the principles of Wudong Tai Chi. The essence of this swordsmanship lies in its unwavering spirit. When confronted by any formidable opponent, one must remain resolute and unyielding, wielding the sword with tenacity and bearing the pressure without revealing any vulnerabilities. Such a stance will render the adversary powerless, securing an invincible position. Wang Shi, the creator of this sword technique, affectionately named it the invincible sword art. Upon its inception, he laughed heartily towards the heavens, basking in his pride. Regrettably, throughout his life, Wang Shi was merely an outer sect disciple, his name not widely recognized. Consequently, the sword technique he bequeathed went unnoticed. Discarded like a worn-out shoe in the repository of books, lost amidst the vast sea of martial arts scriptures, languishing in obscurity for years, perhaps now impossible to locate. This evening, however, upon encountering Xian Yun, Sun Yan was suddenly inspired, resolved to bring this gem of the ocean to light, no longer allowing it to remain shrouded in dust. He firmly believed that one day, this swordsmanship would radiate with unparalleled brilliance in Xian Yun's hands, astonishing the entire world. Under the moonlight, Xian Yun's sword movements grew increasingly fluid and natural, mastering the rock-solid sword art to a minor accomplishment in merely half a stick of incense's time. This is a martial art that progresses from simplicity to complexity. Mastery begins with the fundamental principles of defense, offense, speed, and slowness. Although this style is entirely distinct from the swordsmanship previously practiced by Xian Yun, he inexplicably senses a profound resonance between his indomitable spirit and the steadfast sword technique, leading to an immediate and rapid advancement in his skill. This unparalleled sense of affinity left Xian Yun with the impression that this sword technique was tailor-made for him. At this moment, he harbored a premonition that once he thoroughly mastered the rock-solid sword technique, it would coincide with the moment he crystallized the true essence of martial arts. Should he ascend to the 4th rank? He believed that if he were to encounter Gu Lingxing again, he would at least not be defeated, even if he could not triumph over her. In the depths of night, the long sword emitted a radiant glow that illuminated the surroundings. At this juncture, Xian Yun seemed to have transformed into a different person. His eyes sparkled like lightning, his demeanor was exuberant, and as he wielded the sword, he exuded a magnificent aura. Within this magnificence, there lingered a subtle yet profound power akin to that of a towering mountain. In leisurely days devoid of worry, after imparting the teachings to Xian Yun that evening, Sun Yan continued to lead a life of idleness. Meanwhile, For several dozen days, the higher echelons of Wudong endured each day as if it were a year, akin to prisoners in a dungeon awaiting their death sentence, tormented by anxiety over how the upcoming sword discussion would be propagated by the Shushan sword sect. They were deeply concerned about the potential decline in Wudong's reputation within the martial world. However, on that day, instead of the anticipated dismal news of their sect's sword discussion defeat, they received a sensational update that reverberated through the martial community. On the 10th day of September, the Shushan sword sect had triumphed over the Zhangjian Villa in a sword discussion. As a prominent sect of Wanzhou, Zhangjian Villa suffered a calamitous defeat, with over 30 of its disciples vanquished by the sword of a single disciple from the Shushan sword sect. And it was said that they even lost an ancient renowned sword in the process. Accompanying this news were various rumors regarding the foremost disciple of the Shushan sword sect. In no time, names such as Gu Lingsheng, Taiyin sword body, and extraordinary talent echoed throughout the martial world, becoming a hot topic of discussion. Much like the fervor surrounding the demonic alliance's assault on Shaolin, many sensationalist martial media outlets have already hailed Gu Lingsheng as the foremost figure of the younger generation in Dakian, proclaiming her unrivaled supremacy in swordsmanship. Some even exaggeratedly claimed that within a decade, Gu Lingsheng would ascend to the pinnacle of the martial realm, achieving legendary status. At that point, the Shushan sword sect would supplant the celestial master S. Hall, becoming the foremost of the 9 great sects and the leading sect of Dakian, overshadowing all beneath the heavens. Of course, the major top-tier forces are not naive. They understand that even the Taiyin sword body is not so formidable as to reach legendary heights in such a brief span. Thus, upon hearing such claims, many found them amusing and paid little heed. Yet, some minor factions and wandering individuals took these words at face value, believing them to be true, and extolled Gu Lingsheng with extravagant praises, proclaiming her as invincible and unparalleled in the world. Nonetheless, regardless of the means, the Shushan sword sect achieved its intended purpose of promoting Gu Lingsheng, although it did not possess the shock and awe of the originally planned great defeat of Wudong. Gu Lingsheng still achieved widespread fame, becoming the most prominent prodigy in the martial realm. Henceforth, her task was to await challenges from young talents across the land. By vanquishing them, she would solidify her reputation as the foremost among the younger generation. With the sword master of Shushan safeguarding her path and the entire sect standing behind her, Gu Lingsheng's journey towards invincibility was now a smooth and radiant one. Meanwhile, the true man Tongju scratched his head, wearing an expression of perplexity. What is the situation here? Has the Shushan sword sect experienced a moment of conscience? Aware of the current plight of Wudong, feeling an unwillingness to act against them, have they instead turned their attention to the Zhangjian Villa? Surely, the sword enthusiasts of Shushan are not so benevolent. The crowd buzzed with confusion, unable to comprehend. Nevertheless, the reputation of the Wudong sect remained unscathed, which is undoubtedly a cause for gratitude. One should indeed express thanks and offer incense. Since the opposing party did not mention the events of the sword discussion that day, they naturally remained silent, unwilling to foolishly expose such a humiliating matter. All the senior members exhaled in relief, their tense nerves finally easing. Just then, an elder from the outer sect burst through the door, exclaiming, "A great matter has occurred." However, this time, he bore a joyful expression, and before the sect leader could chastise him, he laughed heartily, announcing, "The chief disciple Xian Yun has comprehended the true essence of martial arts and has broken into the 4th rank." His loud declaration resonated throughout the hall, leaving everyone momentarily dazed. What? Upon hearing this news, the venerable Tong Ju could not help but tug at his long beard, nearly pulling out a tuft in astonishment. "Surely you jest. Are you toying with us?" The solemn Taoist Tong Ren cast a skeptical gaze at the outer sect elder. The others, initially taken aback, soon found it hard to believe this news. Ever since the disastrous encounter with the chaotic swords, Xian Yun's condition had not been favorable. The elders had been concerned that he might be too deeply haunted by his inner demons to recover, pondering how best to assist him. How could it be that he suddenly not only avoided despair, but also achieved a breakthrough to the 4th rank? The outer sect elder, feeling wronged, declared that given 100 chances, he would rather see the senior members happy. He urged anxiously, "Esteemed elders, I speak no falsehood. Xian Yun has truly broken through to the 4th rank. If you do not believe me, you may go and see for yourselves." Seeing his earnest demeanor, the crowd exchanged glances, pondering whether Xian Yun had transformed his setbacks into motivation and indeed reached the 4th rank. At this moment, They could no longer maintain their composure, rising all at once and hastening to visit Xianyun. It was said that on that night, after receiving the swordsmanship teachings from Xianyun felt as if he had discovered a treasure. The following day, he began to dwell beneath the stone cliff for secluded cultivation, shutting himself off from the affairs of the world and immersing himself day and night in the arduous practice of the rock sword technique. At last, today, he had perfected the sword technique to its pinnacle, achieving a profound understanding of the rock sword intent and breaking through to the 4th rank. The movement of his sword stirred the winds and clouds, causing a commotion throughout the entire sect. Xuanyun's swift ascension to the 4th rank was due not only to his solid foundation, which had merely required the final push, but also to his prodigious talent. Upon mastering the rock sword technique that perfectly suited him, he soared to new heights, akin to a tiger gaining wings. In the place of Xuanyun's seclusion, a throng had gathered. News of his breakthrough to the 4th rank reverberated throughout the sect, sending ripples of excitement across Wudong Mountain. The crowd buzzed with fervor, with many rushing to witness Xianyun. For a sect on the brink of decline and disciples recently shaken by a significant defeat, Xuanyun's breakthrough bore immense significance, undoubtedly invigorating spirits and dispelling the ominous clouds that loomed over the mountain gate. At this moment, before the grass hut, Xianyun stood under the collective gaze of the multitude. Amidst the sea of eager eyes, the venerable Tongju Zhenren arrived, extending his trembling old hands to earnestly assess Xuanyun's aura. Soon, his body trembled, and a radiant light emerged in his eyes. Everyone held their breath. In the stillness that enveloped them, Tongju Zhenren, brimming with spirit and excitement, spoke with a quivering voice. The ancestors are watching over us, blessing Wudong. Our disciple Xianyun has broken through to the 4th rank. With this proclamation, the crowd erupted in jubilation. A thunderous cheer resonated around them, and many disciples were moved to tears, their hearts aflame as they gazed intently at the dazzling figure at the center. Congratulations, Brother Xianyun. The rise of Wudong is within our grasp. All the disciples expressed their exhilaration, uniting in their heartfelt congratulations. Xianyun stood tall and resolute, having matured significantly. His demeanor was calm, and his mind was as tranquil as a still pond. He understood that his breakthrough to the 4th rank today was entirely owed to the teachings bestowed upon him by that mysterious elder. Xianyun's gaze drifted towards the horizon as he murmured softly, "Elder, can you see this? The grace of your teachings is unforgettable. I, Xianyun, shall not fail your expectations." As the entire sect was engulfed in uproar, the mastermind behind this series of events, Xianyun, remained blissfully unaware, lazily arriving at the summit of Wudong to complete his attendance. To this day, Xianyun had already signed in at all the locations on Wudong Mountain. Even the sacred sites that allowed for repeated sign-ins had ceased to be accessible. Only the summit of Wudong remained as the final location available for attendance. However, today, without any forewarning, the sign-in system unexpectedly removed the summit from its list. Xianyun was about to mark his last attendance at Wudong. Yet, having mentally prepared himself, he felt no shock. What he did not anticipate was that the prompt sound from the system for this sign-in was distinctly different from the usual. This took Xianyun by surprise. The designated sign-in location, the golden summit of Wudong. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for accumulating 500 sign-ins at the golden summit, earning the supreme reward, the innate divine ability celestial eye of desolation. The Tao patterns converged, and his vertical pupils faded away. Xianyun reopened his eyes. With my striking appearance now bestowed with the divine eye, is this leading me toward the path of Erlangchen? This surely indicates a protagonist's destiny. It turns out that I am not the child of fate. I am the nephew of heaven itself. Xianyun sighed earnestly, his tone tinged with melancholy. Yet his face bore an air of mischief, the corners of his mouth curving up like a war god's smirk. In the distance, the people of Wudong, who were congratulating Xianyun, all gazed at the golden summit. The sky darkened ominously, with flashes of lightning illuminating the clouds. Master Tongju observed the gathering storm with confusion. Just moments ago, the sky was clear. Why has it suddenly turned to rain? Seeing this dreadful weather, everyone should disperse. We will celebrate Xianyun another day and raise our cups in unison. Master Tongju declared. The crowd cheered loudly and began to disperse. However, Wudong's joy was destined to be short-lived, for a crisis was already looming. In Wanzhou, within the confines of a secret courtyard, a hawk swooped down and landed on the windowsill. A figure in a crimson robe stood silently before the loft window, retrieving a sealed letter from the hawk. Upon opening it, a gleam of sharp insight flashed in his eyes. The crimson-robed men casually handed the letter to an elderly man with a cane, who appeared on the verge of slumber and gazed toward Wudong Mountain. His eyes filled with a somber intent, a palpable murderous aura. The disciples of the Shushan sword sect have finally departed from Wanzhou. Issue the orders. The plan commences. Within 3 days, I want all of Wudong's strongholds in Wanzhou eradicated. The elderly man nodded slightly and turned to leave. Soon, the courtyard echoed with sinister laughter as a group of fierce warriors armed with weapons surged forth in all directions. Back in the loft, the crimson-robed man withdrew his gaze, a hint of unease creeping into his heart. Recently, 3 subordinates sent to Wudong had not returned, leaving him uncertain of what had transpired. Not only had he lost 3 subordinates, but he was also without the Tai splitting light sword, which infuriated him. Yet, time was of the essence. He had no choice but to act. The prolonged stay of the Shushan sword sect in Wanzhou had delayed his plans to assault Wudong for far too long. The crimson-robed man felt an urgency within, driven to breach Wudong and confront the drought demon. Stuck at the pinnacle of the second rank for far too long due to incomplete techniques, he yearned for a breakthrough. Only the drought demon possesses the complete magical prowess, enabling him to transcend the first rank. Thus, even in the face of minor unforeseen events, the man in the red robe chooses to disregard them, believing they bear no significance to the greater scheme. He is acutely aware of the true nature of Wudong. In fact, the entire Wudong sect is sustained solely by the efforts of the second-rank master, Tong Jujinren, with no indication that another second-rank expert exists within the sect. The man in the red robe is firmly convinced that the forces he has brought along are more than sufficient to annihilate Wudong. In Wanzhou, Yinchuan County, there lies a realm of verdant mountains and clear waters, where ancient, lush trees stretch endlessly. Within this tranquil landscape stands a time-honored Taoist temple, seemingly detached from the clamor of the world, embodying a serene and transcendent essence. This is a stronghold of Wudong in Yinchuan County, which has always remained aloof from worldly conflicts, and under the illustrious name of Wudong, few have dared to provoke trouble. However, this tranquility was shattered tonight. Amidst the verdant hills and flowing waters, flames soared to the heavens, and thick smoke enveloped the scene. The cacophony of battle resounded like thunder, echoing across the land. The clashing of metal rang incessantly. The air was thick with the pungent scent of blood, staining the earth a deep crimson, with severed limbs and scattered remnants strewn about, creating a horrifying spectacle. At this moment, dozens of figures clad in Taoist robes were being relentlessly driven back by the surrounding men in black, converging together, encircled on all sides. Illuminated by the flickering flames, the countenances of these black-clad assailants appeared particularly grotesque, some of them eagerly lapping the blood from their blades. Their expressions frenzied. Each one of them had eyes gleaming with a ferocious light, exuding an overwhelming intent to kill, their faces twisted into sinister smiles, akin to a pack of ravenous wolves sensing fresh prey. Not a single one of these marauders bore a glint of malice in their eyes. It seemed as though they had come solely for the purpose of taking life. This scene is utterly terrifying, sending chills down the spines of the Taoist priest present at Wudong. Who are you, vile scoundrels, to dare offend our Wudong? The head of the Yunchuan Taoist Academy stood resolutely, drenched in blood, his thunderous voice reverberating throughout the surroundings. Witnessing familiar faces fall one after another before him, the head of Yunchuan felt an overwhelming rage ignite within him like a blazing inferno. From the depths of darkness, a rugged voice answered him. Ha ha. We are none other than the infamous Blood Sea Demon sect. It truly is a pleasure to kill. A burly man named Chu Heihu, wielding a massive wolf-toothed club, stepped forth, laughing maniacally. Old grizzled one, now that you are aware of our identity, you can surely close your eyes and depart in peace. Chu Heihu's gaze bore down on the head of Yunchuan, a chilling smile gracing his lips. The sword master of Yunchuan glared back with unbridled hatred. You demonic thieves. Our Wudong will not let you escape. He let out a final, thunderous roar, without a shred of hesitation, igniting his very essence to charge forward into battle. He understood that today would be his last. Thus, he chose to fight to the death. Seeing this, Chu Heihu scoffed. Humph, we won't spare Wudong either. Soon those old fools will join you. With a resounding cry, he raised his wolf-toothed club and charged headlong into the fray. The wind howling fiercely around him as he surged forth. The shadows surrounding them stirred to life, a maelstrom of demonic energy unleashed. As the sounds of slaughter echoed through the air, with various blades and swords glinting ominously, all targeting the crowd. In an instant, the remaining Taoist priests were engulfed by the shadows, fighting desperately, one after another succumbing to their fates. Half an hour later, the battle concluded. leaving the Yunchuan Taoist Academy utterly annihilated, reduced to a desolate wasteland, with all Wudong priests slain in a gruesome spectacle. Simultaneously, in Dongshan County, Ningxue County, and Jilin County, the Wudong sect strongholds throughout the 13 counties of Wanzhou were embroiled in equally tragic and heroic battles. This night, the flames of demonic wrath soared, destined to be a night soaked in blood. On the following day, after the full mobilization of the Blood Sea Demon sect, a shocking piece of news swept through Wanzhou City at breakneck speed, spreading like wildfire among the various factions of the martial world. Like a thunderclap on a clear day, it left all residents of Wanzhou, be they martial artists or common folk, stunned into disbelief. In a single night, all of Wudong's strongholds in Wanzhou were obliterated by the Blood Sea Demon sect. One must understand the significance of the Wudong sect. It is one of the 9 great sects, the sovereign of the Wanzhou martial world, a colossal entity regarded as unattainable by countless individuals. Yet, such an existence was brutally assaulted by demonic forces, and the casualties were shockingly severe. It was simply inconceivable. Of course, the Blood Sea Demon sect, which launched the attack on Wudong, was no nameless rabble. It was a notorious and formidable demonic power that had risen to prominence over the past decade. There were whispers of rumors suggesting that not long ago, the Blood Sea Demon sect had pledged allegiance to the demon cult, becoming a vassal under its command. This inevitably raises suspicions among many, pondering the role the resplendent demonic sect plays behind this turmoil. The atmosphere in Wanzhou has grown exceedingly delicate and heavy, as if shrouded in ominous clouds, foretelling an impending storm, plunging the populace into profound panic. It seems that Wanzhou is on the brink of upheaval. Even ordinary citizens can sense the shift, contemplating the imminent upheaval between the righteous and the demonic in the martial world. The flames of the demonic sect burn too fiercely. One wonders if Wudong will follow in the unfortunate footsteps of Shaolin Temple. Esteemed righteous sects throughout the realm are filled with trepidation, and a palpable sense of unease permeates the air as they brace themselves for the worst. In these trying times, many farmers and hunters residing near Wudong Mountain begin to uproot their families, opting to evade this eye of the storm to avoid being caught in the crossfire of the impending battle between the Blood Sea Demon sect and the Wudong clan. Meanwhile, some demons that had long concealed themselves in the remote mountains seized this chaotic opportunity to emerge and wreak havoc upon humanity, acting with impunity, leading to rampant disorder that leaves the authorities in disarray, scrambling to extinguish the fires of chaos. Even before the grand conflict has commenced, the situation is already dire. This fills many with apprehension. Should Wudong truly fall to the demonic forces, what further depths of despair will the already dire conditions of Wanzhou descend into? Wudong Mountain. The atmosphere is exceedingly bleak and tense, as if enveloped in the shadow of an apocalypse. The sect has entered the most stringent state of alert, with sentries posted every 5 paces and watchmen stationed every 10, sealing the mountain gates and severing all ties with the outside world. For several days, Wudong has been rapidly consolidating its sect strength, summoning disciples scattered across Wanzhou back to the mountain, retreating behind its gates to sharpen their weapons and hone their skills. Each disciple entering a state of readiness for battle. Within the Zixiao Palace, an overwhelming sense of sorrow prevails. The atmosphere is suffocatingly oppressive. When news arrives of the Blood Sea Demon sect's destruction of various strongholds, the leadership of Wudong is collectively shaken, their blood boiling with fury, roaring in anguish, hearts aching as if they might bleed. These 13 strongholds have been developed over the years through the diligent efforts of the sages of Wudong. However, now they have all been eradicated, leaving the disciples and masters of the sect with devastating casualties, with only a scant few managing to return. This represents the culmination of centuries of dedicated effort. Now, in a single day, it has all been lost. Furthermore, those safeguarding these strongholds were the core elites painstakingly nurtured over the years, nearly annihilated. Such a devastating blow was beyond the capacity of the Wudong leadership to endure. The sudden assault by the Blood Sea Demon sect delivered a fatal strike to the already declining Wudong. The enmity with the Blood Sea Demon sect is one that cannot be reconciled. The true man of Tongju displayed a fierce countenance, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, his eyes shimmering with a crimson hue, nearly shedding blood tears. Upon receiving this news, Shen Yin was equally astonished. Inevitably feeling a pang of sorrow, he sighed deeply, enveloped in a sense of helplessness. In this critical moment, he knew he must remain steadfast at Wudong, not allowing himself to stray even a step away. Matters below the mountain were beyond his influence. After the initial shock, Sun Yin proceeded to the summit of Wudong, intending to unveil the heavenly desolate divine eye to probe the atmospheric conditions of Wanzhou. As he opened his eyes, the previously clear and picturesque landscape was marred in his divine vision by the emergence of dark, ominous energies, like a beautifully embroidered landscape being gnawed upon by worms, leaving it riddled with holes, a sight both alarming and heart-wrenching, indicative of the suffering of living beings and the chaos wrought by demons. Within the main city of Wanzhou lay a surging crimson malevolence, suffocating in its intensity, now resembling a sinister spear pointing directly at Wudong. Alas, the suffering of the populace. Such malevolence foretells the impending cataclysm. Moments later, Sun Yin murmured to himself, closing his divine eye, his expression revealing an unusual gravity. Fortunately, although the aura of malice was potent, it was not overwhelmingly terrifying. After a moment of contemplation, Sun Yin regained his composure and gradually descended from the summit. In the following days, the external turmoil escalated dramatically. Upon hearing the news of Wudong's impending siege, several small factions of demonic forces scattered across Wanzhou began to stir, rubbing their hands together, converging from all directions towards Wudong, eager to partake in the spoils alongside the Blood Sea Demon sect. The momentum was formidable. A tide of malevolence rushing forth. The edifice teetered on the brink. Danger loomed ominously. Most believed that Wudong could not escape this calamity. Meanwhile, the beleaguered Wudong sect had been tirelessly sending missives to the forces of the righteous path in Wanzhou, hoping to rally support. However, dozens of homing pigeons were dispatched, none of which returned. No faction responded to Wudong's pleas, as all wished to remain aloof, observing from the sidelines. Many sects discreetly monitored Wudong's plight, lamenting, "Wudong has loomed over us for far too long. It is time for a shift in the hierarchy." These factions have long coveted the illustrious title of the Nine Greats of Wudong, believing that in this moment, there is no choice but to strike a blow, joining forces with the demonic path to wield the slaughtering knife, which they deem a fitting response to Wudong. Throughout Wanzhou, numerous ancient recluses, having closed themselves off for years, stirred upon hearing the news, their cold gazes surveying the tumultuous changes, their eyes gleaming with an intimidating light. Humph, with Wudong's current strength so diminished, what merit or capability do they possess to remain the sovereign of the Wanzhou martial world? Their annihilation is but a matter of time. Perishing at the hands of the demonic path is certainly preferable to dying at the hands of the righteous in the future. Meanwhile, smaller sects, even those wishing to support Wudong, upon witnessing this bizarre scenario, instantly withered, fearing that sending aid would merely lead to their own doom. The martial world has always spoken through strength, where the powerful reign supreme, and weakness is the original sin. No one will lament for Wudong. The revered Tongju Jinren, witnessing such a situation, was infuriated and lamented. Is this truly the righteous path of Wanzhou? Everyone wishes for our Wudong's destruction. How is this any different from the demonic path? The crowd sighed in despair, the atmosphere heavy with gloom. As the esteemed leader of the righteous path in Wanzhou, the depths of his internal turmoil are beyond imagination. In a world beset by demons and chaos, where human hearts are inscrutable and filled with ulterior motives, how can the common folk not suffer? Tongren Daolong, accompanied by a group of disciples, entered the council hall with furrowed brows, shaking his head in sorrow. "Senior brother, we have scoured the entire secret realm, yet we have found no trace of that hidden elder. The enigmatic hidden ancestor remains their sole hope in this dire moment. Yet, the elder continues to remain elusive. In the face of annihilation, does that elder choose to remain detached? Is it naive to believe that Wudong will perish?" Tongju Jinren appeared lost and despondent, slumping into his chair and murmuring tremulously, "At this point, we must swiftly ensure the safety of our disciples. We must preserve the last ember. If Wudong's lineage is extinguished, we will have no face to meet our ancestors in death." Tongren Daolong spoke with a tone steeped in desolation, having already made plans for the final step. Upon concluding his words, he immediately ordered the dispatch of a group of outstanding disciples to safety. The impending battle could erupt at any moment, and delay could lead to dire consequences. Not long after, a commotion arose outside the council hall. "Do not pull us away. We absolutely will not leave. Born as Wudong, we shall die as Wudong souls. To expel demons and uphold justice, we are unafraid of death." Outside the doors, Xian Yun led dozens of disciples, charging in with swords held high, their faces resolute. The elders who failed to stop them were pushed aside, casting helpless glances at Tongju Jinren. Xian Yun strode purposefully towards the Wudong leadership, his gaze sweeping from the sect leader to the elders, ultimately resting on Tongren Daolong's face, locking eyes with him. Elder, I have heard it is you who commanded us to retreat from the mountain to evade disaster? Xian Yun, embodying righteousness, disregarded the formalities of the sect, roaring in the public hall, demanding an explanation from Tongren Daolong. At such a critical juncture for our sect's survival, if we were to leave, what would the other disciples think? How would they perceive us? To vanquish evil and uphold justice, to die in the endeavor, this is the creed you imparted to us. Have you truly forgotten? We would rather be demons beneath the blade than be deemed traitors who flee in the face of danger, abandoning our comrades at Wudong. We shall remain and fight, united with our brethren in life and death. Please, esteemed master, retract your decree. Xian Yun turned to bow respectfully to Master Tongjiu. The other disciples likewise raised their voices in fervent protest, bowing deeply and refusing to rise. Daoist Tongren's lips moved as if to speak, but in the end, he sighed inwardly and chose to remain silent. This scene moved the elders to tears, stirring their aged hearts with a surge of fervor as they gazed up at the Grand Master, eager to discern his choice. The hall fell into a profound silence for an extended moment. At length, a radiant light ignited in the Grand Master's eyes, as if he had reached a resolution, and he rose slowly to his feet. Brother, spoke Daoist Tongren, seemingly aware of the Grand Master's inner decision and wishing to offer counsel. However, the Grand Master raised a hand, halting his words. Then, fixing his gaze upon his disciples, he spoke with a calm demeanor, devoid of joy, anger, sorrow, or pleasure, and began, Junior brother, the disciples are correct. The eradication of evil and the safeguarding of righteousness have been the tenets of Wudong since its inception. As practitioners of Wudong, we cannot falter, and neither can they. Brother, think carefully, Daoist Tongren implored, still wishing to persuade him. His thoughts revolved around the notion that if Wudong were to face calamity, preserving the flame of their teachings might one day allow for a resurgence. Yet, the Grand Master shook his head, resolute like Xian Yun and the others, and continued, if Wudong were to perish this day, it would be by the will of heaven. And we can do naught but fight to the death, letting the blood of the demonic path spill 5 paces, ensuring the glory of Wudong endures. You need not depart. Stay with us. After making this momentous decision, he seemed to expend all his strength, returning to his chair, supporting his forehead with a weary hand. As the Grand Master, the weight of his responsibilities was immense, and in this moment of choice, he felt an overwhelming uncertainty. Nevertheless, he wished for his disciples to have no regrets. For him, as their leader, this must be the right path. Thank you, Grand Master. Grand Master, you are magnificent. Xian Yun revealed a faint smile. In the hall, the disciples rose in unison, their faces alight with joy. This scene, if witnessed by outsiders, would lead them to believe that this group of disciples had encountered some momentous celebration. They would never suspect that the joy of these disciples stemmed from the prospect of sharing life and death with their sect. Observing the jubilant laughter and cheerful voices of these young souls, the elders were profoundly shaken, turning their heads away with tears streaming down their aged faces. On the 23rd of September, it is deemed auspicious to prepare for burial, break ground, and enter the deceased, thus opening the grave of life. On this day, dark, ink-like clouds pressed heavily against the sky, making it seem as though the heavens themselves were on the verge of collapsing. The cold wind howled with an eerie wail. The earth lay in a chilling silence, while crows lamented ominously. It was a time when black clouds loomed ominously, threatening to crush the mountains. On Mount Wudong, the patrolling disciples sensed the unusual atmosphere, their eyes vigilantly scanning their surroundings without a moment's respite. Suddenly, without warning, the ground trembled beneath them. Startled, the patrolling disciples turned their gaze toward the source of the sound. As they peered into the distance, blood-red banners emerged on the horizon, fluttering in the wind. A palpable aura of menace rolling in like thick smoke, as if a great army was approaching. In an instant, the winds howled violently, shaking the very earth and mountains. They have arrived, exclaimed a patrolling disciple, momentarily dazed. Immediately, the sound of urgent bells resonated throughout the Wudong sect, alerting all disciples to the impending threat. The Wudong clan had long been prepared. They swiftly assembled, forming pre-rehearsed formations, poised and ready, swords at the ready. Among the crowd, many young disciples felt their throats constrict. Palms sweating, faces etched with tension as they gazed apprehensively at the formidable foes approaching from the distance. A throng of figures loomed large, gradually advancing, numbering nearly 10,000. Some waved flags and shouted, Others brandished weapons, while some were nonchalantly indifferent, and others burned with fervor, creating a chaotic scene filled with confusion and turmoil. Their ranks were disorganized. While not as regimented as a true army, each individual was a martial artist, preventing utter disarray from overtaking the scene. The tide of humanity surged like an ocean, the demonic presence vast and overwhelming. Swords and blades glimmered like a forest of steel, their cold light flashing ominously. The ragtag group of demonic foes proclaimed, "The great ones have arrived. Who could have imagined your downfall today? Huh, I shall relish in taking down several of you." Their voices echoed with a cacophony of vile language, accompanied by chilling laughter that sent shivers down one's spine, reminiscent of the wails of the damned. All the fiends brazenly unleashed their fierce auras, their bloodlust palpable, a murderous intent that seemed almost tangible, raining down upon Wudong to demoralize its defenders. The overwhelming presence of bloodshed painted the sky a deep crimson, casting a sinister shadow that even the distant disciples of Wudong could sense. Faced with such an onslaught, the countenances of the disciples turned grave. The enemy was far too strong, and a fierce battle loomed on the horizon. In the distance, numerous powerful scouts observed the unfolding clash, astounded by the sheer scale of the gathering. In a matter of days, the Blood-Sea demonic sect had amassed such a formidable force, suggesting that the entire demonic faction of Wanzhou was mobilized. Witnessing the demonic array, many spies sent by various sects lay hidden, astonished. Among them, a scout recognized familiar faces in the crowd, swallowing hard as he pointed out, "Look, those two are the Black Wind Double Devils, and over there are the White Lotus Monk, Cold Red Daughter, the Greedy Slayer, and the 9 Thieves of the Wind." His hand trembled as he struggled to count them all. These are the notorious overlords of the demonic path, long established in Wanzhou. They have consistently ranked among the top of the government's bounty notices, their crimes numerous and their malevolence profound, rendering them as fearsome as the cries of infants in the night within the confines of Wanzhou. Such a grand spectacle, with so many fierce fiends gathered. It is not merely Wudong Mountain that should be concerned. Even the city of Wanzhou itself could fall under siege. Numerous wandering experts exchanged glances, their surprise palpable. Some ancient figures from various sects observed the scene with grave expressions, murmuring, "The Blood-Sea demon sect is formidable indeed. Wudong may truly face dire straits today." What a commotion! Has the battle already commenced? Behind Wudong Mountain, outside the library pavilion, a group of miscellaneous disciples clutched torches, anxiety etched upon their faces, beads of cold sweat frequently appearing on their brows. As auxiliary disciples, they were not required to fight on the front lines. Instead, they had a crucial duty to perform. Should Wudong suffer a complete defeat, they were tasked with setting the library ablaze, ensuring that not a single tome of martial arts scripture would remain for these fiends. Such an extravagant display, indeed. In a corner, Ye Lin lifted his gaze, his eyes penetrating the void, as though he could perceive the unfolding events beyond. Just by comparing the sheer number and aura, it was evident that Wudong stood on the precipice of absolute disadvantage. Should a battle ensue, the casualties would be catastrophic. Yet, Ye Lin understood that this was not the moment for him to intervene. Those currently charging into the fray were merely foot soldiers. The true masters of the demonic path had yet to reveal themselves, lurking in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. With his formidable perception, he had already identified several powerful presences concealed in the darkness. However, there were likely more demonic experts yet to unveil their auras. Thus, patience was essential. He needed to wait until these hidden powers emerged simultaneously before he could unleash a decisive blow, thereby resolving this crisis once and for all. Ye Lin extinguished the torch and placed it down, his figure flickering like a specter as he vanished from sight. In mere moments, he appeared atop the golden summit, surveying the battlefield below. Meanwhile, the group of auxiliary disciples remained oblivious to the absence of one among them. At this moment, the demonic army had arrived at the foot of Wudong Mountain. Amidst the crowd, an individual gradually emerged, causing all the fiends to fall silent. The atmosphere was enveloped in an eerie stillness. Before us stands a frail, hunchbacked elder, supported by a cane, his gaunt figure betraying the weight of his years. His eyelids droop heavily, and he coughs incessantly, resembling a patient teetering on the brink of death, as if half buried in the earth. Yet, when he forcefully strikes the ground with his staff, his eyes suddenly spring open, revealing depths as profound as the night. His breath surges with a force akin to towering mountains, and an ethereal manifestation of countless white bones envelopes him, while a terrifying black mist roils and crashes like tumultuous waves. In an instant, the space behind him ripples, giving birth to a towering skeletal giant. its aura of death undulating ominously. Standing there, it resembles a hellish reaper, poised to devour the unwary, emanating an eerie chill that can be sensed from afar. This sinister method is terrifying to the utmost degree, sending shivers down one's spine at the mere sight of it. On Wudong Mountain, a formidable defense is established in 5 layers, with the first line of defense comprised of 365 disciples forming the Great Five Elements linked sword formation. When the skeletal giant emerged, every disciple's hand gripping their sword trembled with fear. This elderly man wields malevolent sorcery, and his very first move is a formidable grand technique, unmistakably revealing the prowess of a second-tier sorcerer. How could this not leave one astounded? Even those from Wudong, who had been observing in the shadows, were taken aback, completely unprepared for the Blood Sea Demon sect to deploy a second-tier formidable warrior right at the outset, leaving the entire assembly in a state of shock. Above, the elders of Wudong bore grave expressions. Tongju Jinren had already unsheathed the Zixiao Pure Yang sword, his gaze fixed intently on the elder with the staff. Should the adversary make a direct move, he too would have no choice but to draw his sword without hesitation. In this manner, the strategic layout of Wudong would be utterly disrupted, rendering their 5-fold defense completely ineffective. After all, the clash between second-tier fighters would unleash overwhelming might, capable of shattering mountains and splitting peaks, causing the very earth to tremble. Such formidable assaults would undeniably throw the entire battlefield into chaos. That was the Songming Bone technique, unmistakably the signature divine art of the Bone sect. From the shadows, someone recognized the origin of the Bone Giant, their complexion shifting dramatically as they exclaimed, "What? The Bone sect? Wasn't it annihilated by the Celestial Master's manner over a century ago during the Righteous Evil War?" Numerous scouts collectively gasped in astonishment. The Bone sect, notorious for its malevolence a century prior, specialized in the arcane arts of the underworld, manipulating the dead and practicing unspeakable sorcery. During the Righteous Evil War, the Bone sect had committed heinous atrocities, sacrificing 100,000 lives in a grand city to forge the Bone Giant using the Songming Bone technique, provoking the righteous forces to unite against them. At that time, the Bone Giant, forged from the blood and bones of 10,000 victims, was immensely powerful, resisting the righteous onslaught and inflicting countless casualties until the Celestial Master of Longhu Mountain intervened, ultimately vanquishing them with divine lightning. The infamously feared Bone sect was obliterated in that battle, fading into the annals of history. Yet, astonishingly, remnants of the Bone sect had survived. The crowd turned their fearful gazes toward the elder with the staff. If their assumptions were correct, this elder was none other than the grand protector of the Bone sect, the Tianke Rakshasa, who walked with a staff due to his naturally flawed legs. An elder from a prominent sect, with a profound gaze, revealed the identity of the staff-bearing elder. Instantly, a wave of murmurs swept through the crowd. One scout, astonished, remarked, "Could it be that this ancient figure is the leader of the Blood Sea Demon sect?" The Blood Sea Demon sect, a newly emerged and enigmatic force in the martial world, operated with great secrecy. They seemed to have materialized from the very stones, gaining a fearsome reputation in just over a decade, shaking the martial realm to its core. The leader of the Blood Sea Demon sect, the Blood Sea Demon Lord, remained shrouded in mystery, with no one in the martial world aware of his appearance or origins. Logically, an ancient being like the Tianke Rakshasa would not remain in the shadows, leading many to speculate that he was indeed the Blood Sea Demon Lord. Meanwhile, as the hidden figures exchanged their thoughts, the battlefield underwent a transformation. Roar. Behind the Tianke Rakshasa, the Bone Giant emitted an extraordinarily chilling and terrifying howl, reverberating throughout the arena, sending shivers down spines. With the echo of the ghostly wail, the foot of the mountain erupted in a cacophony of deathly cries. Kill. Thousands of demons roared in unison, their voices rising like a tidal wave, swiftly overwhelming the Wudong sect, leaving its disciples stunned and blood surging in their veins. The denizens of the demonic path raised their weapons, their expressions frenzied, surging forward like a black flood toward Wudong. The battle had commenced. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, the esteemed Master Tongju and his companions exhaled a sigh of relief. The adversary of the second rank had not launched an immediate assault, which, albeit unfortunate, was a stroke of luck. Nevertheless, the situation remained precarious. The massive sword formation of the first tier, though manned by many, was composed of disciples whose strength was rather limited, thus failing to unleash the full potential of the array. Consequently, its lethality was restrained, merely serving to diminish the ranks of the demonic forces, and by a modicum of time. Gazing back at the battlefield, Numerous fiends had already breached the first line of defense, brandishing an array of weaponry and charging ferociously towards the disciples of Wudong. On the mountainside, Master Tongren stepped forward, raising the command flag in his hand, and softly uttered 3 words, "Activate the sword formation." As his voice echoed, the 365 disciples of Wudong, having prepared for this moment, exhibited remarkable composure in the face of the advancing demons. In an instant, they moved in a synchronized manner, stepping in rhythm with the celestial forces, their swords drawn in unison, as the grand 5 elements linked sword formation gradually took shape. The throngs of demons surged into the array, only to be met with a dazzling display of sword lights that obscured the heavens and filled their vision. Realizing the peril they faced, each demon hastily unleashed their full might, attacking with fervor in various directions. However, they were met with an unrelenting barrage of sword lights, striking in a continuous onslaught. As the sword formation activated, a chilling brilliance enveloped the area. Confronted with such ferocious assaults, the demonic warriors found themselves ensnared, their anguished cries echoing as they were mercilessly slaughtered. Various blades and long swords scattered like meteors across the ground, as one by one, the demonic warriors fell, their dismembered limbs and severed body parts flung from the formation, staining the earth with blood. In the blink of an eye, over 100 demonic warriors had perished on the battlefield. This scene left many practitioners of the dark arts trembling in fear. The momentum of their assault immediately faltered, and a palpable hesitation swept through the ranks as they exchanged uncertain glances. As the saying goes, a friend in death is better than a fool in life. Known for their treachery and cunning, many of these warriors had been summoned by the Blood Sea Demon sect, drawn by the allure of wealth. And none were foolish enough to charge into battle recklessly. Consequently, the offensive of the dark forces found itself in a state of stagnation. The sudden shift left not only the engaged dark practitioners astonished, but also those observing from the shadows, rendered speechless by the formidable sword formation. In a fleeting moment, hundreds of dark warriors had perished within this lethal array, while the disciples of Wudong had yet to suffer a single injury. Such was the enigmatic craftsmanship of the sword formation, an embodiment of the profound heritage of a top-tier sect. Many spies from various factions were captivated by the power of the formation, their eyes gleaming with envy, seeing his subordinates frozen in indecision. The formidable Tian Ke Luasha's eyes glinted with irritation, a dark light surging within him as he bellowed at the crowd, "What are you waiting for? Move swiftly." As his command resonated, the elite forces of the Blood Sea Demon sect, including formidable figures like Chu Heihu, surged forward from the rear of the Dark Army. Alongside them, dark titans such as the monk Ye Lin from Wanzhou followed suit, choosing to engage fiercely and launch a relentless assault on the Wudong disciples arrayed before them. The atmosphere crackled with dark energy as blades and sword lights erupted, spectral glimmers flickering amidst the howling winds, unleashing a terrifying wave that engulfed Wudong Mountain. Boom! The battlefield erupted with a thunderous roar, and the once dim heavens were illuminated by flashes of ominous light. The ferocity of the assault struck horror into the hearts of all present. The 365 disciples of the formation found themselves akin to unanchored driftwood amidst a tempest, battered by torrential rain and scattering in disarray. Countless swords shattered, and figures were sent flying, spitting blood. The sword formation was instantly breached. The onlookers were left in a state of shock, recognizing that the dark forces boasted an overwhelming number of formidable warriors. In just a single encounter, they had inflicted catastrophic damage upon the Wudong disciples who had positioned themselves in the formation. Daoist Tongren's expression darkened, as he had anticipated this outcome and was not taken aback. He promptly issued a cold command, "Cover their retreat." In an instant, powerful elders surged forth from the second line of defense, positioning themselves before the multitude of disciples to engage in combat with the formidable practitioners of the demonic path, thwarting their impending slaughter. Behind them, the disciples supported one another, hastily retreating up the mountain. As the elders ensured the safe withdrawal of their disciples to the higher ground, they began a tactical retreat, engaging in battle while avoiding a full-scale confrontation. They swiftly reached the second layer of defense, where a prepared contingent awaited their arrival. As the demonic forces pursued the Wudong elders, 70 stalwart Wudong disciples united their voices, dividing into 10 groups to form the Big Dipper 7-star sword formation, rising in unison to counter the onslaught. This formation, also known as the Heavenly Gang Sword Formation, was arranged in accordance with the celestial alignment of the 7 stars of the Big Dipper, exhibiting a natural harmony and boundless adaptability. The disciples stationed at the second line of defense were all inner disciples, relatively powerful, and their formation comprised 7 individuals, allowing for greater agility. Unlike the defensive stance of the first line, they took the initiative to launch an offensive, plunging directly into the tide of demons, deftly avoiding the stronger adversaries while mercilessly dispatching the multitude of weaker foes. Amidst the throng, the sword lights danced like blades of grass being cut, as demon after demon fell swiftly, a considerable number perishing in mere moments. Chu Heihu seethed in frustration, his fury palpable as he leaped in place, smoke seemingly billowing from his 7 orifices. He witnessed the relentless assault of the opposing sword formation and yearned to pursue them. However, they evaded his more formidable comrades with the agility of fish in water, leaving him utterly confounded. In truth, the chaos of their own formation impeded their actions, resulting in a disarray that rendered them ineffective. Had they faced a truly organized military force, the Wudong strategy might not have proven effective. Above, Daoist Tongren held the flag, observing everything with an air of composure, strategizing with an apparent mastery over the situation. The onlookers could not help but feel a profound admiration for his proud and unwavering figure. Daoist Tongren truly lived up to his esteemed reputation, regarded as Wudong's foremost strategist, a figure whose intellect was often likened to that of a mythical genius, rivaling even the renowned Liu Baimei of Shushan. Even a withered camel is larger than a horse. This epitomizes the grandeur of a top-tier sect. Despite its decline, it still produces remarkable talents. Many remained in awe, unable to shake off the impact of the scene. Faced with such a multitude of demons and dire circumstances, Wudong remained undaunted, bloodied yet unyielding in battle, a sight that was nothing short of breathtaking. What remarkable spirit! What extraordinary elegance! Even in defeat, Wudong would demonstrate to the world the true essence of a prestigious sect. Seeing the offensive stagnate, the demonic leader Tianke Luosha's face hardened, his deep-set eyes igniting with a relentless killing intent as he coldly commanded, "Do not hold back. Eliminate them. Kill. Your Wudong may possess a grand legacy, but our demonic path is equally ruthless." Upon receiving the command, the assembly of dark sorcerers exhibited an unyielding coldness in their gaze, treating their companions as mere corpses, and commenced a merciless onslaught. Wherever the sword formation advanced, figures such as Chu Heihu immediately unleashed their full might, delivering powerful strikes that descended like mountains. Both disciples of Wudong and denizens of the dark arts found themselves ensnared within this deadly tempest. "Not good," exclaimed the disciples forming the sword array, hastily uniting their strength to resist. Around them, some of the dark beings, caught off guard, were struck down by their allies' attacks, meeting instant demise on the spot. Wherever the Wudong disciples ventured, dark sorcerers rushed to annihilate them, a cacophony of icy glints intertwining indiscriminately, leading to a massacre where severed limbs and dismembered bodies flew through the air. The weaker sorcerers' expressions shifted drastically, transforming into frantic creatures as they scattered in all directions, crying out in desperation, "Don't kill me. Save me, I do not wish to die. Spare my life." Amidst the chaotic ranks of dark sorcery, anguished wails echoed incessantly, a lament of utter despair. Yet, Tianke Luosha remained utterly unfazed, her gaze disturbingly calm, a cold smile curling at the corners of her mouth. This group of demonic martial artists was merely cannon fodder, regarded as worthless in their eyes. Their deaths held little significance, as long as they could contend with Wudong. The loss of countless lives mattered not to them. This is the brutality of war. At this moment, all individuals began to comprehend the true terror of the demonic path. Such callous actions are indeed chilling. This is a group of utterly deranged individuals, devoid of humanity and completely bereft of emotion. Tong Ren Dao sighed in resignation. This is where the challenges of the demonic path lie. Faced with such circumstances, he could only command, second barrier, full retreat. Upon hearing these words, the disciples of Wudong, who had formed a sword array, ceased their wandering and swiftly retreated to the rear. Many disciples, grievously injured, coughed up blood as they hastened away. Thus, the demonic army advanced upon Wudong, employing a strategy of overwhelming numbers, their flesh forming a gruesome tide. As time gradually passed, the demonic forces, undeterred by their own casualties, breached the third and fourth barriers that Wudong had established in quick succession. At the mountainside, the final line of defense was now in place. All members of Wudong had retreated to a single location, with the path up the mountain behind them, leaving them with no escape. The moment of the final showdown in this fierce battle has finally arrived. The last bloody confrontation between the two sides will determine the victor. Beneath the feet of the Wudong warriors, the ground is strewn with corpses, and the blood flows like a stream, painting a scene of devastation and despair, a veritable hell on earth. The air is thick with the stench of blood and flesh, causing many with feeble hearts to feel nauseated, unable to bear the sight of this battlefield of carnage. The demonic forces, once numbering nearly 10,000, are now reduced to less than half their strength, suffering grievous losses. Meanwhile, the Wudong side, though not heavily burdened by deaths, finds each guardian gravely injured, seemingly devoid of the strength to continue fighting. It can be said that they have become a pitiful assembly of the frail and the wounded. This battle has been exceedingly brutal. The malevolence of the demonic forces is truly relentless. This battle sent shockwaves through all, instilling fear in the hearts of many hidden powerhouses. On one hand, there was terror at the ruthless and cold-blooded nature of the demonic forces. On the other, astonishment at the indomitable spirit of Wudong. Were it any other faction, faced with countless demons who disregard life as a mere trifling, they would have faltered before the fight even began, discarding their armor and fleeing in panic, lacking the courage to confront such dire circumstances. Thus, an inherent respect for the Wudong sect arose within everyone. Even though it no longer basked in the glory of its past, nor boasted an abundance of supreme masters, Wudong still stood firm against the Blood Sea Demon sect, engaging in such a valiant struggle. Alas, Wudong remained vastly outnumbered and outmatched by the forces of the Blood Sea Demon sect. At this juncture, their situation appeared grim. With little hope for salvation, facing a seemingly inescapable demise, the towering giant that has dominated Wanzhou for centuries, a mountain in the hearts of countless warriors, has finally reached its demise. Some revel in schadenfreude, others observe from a distance, while some merely sigh in bewilderment. No one can foresee the fate that awaits Wanzhou following the fall of the Wudong sect. The time has come. The ultimate battle is about to commence. At this moment, everyone held their breath, poised to witness a battle between good and evil that would irrevocably alter the landscape of the martial world. At the foot of the mountain, the malevolent one, Tian Ke, remained unmoved in his stance. Despite the sacrifice of countless subordinates, he exhibited no sign of distress, as if the fallen were merely inconsequential ants. A ghastly grin spread across his withered, bark-like visage. At last, the moment of revelation had arrived. What was to come would not be a clash of pawns, but rather a confrontation of titans, a duel of kings. Tian Ke raised his staff, his magical power surging as shadows enveloped him, emanating an intensely sinister aura. Dark runes materialized one after another, swirling menacingly around him. Wudong, prepare to embrace your destiny. Destroy? He bellowed with a chilling laugh. At last, he made his move. Despite appearing frail and nearing the brink of depletion, his spirit was formidable. And the dark necromancy he unleashed was terrifyingly magnificent. The towering skeletal giant let out a thunderous roar, its deathly energy surging forth like a tempest, sweeping across the battlefield as it advanced towards Wudong. At that moment, all eyes were drawn to the skeletal behemoth. The arrival of a second-tier powerhouse signaled the commencement of the decisive battle, igniting the nerves of all present. Ha ha ha, Wudong shall be eradicated today. Kill. The remaining forces of the demonic path shrieked in fervor, surging forward in overwhelming numbers, their terrifying malevolence erupting with wild abandon. Behind them loomed a vast shadow, the immense skeletal giant advancing step by step, causing the ground to tremble, leaving deep craters with each footfall, as if the earth beneath was mere parchment. The once quiet Wudong mountain ignited once more like a thunderous firestorm, the invisible smoke of battle spreading across the scene. On the Wudong side, all the elders stood at the forefront, their expressions grave and resolute, brimming with suppressed power. A thunderous roar reverberated through the earth as the skeletal giant leaped over the horde of demons, arriving at the forefront, its overwhelming presence overshadowing the mountains and valleys. A colossal hand slowly reached out, blotting out the sun, descending upon the gathered Wudong disciples with the weight of impending doom. The sheer force seemed capable of shattering mountains and rivers. Young disciples gazed in terror at the mountain-like hand descending upon them, their hairs standing on end, swallowing hard, cold sweat trickling down their brows. The formidable figures of Wudong's higher-ups shielded them. The sound of a sword being drawn resonated in the air. As the second-tier adversary launched their attack, Master Tongju unsheathed the pure yang sword of Zixiao, without hesitation, forming a hand seal as his internal energy surged. His white hair billowing in the wind, a wave of power ascending towards the heavens. Spirit blade, swift. Master Tongju commanded, and in an instant, golden light burst forth. The sword's aura soaring into the sky. In the realm of celestial swords, a magnificent golden sword, measuring approximately 10 zhang in length, materialized in an instant. Its chilling brilliance flickered, and the fierce intent of flames permeated the void, exuding an overwhelming force. With a single slash, it surged forth like a fiery dragon, cleaving directly into the descending hand of the skeletal giant. Boom! The entire mountain trembled as the skeletal giant was thrust back over 1,000 meters. Trees were uprooted. Stones were sent flying, and the earth itself seemed to be plowed, leaving a profound chasm in its wake. The swordsmanship of Master Tongju, radiating with divine light, was undoubtedly on an entirely different level compared to that of Xianyun, the disparity in power strikingly apparent. His formidable strike carved a deep gash into the skeletal giant's palm, releasing wisps of ominous corpse energy into the air. Some nearby practitioners of the demonic path were swept away by the shockwave of the clash, their bodies reduced to a mist of blood, leaving no trace behind. The onlookers, filled with dread and horror, hastily dispersed, fearful of being caught in the tumult of the fierce battle between the second-tier powerhouse. Master Tongju, concerned that the skeletal giant might charge again and endanger his disciples, executed a swift movement, dashing towards the skeletal giant. No one dared to obstruct his path. Roar! The skeletal giant halted, consumed by fury, brandishing its massive bone claws and striking with wild abandon. With a thunderous crash, Master Tongju once more swung his flaming sword, colliding with the skeletal giant, producing a deafening sound that echoed through the air, sending stones flying and causing the ground to crack. Dust and debris soared into the sky as Master Tongju fought with relentless ferocity, his face a mask of savagery, unleashing blow after blow. In a matter of moments, they had exchanged over 100 strikes, turning the ground into a veritable wasteland. The convergence of martial and magical prowess was indeed astounding. In the distance, some young observers were moved by the spectacle. Regrettably, one noted, Master Tongju's techniques had yet to reach the second tier, otherwise, a single strike might have severed the skeletal giant's hand entirely. An elder nearby raised an eyebrow at the remark and retorted brusquely, "You speak in utter folly. If both martial and magical arts could attain second-tier prowess, this skeletal form would not only stand against us, but would also challenge grandmasters. Who would dare assault Wudong then?" The young man, chastised by the elder's words, felt his cheeks flush, offering an awkward laugh as he continued to watch the battle atop Wudong Mountain. At this moment, with Master Tongju entangled in combat with the skeletal giant, the demonic warriors felt emboldened, launching a full-scale assault on Wudong once more. "Brothers, it is our turn," proclaimed an elder from the inner sect of Wudong. The group nodded solemnly, powerful auras erupting as they each unleashed their sword techniques. Radiant streams of righteous sword light bursting forth. Then, a cadre of elders sprang into action, leaping down the mountainside to plunge into the tide of demons, their sword lights weaving through the chaos as they engaged in fierce combat. "Come forth." Some formidable demons, upon witnessing their adversaries charging forth, felt not fear but exhilaration, akin to hunters seeking prey, and eagerly sought out opponents to engage in combat. Observers in the distance shook their heads in dismay. The elders of Wudong, plunging into the throngs of demons, resembled mere ripples in an ocean, destined to be engulfed swiftly. The demonic forces, capable of overwhelming them with sheer numbers, rendered the situation dire for Wudong. At this juncture, it could be asserted that Wudong's defeat was inevitable. As the battle erupted, one prefecture sent forth incessant messages. Various urgent reports reached the hands of factions across the realm. The Blood Sea Demon sect ruthlessly slaughtered Wudong's strongholds, amassing nearly 10,000 demons, their might palpable, as they besieged Wudong Mountain's gates. The demonic menace loomed large, placing Wudong in a precarious state, on the brink of annihilation. The landscape of the martial world, established for centuries, was poised for upheaval. Chaos would soon engulf one prefecture, with demons rampaging and a storm of bloodshed ensuing, leading to widespread suffering. In an instant, commotion ensued among the various factions. Within the depths of the imperial palace, the elderly eunuch shattered 6 teacups in a fit of rage. Below, a group of exceedingly prominent officials knelt, trembling in silence, not daring to utter a sound. The eunuch, seething with fury, darkly intoned, "Are the people of one prefecture merely idle? Under my very nose, nearly 10,000 demons have risen. Not a whisper of warning was given. If the demons obliterate Wudong and then seize one prefecture, establishing their dominion, what chaos will ensue? The officials of one prefecture pose a grave threat. It appears a cabal of treacherous ministers has secretly colluded with these demons. His murky eyes brimmed with unrestrained malice. A chilling aura inadvertently emanating from him instilled profound dread in the prostrated officials, as if they had plunged into an icy abyss, their bones turning cold. Dispatch orders for the Eastern Depot and the 6 doors to act in unison. Hasten to one prefecture, arrest all officials, and interrogate them rigorously. In times of turmoil, severe measures must be employed. Remember, it is better to wrongfully execute 1,000 than to let one escape. The eunuch's gaze was frigid as he issued his command. Yes. The officials, as if granted a reprieve, hastily obeyed and scurried away. At Mount Longhu, within the Celestial Master's abode, a congregation of eminent figures gathered. Outside the grand entrance, a Taoist clad in azure gazed toward one prefecture, a glimmer of anger flashing in his eyes as he coldly remarked. The righteous sect of one prefecture truly is remarkable. Not a single soul has come to Wudong's aid, displaying utter lawlessness and a mindset akin to demons. He immediately dispatched messengers to one prefecture, for if Wudong were to fall, it was imperative to prevent the major sects from engaging in infighting over the 9 great positions, while also investigating each sect to discern who conspired with the demons. With the demon lord poised to breach the pass, one prefecture must not falter. On the same day, 2 formidable titans from the imperial court and the martial world, engulfed in fury, dispatched their emissaries to Wanzhou. In an instant, the atmosphere became charged with intrigue and tension, as Wanzhou transformed into the epicenter of the world's tumultuous events, drawing the gaze of countless observers. At Shaolin Temple, a multitude of righteous masters had gathered. Upon receiving news regarding Wudong, they were momentarily taken aback. Among them, a middle-aged man clad in white, wielding a sword, was particularly incensed. He was the leader of the sword sect from Mount Shu, who had hurriedly traveled from afar upon hearing of the demonic sect's assault on Shaolin. Yet, just as he was nearing his destination, it seemed that the demonic sect had caught wind of his approach and abruptly chose to retreat. This made the sword master of Mount Shu feel as though he had raised his long sword, yet found no venue to wield it, which greatly infuriated him. Within the Shaolin Temple, there was also a group of skilled fighters who, like him, had hastened from various regions to lend their assistance to Wudong. The sinister sect had scarcely departed when news reached them that the Blood-Sea Demon sect was attacking Wudong. A wave of fury surged through everyone, particularly upon hearing that the major factions in Wanzhou remained indifferent, offering no assistance to Wudong, which ignited their rage further. Such behavior was truly akin to that of the demonic path. However, at this critical juncture, any attempt to rush to Wudong would be futile given the distance. It was infuriating. No wonder the demon sect had withdrawn its forces. Their true objective was Wudong. The expression on the leader of Mount Shu was particularly grim, and the others wore equally somber faces, their hearts weighed down with dread. They could all envision the dire predicament Wudong faced. Besieged by so many fiends without a grandmaster to safeguard them, the outlook was ominous. The abbot of Shaolin wore a worried countenance, his hands clasped together as he intoned, "Amitabha, may the Buddha bestow protection, and may Wudong navigate this calamity safely." At noon, the battle at Wudong raged on. Upon the Golden Summit, Xinyan observed the tumultuous conflict below, rendered speechless. He finally comprehended from whom Xinyan had learned his reckless fighting style. To outsiders, the grand swordplay of Tong Zhuzhenren appeared formidable, yet to someone of Xinyan's caliber, it was rife with flaws and hardly worth mentioning. However, Tong Zhuzhenren was not truly playing with fire. Unlike Xinyan's blind assaults, he calculated the movements of the skeletal giant, exploiting its lack of agility to strike with unreserved ferocity. The clash below was intensely fierce, and it was evident that Wudong was struggling to endure much longer. Xinyan contemplated intervening several times but restrained himself. Should he act now, the lurking formidable foes would undoubtedly be alarmed and flee. Thus, he could only hope that Wudong possessed a hidden card to draw out the true mastermind behind this chaos. At that moment, a voice filled with exasperation echoed from the battlefield below. "Damn it, a bunch of old rascals. Truly troublesome. I'll first eliminate your disciples. Let's see how long you can hold out." The elders of Wudong, seasoned masters in their own right, exhibited remarkable resilience against the multitude of powerful adversaries from the demonic path, managing to hold their ground despite the overwhelming odds. This infuriated Chu Heihu greatly. With a swift change of thought, he directed his gaze towards the disciples of Wudong on the mountainside, revealing a sinister smile. Chu Heihu ceased his entanglement with the elders and, without hesitation, switched opponents, rallying several demonic experts to launch an assault on the Wudong disciples. His intentions were straightforward. Firstly, there was a significant number of elite disciples from Wudong, previously engaged in a sword formation, now recuperating and unable to exert their full strength, making them easy targets. Secondly, should he eliminate these disciples, the elderly Wudong practitioners would undoubtedly be incensed, losing their composure, thus rendering them more manageable. At that moment, Xian Yun was leading a group of true disciples at the periphery, fending off the demonic forces attempting to ascend the mountain, when he sensed several powerful auras approaching and was struck with alarm. This is dire. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tong Zhujianren, who was currently engaged in combat with the skeletal giant, darkened in countenance upon witnessing the scene, eager to intervene but immediately ensnared by the skeletal giant. Unable to extricate himself, despite the skeletal form being riddled with cracks from his strikes, it felt no pain, continuing its relentless assault, leaving no opportunity for Tong Zhujianren to escape, heightening his anxiety. The elders battling the demonic experts were similarly pressed, unable to spare a hand to intervene. The situation had plunged into a dire predicament. At this juncture, Chu Heihu, accompanied by 4 demonic powerhouses, had arrived at the mountainside, laughing malevolently. "Kekek," he cackled. "A bunch of insignificant pests, come forth to meet your demise." The demonic faction was notorious for their utter disregard for rules. In the blink of an eye, Chu Heihu appeared before the true disciples, an aura of malevolence and slaughter coalescing around him, as he brandished a heavy spiked club, accompanied by a gust of dark wind, crashing down with great force. His immense strength was akin to that of a mountain, overwhelming all in his path. Thud! 2 true disciples were struck, sent flying like kites with severed strings, spurting blood midair. The other 4 demonic powerhouses also launched ferocious attacks, injuring several true disciples in the blink of an eye. The tide of battle swiftly turned in their favor. Ha ha ha! Is this the legacy of Wudong? Pathetically weak, utterly defenseless. Chu Heihu laughed heartily, his gaze condescending, as if surveying mere ants beneath him. The other 4 demonic powerhouses sneered. "Demon, do not grow too arrogant." Xian Yun bellowed with a voice like thunder, his eyes blazing with fierce fury. As the leader among the disciples, he naturally stood at the forefront. With a resolute stance, he bore the weight of his wounded brethren behind him, recognizing there was no retreat. He could only stake his life in this battle. "You boy, who do you think you are? Acting so grand, prepare to meet your end." Chu Heihu sneered down at Xian Yun, his right hand gripping the massive spiked club, raised high above his head, as he stepped forward with a heavy stomp, instantly leaping before Xian Yun. "You insignificant wretch, I shall crush you with a single blow." The malevolent aura coalesced into a singularity as Chu Heihu struck through the air with a resounding blow, a faint echo of wailing demons and roaring fiends reverberating ominously. The mirror-like surface of the lake reflected a serene yet formidable mountain, towering with majestic might. Observing the fierce advance of his adversary, Xian Yun remained unperturbed, reciting his sword incantation. His gaze deepened as he slowly raised his sword, releasing a glimmering cold light, an ethereal sword intent enveloping the surroundings. With a fluid motion, he wielded his sword, its brilliance akin to a spiritual mountain embodying an indomitable spirit. An inexplicable sensation arose among the onlookers, as if Xian Yun had transformed into an invisible mountain, rising from the earth to pierce the heavens, exuding overwhelming grandeur. One man stood at the gate, impervious to 1,000. The rock-solid sword emerged, unyielding and indestructible. A thunderous roar erupted as Chu Heihu, embodying the malignity of a netherworld deity, clashed with Xian Yun's magnificent sword light, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. The air compressed and detonated, unleashing a tempestuous wave that swept across the landscape, leveling everything within miles. The spectators shielded their eyes, their cheeks stinging from the force of the wind. A brilliant flash erupted, and both figures staggered as though struck by a tremendous force. Xian Yun retreated several dozen steps, while Chu Heihu was hurled backward over 100 meters, emitting a muffled groan, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. The assembled demons gasped in shock. After a single exchange, the disparity was evident. In this perilous moment, Xian Yun radiated a dazzling brilliance. The 4 nearby demon practitioners narrowed their eyes, regarding the sword-wielding youth with solemn expressions, their gazes tinged with wariness. Sword intent. How careless they had been. They had not anticipated that this young disciple of Wudong was also a practitioner of the 4th tier. Infuriated, Chu Heihu refused to accept the outcome. As a peak 4th tier warrior, He felt humiliated to be injured by a mere youth, his anger flaring. His eyes burned with rage as he licked the blood from his lips, his smile turning increasingly sinister, emanating an aura of unrestrained ferocity, akin to a frenzied beast charging once more at Xianyun. In contrast, Xianyun displayed neither joy nor fear, his countenance unwavering as he unleashed sword strike after sword strike, enveloped in his sword intent, his focus absolute, as if all else faded into oblivion, leaving only him and his sword. Chu Heihu relentlessly swung his wolf-toothed club, each strike colliding with the sword light. Yet, Xianyun's swordplay was as impenetrable as an iron fortress, flawless in execution. Where their blades met, the ground trembled, cracking under the strain, earth and stone flying. As a vast pit gradually formed, the onlookers gaped in astonishment at the unfolding spectacle. The remaining 4 demon practitioners exchanged glances, a glint of malice flashing in their eyes as they silently encircled Xianyun, plotting a surprise attack. Just as the 2 combatants reached the zenith of their clash, a sudden flash of cold light erupted. For formidable practitioners of the dark arts seized an opportunity, wielding their weapons with fierce intent, aiming to strike down Xianyun with devastating force. Despicable fiends, Xianyun's senior brother warned, be cautious. A throng of Wudong disciples, witnessing the ambush, gasped in horror, their hearts racing in their throats. Under the scrutiny of countless gazes, Xianyun, though seemingly oblivious to his surroundings, appeared to possess an uncanny foresight. As the 4 assailants launched their sudden attack, he nimbly evaded their strikes, his sword dancing in a flurry of brilliance, creating a sweeping curtain of blades that left no angle unguarded. The resounding clang of metal against metal echoed continuously. Xianyun stood like a steadfast rock amidst a tempestuous sea, unmoved by the howling winds and crashing waves. Remarkably, he withstood the onslaught of 5 fourth-tier powerhouses. Hiss! The surrounding dark practitioners drew in a sharp breath, astonished that he could fend off their assault, even with the 4 formidable foes launching a covert attack. They found themselves utterly unable to harm this young man, leaving them in disbelief. At that moment, innumerable eyes fixated on the clash between the 6 combatants. Even the elder generation of Wudong could not help but steal glances at the unfolding battle. The 5 dark practitioners grew increasingly astonished, despite their relentless barrage. Their opponent remained composed and unwavering. Moreover, beneath the formidable defense of his swordplay, a terrifying force seemed to be brewing, instilling a sense of dread. An ominous premonition began to stir within them, hinting at a life-and-death crisis. They exchanged glances, preparing to retreat. Yet, before they could withdraw, an overwhelming surge of energy began to permeate the air, causing the very fabric of space to warp. A chill ran down their spines. Want to escape? Too late. Suddenly, a thunderous shout rang out. Like a rock, I shall remain invincible. Under immense pressure, Xianyun appeared to have gathered the strength for a formidable technique, roaring as he raised his sword skyward. In an instant, the blade in his hand shimmered with radiant light, expanding to nearly 10 zhang. Empowered by a sword intent, it transformed into a majestic spiritual mountain. This is the inspiration he derived from Gu Lingxing's heavenly cold pavilion, which he combined with the radiant giant sword technique and the rock-solid sword method to create a formidable swordsmanship. This time, what everyone felt was no longer the indomitable strength of ancient mountains, but rather the chilling solitude of a solitary peak, exuding an air of icy menace. When the sword peak emerged, 5 formidable practitioners of the demonic path were immediately engulfed by an overwhelming pressure from all directions. A colossal sword struck toward them, leaving them no chance to evade. Subsequently, an endless brilliance of sword light flickered, etching deep gashes upon each of their chests, revealing glimpses of their stark, white bones beneath. Blood gushed uncontrollably from their wounds, and they were sent sprawling to the ground like rag dolls, grievously injured. This single strike from Xianyun unleashed a cataclysmic force, vanquishing 5 fourth-grade powerhouses with ease. Even the nearby demonic warriors, who had ventured too close, were forced to retreat in disarray, some of the weaker ones spitting blood, having been severely shaken. How can this be? How can this be? Chu Heihu stammered as he rose unsteadily, his hair disheveled, his demeanor frenzied, his mind unraveling at that moment. In the fierce urgency of battle, Xianyun seized the opportunity, his gaze sharpening as he swiftly advanced, extending his sword forward with a graceful motion. Chu Heihu's hair stood on end as he suddenly regained his senses, but it was already too late. In an instant, the sword light flashed like lightning, and a spray of blood erupted in the air. You, he stuttered, trembling as he pointed at Xianyun. But then, suddenly, his body was cleaved apart, and his head flew off, rolling at the feet of the onlooking demons, his eyes still filled with a lingering defiance. Refusing to close even in death, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. The other 4 practitioners of the demonic path were struck with terror at the sight. Ignoring their profusely bleeding wounds, they immediately turned to flee. Yet, before they could take more than a few steps, their hearts raced as they sensed an immense pressure and a murderous intent descending upon them. "Heretics, meet your end," Yin bellowed, charging forth. With a single sweep of his sword, the 4, already gravely injured, stood no chance against him. In swift succession, 4 more heads tumbled to the ground. Standing amidst the carnage, Yun remained undeterred, his aura still brimming with bloodlust, resembling a peerless god of slaughter. This chilling scene caused the surrounding demons to halt their assault, recoiling in fear, hesitant to advance further. The killing intent radiating from Yun was enough to instill dread, rendering them unable to meet his gaze. Many could hardly believe that a mere young disciple of Wudong could so effortlessly slay 5 4th-grade powerhouses. At that moment, the area surrounding Yun fell into a profound silence, all eyes fixed upon him, each demon torn between the urge to attack and the paralysis of fear, their intentions shrouded in mystery. Meanwhile, distant observers couldn't help but marvel, their eyes alight with astonishment. They had not anticipated that the younger generation of Wudong would possess such extraordinary talents, their swordsmanship transforming the mundane into the sublime. Even seasoned warriors from earlier generations were moved to admiration. Indeed, none could have foreseen such miraculous sword techniques from Wudong, revealing a depth of heritage that was truly remarkable. Young practitioners nodded in agreement, expressing their awe. This swordplay was unprecedented, as if no one from Wudong had ever wielded such prowess before. The seasoned martial artist furrowed his brow, a hint of confusion clouding his expression. Logically, such a miraculous and formidable sword technique should not have fallen into obscurity, unheard and unrecognized. Another sighed and shook his head, lamenting, "What a pity. This prodigy is simply out of time, destined to perish amidst the perilous plight of Wudong." Others echoed his sentiments, their hearts heavy with agreement. In the midst of such a vast battlefield, a mere 4th-grade warrior, no matter how extraordinary or powerful, could hardly alter the tide of the conflict. Wudong remained unable to escape its impending doom. Indeed, the elders of Wudong, observing Yun's display of prowess, found themselves somewhat bewildered, caught off guard by the spectacle before them. "What is happening? Is that my Wudong swordplay?" The sword techniques exhibited by Yun are entirely unfamiliar to them. At the summit, Yun nodded in satisfaction. The child is indeed teachable. I did not expect Yun to not only master the rock sword technique within such a short span, but also to innovate and blend martial arts, thereby comprehending such powerful sword moves. Remarkable. Yun has not disappointed the sword techniques he was taught, nor has he tarnished the undefeated reputation of this martial art. Surely, if Wang Shi's spirit in the heavens could witness this scene, he would find peace. However, in the context of this battle, despite Yun's dazzling performance, it could not alter the tide of war. As anticipated, slaughter resumed on the battlefield. Halfway up the mountain, a group of demons, after a moment of fear, still found some who were undaunted enough to lead the charge, brandishing their blades and rushing forward. "Let us all charge together. With so many of us, what is there to fear? I refuse to believe he has the strength to unleash that sword move again." Kill. Faced with the onslaught of demons once more, the Wudong disciples, who had just begun to revel in Yun's defeat of 5 formidable foes, instantly lost their joy, gritting their teeth as they engaged in battle with the fiends. Yun's expression was grave, a sense of helplessness and despair welling within him. Indeed, human strength has its limits. That powerful sword strike could only be executed once, and he was now bereft of energy. Many believed that this battle was nearing its conclusion. In the far distance, in a shadowy corner, a terrifying aura surged forth, and a calm voice resonated. "Judging by the circumstances, Wudong truly has no hidden trump cards. The curtain is about to fall. Alas, they are so weak that we need not lift a finger," a dark figure remarked with a hint of boredom. "Hee. After such a lengthy skirmish, this chaotic battle should come to an end," another aged voice sneered. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, he exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, wait. Something seems amiss. We may still have to intervene." Oh, the shadowy figures lurking in the depths turned their gaze towards the battlefield. There, unnoticed at the edge, a figure stealthily approached the foot of the mountain, charging directly towards Tian Ke Luo Sha. At that moment, Tian Ke Luo Sha was employing dark sorcery to command the bone giant in combat, surrounded by no defenders, rendering him vulnerable to a close-range ambush. However, Tian Ke Luo Sha possessed formidable mental acuity. As the figure drew within 100 meters, his instincts alerted him, and he sensed the presence. "Who goes there?" he bellowed sternly. Immediately, his shadowy gaze turned to investigate, only to discover that the newcomer was none other than Taoist Tong Ren. The moment he was spotted, he swiftly unleashed his lightness skills, racing forward, while simultaneously drawing the Tai Yifun Guang sword, its cold gleam flashing. "Demon thief, prepare to meet your end." Tong Rendao's voice rang out coldly, his figure darting like a startled swan, as an overwhelming inner force surged forth like a tempest. In an instant, the divine sword in his hand was wielded with lightning speed, unleashing a torrent of hundreds, even thousands, of strikes. The sword energy burst forth, coalescing into a resplendent sea of blades that enveloped the heavens, exerting pressure from all directions. It was as though a celestial net had been cast, leaving no avenue for retreat for his adversary. Tian Ke Luo Sha looked up in astonishment. Before him, the sword sea loomed, saturating the entire expanse with an aura potent enough to rend the heavens and split the earth. It seemed that everything in the presence of this sword sea would be effortlessly torn to shreds, as fragile as paper. Such a formidable presence has unmistakably ascended to the second-tier realm. "I never anticipated that you would be a second-tier warrior." Tian Ke Luo Sha gritted his teeth and slowly uttered these words, his countenance reflecting the utmost gravity. The commotion here is remarkably grand, naturally drawing countless gazes in an instant. At this moment, everyone finally realized that Master Tong Ren had been absent from the battlefield. He had stealthily approached the foot of the mountain, preparing to execute a decapitating strike. This, a second rank. Those hidden in the shadows gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. They were utterly taken aback. It turned out that Master Tong Ren was the trump card of Wudong. No one had anticipated that he was also a formidable second-rank expert. The final ace of Wudong had been concealed so deeply, upon witnessing Master Tong Ren's appearance. The Wudong faction spirit soared. All disciples erupted into cheers, their hearts ignited with the flame of hope. As long as they could eliminate the opposing second-rank powerhouse, the demonic forces' assault would be thwarted. This grand battle could be won. A fourth-tier Xianyun cannot alter the course of the conflict. However, the presence of a second-tier Tongren Taoist would make a significant difference. The forces of the demonic path possess only one second-tier powerhouse, while Wudong boasts two. If the Tian Ke Rakshasa were to be ambushed successfully, it would essentially spell the end of this monumental clash. This sudden turn of events is truly astonishing. However, the path of magic is far from simple. After overcoming the initial shock, Tian Ke Luo Sha gazed at the descending sea of swords above, regaining his composure, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Just as the hearts of the onlookers hung in suspense, witnessing the sea of swords descending upon Tian Ke Luo Sha, a sound like thunder resounded from the distant horizon. A blood-red sword light soared forth, its hue profoundly deep, exuding an aura of extreme ferocity. It felt less like a mere beam of sword light and more akin to a living, breathing beast of prey, instilling an overwhelming sense of terror with its presence. As the crimson sword light descended, it shattered the sea of swords that Master Tong Ren had unleashed with a resounding force. "Who is it?" Master Tong Ren's expression changed dramatically upon witnessing his seemingly foolproof sword technique being obliterated. With a failed strike, he swiftly retreated. Who could be behind this? The onlookers gasped in disbelief, stunned by the abrupt turn of events. In the distance, Master Tong Ju furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed on the horizon, a foreboding sensation stirring within him. The world lay in an eerie silence. From afar, a voice echoed hauntingly. "Tong Ren, I never imagined that you, a mere waste, would also step into the second tier. Is this your final trump card? If this is all you have, then today, Wudong shall be erased from existence." A chill ran through the crowd as they turned to locate the source of the voice. At the edge of the earth, a figure strolled leisurely, each step covering several yards, his flowing scarlet robe billowing, while beneath a beast-patterned mask glimmered a pair of cold, indifferent eyes. With every movement, he seemed to subtly summon the forces of nature. Each footfall resonated with an unspoken rhythm, as if in sync with the pulse of the earth, imparting an invisible weight, akin to mountains and oceans, pressing heavily upon the hearts of those present. In that moment, many felt their hearts pounding like war drums, as if their very hearts were gripped in an iron fist, engendering an overwhelming sense of dread. This revelation left everyone utterly astounded. their gazes filled with dread as they beheld the approaching figure, as if they were witnessing an endless sea of blood bearing down upon them. The shadowy puppeteer had made their appearance. Upon their arrival, many malevolent beings erupted in exclamations, "We welcome the Lord of the sect. The Lord's demonic might is unparalleled." The echoes reverberated through the heavens and the earth. At this moment, the figure in crimson robes was the focus of all attention. Countless onlookers were horrified, their eyes widening in disbelief. Was this truly the Blood Sea Demon Sovereign? This aura, it emanated from a half-step Grand Master. The faces of the hidden observers changed drastically. They had not anticipated that the Blood Sea Demon Sovereign was another person, a terrifying existence at the level of a half-step Grand Master. Many swallowed hard, staring at the Blood Sea Demon Sovereign in silence, their fear palpable. Meanwhile, on the mountain, the true man of Tongjiu and the assembled elders seemed to recognize the visitor by voice alone. Their expressions shifted dramatically, their eyes betraying a tempest of fury, as if they longed to devour the crimson-robed figure alive. The recently retreated Taoist Tongren glared at the man in red with disdain. His voice icy. "So you are the Blood Sea Demon Sovereign, the mastermind behind all of this. You are the very rebel from Wudong 60 years ago." In the blink of an eye, the Blood Sea Demon Sovereign had reached the foot of the mountain. Standing against the gusty winds, he clasped his hands behind his back, lifting his cold, lifeless gaze without sparing a glance at Taoist Tongren, instead directing his attention straight at the true man of Tongjiu. The Blood Sea Demon Sovereign spoke in a flat tone, devoid of any discernible emotion, and inquired, "Tongjiu, do you think that old wretch in the heavens, upon seeing Wudong in its current state, would be enraged enough to leap from his coffin, regretting his choice of you, this useless relic, as the sect leader? You." The elders of Wudong glared in outrage, their anger boiling at the insult directed towards their ancestors and leader, itching to rush forward. Yet reason told them that against this rebel, they would likely stand no chance. They found themselves face to face with the traitor they had longed to annihilate throughout their lives. At this moment, the true man of Tongjiu appeared remarkably composed, scoffing, "Even if I am powerless, I am still far superior to you, the disloyal and unfilial, the heartless and ungrateful sorcerer." The executioner. The elders, burdened by years of deep-seated enmity, erupted like a volcano, hurling vitriol at the Blood Sea Demon Lord, unleashing a torrent of harsh invectives. "You traitor, steeped in wickedness, your demise shall surely lead you to the 18 layers of hell, where you will endure unspeakable tortures and never find rebirth." In the shadows, spies from various factions observed, quietly taking in the unfolding drama. As they listened intently to the exchange, their expressions grew peculiar, lost in contemplation. What a sensational revelation! It turned out that the Blood Sea Demon Lord was indeed a traitor from Wudong. There seemed to be an unspoken vendetta between the two parties. Faced with the vitriolic condemnation from the Wudong disciples, the gaze of the Blood Sea Demon Lord gradually turned icy. Imbued with a chilling intent as he spoke in a cold tone, "I hope that when the Wudong disciples are annihilated, you worthless fools can still muster such bravado." Confronted by the formidable enemy of the Blood Sea, the true man of Tongjiu was filled with unwavering resolve, with a determination to face death. He fixed his gaze on the Blood Sea Demon Lord and squeezed out through clenched teeth. "Do you truly believe that your status as a half-step Grand Master can secure your dominance over Wudong?" Currently, both sides stood at the second rank. Although the Blood Sea Demon Lord held a slight edge in cultivation as a half-step Grand Master, should he resort to forbidden techniques in a desperate struggle, it was conceivable that they might perish together. The Blood Sea Demon Lord seemed to discern his thoughts, his eyes glinting with derision as he dismissively shook his head, sneering. "Ha, Tongjiu, you remain as foolish as ever. If I did not possess absolute certainty, why would I dare to assault Wudong?" As his words fell, a chilling laughter echoed from afar, reverberating through the heavens and earth. "Ha ha ha, Tongjiu, if you believe the Blood Sea Demon Lord cannot contend with Wudong, you should consider our presence. Will that be sufficient?" At the sound of this thunderous laughter, the crowd recoiled in shock. In unison, they lifted their gazes toward the horizon, where three formidable waves of demonic energy surged forth, accompanied by the sound of explosions and figures rushing towards them. The sky darkened, and a fierce wind howled. Even before their arrival, the overwhelming aura of malevolence had already descended. "More demonic masters are coming," someone exclaimed, their complexion paling. Almost all eyes turned toward the newcomers. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of breaking air echoed forth. In the blink of an eye, three figures descended upon the foot of the mountain, their gazes haughty and disdainful, surveying the scene with an air of superiority. The formidable aura they exuded was overwhelming, their presence akin to dark clouds looming ominously overhead. The newly emerged trio of demonic experts bore distinct appearances. The central figure was a gaunt elder, shrouded in a black robe, his crimson eyes radiating a fierce and primal intensity. His fingers resembled the claws of a beast, glinting with a sharp, lethal sheen. To his side stood a burly man in his 40s, towering and imposing, wielding a grotesque executioner's blade, emanating a bloodthirsty aura reminiscent of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, hinting at the countless souls claimed by his weapon, which was steeped in a dense malevolence. The final individual resembled a scholar, emaciated and frail, with sunken eyes and a complexion as pale as parchment, evoking the visage of a consumptive specter. From beneath his voluminous robes, scorpions and venomous serpents occasionally writhed, suggesting his expertise in the arts of poison, prompting the other two to maintain their distance from him. The three formidable figures of the demonic path, merely by their imposing appearances, instilled a profound sense of dread, unmistakably revealing that they were not to be trifled with. The Elder of the Dark Crow, the Demon Slayer, and the Plague Lord, who could have anticipated the convergence of these three titans of the dark arts. Observers gasped in astonishment, their voices faltering at the sight of the newcomers. Those hidden in the shadows could not help but change color, their expressions betraying sheer terror. The three arrivals, all second-tier masters hailing from the ranks of the underworld, wielded considerable influence over the myriad underground factions in Wanzhou, their notorious reputations echoing throughout the martial world, striking fear into the hearts of many. At this moment, many could scarcely believe their eyes. It is worth noting that these three formidable figures of the demonic path are typically elusive, appearing only to wreak havoc and instigate a storm of bloodshed. Yet, unexpectedly, today they have all converged upon Wudong. Such a grand gathering of exceptional talents is a rare occurrence that many practitioners may never encounter in their lifetime. Numerous onlookers cast sympathetic glances towards the Wudong disciples, believing that, faced with so many second-tier demonic masters, Wudong holds no chance of turning the tide. This monumental battle can now be declared concluded. The mood among the Wudong faction is weighed down to an unbearable extent. When the walls fall, everyone pushes, as if the heavens themselves seek to extinguish Wudong. Witnessing this scene, the elders of Wudong feel an indescribable chill within their hearts. The determination to die that had just ignited within Master Tongji was abruptly shattered. His nails dug into his flesh, drawing blood, as despair enveloped him, rendering his heart ashen and profoundly mournful. No one could have anticipated that the demonic faction would emerge with yet another trio of second-tier masters. This battle has become utterly untenable. In the face of such an overwhelming disparity in strength, no amount of valiant effort can yield any fruit. The resolve of all the disciples of Wudong has wavered. Their gazes are dimmed, devoid of any glimmer of hope, as a profound sense of despair permeates their hearts. Yet, amidst this desolation, the scene is far from concluded. At this moment, the Elder of the Dark Crow strides forth, his iconic voice echoing like that of a night owl, proclaiming to the wilderness, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. If there are any kindred spirits wishing to partake, I kindly invite you to reveal yourselves. The assembled crowd exchanged glances, a silent question hanging in the air. Could it be that more practitioners of the dark arts were lurking in the shadows? Ha! Boomed a voice, Elder Dark Crow, since you have issued the call, I shall shamelessly step forward and join the fray. Such a grand spectacle would be incomplete without my presence. From the distance of the desolate mountains, several piercing cries resonated. Three figures, akin to flashes of lightning, raced from various directions, arriving at the foot of the mountain in an instant. Those brave enough to answer the Elder's summons were undoubtedly masters of the second tier. We have had the honor of meeting the Demon Lord. We humbly seek your forgiveness for our unannounced arrival. The three dark practitioners bowed in unison, addressing the mightiest among them, the Bloodseed Demon Lord, who was the instigator of this impending conflict. With a slight nod, the Demon Lord acknowledged them, though he spoke not a word, clearly permitting their entrance. The three newly arrived masters exchanged sinister smiles, aligning themselves with the other dark practitioners, their eyes gleaming with a greedy and murderous intent as they cast their gaze upon the disciples of Wudong. Who would have thought that the Wudong sect would find itself in such dire straits? The thought of bathing the righteous in blood is exhilarating. Today, Wudong shall meet its doom. The three malevolent figures cackled with unrestrained glee, causing a stir among the onlookers at the sight of yet another trio of second-tier dark forces arriving. The unfolding of this grand battle has surpassed everyone's expectations. At this moment, an overwhelming aura of dark magic envelopes the realm, as 8 formidable practitioners of the demonic path stand proudly, their eyes icy and devoid of any emotional fluctuation, resembling ferocious beasts fixated on their prey. Behind them, the sky has turned a dark crimson. A terrifying miasma of malevolent energy saturating the atmosphere, suffocating all who are present. The Wudong sect finds itself utterly cornered. In this instant, it dawns upon everyone that the Blood Sea Demon sect's preparations are far more thorough than anticipated. The malevolent force exuded by the demons is far more intense than one could imagine. 8 second-tier powerhouses, how can one possibly contend against such a formidable assembly? The air has grown heavy, and silence reigns over the world. Wudong Mountain now braces for the calm that precedes the storm. The path of righteousness is but a foot high, while that of darkness towers a full yard above. It seems Wudong's fate is sealed, eliciting sighs from onlookers. They perceive the dire situation with clarity, observing the renowned figures of the demonic path, shaking their heads in dismay, exclaiming that such a formidable lineup could easily sweep through the major powers of Wanzhou, let alone the declining Wudong sect. Even those merely spectating dare not confront this overwhelming malevolence, and one can only imagine the despair that now fills the hearts of the Wudong disciples. With a single command from the Blood Sea Demon Lord, all of Wudong's members would be torn asunder, their 800-year legacy reduced to ashes in an instant. Wudong is doomed. Utterly doomed. In the distance, some opportunistic vagabonds lurk like famished wolves, eagerly awaiting Wudong's downfall to seize the chance to profit from the chaos. Wudong Mountain is engulfed in desolation, the morale of its people plummeting to an all-time low. The tide of dark energy crashes upon them, consuming their spirits. The entire mountain is shrouded in an impenetrable darkness, with no glimmer of hope in sight. The heavens are blind, and demons reign supreme. Many elders of Wudong, with reddened eyes, gaze skyward in sorrowful lament, their hearts heavy with profound grief and despair. To eradicate evil and uphold righteousness, we shall persist unto death. The disciples of Wudong shout in unison. Clutching their sword hilts tightly, they step forward, defiantly glaring at the horde of demons, embodying the spirit of noble sacrifice. Even in the face of certain defeat, they refuse to retreat a single step before the demonic forces. They are resolute in their acceptance of death. Observers from various factions, witnessing the bloodied and fearless disciples of Wudong, stand in stunned silence, at a loss for words. To eradicate evil and uphold righteousness. Is it you who dares attempt this? A group of ignorant fools. The Blood Sea Demon Lord sneers coldly, his blood-red eyes glinting with chilling malice. An overwhelming intent to kill surging like a tidal wave. Atop Wudong's golden summit, a pair of calm eyes surveys the scene below. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8. Exactly 8 second-tier powerhouses have arrived, wielding tremendous power. Surely, no one else will dare to emerge. 8 is manageable, anymore. And it may indeed prove challenging to resolve in one go. Xinyan sat cross-legged atop the mountain, marveling yet maintaining an air of calm composure. A deadlock, a predicament, no. There must be a glimmer of hope somewhere on the mountainside. Xianyun, with vacant eyes, spoke to himself, our esteemed ancestor. Yes, our Wudong still possesses that venerable figure. He surely has the power to vanquish these fiends. Suddenly, Xianyun's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor as a mysterious silhouette emerged in his mind. Akin to a ray of dawn piercing through the darkness. The ancestor has always been present. He would never stand idly by and allow Wudong to perish. Now, only he possesses the ability to turn the tide. Xianyun's emotions surged, and before the gathered crowd, he abruptly turned, prostrating himself upon the ground. Calling out towards the summit, the realm is in turmoil, and demons run rampant. The younger disciples are inept, though they harbor the will to slay the demons. They lack the strength to turn the tide. I, Xianyun, beseech our esteemed ancestor to intervene and quell this demonic chaos. At this moment, the world lay in tranquil silence. Xianyun's words resonated clearly in the ears of all present, causing the demons below to exchange alarmed glances, their panic palpable. What does this mean? Could it be that an ancient monster resides atop Wudong Mountain? Surely not. Would they not be inviting disaster upon themselves? A wave of apprehension swept through the malevolent figures, their hearts racing with uncertainty. Meanwhile, the despondent Tongju Junren, upon hearing Xianyun's call, felt a surge of revitalization as he recalled the enigmatic, reclusive ancestor. In that instant, it was as though he had found hope amidst despair. Although the exact grievances that this ancestor harbored against their sect remained a mystery, it was inconceivable that he would simply stand idly by and witness the annihilation of Wudong. A flicker of light ignited in Tongju Junren's previously hopeless gaze. He too turned towards the mountain, bowing deeply and proclaiming, "The calamity befalling Wudong today is a consequence of my own inadequacies, and I cannot absolve myself, no matter the cost. However, my disciples are innocent. and our ancestral lineage must not be severed. I, the unworthy descendant Tongju, earnestly beseech the ancestor to intervene and eradicate the fiends. The elders, stirred by his words, followed suit, bowing in unison towards the mountain and calling out fervently. The mysterious ancestor atop the mountain was now their sole beacon of hope. The fate of Wudong lay in his hands, and whether they would survive depended entirely upon his willingness to lend his aid. Confused, the inner and outer disciples exchanged glances, struggling to comprehend the situation. Yet, they quickly emulated one another, bowing deeply and raising their voices in unison, imploring the ancestor to act and quell the chaos wrought by the demons. In an instant, Wudong Mountain reverberated with the resounding cries akin to a tidal wave, each call echoing over the peaks. Witnessing such a spectacle, the demons turned pale, their composure shattered. A sense of unrest began to ripple through the crowd, and even several seasoned practitioners of the demonic arts furrowed their brows, their eyes flickering with indecision and a hint of retreat. These cunning old fiends were willing to partake in the spoils of slaughter, yet they would not risk their lives in the face of danger. Silence. At this moment, the Blood Sea Demon Lord stepped forward and bellowed, seeking to stabilize the somewhat wavering morale of his troops. With a disdainful glance at the Wudong disciples, a hint of scorn flickered in his eyes as he coldly remarked, "Tongju, facing imminent death, you still resort to such petty tricks. Who have you deceived? If Wudong truly possessed an ancestral figure, it would not have been reduced to a river of blood at my hands." Upon hearing his words, the expressions of the surrounding demons immediately relaxed. Indeed, the Blood Sea Demon Lord was a traitor who had escaped from Wudong. How could he be unaware of whether Wudong had any ancestral figures? These disheveled Taoists seemed to have emerged from a theatrical performance, their acting skills so remarkable that they nearly deceived everyone. A group of malevolent spirits, feeling ridiculed, seethed with anger, their ominous gazes fixed upon the Wudong Taoists on the mountain, sharpening their blades with a thirst for vengeance. Meanwhile, the Wudong disciples, their voices hoarse from shouting, reverberated throughout the entirety of Wudong Mountain before finally subsiding. At this moment, the Blood Sea Demon Lord, with an expression of indifference, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze glinting with a chilling light as he taunted, "Go on, keep shouting. What is the matter? Can't continue the act?" A mocking smile curled at the corners of his mouth. The assembly of demons erupted in laughter, pointing at the Wudong disciples, their mirth echoing through the air. "Ha ha ha. Do you really think we are fools? Stop pretending. Where is your ancestor? Why not summon him? If not, call me your forefather, and I shall grant you a complete corpse." The demons ridiculed him with sarcasm and scorn. The Blood Sea Demon Lord let out a cold laugh, dark energy swirling around him, his murderous intent palpable. "Since the act is over, prepare to meet your demise." With a sweeping gesture, he commanded, "Kill them all." The air thickened with malevolence as the battlefield, long shrouded in silence, erupted once more. Countless demons brandished their blades, charging towards the Wudong disciples. Meanwhile, a second-tier demon expert began to ascend the mountain, casting a disdainful glance at the battlefield above, moving leisurely as if strolling through a garden, completely disregarding the Wudong practitioners. As the battle reignited, the elders gathered protectively around their disciples, their faces pale with dread as they beheld the approaching demon forces. The disciples, ashen-faced, felt their spirits plummet. A shadow of despair crossed Xianyun's face as he murmured, "Ancestor, where are you? Please, show yourself." Witnessing the despondent Wudong disciples, the bloodthirsty second-tier expert, the ghostly butcher, felt an overwhelming urge to kill, transforming into a wraith-like figure that swiftly reached the mountainside. He raised his massive, sinister blade, dark energy swirling around him. A cruel smile etched upon his face as he sought to harvest fresh lives. "Ha ha, the blood of these youths must be exquisite." The sudden rise of the second-tier expert sent shockwaves through the Wudong elders, their faces paling in unison. They gazed in horror at the terrifying blade light ascending before them, feeling as though they were fragile boats adrift in a stormy sea, on the brink of capsizing. It was over. How could they withstand such power? Disciples wore expressions of utter despair, realizing the immense strength of the second-tier expert, fearing that a single blow would shatter them to pieces. Their confidence to resist evaporated, leaving only profound hopelessness. "Retreat quickly," shouted Taoist Tong Ren, leaping to the front, determined to block the impending attack and buy a moment of respite for his companions. "You old fool, do you dare to face me? Die." The ghostly butcher exuded an overwhelming aura of slaughter as he unleashed a deadly strike, his cursed blade raised high, gleaming with a chilling sheen, the blade light erupting like a colossal, dark waterfall, its power immense as it descended violently. Daoist Tongren's expression grew solemn as he swiftly wielded his sword, transforming one into 100 as beams of sword light sword, converging into a sea of blades. Attempting to intercept the ghostly blade, the clash resounded like thunder. The clash of sword and blade reverberated through the air, establishing a tense standoff. Daoist Tongren appeared to struggle immensely, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, unable to withstand the overwhelming pressure. After a mere pause, his sea of swords erupted under the oppressive force of the ghostly blade, scattering into a myriad of luminous fragments. With a resounding crash, a blinding light flashed across the sky, sending Daoist Tongren hurtling through the air, crashing to the ground, bloodied and battered. The ghostly slaughterer, in the prime of his life and a seasoned second-tier master, wielded his swordsmanship to perfection, while the aged Daoist, a newly promoted second-tier, was no match for him. The disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. Great Elder. The disciples gasped in horror, their faces etched with concern. In the distance, True Man Tongju witnessed the unfolding chaos and attempted to rush to aid, only to be intercepted by a towering skeletal giant. Left helpless to watch the ghostly slaughterer unleash his terror, anxiety evident on his visage. Aha! With a dismissive sneer, the ghostly slaughterer reveled in his superiority. Such weaklings dare to impede my path. Old fool, perish. His aura surged, and an inexorable wave of dark blade energy coalesced, poised to obliterate Daoist Tongren into countless pieces. The disciples of Wudong turned ashen. At that moment, a deep sigh resonated through the air, akin to thunder clapping across the heavens, echoing in every ear. Alas, I do not contend with the world, standing apart from the mundane. Why do you disturb my peace? Is it in pursuit of death? The sudden voice sent shivers down the spines of the malevolent beings, nearly scaring their souls from their bodies. In that instant, the world seemed to fall silent. Countless frenzied demons abruptly halted their movements, an overwhelming sense of dread rising within them, as if calamity loomed. Their expressions froze in shock. Even the ghostly slaughterer ceased his assault, his eyes bulging in horror, as if he sensed an unimaginable terror. A warning surged through him, suggesting that should his ghostly blade strike, it would spell his immediate demise. In that fleeting moment, the ghastly figure of the Reaper seemed to be struck at its core. Instantly erupting with fury, its countenance awash with astonishment, while its feet involuntarily began to tremble. It was not merely him. Even the other second-tier masters yet to make their move were similarly engulfed by an overwhelming sense of life and death peril, as though their very souls were ensnared by an invisible, colossal hand. An immensely powerful aura had already locked onto this group of second-tier warriors. A chill ran down their spines, rendering them immobile as if their feet had taken root in the ground, a frigid sensation surging from their tailbones to the crown of their heads, akin to plummeting into an icy abyss. What is happening? This was inconceivable. The 8 demon path second-tier masters stood agape, their faces painted with disbelief. At this moment, it felt as though they were facing the oppressive force of a being from a higher realm, their very souls trembling in fear, their bodies quaking uncontrollably. They dared not even draw a breath. Could this voice belong to the ancestor? Has he finally made his appearance? The eyes of many Wudong disciples glistened with tears, illuminated by the light of hope, as if a drowning person had grasped the last strand of salvation. Soon, a chorus of cheers erupted, atop the golden peak of Wudong. Xinyan rose tall, drawing forth the Taiji Zhenwu's sword, exuding an air of calm composure as he strolled leisurely to the very edge of the summit. Standing against the wind, his garments billowing elegantly. Since you demonic fiends have displayed enough bravado, it is now my turn to take action. The mountain below fell into an eerie silence. All the powerful beings instinctively lifted their heads, gazing incredulously at the pinnacle. Their bodies quaked in trepidation, their eyes wide with astonishment. What on earth is that? Someone exclaimed, their voice trembling with shock. Above the golden peak, an aura suddenly manifested, ascending with astonishing speed. Like a terrifying beast awakening from slumber, its oppressive force enveloping the heavens, seemingly in harmony with the sky itself. Blood-Sea Demon Sovereign staggered backward, his expression one of sheer horror. His gaze turned vacant, as if someone had tightened their grip around his throat, and he let out a series of sharp, anguished cries. Impossible. This cannot be. Who is it? Who dares to toy with the powers of the divine? At this moment, whether it be the disciples of Wudong, the gathering of demonic entities, or the onlookers in the distance, all held their breath in anticipation, gazing intently at the summit of the mountain. Faintly, a shadowy figure could be discerned standing atop the apex of Wudong, radiating a golden light, as if enveloped by the brilliance of a sun. Resembling a deity descended to the mortal realm. The extraordinary aura was utterly mesmerizing. The spies from various factions stood dumbstruck, swallowing hard at the sight before them. What a spectacle it was! The sheer intensity of this presence was terrifying. Could it be that Wudong truly had an ancient ancestor concealed within its depths? An elder from one of the major factions shuddered at the thought. The mere possibility sent shivers down the spines of the crowd, a chill rising from their very course. If that figure were indeed a long-hidden ancient being, how formidable would it be? Was this an unprecedented scheme orchestrated by Wudong, luring these dark forces into a trap? If so, Wudong's concealment ran far deeper than imagined, its cunning strategies truly fearsome. Absolutely astounding. Meanwhile, atop Wudong Mountain, the 8 masters of the demonic path were left in a state of shock, unable to gather their wits, their minds blank. Thousands of demonic soldiers trembled in fear. Utterly bewildered, at the edge of the pinnacle, Shun Yan's eyes reflected the cycles of day and night, the rise and fall of mountains and rivers, and the profound essence of the Tao. As he coldly surveyed the throng of demons, remaining silent, he slowly lifted his right hand, gripping his sword. As he raised it, an invisible force of the heavens surged forth, sweeping across all directions, enveloping the entire expanse of the world. It was as if a sovereign had arrived, compelling all of creation to bow in submission. Not good. Came the panicked cries of the second-tier masters, their scalps prickling with dread. The Bloodsea Demon Lord has deceived us. Flee. They turned to escape down the mountain, only to find themselves ensnared by an unyielding energy. Trapped within the dominion formed by the Grandmaster's power over the heavens and earth, their movements severely hampered, unable to flee in time. Like a fisherman who had waited so long, Shen Yin would not allow this school of fish to slip away. All under heaven returns to the origin. A voice, unremarkable yet imbued with the gravitas of the heavenly Tao, resonated from the summit. With a clang of the sword, a dual-hued blade of black and white ascended from the 100-foot peak. As though a radiant sun soared into the sky, the bright moon undulated, the yin and yang intertwined, and chaos unfolded, painting the entire heavens. The sun and moon appeared simultaneously, resplendent and boundless. In an instant, the very fabric of the world dimmed. With the emergence of this sword, the vast sea of demonic energy that had once enveloped Wudong Mountain dissipated by more than half. The entire space seemed to freeze in time, as if the flow of time itself had slowed. The world appeared to dissolve into nothingness. Only this intertwining black and white sword light, shrouding the heavens and the earth, emanates a murderous aura potent enough to obliterate all existence. As it descends, it instills a profound tremor within the hearts of onlookers. Everyone stands in stunned silence, their faces awash with shock as they gaze upon this dual-colored radiance of the sword. What a sight this is, one that none have ever witnessed before. Tai Chi. The hearts of Tongju Jinren and others surged with excitement as they beheld the unparalleled sword and tin of Wudong, their spirits captivated. It was their first encounter with the legendary Tai Chi. When the heavens unleashed their murderous intent, stars shifted, and the earth trembled with the rise of dragons and snakes. When humanity's fatal aura manifested, the world turned upside down. Truly, only the Tai Chi of Wudong could embody such threefold lethal essence. Confronted by the cataclysmic sword light, the faces of the demonic masters contorted in horror, their hearts gripped by an overwhelming sense of impending doom. I refuse to believe it. I will not be defeated. The Bloodsea Demon Lord, his countenance ashen, trembled as he raised his head, unleashing a frantic roar. With sword in hand, he slashed through the air, unleashing a torrent of blood-red sword energy that soared skyward. Simultaneously, the Tianke Rakshasa hurriedly wielded his staff, commanding the skeletal giant to retreat and shield him. The remaining 6 demonic second-tier masters threw themselves into a desperate assault, executing their ultimate techniques, their dark powers surging forth in an attempt to withstand the descending sword light. Yet, all was in vain. Before the world-shattering Tai Chi sword, every attack was as futile as a crab's claw attempting to halt a chariot, insignificant. No matter how overwhelming their demonic energy or formidable their dark arts, they could not escape the fate of being utterly crushed beneath the forces of yin and yang. Boom. As the 10,000-foot sword light cleaved through the void, it descended like a celestial force, seemingly cutting through all realms. A blinding brilliance surged forth like an undulating ocean. For both the Wudong disciples and the demonic horde, as well as the distant onlookers, the sight was engulfed in dazzling radiance, rendering all else invisible. None dared to continue watching, hastily shutting their eyes. How could this be? As a half-step grandmaster, how could I be unable to withstand a single sword? In the midst of the sword light, a gash appeared on the neck of the Bloodsea Demon Lord, blood gushing forth. His gaze began to blur, and with his last breath, he managed to utter a fragmented statement. The once invincible Blood Sea Demon Lord could not comprehend how Wudong had inexplicably birthed such an extraordinary elder. He had prepared so thoroughly, yet ultimately, human plans paled in comparison to the heaven's designs. As the dust settled and the brilliance faded, the various powers in the distance opened their eyes, gazing towards Wudong Mountain. What happened? Did the demonic masters manage to withstand that sword? Questioned one who was slower to react. Yet, those around him fell silent, none daring to respond. After a moment, a trembling whisper broke the stillness. They are dead. All of them are dead. Silence engulfed the world. Countless eyes were fixated on the scene, where the heads of 8 demonic masters simultaneously fell. A fountain of blood erupted, staining the ground crimson. And then came the sound of thuds as 8 headless corpses collapsed to the earth. They were beyond dead. 8 second-tier masters had perished. What an astonishing spectacle it is to witness a formidable assembly of renowned sorcerers, whose names reverberate through the realm, meeting their untimely demise with such ease, all succumbed beneath the strike of a single sword. Some elders, rendered as statues of wood and stone, mutter in a daze, how can this be? This is simply too powerful. The Blood Sea Demon Lord was a being on the cusp of the great master level, and yet he could not withstand a single blow from his opponent. Many are unable to fathom the scene that unfolds before their eyes. Yet, this is the undeniable truth. The Blood Sea Demon Lord, though formidable, was merely a half-step away from the great master status, not an elite in the truest sense. That final step is a chasm of difference. Before a genuine master, he is but an insect. Furthermore, Xinyan is no ordinary great master. He has cultivated his physical form to an incredibly formidable level, possesses 300 years of internal energy, and wields extraordinary skills that place him among the pinnacle of the elite. Additionally, Xinyan's swordsmanship, the return to the origin of the world, embodies the essence of Tai Chi, traversing the path of yin and yang. In the past, he could slay a first-tier being with ease while still at the second-tier level, let alone now that he has attained the first-tier realm. The sheer power unleashed is akin to vanquishing gods and demons alike, rendering him invincible in the mortal realm. Silence. A deathly stillness envelopes the surroundings. At this moment, not only the onlookers but even the disciples of Wudong feel as though they are ensnared in a dream. Just moments ago, the 8 elevated second-tier experts stood tall. And now they have perished utterly. The ancient ancestor is truly terrifying. Upon making an appearance, does he not immediately begin his slaughter? Shouldn't he at least exchange a few words or demonstrate a couple of moves before vanquishing the demon? Nonetheless, this reclusive elder is astonishingly powerful, dispatching second-tier experts as effortlessly as one would butcher livestock, with but a single sword strike. The thousands of demons on the mountain were struck with paralyzing fear, with some exclaiming in panic, "Oh my God, a devil! Run!" The demonic army crumbled into disarray, fleeing down the mountainside like lost dogs, panicked and desperate. Even the 8 esteemed masters were felled by a single strike. The remaining rabble had no courage to linger, for even a combined effort would amount to little against his prowess. Xinyan smiled coldly, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. They wished to escape, but alas, they were too slow. He sheathed his divine sword and raised his right hand. Threads of pure yang energy swirled around his fingers, coalescing in his palm like a vortex, erupting in a brilliant blaze of crimson light, reminiscent of a miniature sun. A wave of energy, unsettling and profound, rippled outward. Those with considerable cultivation at the foot of the mountain, shaken and unsettled, gazed skyward at the divine figure atop the peak, their hearts filled with awe. What an astonishing surge of power! Was he not planning to spare this horde of demons, but instead concocting another formidable technique? Buzzing filled the air. Xinyan's inner force coalesced to an apex, the flames blazing fiercely like the sun, exuding an unbearable heat, as though he were grasping a volcano on the verge of eruption. Great Luo Divine Palm. Xinyan uttered those 4 words with a calm demeanor, then thrust forth his palm. An invisible aura of murderous intent manifested, instantly transforming into a tangible ribbon that descended from the heavens, enveloping all directions. His palm, seemingly gentle and steady to the naked eye, moved with a deceptive grace akin to an elder practicing Tai Chi, yet, in truth, he unleashed 64 strikes at a speed surpassing lightning, each blow layered upon the last, converging into one. As the 64 strikes concluded, the air stilled momentarily, and a vast wave of energy surged through the cloud sea, reminiscent of distant thunder, overwhelming the senses of all present. Hearts raced as they gazed upward in terror. With a thunderous roar, the sky appeared to split apart. Dark clouds collapsed, coalescing into a colossal handprint that blotted out the sky. It was as if the sun had suddenly emerged, casting radiant light and searing heat, an extraordinary spectacle that sent shivers through the very souls of countless onlookers. The process of Xinyan's strike unfolded in an instant, leaving everyone unable to comprehend the magnitude of what had transpired. This is the new technique he has cultivated during this period, utilizing his first-tier strength to elevate the great Luo palm to its utmost potential. Merging 64 moves into a singular strike, thereby forcefully advancing a half-step ultimate skill to the realm of transcendent mastery. As this powerful palm was unleashed, it resembled the setting sun, capable of scorching mountains and boiling seas, exuding an immense might. This is not good. The forces of darkness became acutely aware of the ominous phenomenon above, witnessing a colossal hand descending like a crimson sun, instilling deep dread within their hearts. They sensed the terrifying power of this strike, as foreboding warnings surged like a tidal wave, realizing the futility of escape and the impossibility of resistance. The shadow of death loomed over them. Many wept bitterly, kneeling in supplication. "Spare us, ancestor. Please, do not take my life. Have mercy." Xinyan's gaze was icy, and with a disdainful snort he retorted, "Now you plead for mercy. Why did you not do so earlier? It is too late." With a thunderous roar, the great Luo divine palm descended upon the heads of the demonic horde, akin to a celestial meteor crashing to the earth. The ground erupted, smoke billowing, crimson light blazing like fire, waves of heat radiating outward, and shock waves rippling in concentric circles. The winds howled violently, and the earth trembled with an astonishing force. The entirety of Wudong Mountain quaked violently, as countless demons were engulfed by this overwhelming strike. A series of heart-rending screams, piercing and relentless, echoed through the heavens. The sound sent shivers down one's spine, utterly chilling. As the echoes faded and the dust began to settle, the crowd collectively raised their eyes, discovering a massive, palm-shaped pit etched into the earth. Within lay over 1,000 demonic beings, all reduced to a gruesome pulp, their bodies utterly unrecognizable. The sight rendered countless faces pallid in an instant. Within the pit, bones and flesh piled high, while blood pooled like a river, a vivid and haunting crimson. This scene was as terrifying as it was vivid, reminiscent of a nightmarish inferno. As a gentle breeze stirred, the scent of blood permeated the air, reaching even those who observed from afar, causing their stomachs to churn with revulsion. Many could not suppress their retching, expelling even the bitter bile from their stomachs, while the more faint-hearted collapsed onto the ground, trembling in fear, their faces drawn pale. Such a brutal scene left both the observing spies and the practitioners of Wudong, as well as the demonic figures who had narrowly escaped the lethal reach of that palm strike, frozen in place, rendered speechless. It was utterly terrifying. Such a scene truly sends shivers down one's soul, leaving one trembling in fear. It is utterly terrifying. With just a single strike, it claimed the lives of over 1,000 individuals. The might of this strike is beyond the capacity of mere words to convey. It is akin to the legendary heavenly seal depicted in tales of deities, possessing immeasurable power. With a single blow, it annihilates thousands of fiends, akin to crushing a swarm of ants with effortless ease. Is this the great Luo divine palm? The eyes of the true immortal of Tongju suddenly contracted in shock, as if he had discerned something profound from the essence of this strike, his countenance paling in terror. The great Luo divine palm. Could it truly be? Though this technique is merely a half-step to an ultimate skill, can it truly wield such formidable might? The elders exclaimed in disbelief. The power manifested by this strike surpassed even the most revered martial arts skills, far exceeding their understanding of the supreme divine palm. Thus, it was inconceivable to believe such a thing. Indeed, it was the supreme divine palm, had it not been witnessed with my own eyes. I would have sworn it to be impossible, remarked the esteemed realizer of Tongju with unwavering conviction, his voice laden with admiration. As he spoke, he cast a reverent glance towards the figure on the mountain peak, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens, and once again felt an overwhelming sense of awe swell within him. The sheer height of the power unleashed by the supreme divine palm was nothing short of breathtaking. It was unfathomable to consider the depth of martial prowess possessed by this venerable ancestor. The elders were invigorated, knowing that with such an invincible and formidable ancestor among them, there was no enemy they need fear. Wudong was now filled with immense joy. In stark contrast, the forces of evil were engulfed in an unparalleled terror. Ghost, demon, the remaining fiends, fortunate enough to have narrowly escaped disaster, dared not congregate any longer, scattering in disarray like frightened birds, fleeing in all directions amidst the chaos. Some demons cried out in despair, refusing to flee, careening wildly and rolling on the ground, clearly driven to madness by fear. The Wudong practitioners remained momentarily stunned, as if still processing the magnitude of their victory, forgetting to pursue the fleeing foes. However, the few remaining demons were inconsequential. Whether they were slain or not mattered little, as today's events would haunt them for the rest of their lives, likely rendering them too terrified to even speak of Wudong again. What was anticipated to be a cataclysm for Wudong had, against all odds, concluded in an extraordinary manner, bringing an eerie end to the chaos. Wudong emerged triumphant, and the Blood Sea Demon sect was utterly vanquished. At this moment, all onlookers were petrified, their bodies stiffened, unable to regain their composure, as their minds lingered on the echoes of the fierce battle. No one had anticipated that this clash between the righteous and the demonic would conclude with such a dismal defeat for the forces of darkness. Furthermore, none could have foreseen the presence of such a formidable entity reigning over Wudong. This is indeed a formidable force, an elite group of 8 second-tier masters, accompanied by nearly 10,000 demonic troops. Such a contingent could effortlessly sweep through the major factions of Wanzhou. Yet, it is precisely against this backdrop that they have met their demise at Wudong, suffering countless casualties. At this moment, anyone gazing upon the holy figure atop the peak is imbued with a sense of reverence, unwilling to harbor even the slightest disrespect. At this moment, it was evident to all that Wanzhou, and indeed the entire realm, was about to witness the emergence of a formidable titan. After a considerable time, the esteemed Tongju Jinren was the first to regain his senses. Gazing upon the myriad bodies tainted by the demonic path, he inhaled deeply and erupted into a hearty laugh. We have triumphed. Subsequently, a wave of exuberant cheers erupted from the summit of Wudong Mountain, as the crowd danced with joy. Some disciples of Wudong even prostrated themselves in reverence before the figure standing atop the peak, their eyes brimming with admiration, treating him as if he were a divine being. Amidst the focused gazes of the assembly, Xinyan looked towards the horizon, his voice calm and composed, resonating like the toll of a great bell, reaching every corner. Esteemed guests. At his utterance, an immediate silence enveloped the crowd. All eyes were fixed upon him, their expressions imbued with fervent devotion, as if awaiting the teachings of an immortal. Xinyan continued, My esteemed friends, the Wudong sect has persisted for 8 centuries, not solely upon the formidable legacy bequeathed by our founder, Zhang Xianhua, but also upon the profound heritage of our esteemed sect and the indomitable spirit of generations of disciples. Wudong has always been the sovereign of the Wanzhou martial world. It was so in the past, and it shall remain so in the future, immutable through the ages. Should anyone dare to usurp this position, let them come in droves. I shall vanquish them all, even if it costs 100,000 lives and spills rivers of blood. The fate of the Blood Sea Demon sect today serves as a dire warning for those who would challenge Wudong. Tread wisely. With that, Xinyan slowly turned and departed, vanishing from the sight of the crowd in the blink of an eye, leaving behind an aura of mystery, coldness, and invincible majesty. Throughout it all, no one had discerned his visage clearly. This has become the greatest regret for all. Xinyan's words serve not only as a warning to the demonic sect, but also as a caution to the various forces lurking in the shadows, eager to make their move. Through the whispers of the masses, he conveys a profound truth to the world. Wudong is inviolable. This is an immutable decree, the ironclad law established by Xinyan today. Of course, the paramount reason lies in his belief that uttering such words would elevate his stature, subtly revealing the dominance and strength of this reclusive ancestor. The final words spoken by Xinyan reverberated, lingering in the air, stirring the hearts of the Wudong disciples, igniting their fervor and invigorating their weary bodies, enabling them to stand tall and proud. It felt as though they could continue battling the demon lord for 300 rounds. The true man of Tongju, with his small eyes gleaming with fervor, appeared invigorated, incessantly murmuring Xinyan's words, seemingly memorizing them for future occasions to showcase his prowess. However, those observing from afar wore grim expressions, each one filled with concern. Wudong had concealed such a formidable ancestor, leaving many neutral factions wary and unwilling to extend their support. Consequently, the demon faction suffered a resounding defeat today, while Wudong emerged unscathed, retaining its supremacy in the rivers and lakes of Wanzhou. This outcome took all major factions by surprise, leaving them feeling perplexed and troubled. After witnessing Xinyan's unparalleled combat prowess, effortlessly slaying thousands of demons with a single sword strike, nearly everyone concurred that no faction in Wanzhou could challenge Wudong's position any longer. The pressing concern for all factions now lies in how to address this situation with Wudong, mend relationships, and seek to climb this towering tree of power. This is of utmost importance. Furthermore, a grave issue looms before them. With the lethal temperament of the venerable ancestor from Wudong, could there possibly be a reckoning after the fact? As this thought crossed their minds, Many could not help but shudder. The horrific scene from earlier still lingered vividly in their memories. How can they possibly remain unafraid? Just as the various powerful factions were furrowing their brows in concern, a sudden cacophony of thundering hooves pierced the air. On the mountain path appeared hundreds of official troops clad in ebony armor, galloping forth. Before their presence was felt, the sound of their approach announced them. The Northern Pacification Department, led by the formidable demon-slaying officer Ye Lin, had come to vanquish the fiends. At the forefront of the official ranks was a rugged, mustachioed man, whose thunderous roar echoed as he brandished a broadsword, radiating an aura of lethal intent as he charged towards Wudong. As this brawny warrior rode to the foot of Wudong Mountain, he yanked on the reins, causing his steed to rear up, its hooves suspended in midair, before coming to a halt. Behind him, hundreds of black-armored cavalry followed suit, expertly maneuvering their mounts. Forming a tightly organized array, the air thick with a palpable sense of impending slaughter, instantly revealing them as valiant warriors. However, as this elite force of official troops beheld the scene before them, they were momentarily taken aback. Wudong Mountain lay enveloped in an eerie silence. Yet it was evident that a cataclysmic battle had recently unfolded. The stench of blood hung heavily in the air, remnants of shattered blades and severed limbs littered the ground, and the landscape was marred with deep fissures, a gruesome tableau of carnage. At that moment, a small faction of disheveled demons rolled frantically on the ground, weeping uncontrollably. A collective gasp escaped the lips of the onlookers, who exchanged bewildered glances. One young soldier, surveying the hellish scene, quietly inquired of the mustachioed warrior, "Officer, was it not said that the demonic forces were overwhelming and that Wudong was on the verge of collapse? Why does it appear that the fallen are predominantly fiends?" Bewildered, Ye Lin was at a loss. While they stood in confusion, the distant factions suddenly brightened with understanding, their minds racing with plans. A series of figures burst forth from the mountains and forests, a cacophony of voices rising in fervor. The Dragon Fist sect, arriving to aid Wudong, here to slay demons. The Flying Eagle Blade sect, here to slay demons. The Ningshui Lu clan, here to slay demons. Our Great Strength sect, likewise. The unexpected clamoring nearly startled the official troops, and upon recognizing the oncoming reinforcements from Wudong, their confusion only deepened. On Wudong Mountain, Xinyan observed this unfolding spectacle with a sardonic smile, speechless. Truly, what a splendid display of unity and camaraderie in the martial world. When Xinyan had previously unleashed his wrath, the greatest masters of the realm had sensed the disturbance emanating from Wudong. Even from miles away, they could faintly feel a twinge of alarm from that formidable aura. At this moment, while those of lesser cultivation remained oblivious, the powerful figures scattered across various regions had been stirred. A tumult was brewing. Who can enlighten me on the current state of the Wudong versus demon conflict? What transpired there? Some ancient beings, roused from their meditative retreats by the sudden surge of energy in the world, were left quite shaken. This sword aura, could it be that a supreme master has descended? Is it a practitioner of the righteous path or the demonic? Hasten to find someone, regardless of the means. Procure for me the latest news regarding the Wudong conflict at the earliest opportunity. An individual of extraordinary caliber is suspected to have intervened, prompting various powerful factions to become restless, swiftly dispatching emissaries to gather information. Many formidable figures simultaneously recalled the astonishing sword light that emanated from Wudong a decade ago. Deep within the imperial city, an elderly eunuch gazed at the horizon, his expression unusually grave, remaining silent as his eyes resembled a profound, chilling abyss, lost in contemplation. The Chini Taoist of Longhu Mountain stared in disbelief towards the direction of Wudong, exclaiming without regard for decorum, "What the hell? Wudong surely cannot be harboring an ancient monster." Soon, as the dust of the Wudong conflict settled, the various scouts who witnessed the battle relayed their accounts, which rapidly spread across the realms, inciting a tremendous uproar. The world trembled. The battle between the righteous and the demonic in Wanzhou resulted in countless casualties, rivers of blood flowing, a confrontation that took everyone by surprise. Ultimately, the victors were not the demonic alliance led by the Bloodseed Demon sect, but rather Wudong, emerging triumphantly. No one anticipated that Wudong Mountain concealed such a venerable ancestor. With a single sword strike, 8 second-rank masters were slain, and with a mere palm, the demonic army was annihilated. Their intervention was nothing short of earth-shattering, directly culminating the conflict. The seemingly desperate Wudong sect harbored such a formidable trump card, which, at the most critical juncture, turned the tides of the martial world entirely. At this moment, it is destined that the external world cannot remain tranquil, especially on the land of Wanzhou, where various sects and clans, as well as myriad demons, are all trembling in trepidation. Many harbor forebodings, sensing that Wanzhou is on the brink of a grand upheaval. Amidst the commotion from all quarters, only the members of the Shushan sword sect remain unperturbed. The venerable elder Liu Baimei muses to himself. I have foreseen that someone is bound to suffer misfortune. Those crafty old foxes from Wudong are exceedingly cunning and treacherous. With the conclusion of this monumental battle, the Wudong sect has come under renewed scrutiny from the most formidable forces across the realm, instilling a profound sense of trepidation. The depths of Wudong's heritage remain an enigma, leaving many to ponder and speculate on the identity of this reclusive ancestor. However, in truth, even the Wudong sect itself is at a loss. Since the moment the venerable ancestor intervened to vanquish the demons, they have vanished without any indication of a desire to re-emerge. This left the people of Wudong feeling utterly helpless, compelling them to diligently attend to the tasks at hand. The recent battle claimed an overwhelming number of lives. After several arduous days, the survivors finally cleared away the countless corpses. Yet, the stench of blood lingered for an extended period. Fortunately, a torrential downpour persisted for 3 consecutive days, revitalizing the air around Wudong. The elders inhaled the fresh atmosphere and could not help but exclaim, "No wonder the demons of the Nether Cave were annihilated. This ancestor is indeed a living embodiment of slaughter." Meanwhile, those from the outside world were struck by the ferocity of this figure, filled with trepidation. Each day, throngs of individuals flocked to Wudong, eager to glean insights and discern whether a significant upheaval was imminent, one that might purge certain factions. The mountain gates were nearly trampled underfoot. However, all were met with firm rejection from Wudong. Having endured this calamity, they had come to recognize the chaotic nature of the Wanzhou martial world, rife with all manner of malevolent beings. Yet, unbeknownst to them, an inexplicable rumor began to circulate. Wudong had sealed its gates, with all its members sharpening their blades and preparing for action, and soon the sect would descend from the mountains in force. That ancestor was set to cleanse Wanzhou in blood. In an instant, many factions harboring guilty secrets were engulfed in terror, their hearts racing with anxiety. With the encouragement of those with ulterior motives, the rumor intensified, and the already turbulent Wanzhou was swept by a new wave of malevolence, dark currents surging beneath the surface. On this particular night, in the deep hours, within the sprawling territory of the Guangsha sword sect in Jilin County, the assembly hall was ablaze with light and thronged with guests, each imbued with a formidable aura of martial prowess. The realm of Wanzhou is renowned for its 5 swords and 7 sects, which represent the 12 most significant orthodox forces in the martial world, aside from Wudong. The Guangsha sword sect is one of the 5 swords. When circumstances deviate from the norm, one can be sure that something sinister is afoot. As a distinguished sect, the clandestine gathering of numerous individuals in the dead of night clearly indicated discussions of dubious matters. Inside the assembly hall, the main and guest seats were occupied. Dozens of burly warriors sat uneasily, their expressions clouded with worry. A bald man, eyeing the solemn figure of Zhao Changfeng, the leader of the Guangsha sword sect, spoke with a grim countenance. "Master Zhao, what are we to do now? Outside, rumors are spreading like wildfire, claiming that Wudong is on the verge of raising arms." He continued, "Had it not been for your firm assurance that Wudong would surely perish, we would not have allowed the fiends of Wanzhou to swarm through like locusts, amassing forces to attack Wudong. Now, it seems, those fiends have all been vanquished, while Wudong remains unscathed. Please provide an explanation, for if Wudong seeks retribution, what shall we do, my brothers?" Nods of agreement rippled through the assembly. Another man, his face marked with pockmarks, expressed his dissatisfaction. "I had suggested that we ought to dispatch some men to support Wudong, at least to maintain appearances, but you, Master Zhao, adamantly insisted that Wudong was doomed, leaving us with no avenues of retreat." Indeed, the assembly murmured in a cacophony of grievances, their voices rising in discontent, nearly pointing fingers at Zhao Changfeng in accusation. Observing the scene, Zhao Changfeng's gaze turned cold, a surge of anger igniting within him. These scoundrels, when they initially took advantage of Wudong's predicament, were all brimming with enthusiasm, as if invigorated by a potent elixir. Yet now, when adversity strikes, they hastily shift all blame onto them. How absurd! Were it not for the fact that these foolish brutes still possess some utility, Zhao Changfeng would have promptly wished them gone, preferring not to see them at all. Casting a glance at the assembly below, Zhao Changfeng, maintaining his composure, calmly addressed his brothers. "Brothers, do not let chaos disrupt our ranks. Do you truly believe that the demonic sect, having invested so much effort over a prolonged period, would simply relent after failing to conquer Wudong? They will not rest until they achieve their goal. The crowd exchanged glances, furrowing their brows in contemplation. What other course of action could they possibly take? Wudong is protected by a formidable elder. How could the forces of darkness contend with that? The previously mentioned bald giant shook his head with a scoff, eliciting a chorus of agreement. Indeed, would they willingly walk into the jaws of death? With a top-tier expert present, how many fiends could withstand their might? The hall erupted into a cacophony of voices. After a moment, Zhao Chanfeng coldly interjected, "Humph. What if the demon lord himself were to arrive?" As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of everyone transformed, astonished gasps escaping their lips. "The demon lord!" exclaimed the master Zhao, his meaning unclear. Waves of incredulous glances were directed toward Zhao Changfeng, some bewildered. The demon lord refers to the current leader of the demon sect, the foremost force in the realm of dark arts, basking in its prime, reigning supreme over the martial world. Even the Blood Sea demon sect, which had recently attacked Wudong, is merely a vassal under the banner of the demon sect. The demon lord is the most formidable figure in this world. An extraordinarily talented individual whose decades-long rule over the demon sect has subtly hinted at a unification of all dark arts under his command. His strength is said to be unfathomable. It is rumored he has long been striving for the mythical realm, his martial prowess unparalleled, casting an imposing shadow over the world. Countless individuals have ascribed the title of the foremost martial artist of the current era to the demon lord, truly a figure of unmatched grandeur. Given Zhao Changfeng's tone, could it be that this unparalleled demon intends to take action against Wudong? This is indeed a momentous event that has captured the world's attention. Within the great hall, an eerie silence prevailed. Zhao Changfeng's gaze sharpened as he spoke solemnly. The demonic sect's assault on the righteous path, though merely a test, has been executed with tremendous force, gathering countless factions and splitting their forces to target both Shaolin and Wudong. Yet, despite such grandiosity, not a single sect has been annihilated. If this ends in such a hasty manner, how will the demon lord maintain authority, and how can he justify this to the vassal factions? Therefore, it is certain that the demon lord will take action to establish his dominance through bloodshed. Thus, we need not overly fret. Perhaps, in due time, Wudong will meet its demise. Upon hearing his words, the crowd's eyes flickered with uncertainty, yet their underlying concerns began to dissipate. They believed that should the demon lord truly intervene, Wudong's esteemed master would undoubtedly prove no match. The atmosphere in the hall lightened somewhat. A group of individuals engaged in candlelit discussions, deliberating for a considerable duration before departing. Zhao Changfeng, having seen off these brash individuals, exhaled deeply, relieved to have pacified them. Suddenly, a sound of applause resonated from outside the hall. A figure cloaked in black, adorned with a silver mask, emerged from the shadows of night and entered the grand hall, clapping his hands and laughing. "Zhao sect leader, your eloquence is commendable. You have effortlessly managed to sway this group. Truly impressive." The voice of the figure in the black robe resonated like the enchanting echo of orchids in a secluded valley, tenderly captivating the heart. It was evidently a woman. Upon encountering her, Zhao Changfeng promptly stepped forward to pay his respects. Longfeng pays his respects to the holy envoy. Upon the arrival of the emissary from the demonic sect, he completely lost his earlier composure, his face betraying a sense of urgency and alarm. "Holy envoy, will the Dark Lord truly intervene? These brutish fools may conceal the truth for a moment, but they cannot maintain the facade indefinitely. If, in due course, the Dark Lord remains absent, these reckless men will certainly yield to Wudong and expose me. My life hangs in the balance." During the recent assault by the Blood Sea demon sect on Wudong, Zhao Changfeng conspired with the demonic faction, exerting considerable influence from the shadows. Not only did he incite discord, encouraging other forces to adopt a detached stance, but he also clandestinely provided substantial financial and armament support to the dark sect. Now, following the demon faction's defeat and the emergence of news regarding the presence of an ancestral guardian at Wudong, he is consumed by anxiety, unable to eat or sleep, living in a state of perpetual dread. Every moment, he fears that his treachery will be uncovered and that Wudong will seek retribution. If the individuals who witnessed his current wretched state were to see him now, their eyes would undoubtedly widen in astonishment. Zhao Changfeng was even more terrified than they were. On the verge of losing control, the earlier calm demeanor had vanished entirely. The silver-masked envoy of the demonic sect did not respond to his inquiries, but instead spoke of other matters. "Rest assured, Master Zhao, even if the Lord of Demons does not arrive, we shall ensure the safety of the Guangsha Sword sect and not allow Wudong to lay a finger on you. Do you still doubt the power of our holy sect? The silver-masked envoy's gaze sharpened slightly, casting a chilling look upon Zhao Chanfeng. The latter shuddered and quickly replied, I believe. I certainly believe. Haha. Zhao Chanfeng forced a smile that was more grotesque than tears. 1,000 miles away, in the vast expanse of the southern wasteland, the mountains rolled and ancient trees towered. The foremost force of the demonic path, the fearsome demon sect, had its headquarters nestled within this primitive forest. The sect, infamous in the martial world for its malevolence, had long been associated with an aura of terror. Many assumed that the lair of these fiends must be a place fraught with danger, akin to a den of serpents and scorpions, a hellish abyss. However, in reality, the headquarters of the demon sect lay within a vast valley reminiscent of an idyllic paradise, shrouded in ethereal mist, with ancient trees flourishing, fragrant flowers, melodious birds, and cascading waterfalls, resembling a sanctified haven of enchanting beauty. The most sacred spot within the sect was the towering Blackwood Cliff at the valley's heart, where the Lord of Demons practiced, aligned with the Sea of Clouds, overlooking the mortal realm. At this moment, atop the Blackwood Cliff, beneath the resplendent moonlight, a figure draped in black robes sat cross-legged upon the ground, facing the stars and moon, exuding an ethereal presence, enveloped in a gentle white mist, serene and detached, embodying an otherworldly grace, akin to a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. The figure cloaked in black was none other than the formidable leader of the demonic sect that overshadowed the world. Regrettably, an aged and profound voice shattered the tranquility. Master, the Bloodsea sect has suffered defeat in their assault on Wudong. A frail, white-haired elder stood behind the cloaked figure, delivering the news. Understood, the master replied softly, gradually opening his eyes and rising to his feet. His stature was tall and robust, reminiscent of a valiant warrior, yet his visage was strikingly handsome, with brows that resembled ink strokes, exuding the grace of a cultured scholar. Remarkably, despite being the leader of a demonic sect, he bore no trace of malevolence. Rather, he emanated an air of scholarly refinement, akin to a learned gentleman in his middle years. With his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze calm and steady, he looked toward the horizon, radiating an imposing aura that commanded respect, as if he were accompanied by the majesty of royalty. His silhouette appeared greater than the mountains themselves, heavy and grand, harmonizing with the heavens and earth, evoking an indescribable sense of awe. Wudong, he mused, contemplating the unforeseen presence of a first-rate entity. Realizing that the plan must proceed, it seemed a visit was inevitable. The master spoke with a nonchalant tone. As his words fell, his eyes blazed with intensity. Shimmering like the sun and moon, his hair billowing as an imposing energy surged forth, reminiscent of the undulating tides of the ocean. An invisible ripple coursed through the void, akin to deities and demons gracing the earth, igniting a fervent desire for reverence. Under the moonlight, the shadow behind the master began to distort, flowing like ink as a dark silhouette gradually separated from it. Eventually, the shadow elevated and took on human form, with hair, features, and limbs emerging one by one, ultimately becoming a living being, identical in height, appearance, and essence to the master. The two figures exchanged glances. The doppelganger of the master nodded slightly before walking forward with hands clasped behind him, stepping onto the vast black wooden cliff as if treading upon solid ground, directly traversing the void towards Wudong at an astonishing speed. Wudong Mountain. In recent days, everyone has been exceedingly busy, not as the outside world speculates, engaged in military drills, but rather occupied with various aftermaths. After all, the 13-branch strongholds were ravaged by the Bloodsea demon sect, resulting in significant casualties among the disciples. Due to the previous fierce battle, the subsequent matters were postponed, and now they must be addressed. The reconstruction of the strongholds must also be prioritized, which will undoubtedly require substantial time, resources, and manpower. Furthermore, with the decade-long term concluding, it is customary to recruit new disciples, which is particularly crucial given the current shortage of members. Each day, the individuals rise early and return late, overwhelmed and exhausted. Ironically, the anticipated bloodbath and reckoning that the outside world worries about has yet to cross the minds of the Wudong sect. Presently, the most leisurely among them is likely Shan Yan. With no tasks left to attend to, he spends his days sweeping the floors, honing his physique, nurturing his inner energy, and practicing martial arts. His days flow by with a tranquil simplicity, seemingly devoid of any turmoil. However, one day, as Shun Yin reclined upon a blue stone, gazing at the sea of clouds, he inexplicably felt a surge of trepidation, as though a great crisis was imminent. He quickly sat up, pondering the oddity. Was the slaying of such a malevolent being not enough to instill fear? His first thought was that another dark force was preparing to assault Wudong. Thus, he immediately opened his divine sight to observe the shifts in the cosmic energies. Yet, he found no signs of a significant gathering of demonic aura in the entire Wan prefecture. How peculiar, Xin Yin mused, scratching his head in perplexity. Unbeknownst to him, the so-called Supreme Demon Lord was en route to Wudong. Nevertheless, Xin Yin was aware that his level of cultivation allowed him to perceive what ordinary individuals could not. This sudden impulse was surely not without reason. Consequently, he began to heighten his vigilance. As days passed, his unease grew, yet he remained unable to discern the cause. Until one particularly scorching day, with the sun blazing and the clouds resembling cotton, several external disciples of Wudong trudged up the stone steps, drenched in sweat and panting heavily. The heat was unbearable, and they were already fatigued. One disciple fanned his face with his palm, grumbling to the heavens. Indeed, with so much to do in the sect now, it's quite overwhelming, but things will improve once we get through this busy period, remarked an older disciple with a smile. However, as he inadvertently glanced back at the sun, he suddenly froze. In his vision, a dark spot appeared in the vast cloudscape, moving at a speed akin to a fleeting light, growing ever larger. Am I suffering from heat stroke, or are my eyes deceiving me? He rubbed his eyes vigorously and looked again. Instantly, he was struck dumb, his face filled with shock as he trembled, pointing towards the horizon. Junior brothers, look. What is that? As the crowd beheld his appearance, a moment of astonishment washed over them, and questions began to arise within their minds. They then turned their gaze in the direction he pointed. Subsequently, the expressions of all present became frozen, revealing an indescribable emotion in their eyes. They witnessed an unforgettable spectacle, someone soaring through the sky. On the horizon, a vague figure traversed the void as if walking on solid ground, breaking the sound barrier and piercing through the sea of clouds, leaving behind a long, white trail as it sped towards Wudong. At the peak of the barren stone, Xin Yin felt a jolt in his eyelids, a surge of terror blossoming in his heart, as a wave of crisis crashed upon his spirit, incessantly battering it and issuing a warning. Sensing something amiss, he immediately lifted his gaze to the heavens. A peerless powerhouse was approaching. Xin Yin's expression turned grave. As of today, there were scarcely a few individuals worthy of being addressed with such solemnity as a peerless powerhouse. It appeared that the true titans of this world had come to his doorstep. From the ominous omens, it was clear that the visitor bore ill intentions. A shadow of gloom flickered in Sun Yan's eyes. At that moment, several disciples on the stone path stood in stunned silence. How is this possible? How could someone run in the sky? Could it be that our eyes are deceiving us? They hesitated, unsure whether the dark figure was indeed human. It was not until a resounding boom echoed overhead, and the shadow halted mid-air above Wudong Mountain, that they discerned it was a middle-aged man clad in black robes. The crowd's eyes trembled, rendering them speechless. The middle-aged figure stood upright in the sky, like a spear piercing the heavens. His gaze, as deep as an abyss, focused intently, and seemed to unleash two bolts of lightning that sliced through the air and landed below. Then he spoke softly, yet his voice carried a majestic authority that resonated throughout Wudong Mountain like rolling thunder. Who is the leader of Wudong? As he spoke, the aura emanating from the middle-aged figure expanded, vast and boundless, like a towering wave crashing down upon Wudong. This overwhelming and terrifying force is utterly awe-inspiring. The vast sea of clouds churns, the myriad trees tremble, and the entire expanse of heaven and earth seems to shudder at this very moment. Birds and beasts alike lie in hiding, daring not to make a sound. The disciples scattered throughout Wudong gaze up at the sky in astonishment, as the celestial phenomena outside undergo a cataclysmic transformation. At this moment, the senior members of the Wudong sect within the Zishu Palace were stirred, their expressions shifting as they gazed skyward, sensing an overwhelming aura. Who approaches? One inquired, urgency lacing their voice. Before the words had fully escaped, figures began to stream from the grand hall, congregating in the open space outside. They beheld a middle-aged man clad in a black robe, suspended ominously in the air above them, shock etched across their faces. The Taoist master Tongju fixed his gaze upon the silhouette above the clouds, his pupils constricting, a chill cascading through him as he solemnly demanded, "Who are you?" In the void, the middle-aged man in black, with a demeanor as stern as his countenance, replied with an unsettling calmness, "I am Gun of the demon sect." Gun? Master Tongren's eyes widened in disbelief, astonishment washing over him. Upon hearing the name, a wave of icy dread washed over him, as though he had plunged into a frozen abyss. an overwhelming chill enveloping his very being. Despite the elegance of the name, it belonged to the most notorious fiend in the realm. The man in the black robe, indeed, was the demon lord who had traversed vast distances from the southern wilderness. "Elder, do you recognize him?" a young elder inquired, furrowing his brow. Master Tongren remained fixated on the figure in black, swallowing hard as he spoke with a grave countenance. The foremost figure in the martial world, the leader of the demon sect, is none other than Ye Lin, the demon lord. The crowd's pupils dilated in sudden realization, their hearts churning in tumultuous waves. The mere utterance of the demon lord's name cast a profound silence over the assembly. All that could be heard was the tense rhythm of their breaths, as no other sound dared to intrude. The reason for their trepidation lay in the formidable reputation of Ye Lin, demon sect leader, the preeminent figure of the martial arts world, the closest to a mythical warrior. His accolades were numerous, and any one of them would quell any thought of resistance. He was, indeed, a truly invincible being. At this moment, the senior members of Wudong felt an impending calamity looming over them. Just as one tribulation had subsided, an even greater catastrophe had now emerged. Did the heavens truly intend for the annihilation of Wudong to be their final decree? As they gazed upon the demon lord in the sky, who appeared as a formidable deity, a profound sense of despair and sorrow enveloped their hearts. At this moment, the esteemed Master Tongju embodied the demeanor befitting a leader. Stepping forward to address the assembly, "My lord, have you come to seek vengeance for the Blood Sea demon sect?" The demon lord, Ye Lin, cast a downward gaze and shook his head. "The existence or demise of the Blood Sea demon sect is of no concern to me. However, your presence at Wudong has obstructed the grand designs of the demon cult, thus I felt compelled to make this visit." The expressions of the Wudong elders darkened to an extreme, as they had anticipated that the Blood Sea demon sect's mobilization against Wudong would undoubtedly involve the shadow of the demon cult. Yet, they could scarcely fathom that this matter would ultimately summon the demon lord himself. It is worth noting that this demon lord had been rumored to be preparing for a breakthrough into the realm of myth for the past decade, having remained hidden from the martial world. Yet today, he appeared in a manner both divine and demonic, gracefully descending upon Wudong. His singular presence exuded an oppression greater than that experienced during the last siege by myriad demons. No one knew the extent of his cultivation after so many years of seclusion, but his ability to traverse the air was nothing short of astonishing. In the face of such a transcendent being, the numbers of Wudong became inconsequential, utterly incapable of resistance. Ye Lin hovered silently in the air, instilling profound pressure upon the hearts of the onlookers, as if a celestial blade hung above them, ready to descend and claim lives at a mere whim. In this weighty atmosphere, Ye Lin spoke again, his tone languid. "Since I am here, matters must reach a conclusion. I can offer Wudong a chance at survival. Merely submit to the demon cult, and I shall spare you from death." As he uttered these words, there was no hint of tyranny in his demeanor, merely the calm declaration of a fact. As the most formidable individual of the era, his confidence ran deep within him. His lofty stance, dismissive of all, provoked ire among the elders, who glared back in fury. Master Tongju appeared to find the situation ludicrous. Erupting into a bitter laugh, "Submit to the demon cult? Ha! Absurd. Wudong is one of the 9 great righteous sects. How could we bend the knee to you? A mere assemblage of phantoms?" With that, Master Tongju drew his long sword, pointing it defiantly at the demon lord, adopting a stance of desperation. "Is that so?" Ye Lin sighed, his gaze sharpening slightly. "It seems you have chosen the path of demise." Daoist Tongren took a deep breath and also unsheathed his sword, issuing a fierce cry. "To eradicate evil and uphold justice, we shall fight to the death." What of the demon lord? Fellow disciples, form the sword array and strike together. The arrival of the demon lord heralds an inevitable confrontation. It is universally acknowledged that this will be a battle to the death. In an instant, numerous high-ranking members of Wudong sprang into action, forming a formidable sword formation. They unleashed a barrage of sword light with astonishing speed, intertwining and coalescing into a 1,000-meter-long dragon and a tortoise as grand as a mountain, both soaring through the void, vividly alive. Their sword energy fierce and directed towards the demon lord suspended in midair. In the face of such a formidable adversary, the Wudong elites dared not harbor the slightest disdain. With a unified effort, they invoked the profound and powerful 7 cuts of Jinwil. The dragon and tortoise born of the sword formation erupted in a brilliant radiance, embodying boundless sharpness and astonishing might. Merely superficial, Ye Lin murmured indifferently. Even confronted with such an assault, he remained as calm as a still pond, not even lifting an eyelid. He raised a single palm and casually struck downwards. Instantly, a terrifying energy radiated in all directions, causing the air to ripple like water, swiftly expanding and forming visible waves of energy that could be observed for miles around. Ji Yuan's martial prowess was indeed transcendent. What appeared to be an ordinary strike seemed to encompass the very essence of the universe. His might was truly godlike. At his level of mastery, the intricacies of techniques became irrelevant. Even the simplest of punches or slaps were imbued with profound martial intent, capable of earth-shattering power. When his casual palm met the Wudong high-ranking member's sword formation attack, there was a thunderous crash. The ground trembled as the massive tortoise and dragon, spanning 1,000 miles and composed of countless sword energies, shattered under his blow, causing the 7 cuts of Jinwu to collapse in an instant. Poof! All the Wudong elites, including the venerable Tongjiu and Daoist Tongren, were sent flying backward, coughing up blood, with some elders nearly losing consciousness on the spot. The strength of the demon lord exceeded their wildest imaginations, leaving them bewildered as to how such formidable martial prowess could exist. With just a single strike, the sword formation that the Wudong high-ranking members had collectively summoned was utterly obliterated, leaving them all severely injured. The might of the demon lord was indeed as formidable as his reputation suggested. The overwhelming power that reigns supreme truly instills a sense of utter despair. How could a fiend wield such formidable might? It is indeed a travesty of fate. The disciples of Wudong, bloodied and battered, managed only to muster a grim smile. Master! Elders! The anxious calls echoed as Xian Yun rushed in with a throng of disciples, promptly aiding the wounded while casting a fierce glare at the demonic lord. In the heavens above, Ji Yuan appeared unfazed, as if merely attending to a trivial matter, his expression devoid of mirth, marred by a frown. How pitifully weak you are! Where is your esteemed first-tier master? If he does not show himself soon, I shall send you all to the afterlife. Ji Yuan's gaze flickered ominously as he spoke. The Wudong disciples, upon hearing this, were overcome with dread. Faced with such a formidable adversary, they had long abandoned any hope of survival, fervently wishing that their elder would remain hidden. Although they had previously witnessed the elder's extraordinary prowess, uncertainty gnawed at their hearts. They feared he might not be a match for this demonic lord. Should their elder fall, Wudong would face total annihilation. We may perish today, but our elder must not come to harm, gritted Tongju, resolute. The Wudong disciples exchanged knowing glances, a silent understanding passing between them. Their resolve solidified as they prepared to risk their lives in a desperate battle against the demonic lord. They raised their swords in unison, their collective spirit a formidable force. Unyielding in the face of death, Ji Yuan, witnessing their determination, shook his head in disappointment. Is your esteemed first-tier master trembling in fear? Hiding away? Even now, he remains absent. I had anticipated engaging in a contest with a worthy opponent, yet it seems even the first-tier fears revealing themselves. With that, he coldly declared, if that is the case, do not blame me for unleashing a massacre. Prepare to meet your end. He raised his hand, channeling his inner strength, ready to strike down the Wudong disciples. At that moment, a sigh resonated through the air. Alas, just recently, I had boasted, and now, Wudong has summoned such a formidable figure. Truly, one should never make rash declarations or flaunt their prowess carelessly. The calm voice echoed, leaving the crowd bewildered, grasping for understanding. Before the purple cloud palace, a multitude of gazes turned towards the source of the voice. There, along the mountain path, a nonchalant young man ambled forward, casually chewing on a blade of dry grass, exuding an air of leisurely indifference. This is a strikingly handsome and capable disciple of menial tasks, a disciple who appears to possess no cultivation at all. It is none other than Shun Yin making his entrance. Meanwhile, the crowd from Wudong blinked in disbelief, somewhat bewildered. In such a critical moment, what purpose does a mere, powerless disciple serve by coming here? Is the venerable leader contemplating the end of his days? Although the elders of Wudong do not recognize Shen Yin, his decade of sweeping the grounds has allowed some disciples to remember him. Shen Yin, what nonsense are you spouting at this juncture? Hurry and leave, urged one of the disciples who recognized Shen Yin, casting anxious glances in an attempt to prompt him to depart swiftly, lest he lose his life when the demon lord strikes. Yet, Shun Yin appeared oblivious to their warnings, steadfastly gazing at Ji Yuan and approaching him with an air of calm defiance. Ji Yuan furrowed his brow as he regarded Shun Yin, a sentiment mirrored by all present from Wudong. What an intimidating aura! It is as if a demon lord has descended from the heavens, akin to a celestial deity upon the earth. This Mr. Ji is indeed formidable. Shen Yin displayed a look of profound admiration, raising his thumb in appreciation. The disciples of Wudong exchanged glances, bewildered. What is the situation of this disciple serving in menial tasks? Has he lost his mind? What is he doing? Is he attempting to provoke the demon lord? This is simply absurd. Witnessing Xinyan's bizarre behavior, one disciple's face turned pale as he shouted, Xinyan, are you out of your mind? This is none of your concern. Leave at once. The disciples of Wudong, filled with valor, faced the demon lord with unwavering resolve, prepared to fight to the death. Yet, in their eyes, Xinyan and his fellow menial disciples were not considered part of the martial world. Thus, it was unnecessary for them to partake in the sect's calamity. None could bear the thought of a powerless menial perishing at the hands of the demon lord. Daoist Tongren's expression grew grave as he solemnly commanded, young disciple, I order you to return to the menial quarters immediately. This matter does not concern you. Esteemed ones, I have no desire to be here, Xinyan replied innocently. The issue is that if the esteemed Demon Lord does not find me today, he is unlikely to relent. He stood there, exuding an air of calm, seemingly oblivious to the terrifying figure looming above him. Meanwhile, Ji Yuan remained silent, his keen perception assessing Xinyan, a peculiar sensation stirring within him. Although this young man emitted no discernible aura, an inexplicable sense lingered, suggesting he was far from ordinary. One disciple, exasperated, could hardly contain his frustration, wishing to slap him awake, muttering under his breath, they seek the ancestor, not you. The Wudong disciples exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting a shared concern. What nonsense is this servant disciple spouting? The demon lord seeks you. Has he truly lost his mind? Does he believe himself to be a reclusive elder? Some disciples acquainted with Xinyan can only shake their heads in bewilderment. The humble servant, typically unassuming and diligent, appeared quite ordinary. Yet today, he suddenly spiraled into madness, uttering nonsensical words that left the crowd bewildered. Xinyan raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, blinking innocently as he proclaimed, I am the hidden ancestral master you speak of. The onlookers collectively rolled their eyes, realizing that this disciple had indeed lost his sanity. However, high above, Ji Yuan's demeanor shifted upon hearing Xinyan's declaration. He fixed a penetrating gaze upon Xinyan, as if discerning something profound. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled with intensity, such mastery of concealment. A faint smile graced Ji Yuan's lips as he remarked, So, you are indeed a first-rate expert from Wudong. Your skills are remarkable. It seems my visit today was not in vain. With his arrival at Wudong, a smile finally emerged on Ji Yuan's face, his gaze igniting with fervor, and a surge of combat spirit enveloped him. It was evident that he was an unabashed warrior. The Wudong disciples were left in a state of shock at the words of the demon lord. Had he too succumbed to madness? Yet, as a renowned master of the realm, how could he possibly be deranged? Suddenly, the realization struck them like a thunderclap, their pupils dilating in disbelief. Could it be that this unassuming servant was the hidden ancestral master they had long revered and admired? Surely not. This revelation has the potential to completely overturn the expectations of the crowd. The esteemed Master Tanju gazed intently at Xinyan, momentarily taken aback. The assembled elders and disciples were equally stunned, their expressions a kaleidoscope of doubt, astonishment, and disbelief, all emotions that Xinyan could keenly perceive. Under the weight of their collective gaze, Xinyan ceased to exhibit his previous nonchalance. His demeanor grew serious, and his previously relaxed posture gradually straightened. In an instant, an overwhelming aura emanated from his being, akin to a mighty dragon awakening from slumber, its magnificent presence dominating the scene and inspiring a sense of reverence among the onlookers. A mere ordinary servant, devoid of any cultivation, had suddenly ascended to the status of an unparalleled powerhouse. The demeanor of Xinyan bore no resemblance to that of a lowly servant disciple. His flowing black hair danced without wind as he regarded Ji Yuan. Speaking in a deep tone, since the demon lord has traveled from afar, I shall not treat you lightly. I invite you to engage in a battle atop the mountain. His voice resonated like a thunderous bell, echoing through the heavens and leaving the audience in awe. With a gentle step, he transformed into a streak of black lightning, vanishing in an instant and darting toward the pinnacle of the golden summit with astonishing speed. Ha! Ji Yuan exclaimed. Then let us battle at the mountaintop. He laughed heartily, his figure flickering as he soared into the sky, producing a resounding boom as he too sped toward the golden peak. Once the two departed, an eerie silence enveloped the front of Zishu Palace. Gulp. After a prolonged moment, the collective sound of swallowed breaths broke the stillness. Despite having weathered countless storms and possessing decades of qi cultivation, Master Tongju was left speechless, astonished beyond measure. The hidden elder we had envisioned turned out to be merely a servant disciple from the servants' hall. In his mind, he had always imagined the mysterious figure, who had intervened several times from the shadows, to be a venerable elder from Wudong, grizzled and wise. Little did he expect that it was actually an ordinary servant disciple. The disciples who knew Xin Yin were rendered utterly speechless, some in disbelief, as one disciple pinched himself, convinced he was dreaming. He truly was that enigmatic powerhouse. Who could have imagined this? The most inconspicuous, taciturn, and least interactive disciple among the menial workers, not only at the monastery but throughout Wudong. Turns out to be an extraordinary and hidden powerhouse. Even the theater would hesitate to script such a plot. It is likely that even if a deceased elder from Wudong were to rise from the grave, they would find that more palatable. This is truly astonishing. As the crowd gasped in astonishment, at the summit of Wudong Mountain, wisps of ethereal mist floated and swirled. Xin Yin, resembling a bolt of lightning, took his final step and arrived at the pinnacle, his expression tranquil and unruffled. Almost simultaneously, a figure descended from the sky. Zhizhou Yuan, hands clasped behind his back, made a grand entrance. The two stood facing each other, their gazes intertwining in the air, as if the atmosphere had solidified at that moment. The sea of clouds suddenly surged, resembling tumultuous waves. The light emanating from Zhizhou Yuan's eyes was palpable, akin to the swallowing and exhaling of the sun and moon. The rise and fall of the galaxies, exuding an extraordinary aura of dignity. His voice, deep and resonant like thunder, broke the silence. I have traversed the martial world for decades, yet I have never encountered a grandmaster of your caliber. Undoubtedly, you are a person of remarkable talent, devoted to the path and detached from the mundane. It has been nearly 10 years since I last sparred with a grandmaster. I hope you do not disappoint me. Zhizhou Yuan regarded Xin Yin with a hint of admiration, as if he had discovered a kindred spirit, equally immersed in the martial arts. There was a sense of rarity in finding such a connection. Xin Yin, feeling somewhat speechless under Zhizhou Yuan's fervent gaze, wished to convey, "Dear sir, you are overthinking this. When you roamed the martial world, I had yet to begin my training. It is only natural that you have not encountered me. For my passion lies not in martial arts, but in signing in." Noticing Xin Yan's persistent silence, Zhizhou Yuan assumed that the latter's preoccupation with martial pursuits rendered him aloof and taciturn, leading him to believe he had found a confidant. He grew increasingly convinced that Xin Yin was no ordinary individual. With a serious demeanor, Zhizhou Yuan suddenly declared, "The demon sect, Zhizhou Yuan, I humbly seek your guidance." With that, he stepped forward. In an explosive surge, his vital energy erupted like a colossal wave, resembling a divine entity, causing the entire mountain to tremble. As ominous clouds gathered overhead and lightning flickered, the very heavens seemed to shift. Observing this, Xin Yin felt an involuntary flicker of unease in his eyelids, his heart sinking. The situation was dire, troublesome indeed. He contemplated his next move, his eyes darting with calculation. Meanwhile, Zhizhou Yuan noticed that Xin Yin remained composed, unfazed by his formidable aura, and couldn't help but let out a hearty laugh. "Ah, your audacity is commendable. You have indeed not disappointed me. I shall make the first move." Zhizhou Yuan felt as though he had finally encountered a worthy opponent, a surge of battle fervor igniting within him. Suddenly, he spread his arms wide, his voluminous sleeves billowing, from which emerged two peculiar weapons, each the size of 3 inches. Describing them as peculiar was warranted, for these weapons lacked grips and were curved like crescents. Each side razor-sharp, forged from a mysterious golden hue, exuding an icy chill that penetrated to the bone. This is the renowned divine weapon of Zhizhou Yuan, the Xian Yin Golden Wheel. The Xian Yin Golden Wheel resembles 2 swimming fish, swirling around Zhizhou Yuan, emitting sounds akin to wind and thunder. Its brilliance is so striking that it appears as if a full moon has ascended into the sky, causing the entire realm to resonate with a chilling light that seems capable of severing all that stands in its way. At this moment, even those far below on Wudong Mountain could perceive an overwhelming sense of urgency, as if the very heavens were fracturing and the earth shattering, stirring their souls and leaving them breathless. Such a terrifying aura. The Wudong disciples turned pale, their hearts racing as they gazed up at the mountain peak. Have these two unparalleled powerhouses commenced their confrontation? Such overwhelming might. Could it be that both parties have directly engaged in combat from the outset? Can their own esteemed grandmaster truly contend with the demon lord? Despite the incredulity that may linger, they must now accept the undeniable truth that Xin Yin is indeed the reclusive ancestor of Wudong, the singular pillar and hope of their sect. Although Shan Yin had previously showcased his formidable prowess during the last great battle, leaving no doubt as to his strength, the adversaries he faces now are of an entirely different caliber. This is the Demon Lord, a name among men, a shadow among trees. The largest wind media organization in the world, the Celestial Mechanism Tower, possesses profound knowledge of countless affairs within the martial world. It meticulously gathers information on various martial arts masters and ranks them, creating a widely circulated list of the world's heroes. This list is divided into 3 tiers: heaven, earth, and man, with the heaven tier holding the highest status, comprising only the most esteemed grand masters whose names resound throughout the realm. The Demon Lord, with unparalleled might, holds the top position on this heaven tier. Furthermore, the Demon Lord ascended to this pinnacle 30 years ago, universally acknowledged as the strongest by countless martial practitioners, a status that is yet to be challenged. To maintain such a renowned reputation in the martial world, one must tread upon the corpses of innumerable foes throughout his reign. The Demon Lord has vanquished countless formidable opponents. It was not until a decade ago, when no one dared to contest his supremacy, that he chose to retreat to the southern wilderness, opting for seclusion to pursue the legendary realm of martial myth. Now, a decade has elapsed. Some claim that the Demon Lord is nearing the fabled mythic state, while others, practitioners of the dark arts, boast that he has already achieved the status of a martial myth, invincible in this world. Regardless of the rumors, the Demon Lord's strength is undeniably formidable. Until a figure of mythic caliber emerges, none can rival him. Can Shan Yin truly emerge victorious? The members of Wudong are engulfed in a heavy gloom, harboring no confidence for this battle. Yet today, the fate of their entire sect rests solely on Shan Yin's shoulders. Should he falter, Wudong will face annihilation. All they can do is hope for a miracle, wishing for Shan Yin to prevail. At this moment, they clench their fists tightly, anxiety coursing through them, continually praying for the ancestors' blessings. Upon the peak, Shan Yin, having formulated a strategy, finally regained his focus. Raising his gaze, he was startled by a dazzling cold light, reminiscent of the bright moon. "Wait!" Shan Yin suddenly exclaimed, halting the poised strike of Ji Yuan. The latter was taken aback, furrowing his brow, a flicker of confusion evident in his eyes. Uncertain of the Demon Lord's martial prowess, Shan Yin stood with his hands clasped behind him, gazing into the sea of clouds, exuding an air of calmness. Ji Yuan, puzzled by the unexpected inquiry, narrowed his eyes and responded, "What do you mean by that?" Shan Yin's gaze drifted, and he spoke softly. "Our Wudong possesses 2 renowned techniques, the Great Luo Divine Palm and the Taiji Fist. For a decade, I have dedicated myself to merging these 2 supreme arts into a singular technique, named the Lightning 5 Whips. I wonder if the Demon Lord dares to engage me in a contest of martial skills. Let us determine the victor with a single strike today. Should I lose, the vast Wudong shall be yours to claim." Upon hearing this, Ji Yuan's eyes sparkled with an insatiable curiosity, his interest piqued by Shan Yin's mention of the remarkable technique, the Lightning 5 Whips. A fervent martial enthusiast, Ji Yuan had delved into myriad martial arts, achieving profound mastery. At his level, he had transcended to a realm where the understanding of one technique encompassed the essence of all. Whether it be divine powers, boxing, palm techniques, or other martial disciplines, he had reached the pinnacle of human capability. Thus, when Shan Yin proposed a contest of boxing and palm techniques, Ji Yuan felt no trepidation. Rather, he was particularly exhilarated, eager to witness the prowess of his opponent. "Very well, let us engage in this contest of martial arts," he declared with remarkable enthusiasm, his eyes shimmering with a brilliant light, revealing his pure and fervent passion for the martial way. Observing the earnest gaze of his opponent, Shan Yin felt a twinge of guilt, akin to deceiving a child. The Demon Lord has become surprisingly affable, almost more righteous than the esteemed sects of the martial world, his entire demeanor devoid of any trace of demonic essence. Yet, the pressure exerted by his opponent is immense, his strength utterly terrifying. Without resorting to some underhanded tactics, Shan Yin fears that he might meet his demise. As for the flicker of guilt within him, it is swiftly cast aside. As the saying goes, one who has no shame is invincible. However, Shan Yin, as an ancient survivor, possesses a modicum of self-awareness. Thus, he draws a deep breath, clasps his fist in salute, and proclaims, "Then, I beseech the Demon Lord for your esteemed guidance." The Demon Lord nods slightly, his expression grave. The formidable techniques honed over a decade by a master of the highest caliber should not be underestimated. With a flourish of his sleeve, he retracts the chilling Xianin golden wheel, causing the ominous aura to dissipate. With the terrifying display now gone, Yin breathes a sigh of relief and then declares, "Prepare yourself." He channels his formidable energy to its zenith, the winds howling around him, leaves suspended in the air, his hands poised with an ancient and profound grace. Undeniably extraordinary. Impressive skill. Upon witnessing Yan's technique, Yuan's expression shifts to one of unprecedented seriousness. Yet, he remains rooted, refraining from any action, choosing instead to await the complete display of his opponent's abilities before countering. He holds absolute confidence in his own prowess. At this moment, Yin unleashes a thunderous shout, initiating his assault, adopting a stance with one fist thrust forward and the other palm horizontally positioned, advancing purposefully towards Yuan. A glimmer of cunning flashes in his eyes, momentarily unnoticed by his opponent. As Yin strides forward, he mentally counts the distance. They draw nearer, 100 meters. 10 meters, 5 meters. At this proximity, Yuan exhibits clear signs of preparation to strike. Seizing the fleeting moment, Yan's eyes blaze with fierce resolve. Now is the time. Suddenly, Yan retracts his attack. In a mere 0.01 seconds, the Taiji Jinwu sword appears in his grasp. With a surge of inner strength, he raises the sword and strikes. The entire sequence flows seamlessly, as if rehearsed countless times in his mind, devoid of any hint of awkwardness or hesitation. His proficiency is almost frightening. In this initial ambush, Yan reveals an extraordinary talent. All under heaven returns to its origin. Yan bellows coldly. A blade of black and white, infused with the essence of Taiji swordsmanship, howls forth, akin to a soaring dragon cleaving through the skies. Aimed directly at the stunned Yuan. A sense of dread envelopes Yuan. This youth is employing deceit. A chill runs down his spine, his hair standing on end. As an unprecedented sense of peril surges within him, the distance is alarmingly close. Such a sudden strike. It left him utterly unprepared, with no chance to evade. The dazzling sword light cascaded like a colossal waterfall, completely engulfing Yuan's figure. The violent shockwave surged into the heavens, causing the void to tremble and scattering the entire sea of clouds. The ground bore countless intersecting sword marks, and the relentless brilliance of the sword seemed to slice through the very air, producing thunderous roars akin to a barrage of exploding shells that left one's eardrums ringing painfully. Hiss. Yan, overwhelmed with sympathy, could not help but draw in a sharp breath, reflecting inwardly, this is the true utility of the storage space. I refuse to believe that after enduring such a blow, you could possibly survive. He had long felt that confining the storage space solely to the storage of items was a lamentable waste. Thus, he had been contemplating, envisioning a scenario in combat where he could utilize the storage system's features for a sudden ambush, achieving an unexpected effect. Today marked the first genuine execution of this plan, yielding tremendous success. The demon lord must surely be reduced to ashes. As Yan pondered this, a powerful surge of energy suddenly emanated from within the blinding sword light, reminiscent of a dormant volcano erupting, with its aura rising steadily. No way, could it be? Yan's body tensed instantaneously, his expression grave as he fixed his gaze ahead. The sword light persisted for approximately 60 breaths, gradually fading away. Soon, a figure emerged from within. The silhouette appeared somewhat hunched, struggling to maintain its stance, while two gleaming crescent blades whirled around it, forming a luminous shield akin to a full moon, enveloping it within. He is still alive. Yan felt a tumult of emotion surge within him, a chill running down his spine. As the residual energy dissipated, Yuan's form became fully visible. Disheveled hair and tattered black robes revealing countless sword wounds, with flesh laid bare to the bone. The sight was profoundly tragic. Despite Yuan's grievous injuries, Yan still felt a twinge of trepidation. His invincible heaven returns to origin had, for the first time, been withstood so forcefully and under the circumstances of his unexpected ambush. No less. The power of this demonic lord is utterly astounding. Truly, he is a figure of unparalleled strength. Yet, Yan remains oblivious to the fact that the being before him is merely a manifestation of Yuan's demonic essence. Had he known, his astonishment would have only deepened. At this moment, Yuan stands silent, his gaze icy and filled with an intense murderous intent, as if he wishes to rend Yan into pieces without hesitation. This is the first time in his life that he has felt such rage, and the first time he has been so shamelessly ambushed. He never anticipated that his opponent possessed a treasure capable of containing such immense power. Furthermore, as a formidable first-grade grandmaster, it is despicable for him to resort to such underhanded tactics. Who truly embodies righteousness, and who embodies darkness? You shall perish. Jiju Yuan's voice is frigid. His eyes fixated on Shen Yin with a look of utter indifference, as though observing a lifeless corpse. Great Sun Brahma Saint. Shen Yin slowly utters the 4 words. And then an overwhelming surge of vitality courses through him. His muscles swell, his bones crackle, and his skin radiates with a golden glow. At this juncture, he has no choice but to engage in a righteous battle with his foe. The technique of returning to the origin consumes an immense amount of internal energy, prompting Shen Yin to abandon his sword. Instead, he manifests the great Sun Brahma Saint, transforming into a colossal figure of gold with 3 heads and 6 arms. He charges forward. With all 6 arms raised, Shen Yin unleashes a terrifying barrage of punches, each imbued with a tumultuous wave of energy that disturbs the very air around him, coalescing into an enigmatic fist imprint. Waves of fist intent surge forth, his internal power and vitality crystallizing into a radiant wave of light. In the next instant, he releases the fist imprint, resembling a roaring celestial dragon soaring through the skies. 6 King's Fist. Howling moon of the celestial wolf. Ji Jiyuan bellows coldly, sweeping his hand to conjure 2 crescent blades that shimmer with dazzling brilliance, slicing through the void. Like shooting stars, they intertwine to form a colossal white wolf, exuding a fearsome aura as it howls defiantly towards the heavens, lunging at the celestial dragon. Boom. A cacophony of intense explosions erupts. The wolf and the dragon collide, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that compresses the air to the brink of explosion, radiating a blinding light and sending fierce winds sweeping across the land. Thud. Both combatants stagger, feeling as though their chests have been struck by a mighty hammer. Their blood surging violently, forcing them to retreat several dozen steps, nearly spilling blood in the process. In this round, the contest was evenly matched. Attack. As the 2 came to a halt, they simultaneously issued a sharp command, their figures darting forward with astonishing speed. A resounding clash of wind and thunder accompanied their movements as they once again became entangled in fierce combat. Both parties moved with lightning-like swiftness, leaving behind vivid afterimages in the air, engaging in a grand display of strikes and parries, unleashing countless fierce exchanges in an instant, resulting in continuous and powerful collisions. Undoubtedly, this is a fierce clash of titans. At the point of their confrontation, a colossal circle with a diameter of over 100 meters began to take shape. One side shone with the brilliance of a full moon, while the other dazzled like a radiant sun, standing in stark opposition. The terrifying energy within this circle possessed the power to annihilate everything. Surrounding winds and waves of energy surged incessantly, causing the mountains to tremble and sway. The blinding light was more resplendent than 1,000 fireworks erupting simultaneously, rendering even the sky a mere shadow of its former glory. It was as if the heavens and the earth had been turned upside down, presenting a scene reminiscent of a divine battle. The onlookers from Wudong below could feel the ground trembling incessantly, as if the mighty peaks were in a state of upheaval, akin to a dragon stirring beneath the earth. How astonishingly powerful, though they could not witness the duel between the 2. The overwhelming radiance emanating from the summit and the captivating aura it exuded were enough to leave them dizzy and enraptured. What manner of formidable power is this? Is it martial prowess? It resembles the legendary spells of deities colliding. This is an unprecedented battle, resplendent beyond compare. Is this the might of the world's paramount champions? It is akin to celestial beings engaged in combat, as even the heavens undergo a dramatic transformation. One cannot ascertain the current state of affairs above. Who holds the upper hand now? A disciple trembled as he spoke. In this moment, none could provide an answer, their expressions heavy with solemnity, awaiting the ultimate outcome at the foot of the mountain. The 2 unparalleled combatants had fought to such an extent that they could not ascend to witness the clash. Any attempt to draw near would likely result in being torn to shreds by the surging aftermath of their battle. Even the esteemed second-ranked Tongju Zhenren and Taoist Tongren found their spirits shaken, awed by such formidable power, and dared not take a single step toward the mountain. As Shen Yin engaged in fierce combat with the Demon Lord, the prominent figures across the vast expanse of Deqian were once again stirred, their faces etched with astonishment. What calamity has befallen Wudong this time? The reclusive ancestors have revealed themselves, basking in the limelight. Could there be any foolhardy enough to provoke Wudong? Surely. It cannot be the work of the demonic sect again. Many exceptional masters, sensing the tremors of the celestial anomalies from afar, were filled with dread and disbelief. The turbulence has persisted, leaving many in a state of bewilderment. How could anyone engage in prolonged combat with the esteemed ancestor of Wudong? Could it be that a revered Grand Master has intervened? Speculations began to circulate, yet the scant information available led to no conclusions regarding the renowned demon lord's visit to Wudong. At Longhu Mountain, the Qingyi Daoist was the first to perceive the unusual phenomenon emanating from the horizon. Having previously clashed with the demon lord, he faintly detected a familiar aura. Intrigued, he employed his techniques, his eyes shimmering with ripples, transforming into a deep azure hue as he gazed towards Wudong. Moments later, his expression drastically shifted, and he exclaimed, "It is he. How could he have gone to Wudong?" Behind him, a group of elder Taoists exchanged glances, perplexed by his shocked demeanor, and one ventured to inquire, "Heavenly Master, what do you see?" "It is Ji Yuan. He has gone to Wudong." The Qingyi Daoist replied with a stern countenance. "He is engaged in battle with that mysterious powerhouse of Wudong." Upon hearing this, a wave of astonishment rippled through the assembly. "What?" The crowd was engulfed in disbelief. An elder Taoist, his face marked with gravity, paced anxiously within the hall, furrowing his brow as he remarked, "It cannot be. How could such a proud and domineering figure as the demon lord choose to sneak into the realm?" The Qingyi Daoist shook his head. "It should not be the true body. The demon lord's unparalleled magic allows him to manifest 3 demonic forms. The entity appearing at Wudong is likely but one of these manifestations. The opponent has not truly entered the realm. He has merely ventured to Wudong." "Ah, I see." The elder Taoists murmured, relief washing over them. However, the Qingyi Daoist's expression remained grave. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved, "Even if it is but a demonic form, I must still investigate." With that, he closed his eyes, calming his spirit, and performed a series of gestures while silently reciting incantations. Soon, a spectral form of the Qingyi Daoist emerged, ethereal and weightless, representing his own spirit. The elder Taoists gazed on with envy as the Qingyi Daoist's own spirit solidified to near corporeality, exuding a faint aura reminiscent of the pure yang energy of the sun. Fierce and thunderous, "Watch over my physical form. I shall return shortly." The Qingyi Daoist instructed his own spirit before it transformed into a wisp of azure smoke, soaring out of the hall and gliding swiftly towards Wudong. Meanwhile, atop the pinnacle of Wudong, the battle had escalated to a fever pitch. The murderous intent soared into the heavens, the earth cracked under the strain, and dust billowed tumultuously. The void trembled repeatedly, the world dimmed, and the atmosphere grew oppressively heavy. Both combatants unleashed their myriad skills, fiercely clashing for 400 or 500 exchanges, yet neither could gain the upper hand. However, Ji Yuan, having sustained prior injuries, appeared increasingly unable to maintain his stance, his breath faltering. In contrast, Shen Yan, the indomitable Diamond King, bore no marks of injury, his presence still radiating formidable strength. "This cannot continue. If we press on, this demonic form shall not endure." Ji Yuan's countenance darkened as his situation deteriorated, and he found himself unable to endure the prolonged battle any longer. The threat to his demonic form posed by Shen Yan loomed large. In his severely injured state, engaging in such a fierce confrontation was decidedly unfavorable. Moreover, Shen Yan's physical prowess was formidable. If this continued, it was likely that before a victor could be determined, Ji Yuan's demonic body would succumb to ruin. Before him, Shen Yan was ablaze with fury, resembling a wrathful deity. As resplendent golden light illuminated much of the sky, exuding an overwhelmingly oppressive aura, Shen Yan radiated a fierce, masculine dominance, his muscles taut and sinewy. He twisted his neck, clenched his fists, and bellowed, "Come on, continue. Today, I either wish to be struck down by you, or to crush you with a single blow." Witnessing this, Ji Yuan felt a heavy weight in his heart, his complexion paling. Countless curses flashed through his mind. What merit was there in such bravado? If he possessed such formidable strength, why resort to underhanded tactics from the outset? Ji Yuan yearned to cast aside his dignity and demand, "With such power, why did you resort to such treachery? Why did you stab me unexpectedly?" Frustration coursed through Ji Yuan. After years of navigating the martial world, this adversary before him was undoubtedly the most vexatious he had ever encountered, and the least dignified of all masters he had faced. How despicable! His demonic body was exceptionally precious. He had no desire to lose it so easily. Moreover, if this form perished, it would inflict significant harm upon his true self. After a moment of calm reflection, Ji Yuan suppressed his resentment and anger, summoning the last remnants of his inner strength. With a sudden leap, he turned to flee into the skies. He was escaping. The once dominant demon lord, in this moment, chose to retreat. Shen Yan stood momentarily stunned, a look of disbelief crossing his face. The demon lord had been frightened away. Shen Yan was taken aback. Watching the demon lord depart, he hesitated for a moment, contemplating whether to pursue, but ultimately refrained from making a move. After all, slaying someone of such high caliber was an arduous task, especially when the opponent was a top-tier master. Even in a state of injury, they were not easily vanquished, unless he chooses to unleash the heavenly eye of creation. It is utterly impossible to retain Ye Lin. However, having yet to encounter a life-or-death crisis, Xin Yin is reluctant to resort to this final trump card. Moreover, the adversary is, after all, the demon lord, who undoubtedly possesses formidable hidden strengths. Should it come to a life-and-death struggle, Xin Yin harbors concerns about the outcome. For prudence is the vessel that navigates through perilous waters. Thus, he permits Ye Lin to depart, with the formidable foe having escaped. Xin Yin dissipates his ethereal form and stands at the edge of the precipice, hands clasped behind his back, facing the fierce winds. He gazes skyward, his heart swelling with an unyielding spirit. In this moment, he perceives himself as invincible. Even a being as powerful as the demon lord pales in comparison to his might. My life is unparalleled, yet it feels profoundly solitary, he laments without shame, a hint of melancholy in his voice. Below, the disciples of Wudong, oblivious to the situation, sense the prolonged silence atop the mountain. Knowing instinctively that a great battle has concluded, anxiety grips their hearts as they grow increasingly tense. Before they can ascend to ascertain the outcome, they catch sight of a figure soaring through the sky. The air abruptly becomes thick with tension. A chill envelopes them, their gazes dimming as foreboding clouds gather within. Many disciples feel tears welling up. It's over, they murmur. The demon lord has triumphed. Did even the mighty grandmaster fall to him? The faces of the disciples are etched with despair, sinking deeper into hopelessness. Xin Yin, recalling the grandmaster's teachings, feels an unbearable ache in his heart. His eyes redden as he bravely shouts, "The grandmaster sacrificed himself for us. We must rally our spirits and confront the demon lord. Even in death, we shall make him pay dearly." With a heavy sword in hand, Xin Yin steps forward, solemnly affirming, "Indeed, my brother speaks wisely. Fear not. For a mere beheading is but a small scar. 18 years later, we shall still be valiant warriors. We shall face him." As he raises his sword high, an aura of deadly resolve emanates from him. One by one, the disciples nod, their fervor eclipsing their fear, their morale steadily rising as cold glimmers ignite in their eyes. Shouting in unison, "Yes, we shall confront him." Tianju Jinren feels a bitter taste in his mouth, the earlier cataclysmic events still vivid in his mind. Even a being as divine as the demon lord had prevailed. What chance do they stand before him? Meanwhile, Tongren Daoist, who has been gazing at the sky, suddenly exclaims in astonishment, "Look, the demon lord is not descending upon us, he is flying away." Huh? Upon hearing this, the crowd falls silent, simultaneously looking up. They discover that the demon lord is indeed departing without a backward glance. What does this mean? Does he disdain to come and slay us? Or does he deem us insignificant now that the grandmaster has fallen? The crowd is left in a state of confusion, grappling with their uncertainty. At this moment, Xin Yun's heart stirred, and his eyes suddenly sparkled with insight as he proposed a possibility. Could it be that our grandmaster is not dead, but rather the demon lord was defeated and fled in disgrace? By conventional reasoning, a leader of the demonic path would not possess the compassion to spare this group of individuals, which led Xin Yun to entertain such speculation. Could it be? The other disciples were momentarily taken aback. After all, the demon lord's reputation was formidable, and they subconsciously believed that he was the victor. Could a miracle truly have occurred? One disciple murmured, "Let us ascend and find out." The gaze of Master Tongju sharpened, and a flicker of hope ignited in his heart. He wasted no time, taking a swift step towards the summit of Wudong. "Come on, everyone, let us hurry." The group set off together, moving with urgency. Each member exerted their utmost effort, pushing their lightness skills to the limit, racing to reach the golden peak. The first to arrive, Master Tongju stood still, his body slightly trembling as if he beheld an exhilarating sight. The others followed suit, casting their eyes upon the scene before them. What lay ahead was a desolate wasteland, a remnant of the fierce battle that had transpired. The earth was cracked and alarming to behold. On the edge of the cliff stood a figure, back turned to the crowd, garments billowing as he gazed down upon the myriad mountains and valleys. Everyone was rendered speechless, entranced by this silhouette. He truly had not perished. Could it be that the demon lord had indeed been vanquished? A sense of relief washed over the crowd, their hearts feeling as if a heavy stone had been lifted. Yet the atmosphere remained eerily quiet. Even the esteemed elders held their breaths, reluctant to disturb the tranquility, fearing they might startle Xin Yin. All eyes were fixated upon his back. Silence enveloped the air. A gentle breeze stirred, and even the sound of withered leaves falling could be heard. At the cliff's edge, Ye Lin continued to gaze into the distance, exuding an ethereal quality that suggested he was a being beyond this world. However, in truth, Ye Lin was quite uncomfortable. His lips twitched as he felt his body nearing cramp, internally cursing, "Damn it, here I am striking a pose, and I'm about to cramp up. Why don't you lot just shout a greeting to the Dragon King or something?" Fortunately, Master Tong Ju could no longer contain his curiosity and finally inquired, "May I ask, Grandmaster Shun, did you emerge victorious in your battle with the Demon Lord?" Now that Ye Lin's identity had been revealed, no one dared regard him as a mere disciple, their demeanor respectful and somewhat deferential. Upon hearing Master Tong Ju's question, Ye Lin finally exhaled, slowly turning around with a calm smile. "Naturally, I triumphed." "Huh? A mere demon? Could I possibly be defeated?" He spoke with an air of utmost ease, and his final words exuded an undeniable aura of dominance, as if he regarded the so-called Supreme Demon Lord with utter disdain. Upon receiving a confident affirmation from Ye Lin, the disciples of Wudong erupted with uncontainable excitement, their spirits soaring. They had truly triumphed. Their Grandmaster had vanquished the Demon Lord. This is indeed a matter formidable enough to shake the world. With such resplendent achievements, who would dare to provoke Wudong in the future? Even the Demon Lord was no match for Grandmaster Shen, truly unparalleled and his prowess akin to that of divine creation. Could it be that Wudong is on the verge of producing a legendary figure in the martial arts realm? The crowd's imagination soared, envisioning Shun Yan as a figure of profound mystery. Some disciples even boldly speculated whether he had transcended to mythological status. They were all invigorated, trembling with excitement, gazing at Ye Lin with fervent admiration, cultivating a sense of reverence. The true Master Tongju grew more restrained, bowing respectfully to Shun Yan and humbly inquiring, "With Grandmaster Shen presiding, it is indeed an unparalleled fortune for Wudong. Might you enlighten us about the battle we just witnessed?" All eyes were fixed upon Shun Yan, brimming with curiosity. Noticing their anticipation, Shun Yan cleared his throat softly, a serene smile gracing his face as he responded, "The mere demon is hardly worth mentioning. There is little of significance to recount about that skirmish." However, his words suddenly halted, his expression shifting to one of gravity as he continued, "At the onset of that fierce battle, there was indeed a moment of peril." The crowd held their breath, their spirits lifted, eagerly straining to hear more, not daring to make a sound as they awaited his next words. Ye Lin's voice resonated once more. "Earlier, when the two of us arrived at the Golden Summit, ready to engage, the Demon Lord unexpectedly remarked on my youth and expressed a desire not to bully a younger opponent. He proposed a contest using his relatively weaker martial techniques, suggesting we settle the outcome with a single strike. Naturally, I agreed. Yet, little did I anticipate, the nefarious fiend, devoid of martial ethics, sought to deceive and ambush this young Taoist of merely 20 years. How outrageous!" Ye Lin indignantly accused the Demon Lord. "May I inquire, Grandmaster, what transpired?" The audience exchanged glances, hastily pressing for clarification. Ye Lin's face flushed with righteous indignation as he recounted, "After agreeing to the contest, I unleashed a signature technique and moved in to engage. To my astonishment, the Demon Lord violated his promise, seizing the opportunity while I was unprepared, and suddenly drew forth two crescent-shaped demonic blades, striking at me with ferocity." Shun Yan's vivid narration captivated the audience, their hearts racing as they envisioned the dire scene, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows. What a treacherous ambush! How despicable the Demon Lord's vile intentions! Such actions were utterly inhumane. The crowd erupted in outrage, hurling invective. Ye Lin remained composed, unaffected by their fervent curses, as if he too believed that the assailant had indeed been the Demon Lord. "Grandmaster, how did you respond in such a moment?" someone inquired, a look of urgency etched upon their face. Indeed. Even the venerable elders tightened their beards, eager to discern how Master Shen would respond to such a predicament. Ye Lin stood with hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor calm and unruffled. As he remarked, "It is rather simple, indeed. Although that fiend unleashed a perilous attack, fortunately, my unique skill is not to be trifled with. It is a technique I have honed over a decade, known as the Lightning Five Whips, possessing immense power. In the face of danger, I did not alter my approach, but rather confronted the Demon Lord head-on. In that moment, the heavens and earth transformed, and my formidable strike clashed fiercely against the demonic blade, causing it to spew blood." A chorus of gasps filled the air, particularly from the elders, who were profoundly astonished. The Demon Lord's infamous Xian Yin Golden Wheel was renowned far and wide. a legendary weapon said to cleave through all. The fact that Master Shin dared to engage it with mere hands was a testament to the extraordinary might of his technique. Evoking awe beyond measure. Truly remarkable, exclaimed a voice from the crowd, filled with admiration. Instantly, the throng erupted in accolades and praises. Shin Yin, maintaining his composure, waved his hand dismissively and continued, "The subsequent battles were straightforward. We engaged in a fierce contest for 300 rounds, with the scales decidedly tipped in my favor, leaving the fiend without any means of retaliation. Had he not escaped swiftly in the end, I would have ensured his complete annihilation today." As he concluded, he swept his arm through the air with commanding vigor. Though he spoke with nonchalance, the listeners remained stirred, their spirits ignited, applauding fervently. In the face of such peril, to overcome the demon lord's insidious attacks and to dominate him throughout the encounter, Master Shin's prowess was nothing short of extraordinary. The younger disciples of Xian Yun gazed at Shin Yin with eyes alight in admiration, their hearts revering him as an idol. Unable to contain themselves, they began to chant, "Master, magnificent! Master, invincible!" The peak echoed with their thunderous cheers. "Oh, such a trivial affair, hardly worth mentioning," Shin Yin remarked, shaking his head while gazing skyward, his eyes seemingly piercing the void, transcending the mundane. The grandeur of the master, the aura of a true expert, inspired deep reverence. Meanwhile, in the nearby woods of Wudong, Zhizhou Yuan, burdened by grave injuries, could not maintain his flight for long and descended to the ground. He employed a secret technique to conceal his presence, his senses extending outward in search of any pursuers. Yet, behind him lay an unsettling silence. At that moment, Shin Yan's voice reached his ears, and he absorbed every word with precision. Gradually, his expression contorted with darkness, simmering with suppressed fury. "Unruly wretches," he seethed. "Who lacks martial virtue? Who strikes in the shadows?" The nonsensical words struck Zhizhou Yuan like a thunderclap, causing his blood to surge tumultuously. And he could not suppress the urge to expel a mouthful of blood. He staggered, nearly collapsing embarrassingly to the ground. A surge of murderous intent welled up within him, almost compelling him to retaliate. Yet, the last vestige of reason restrained him from succumbing to this impulse. His current condition was dire, leaving him devoid of any fighting spirit. The initial strike, imbued with the essence of Tai Chi swordplay, not only inflicted grave injuries upon him but also left residual sword energy wreaking havoc within his body, extinguishing his vitality and proving exceedingly difficult to eradicate. The demonic form teetered on the brink of annihilation. Yet, Zhizhou Yuan was loath to accept this fate. He sensed an ominous premonition. If he did not eliminate that shameless scoundrel from Wudong today, he would undoubtedly become a significant menace in the future. He nearly summoned his true self to confront him. However, after deep contemplation, he ultimately refrained. This was not the opportune moment for him to truly delve into the realm and ascend to supremacy in the Central Plains. Damn it, he seethed. When the time comes for his true self to rise in the Central Plains, he would ensure that this detestable wretch is reduced to ashes, thus alleviating the resentment that weighed heavily on his heart today. Zhizhou Yuan cast a chilling glance at Wudong before dragging his battered body away, retreating in sorrow. Atop the golden peak of Wudong, after a round of flattery from the gathered crowd, one disciple scratched his head, mustering the audacity to implore, "Great Grandmaster, could you elucidate for us the intricacies of your unparalleled technique, the Lightning Five Strikes?" Their yearning to comprehend how such a formidable skill was cultivated, along with the profound martial mysteries it entailed, was palpable. The true man Tongju and a cadre of elders also perked up their ears, their curiosity piqued. Clearly, they were eager to uncover the nature of the extraordinary technique that had taken a grandmaster a decade to forge, one of such unfathomable prowess. Shin Yin fell silent, lost in contemplation. Such matters should not be spoken of frivolously, lest one reveals too much. After a moment of contemplation, Shin Yin clasped his fists and addressed the assembly, proclaiming, "The art cannot be easily disseminated. The ocean does not reveal its depths. 1,000 tales of gold shall not be exchanged for teachings, nor shall I part with wisdom on the crossroads for old friends. I implore you to show restraint. As water is drawn from a golden basin into a silver one, I seek your forgiveness." Shin Yin performed a respectful bow. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, feeling an inexplicable resonance in the Grandmaster's words, which struck a chord deep within, invigorating their very souls. The disciples exchanged glances, pondering the grandeur of the Grandmaster's eloquence. Even a refusal was articulated with such poetic grace. Taoist Tongren stepped forward, reproaching the disciples. "You speak without discretion, unaware of the vastness of the heavens and the earth. As it is said, The Tao is not imparted to the unworthy. The law is not shared with the unqualified. This is the Grand Master's unrivaled skill. How can it be carelessly divulged to you? The disciples, feeling embarrassed, lowered their heads, acknowledging that they had overstepped in the presence of the Grand Master. In the martial realm, nearly every formidable warrior possesses treasured techniques, invaluable and closely guarded. Pertaining to their very lives, such knowledge is seldom shared beyond their inner disciples or kin. This holds true for ordinary masters, let alone the exalted grandmasters, whose ultimate techniques are of immeasurable worth, not to be so readily disclosed to outsiders. As the disciples felt the weight of their indiscretion, the ever-watchful Tongju Jinren's eyes sparkled with fervor, his spirit invigorated, his lips quivering slightly, as if he were eager to recite Shenyan's earlier words. He always felt a kinship with Shenyan, as if encountering a kindred spirit, a rare confidant, his gaze ablaze with enthusiasm. Shenyan, observing the master's demeanor, could not help but shudder slightly. What is the situation with this old man? Surely he does not possess any peculiar obsessions? Shenyan felt a shiver run down his spine and dared not gaze upon the elder any longer. Addressing the assembled disciples with an air of gravitas, he remarked, "Do not lose heart. My extraordinary skills are also derived from the profound teachings of Wudong. The treasure trove of Wudong's martial arts is vast and immeasurable. If you remain diligent and grounded in your practice, you may one day reach my level." The disciples listened intently to the Grand Master's wisdom. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, a wisp of azure smoke drifted through the air, coalescing into a figure that alighted upon the clouds. He surveyed the Wudong peak and, witnessing the serene state of affairs, wore a look of confusion and bewilderment. Has the battle concluded? The Wudong disciples appear unscathed. Could it be that the demon lord has retreated? The figure, clad in azure, realized he had arrived too late and began to calculate with his fingers. Soon, his hand stilled, as he vaguely grasped a fragment of celestial insight, his face revealing astonishment. Indeed, the demon lord has been defeated. Alas, I have come too late. Otherwise, I could have vanquished the demon lord's corporeal form. I wonder which remarkable individual from Wudong has triumphed over the demon lord? The azure-clad figure continued to observe Wudong, his gaze flitting among the various silhouettes. Atop the mountain, Shenyan suddenly felt a stirring in his heart. His eyes sparkled with divine light as he vaguely sensed a presence among the clouds, causing a jolt of alarm within him. Another capable individual has arrived? Is Wudong besieged by misfortune this year? Why do formidable figures keep appearing one after another? Having just endured a fierce battle, Shenyan was in a weakened state, uncertain whether this newcomer was friend or foe, and he felt a surge of anxiety, contemplating whether to make an early exit. Meanwhile, the azure-clad figure's focus sharpened, ripples of intrigue dancing in his eyes as he gazed deeply at Shenyan. Within his sight, a rich purple aura shimmered, stirring his emotions. Such potent fortune. Could this individual be the enigmatic powerhouse of Wudong? Indeed, he exudes an extraordinary presence. The purple aura soaring above, reminiscent of a historical luminary. This is undoubtedly an exceptional person. The azure-clad figure marveled, utterly unprepared for the revelation of such a true dragon hidden within Wudong. He hesitated, pondering whether to approach and extend a greeting, but ultimately decided against it, as he had no prior connection with the people of Wudong. At that moment, he coincidentally met Shenyan's gaze. The Taoist in green immediately realized that his presence had been detected by the other party, and he couldn't help but marvel at Shenyan's keen perceptiveness. With a solemn expression, he slightly nodded in acknowledgement towards Shenyan. Observing the other party's demeanor, Shenyan breathed a sigh of relief, understanding that this individual was certainly not an adversary. Thus, he returned the gesture with a nod of his own. After this brief exchange, the Taoist in green withdrew his gaze and transformed into a wisp of green smoke, swiftly departing back to Mount Longhu. Consequently, the events of Wudong were disseminated through the words of the Taoist. The hidden ancestral master of Wudong had once again intervened, decisively defeating the foremost expert on the celestial rankings, the demon lord. This news spread like a tempest, rapidly sweeping across the lands north and south of the Yangtze River. This is undoubtedly a sensational event. Initially, many were skeptical. However, when it was revealed that the news originated from the contemporary celestial master of Longhu Mountain, skepticism dissipated, sparking a tremendous uproar. Naturally, the celestial master clarified that what had been defeated was merely a corporeal manifestation of the demon lord, not his true self. Nevertheless, this revelation was still sufficiently shocking. It is important to note that the demon lord had not made an appearance in the martial world for a decade, and his martial prowess had undoubtedly reached unfathomable heights. Even a mere manifestation of his would likely surpass the capabilities of the majority of first-rate grandmasters. Particularly, the various powerful factions, already keenly observant of the unusual events at Wudong that day, were left utterly astounded upon receiving this news. They were acutely aware of the terrifying strength of the Demon Lord. Thus, his defeat marked an extraordinary milestone in the martial world over the past several decades. As the dark forces from various regions caught wind of the news, they fell into stunned silence, their spirits dimmed, as if a revered deity had fallen, leaving them unable to accept the reality. The once fervent flames of evil across the realm were suddenly quelled. In Yongzhou, at the headquarters of the foremost intelligence agency, the Tianji Tower, it was once again time to update the roster of heroes. On this day, a vast square was teeming with people, their gazes collectively fixed upon a stone platform before the renowned Tianji Tower. Atop this platform stood a large stone wall, adorned with numerous lists inscribed on yellow cloth in bold black characters. A multitude of individuals from the martial world and common folk had gathered, all eager to witness the unveiling of the latest rankings of heroes. Shortly thereafter, a steward from Tianji Tower emerged, ascended the platform, and removed the previous lists, replacing them with the new ones. The first to be displayed was the human ranking, showcasing the younger generation's prodigies. To the astonishment of many, Gu Lingxing of the Shushan Sword sect claimed the top position. A gasp rippled through the front rows as the crowd erupted in excitement. Everyone craned their necks to catch a glimpse of the fresh rankings. The youth, known for their competitive spirit, saw numerous changes in the list, with the most anticipated being the first place. To the surprise of all, the former first place, known as Ye Lin, had slipped to second. Ye Lin, a figure from the public sector, was the youngest divine constable in the history of the Six Doors, having held the top position for several years. The unexpected rise of Gu Lingxing left many stunned, prompting them to scrutinize the list, eager to understand how she managed to surpass the illustrious constable. The rankings from Tianji Tower were meticulously detailed, listing the names, identities, martial skills, weapons, and lifetime achievements of each individual. Thus, the crowd turned their attention to Gu Lingxing's information. Notably, some recent updates had been made. Gu Lingxing of the Shushan Sword sect, nicknamed the Cold Sword Fairy, boasted an impressive record, having single-handedly challenged the younger generation of the Songjian Mountain Villa, vanquished the formidable White Jade Demon Beggar of Lizhou, and triumphed over the 9th-ranked Fire Spirit Sword as well as the Divine Constable Ye Lin. What? Exclaimed many, incredulous that Gu Lingxing had defeated the esteemed Ye Lin. A knowledgeable bystander explained, it is said that Constable Ye Lin has spent the past 6 months pursuing a demonic cultivator linked to a heinous murder case, yielding no results. Ironically, that very demon was slain by the Cold Sword Fairy in Lizhou. Proud and unwilling to accept defeat, Ye Lin traveled to Lizhou 2 weeks ago to challenge her, ultimately finding himself outmatched. Ah, so that was the tale behind it. The recent acclaim surrounding Gu Lingxing was indeed remarkable. Upon hearing this explanation, the crowd accepted her elevated ranking without dissent. The subsequent changes in the human ranking, however, elicited less astonishment, sparking only minor discussions among the audience. Following the announcement of the human ranking, the Earth ranking was unveiled, featuring renowned masters below the Grandmaster level, with a total of 200 names listed. This list predominantly features figures from the older generation, renowned in their respective realms. Aside from a few fluctuations at the tail end, perhaps due to some passing away, the overall composition of the list remains largely unchanged, populated by familiar names that seldom provoke discussion. Following the earthly ranking, the celestial ranking emerges, comprising known first-class grandmasters, of whom there are currently only 54 in the entire realm. The rankings remain largely unchanged. It is rare for any modifications to occur, perhaps only once or twice in a decade. Consequently, the crowd's interest wanes, and many from the martial world prepare to depart. The grandmasters listed on the celestial rankings are primarily formidable figures who maintain a secluded existence, rarely emerging to engage with others, let alone compete against fellow grandmasters. Moreover, grandmasters tend to have lengthy lifespans. Aside from the recently deceased monk Kong and from the Shaolin Temple, it seems that no other prominent grandmaster on the celestial rankings is nearing the end of their life. Therefore, the celestial rankings are unlikely to have shifted, rendering further observation unnecessary. Suddenly, a stir arises among the crowd as many begin to turn away. Yet, at the very moment the celestial rankings are unveiled, an astute observer gasps in astonishment, exclaiming, "Look, there has been a change on the celestial rankings." At this proclamation, an uproar erupts among the throngs. What did you say?" all those who were prepared to leave pivot and return. Changes to the celestial rankings are far more impactful than alterations on any other list, as these individuals truly hold sway over the martial world, and their significance cannot be overlooked. The crowd fixates on the celestial rankings, their expression shifting as they discern that the list has indeed changed, expanding from 54 to 55 names. To their surprise, the newly added individual does not occupy the last position. Instead, they have evidently demonstrated considerable strength, securing a spot among the top contenders. As they scrutinize the rankings, their eyes light up upon reaching the 30th position, where they discover this newly listed Grandmaster. The celestial rankings reveal the following: name, unknown; strength, first-tier Grandmaster in martial arts; specialization undisclosed; possesses formidable palm techniques, suspected to have attained the pinnacle of swordsmanship with an understanding of Tai Chi sword intent; achievements, single-handedly slayed 8 second-tier demonic masters, annihilated 1,000 demons with a single palm strike, and achieved a decisive victory over the demonic coalition, confronting the demon lord's manifestation in direct combat and emerging victorious. Ranking: 30th. Alias: nameless sword master, demon-subduing practitioner. Identity: a reclusive master from Wudong. The alias, nameless sword master, is said to have originated from the heavenly master of Longhu Mountain. The second title, demon-subduing practitioner, was bestowed by the Tower of Heavenly Secrets due to Xinyan's interventions against the demonic forces, compounded by the individual's affiliation with Wudong. Many ordinary individuals, oblivious to the turmoil within the Wanzhou martial world, find themselves perplexed, entirely unaware of the identity of the person detailed above. Nonetheless, the Grandmaster's accomplishments are undeniably astounding. No one dares to question the veracity of the Tower of Heavenly Secrets rankings, which have endured for many years, consistently providing reliable information. Why is the information regarding this Grandmaster so scant? Have you not noticed? This is a reclusive master, just emerging into the limelight. Such a figure capable of defeating a demon lord? The martial world harbors such an extraordinary hidden talent? Before the Hall of Heavenly Secrets, a cacophony of voices filled the air. Everyone was engrossed in discussions about the newly ascended Grandmaster. Those of considerable influence were already aware of the events transpiring in Wudong. Appearing somewhat bewildered as they remarked, "I wondered who it could be. It turns out this enigmatic powerhouse has made it onto the list. Yet, given this individual's remarkable achievements, how could they possibly rank only 30th? Perhaps the information available is simply insufficient." Among those privy to the inside story, conversations ensued. Some believed that Xinyan's ranking was unduly low, while others contended it was excessively high. With such scant information at hand, to see them placed at 30 seemed to render this list quite unreliable. The two opposing viewpoints ignited a fervent debate, causing a considerable stir. Regardless of the reactions, the nameless sword master Xinyan and the title of the demon-subduing adept reverberated throughout the realms, akin to a tempest resonating across the world. His name became synonymous with renown, captivating the attention of the imperial court, military forces, aristocratic families, various sects, and wandering heroes alike. In the halls of Wudong, within the majestic Xixia Palace, Xinyan convened with the esteemed leaders of Wudong, blissfully unaware of the monumental titles that had been conferred upon him. Following the revelation of his identity, Xinyan's treatment underwent a dramatic transformation. The disciples of Wudong revered him as if he were a revered ancestor, and no one dared to assign him menial tasks. In recent days, Xinyan devoted himself to addressing the myriad queries posed by the sect's elders. Aside from matters pertaining to his own secrets, he spoke candidly about everything else. When it came to the source of his formidable prowess, he fabricated a tale, attributing it to a legacy bestowed upon him by a senior at the Hidden Immortal Cave on Wudong Mountain. The Hidden Immortal Cave has long been a sanctuary for Wudong's eminent practitioners, a final refuge for those nearing the end of their lives who seek one last glimmer of hope. Numerous legacies have been left behind within its depths. As for why Xinyan was able to cultivate at such an astonishing pace, the Wudong disciples hesitated to inquire further. On one hand, he might genuinely be a martial prodigy with exceptional comprehension, and on the other hand, everyone harbors secrets that they prefer to keep concealed. Moreover, given Xinyan's Grandmaster status, probing into sensitive matters could inadvertently raise his suspicions, which would be detrimental to all involved. After discussing various sect-related topics, Master Tongjiu and the elders continued to seek Xinyan's insights on martial arts, voicing their own perplexities. Xinyan's profound martial knowledge required no embellishment. His guidance illuminated their understanding, providing them with immense benefit. In addition to the higher-ups, many disciples received his teachings, with some promising students even being granted techniques. Consequently, Wudong experienced a remarkable transformation in spirit and demeanor. Many, enlightened by Shen Yan's counsel, made significant strides in their cultivation. Notably, 2 elders, long stagnated at the 3rd rank, were profoundly inspired after Shen Yan astutely identified their shortcomings, and they immediately chose to enter seclusion, feeling as though they had glimpsed the threshold to the 2nd rank. At long last, Shen Yan found himself with idle time and decided to express his desire to descend from the mountain. Descend from the mountain, he declared, causing an uproar in the Zixia Palace, leaving everyone momentarily paralyzed, as if struck by lightning. They feared they had inadvertently offended Shen Yan. Elder Shen, is there something amiss within our Wudong that has led you to this decision? Master Tongju cautiously inquired, gazing at Shen Yan, who occupied the seat of honor. Indeed. Elder Shen, should you harbor any dissatisfaction, please voice it. We shall certainly amend our ways, a chorus of elders responded with utmost respect. Recently, at the persistent urging of the Wudong disciples, Shen Yan assumed the esteemed position of the sole grand elder of the Wudong sect, a role of utmost reverence. Shen Yan shook his head gently, stating, "Nay, it is not your concern, but rather mine." The crowd was left in a state of confusion. Elder Shen, what do you mean by that? Inquired Taoist Tongren. Shen Yan sipped his tea and replied, "It is not that I wish to depart from Wudong, but my cultivation has reached a point where further advancement is unattainable. I must ascend the mountain to seek enlightenment and pursue the path to the mythical realm." Upon hearing this, the hall fell silent. It was a revelation to the elders. Taoists Tongju and Tongren had anticipated this moment, yet the abruptness caught them unprepared. Throughout history, only the founder Zhang Xianhua has achieved the status of a martial legend in the Wudong sect, and since then, no one has reached such a legendary realm. Zhang Xianhua vanished from Wudong in his later years, leaving no records of the mythical state he attained. Thus, there was nothing left in Wudong to anchor Shen Yan. His descent in search of the Tao was inevitable. To the others, Shen Yan's youth and remarkable attainment hinted at a boundless future, suggesting that the mythical realm might not be his final destination. Shen Yan was akin to a true dragon soaring through the heavens. Not only could Wudong, a mere pond, contain him, but perhaps the entire world could not either. After a prolonged silence, Taoist Tongju quietly asked, "Elder Shen, may I inquire where you intend to venture upon your descent?" Shen Yan shook his head, his gaze penetrating the skies, as if peering into distant horizons. After a considerable pause, he spoke slowly, "The world is vast. I intend to traverse it all. The great lands of Dakian, the ancient capital, the wild southern mountains, the boundless eastern seas, the arid western deserts, and the grassy plains of the north, wherever opportunity beckons, I shall go." Upon hearing these words, the assembly could not help but sigh softly. As they had surmised, Shen Yan appeared to be untroubled by worldly matters, possessing a serene disposition. Yet, within him resided lofty aspirations, his ambition deeply woven into his very essence. There was no place in the world that could hold him indefinitely. Perhaps his ultimate destination lay in realms they could never hope to reach. Centuries hence, like the fleeting decade he spent in Wudong, he might merely be a transient visitor, a brief encounter in time. As practitioners, they understood the nature of seeking the Great Way, a pursuit that was entirely natural for the strong. They accepted this reality with equanimity, their spirits not overly dampened. Furthermore, with the bond they shared with Shen Yan, the Grand Elder of Wudong, as long as he remained in this realm, Wudong would enjoy peace and safety for decades, if not centuries. Might we inquire when Elder Shen plans to descend? We wish to prepare accordingly. Master Tongju sought counsel from Shen Yan, for Shen Yan, esteemed as the Grand Elder, was about to descend the mountain and engage with the world, necessitating a grand farewell ceremony. You need only to be aware of my descent. There is no necessity for elaborate formalities, Shen Yan asserted, wishing to avoid any undue commotion. With a dismissive wave, he quelled the notion. Respecting Shen Yan's wishes, Master Tongju refrained from further insistence. After a moment of contemplation, he clasped his hands in salute and inquired, "Grand Elder Shen, may I request that you undertake your journey under the auspices of the Wudong name?" This unexpected proposition momentarily startled Shen Yan, who then surmised that Master Tongju likely feared that his departure might sever ties with Wudong, and worried that without his presence, adversaries might seize the opportunity to cause unrest. Should he traverse the world bearing the Wudong name, it would serve to deter such threats. Of course, that would be entirely acceptable, Shen Yan replied without hesitation. Master Tongju, elated, led a gathering of elders into the grand hall, where they bowed deeply before Shen Yan, expressing their reverence and gratitude. Grand Elder Shin has rescued Wudong from peril on numerous occasions, allowing us to weather calamities and avert annihilation. This debt of gratitude shall be eternally etched in our hearts. You are, and forever will be, the Grand Elder of Wudong. Whenever you require our assistance, simply command us, and we shall brave fire and water without hesitation. Master Tongju spoke with utmost sincerity, each word a testament to heartfelt emotion, devoid of pretense. We shall brave fire and water without hesitation. The elders echoed in unison. Genuinely thankful to Xinyan, bowing once more in profound respect, Xinyan offered a slight nod, permitting their gestures of reverence. Before rising and departing from Zixio Palace at a measured pace. Left behind, the senior members of Wudong stood within the grand hall, their spirits heavy with melancholy. Their pillar of support was departing, leaving an emptiness in their hearts. Master, without Grand Elder Shin on the mountain, I cannot shake this sense of unease, Elder Jiuzhao expressed. A hint of worry etched upon his face. Indeed, several elders nodded in agreement. Master Tongju stroked his white beard, shaking his head with a smile. The demon lord has been vanquished. Wudong is currently in its prime. Who would dare to provoke us? Moreover, did I not suggest that Grand Elder Shin act under the Wudong identity while abroad? Long Dao, his longtime companion, seemed to sense a deeper intention behind this maneuver and inquired, Master, do you have ulterior motives in allowing Grand Elder Shin to act in Wudong's name? Ah, my discerning junior, you understand me well, Master Tongju replied, pleased as he stroked his long beard. The gathered elders looked at him in confusion. What thoughts occupy your mind? Master? They queried. With a steely gaze directed towards the heavens, Master Tongju solemnly declared, in this current world, where demons roam freely and human hearts are treacherous, entrusting Grand Elder Shun to act in Wudong's name may not suffice to instill fear in the hearts of the wicked. We must stoke the flames further, ensuring that the world trembles before Wudong. Master Tongren stroked his chin and declared, what my senior brother means is that we should boldly announce the news of Elder Shin's descent from the mountain. We will publicly proclaim that our esteemed elder from Wudong is venturing into the world, seeking to emulate our ancestral founder, Zhang Xinhua, in testing his sword against the realm, vanquishing all formidable opponents and shattering the boundaries of myth. Master Tongju spoke with conviction, testing the sword across the world. The crowd gasped in astonishment, thoroughly taken aback. Master Tongren wore a look of bewilderment. The notion of testing one's sword across the world was indeed the invincible path tread by the founder of Wudong. In ancient times, Zhang Xinhua sought to fully unleash his potential and break through his limitations by traversing the land, challenging the greatest martial artists, ultimately shattering his shackles with external force, thus establishing a legend in the martial world that dominated the rivers and lakes for a generation. The contemporary martial realm of Deqian harbored grave concerns regarding the demonic lord of the southern wilderness breaching their defenses, primarily due to the fear that the lord might take this final step. If news of Xinyan testing his sword across the world were to be disseminated, it would undoubtedly deter major factions from troubling Wudong, and instead, they would be the ones worrying about Xinyan seeking them out. With a furrowed brow, Master Tongren expressed his concerns. Senior brother, releasing such news without Elder Shin's consent may not be prudent. The other elders nodded in agreement, like chicks pecking at rice. Alas, my junior brother is mistaken. Throughout ancient history, which martial legend did not conquer countless formidable foes and dominate the martial world before achieving their ultimate success? Even if we do not release this news, with Elder Shin's unparalleled talent, he will inevitably take this step. Our discreet encouragement is not a bad thing, Master Tongju asserted with unwavering confidence. Though the assembly found this course of action somewhat questionable, they acknowledged the wisdom in Master Tongju's words and tacitly accepted his approach. Meanwhile, Shun Yin remained blissfully unaware that Master Tongju had subtly maneuvered him into a fiery adventure through the martial world. On that night, snowflakes fell like willow catkins from the sky. The foliage withered, and the hibernating insects lay dormant. In the chill of this early winter day, Xinyan quietly descended the mountain alone, without notifying anyone, departing with a resolute resolve, reminiscent of his arrival in destitution years ago, in the South Wilderness. Atop the Blackwood Cliff, the expressionless demon Lord Jijiyuan observed the battered demonic body lying before him. This entity, having summoned its last vestiges of strength, returned to the demon sect, ultimately collapsing under the weight of its burdens. Is the mysterious master from Wudong truly that formidable, capable of overpowering even your demonic form? Inquired a white-haired elder, his demeanor grave as he circled the fallen body. Upon hearing this, Jijiyuan's eyelids twitched violently, and fury flickered across his countenance as he coldly retorted, just a despicable little man. The elder, taken aback, noted the rarity of such anger from the demon lord. His curiosity piqued regarding the nefarious means employed by the Wudong master to incite such wrath. However, recognizing the demon lord's volatile state, he refrained from further inquiries and, casting a glance at the demonic form, sighed, "My lord, given the extent of these injuries, is there any hope for recovery?" This demonic body was meticulously forged by the demon lord through the expenditure of his vitality and spiritual essence, serving as an intrinsic part of his being. Should restoration prove impossible, it would significantly impact his true form, leading to a severe decline in overall strength. Jijiu Yuan, with a grim expression, nodded and solemnly remarked, "It is feasible, albeit requiring considerable effort and rare medicinal treasures." The elderly man with white hair fell silent for a considerable time before exhaling a resigned sigh. "It seems, Master, that your seclusion will have to be postponed once again. In the dead of night, devoid of stars and moonlight, with clouds shrouding the sky and the wind howling fiercely, in Wanzhou, residing in the Jilin County, at the Guangsha Sword Sect, the same hour found the same council hall. The flickering candlelight cast a dim glow upon the numerous empty seats, creating an atmosphere of desolation. Not a single leader from the various sects had arrived this time. Only Zhao Chafeng sat alone at the head, the tension palpable, akin to sitting on pins and needles. Before long, an elder from the Guangsha Sword Sect rushed in. Visibly flustered as he reported, "Master, trouble is brewing. The news of that mysterious powerhouse from Wudong defeating the demon lord has stirred quite a commotion. Those brutes are utterly terrified, and none of the factions have paid us heed tonight. Furthermore, I have heard whispers that they are clandestinely preparing to approach Wudong to confess their sins and report." The elder glanced at Zhao Chafeng, his words faltering as he hesitated to continue. "Report what?" Zhao Chafeng slammed his palm on the table, his face stern as he inquired. The elder, shrinking back, spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. "They claim that the previous events were all instigated by your manipulation, and they intend to inform Wudong of your collusion with the demon sect." The moment those words were uttered, Zhao Changfeng's expression abruptly changed, and he could no longer remain seated, rising with an air of panic akin to an ant on a hot skillet, pacing anxiously within the grand hall. The atmosphere in the hall was so stifling it felt as though it could yield droplets of water. The elder trembled slightly, visibly uneasy. "Master, before this matter is exposed, we should hastily evacuate the sect," suggested the elder, his complexion paling. Beneath the seemingly calm surface of the Guangsha Sword Sect, turbulent undercurrents brewed. With Wudong's formidable presence in Wanzhou, should their collusion with the demonic cult be revealed, they would undoubtedly be the first targets of Wudong's wrath, leading to the sect's ruin and their own demise. Enough. This does not concern you. You may leave," Zhao Chafeng dismissed impatiently, waving his hand. The elder, not daring to protest further, quickly withdrew. Once alone, Zhao Changfeng anxiously called out to the ceiling, "Holy Envoy, you have heard me. What am I to do now?" A few faint sounds emanated from above, and a figure descended like an arrow, landing gracefully upon the ground before slowly entering the hall. It was none other than the silver-masked envoy from the demonic cult. Upon seeing the envoy, Zhao Changfeng felt as if he had found a lifeline, immediately pleading, "Divine envoy, you must save me." At that moment, Zhao Chafeng felt the Guangsha Sword Sect teetering on the brink of life and death, utterly beyond his control. The oppressive weight of the situation was maddening. The silver-masked envoy remained as indifferent as ever, speaking in a calm tone, "Zhao Sect Master, I believe your elder speaks wisely. In light of this predicament, it would be prudent for your Guangsha Sword Sect to relocate from Wanzhou." Upon hearing this, Zhao Chafeng became frantic. "Holy Envoy, my Guangsha Sword Sect has resided in Juling for 5 centuries. This is a legacy left by our ancestors. How can we simply abandon it? If we withdraw from Wanzhou, as the leader of the sect, how can I face my forebears in the afterlife? In this chaotic world, migration is effortless. Yet establishing a foothold proves to be a formidable challenge. The Guangsha Sword Sect has maintained its presence in Wanzhou for 5 centuries, flourishing to a moderate yet respectable stature. Should a great master emerge in this age, they would possess the potential to contend for supremacy among the 9 great sections. How could Zhao Changfeng willingly resign the Guangsha Sword Sect's position in Wanzhou? Kneeling before the silver-masked Holy Envoy, Zhao Changfeng trembled as he implored, "Holy Envoy, did you not assure me last time that, regardless of the circumstances, the demon cult would ensure the safety of the Guangsha Sword Sect? You must devise a means to save us." Observing his desperate demeanor, the silver-masked Holy Envoy's eyes flickered with a hint of impatience. Though she had indeed made such a promise, times have changed. Even the demon lord himself had met with failure. What could a mere hidden emissary possibly do? Coldly, the silver-masked holy envoy replied, Zhao sect leader, I have stated that the sole path for the Guangsha sword sect is to withdraw from Wanzhou. Since you have chosen to collaborate with our holy cult, you must obediently follow our directives. There is no need for further discussion. With that, she waved her sleeve and departed, disregarding Zhao Changfeng entirely, vanishing into the night. In the grand hall, Zhao Changfeng remained kneeling on the ground. A look of desolation etched upon his face. After a long silence, he threw back his disheveled hair and laughed maniacally. How wonderful! Had he foreseen this day, he would have acted differently. What a splendid demon cult! With venomous resentment, Zhao Changfeng gazed at the retreating figure of the holy envoy. His eyes ablaze with fury as he spat. Since you refuse to allow me to live, then let none of you live. Relying on oneself is far more reliable than seeking aid from others. He would make them understand that Zhao Changfeng is no mere insect in their eyes. Sometimes, the swiftest way to destroy a person is not through brute force, but by striking at their heart. In this final moment, filled with panic and wrath, Zhao Changfeng, confronted with betrayal and abandonment, succumbed to madness, his reason obliterated, acting without regard for the consequences. Rising to his feet, a glint of madness flickered in his eyes as he strode purposefully towards the back mountain of the Guangsha sword sect. There lies a forbidden area, a circular hill stretching 100 miles, shrouded in mist and overgrown with wild grass. The entire hill was devoid of the sounds of birds or beasts, exuding an eerie stillness, utterly lifeless. From a distance, the shape of this hill resembles an immense tomb. Zhao Changfeng arrived at the foot of the mountain, clearing the land and forging a path, his gaze sweeping the surroundings as if he were in search of something elusive. Before long, a glimmer in his eyes revealed an ancient stone door, overgrown with cobwebs and cloaked in a thick layer of dust, as he brushed aside a tangle of wild grass. Faintly discernible upon the stone door were intricate carvings depicting a myriad of bizarre creatures, a winged yiksha, a three-headed, six-armed azura, a monstrous bird with 9 heads, and a giant with the head of a goat, all embodying the grotesque forms of otherworldly beings. The ancient stone door emanates a peculiar aura that sends shivers down one's spine, as if behind it lies a dark abyss concealing immense terror. Zhao Changfeng gazes at the enigmatic stone door with a frenzied expression, unleashing a chilling laugh reminiscent of a night owl. The origin of this forbidden ground is shrouded in mystery, existing long before the establishment of the Guangsha sword sect. The founder of the sect, in his twilight years, once unsealed the stone door and ventured within, only to emerge in a state of utter panic, as if he had encountered something dreadful. Yet he refrained from revealing what he had witnessed inside. After his passing, he solemnly bequeathed a warning to his disciples, forbidding them from ever entering the stone door, leading many to speculate that it sealed away something terrifying. However, the true nature of what lies within this forbidden area remains a complete enigma to all. Now, Zhao Changfeng finds himself cornered, consumed by a tempest of rage and resentment, yearning to breach the forbidden ground and unleash whatever lies ensconced within. He strides forward, attempting to push the stone door with a single hand, yet it remains utterly immovable. Furrowing his brow, he reflects that as a second-tier martial artist, his strength should be immense, yet he cannot budge the door at all. Summoning all his internal energy, he thrusts both palms against the stone door with great force. After straining until his face turns crimson, the long-sealed stone door finally emits a piercing creak. With a thunderous rumble, the ground trembles, and the stone door swings open, revealing a narrow passageway that can accommodate but a single person. As the door creaks ajar, a swarm of bats, each as large as a basin, erupts forth, darkening the air with their multitude. This scene startled Zhao Changfeng profoundly. The secret passage was dark and damp, with no visible end in sight. A chilling breeze swept toward him, carrying an odor of decay and failure. At this moment, Zhao Changfeng gazed upon the foreboding corridor, a flicker of trepidation creeping into his heart. Yet, consumed by his hatred, he resolutely pressed forward, gritting his teeth as he ventured inside. With each step 1, 2, 3, Zhao Changfeng entered the hidden passage. The air within the tunnel was thick with an oppressive silence, broken only by the echo of his solitary footsteps. The path was straight, seemingly leading directly into the heart of the mountain. Time became an ambiguous concept as he continued onward until he reached a vast expanse, revealing an underground cavern. A dense mist enveloped the space, where numerous stalactites hung in grotesque formations, glistening with cold dew. Surrounding him were a multitude of venomous serpents and scorpions, many of which stirred from their slumber, flicking their tongues as they fixated on this unwelcome intruder. At the center of the cavern lay a blood-red sarcophagus, immense in size, measuring approximately 5 meters in length. It exuded an eerie crimson glow, its surface adorned with cryptic symbols akin to ghostly inscriptions, while a piece of yellow paper with red characters was affixed prominently in its center. The talisman has been partially unveiled, and at this moment, it moves of its own accord despite the absence of wind, as if it intends to reveal the remaining half as well. The blood-red coffin exuded an exceedingly sinister and eerie aura of death, imbued with an overwhelming malevolence akin to a fathomless abyss or a realm of torment. Its presence imposed an immense psychological pressure that instilled a profound dread within the soul. In a moment of disorientation, Zhao Chongfeng seemed to glimpse an endless, ghostly expanse, replete with a chilling ambience, where bones were heaped like mountains and the waters of the dead converged into rivers of despair. A series of spine-chilling wails echoed in his mind, the cries of the damned reverberating in his consciousness. What is this? Zhao Chongfeng's pupils contracted as he gazed at the blood-red coffin in astonishment. The inscriptions adorning it might very well be remnants of the founding ancestor of the Guangsha sword sect, torn asunder. What could possibly be sealed within that prompted the ancestor to refrain from fully unveiling it, shrouding it in profound secrecy? At this moment, Zhao Chongfeng began to feel a twinge of fear, hesitating over whether to tear off the talisman. The coffin before him was undeniably peculiar, instilling an inexplicable dread within his heart. At that very moment, an eerie sound resonated through the silent cavern. The blood-stained coffin seemed to sense the presence of another, its ominous aura beginning to stir and sway ever so slightly. Had another soul finally arrived? How long had he been trapped in this cursed place? A millennium? 2? 3? The duration felt interminable, long enough for him to lose all recollection. Whispers emanated from within the coffin. Upon hearing these sounds, Zhao Chongfeng swallowed hard, gazing at the blood-soaked coffin with suspicion, instinctively inquiring, "Who are you? Who am I?" The captivatingly magnetic voice from within the coffin resonated once more in Zhao Chongfeng's ears. "Mortal, I am a true deity sealed by malevolent forces, possessing unparalleled divine power. If you harbor any desires, any enemies you feel powerless against, or wish to alter your fate, then tear this talisman asunder." The voice was laced with an alluring charm, instantly igniting a torrent of thoughts within Zhao Chongfeng. His expression fluctuated, and he managed to utter through clenched teeth, "I can unveil the talisman. But what do you seek in return?" A sinister chuckle escaped that voice, dripping with disdain. "Me? Humph, I am a true god. There is nothing in this world that holds my interest. You need not offer anything in exchange, merely unveil the talisman, and I shall grant you everything you desire. Whether to believe or not is entirely your choice, yet I assure you, encountering me today is undoubtedly the greatest opportunity of your life. Should you let it slip away, regret shall haunt you for eternity." The voice incessantly seduced Zhao Chongfeng. The crimson hue of the coffin deepened, exuding an otherworldly allure, accompanied by the persistent whisperings that echoed in his ears, yearning to engulf his very soul. It completely unearthed the demonic thoughts harbored within Zhao Chongfeng's heart. He clenched his fists, his eyes aflame with a fierce intensity, reflecting upon the years of cautious existence in the martial world, the betrayals from his allies, the pressures stemming from Wudong, and the despair of being forsaken by the demonic sect today. His mind began to gradually falter. All of this is due to his insufficient strength. He yearns for power. He desires to become invincible in this world. Since he has already been pushed to such an extent, he might as well take a gamble. The more Zhao Chongfeng contemplated, the more extreme his thoughts became. As he stepped forward, he slowly approached the blood-red coffin, his mind already envisioning a scene of his unparalleled might. A slight smile of excitement curling at the corners of his lips. At that moment, due to the disturbances within the coffin, the runes inscribed upon the coffin lid began to radiate with a brilliant light, attempting to suppress the being contained within. However, with half of the talisman torn away, the entity had acquired sufficient strength to resist this divine power. It was utterly incapable of preventing that being from ensnaring the hearts of men. Zhao Chongfeng's gaze gradually became hazy, resembling a mere shell of a man as he approached the blood-stained coffin, slowly extending his hand to grasp the talisman tightly. "Yes, just like that. Tear it apart. By doing so, you shall attain everything you desire: wealth, nobility, sovereign status, the power to command the world, anything within your grasp. Do not hesitate. Swiftly tear it apart." The voice emanating from within the blood coffin grew increasingly urgent. "If I tear it apart, I will acquire what I seek. Yes, yes, yes." The dark thoughts within Zhao Chongfeng's mind expanded infinitely, as if he had lost his soul, incessantly murmuring to himself. At this moment, The entity within the blood coffin seemed to be consumed with overwhelming agitation, falling into an eerie silence. The air became thick and stagnant. Suddenly, with a sharp motion, Zhao Chongfeng's hand shot up, tearing away the talisman. In an instant, the runes upon the blood coffin began to dim, and the entire cave commenced a violent tremor. As if the very heavens and earth were in turmoil, Zhao Chongfeng's gaze swiftly regained clarity. This is bad. What have I done? Upon noticing the talisman that had fallen to the ground, a chill of foreboding gripped his heart. He immediately sought to retrieve the talisman and reapply it. But it was too late. The damage had been done. A chilling gust swept through the chamber, and the blood-red coffin continued to sway. The coffin lid seemed unable to contain the force within, and with a resounding crash, it was violently propelled outward, shattering into pieces. After years of confinement, the blood coffin was finally breached, unleashing a torrent of ominous black mist that surged skyward, leaving a dazzling dark glow in its wake. A booming voice resonated throughout the air. "Ha, Long Taoist, your cultivation has yet to reach its pinnacle, hasn't it? Did you truly think, despite your countless schemes, that you could outmaneuver me? The power of your talisman ultimately failed to extinguish my existence, and today, I shall once again bask in the light of day." In the midst of the air, the swirling black mist coalesced into a humanoid form, two chilling points of crimson light piercing through the shadow. Those were eyes of icy terror. The figure exuded an aura intertwined with death and malevolence. An oppressive sensation that instilled dread permeated the entire cavern, as if one had stepped into the very depths of hell. What on earth has been unleashed? Zhao Chongfeng, having never experienced such a terrifying pressure, felt a bone-chilling sensation rise from the depths of his being, rendering his face as pale as a sheet as he staggered backward repeatedly. The shadow, regaining its composure, observed his actions and gently raised a hand toward him. Instantly, Zhao Chongfeng became as if ensnared by an immobilization spell, unable to move, forced to remain rooted in place. Am I truly that fearsome? Why do you wish to flee? The shadow fixated on Zhao Chongfeng, its voice a low, raspy whisper imbued with the decay of time, sending shivers down his spine. "No, my lord, please forgive me. I am merely—" Zhao Chongfeng trembled, stammering incoherently, unable to articulate a single complete thought. The shadow, amused by his fearful demeanor, chuckled darkly. "Do not be alarmed. I have yet to properly thank you for unveiling this ghastly sigil. Speak, what is it you desire? Could this ancient being truly not intend to take his life? Was it genuine in its words?" Zhao Chongfeng's heart raced, and the dark thoughts encroached once more as he hesitantly spoke, his voice trembling. "Power? I wish for immense power." After uttering this, he buried his head, too fearful to meet the shadow's gaze, yet his heart brimmed with anticipation. Within the tales of the martial world, there often existed stories of individuals who inadvertently stumbled into caves, encountering ancient, imprisoned souls and subsequently rescuing them, gaining enlightenment and transforming from mere mortals into unparalleled masters. Perhaps today, he had chanced upon such an ancient being. The more he pondered, the more his excitement intensified. The shadow seemed to pierce through his thoughts, a mocking glimmer flashing in its blood-red eyes, yet it spoke in a soothing tone. "Oh, power, is it? That is indeed a trivial matter. I can grant you the mightiest power in this world at once." Upon hearing this, Zhao Chongfeng's spirit soared, and he exclaimed, "Really? I am profoundly grateful, esteemed elder. If I could receive your blessing, I would dedicate my life to repaying your great kindness." The shadow smiled faintly. "There is no need for such servitude. Merely a small task will suffice." Overwhelmed by joy, Zhao Chongfeng eagerly inquired, "What must I do? I shall give it my all." "Oh, that is splendid." The light in the shadow's blood-red eyes burned even brighter as it gently stated, "This task is simple. All you need to do is relinquish your body to me." Suddenly, the shadow's tone turned chillingly cold, its voice resonating like thunder, and in an instant, it lunged down from the air. Zhao Chongfeng's expression changed abruptly. The ancient creature seeks to usurp his very being. A wave of terror surged within him as he yearned to flee, yet his feet felt ensnared in a quagmire, rendering him utterly immobile. Helplessly, he watched as the shadow descended from above, merging into his corporeal form. Thunderous. The moment the shadow entered his body, Zhao Chongfeng's vision darkened. His head throbbed with unbearable pain, as if his soul were being ruthlessly torn asunder. His face contorted in agony as he stumbled backward. No. Zhao Chongfeng fought desperately to maintain his mental fortitude. Yet, his efforts proved futile against the onslaught of the adversary's psychic assault, akin to a tempest. Despite the shadow being sealed for eons, its spirit weakened to the brink. The disparity in their powers was insurmountable, Its essence remained infinitely more potent than Zhao Chongfeng's. The shadow erupted into laughter within his mind, proclaiming, "Did you not desire power? What could possibly rival my might? Resign yourself, for your struggles are in vain." Like an immense serpent, the shadow crushed and consumed Zhao Chongfeng's soul, which was akin to that of an insignificant insect. No, Zhao Chongfeng's gaze gradually dulled. His spirit fragmented and relentlessly devoured as he approached the brink of annihilation. In his final moments, an overwhelming sense of regret flashed through him. Then, complete darkness enveloped him, submerging his consciousness and scattering his soul into oblivion. His body lay rigid upon the ground, his eyes vacant and lifeless. After a considerable interval, Zhao Chongfeng trembled, his eyes flickering back to life, yet transformed into a pair of crimson orbs. He arrived at the Black Mountain Ferry, a recent crossing beneath Wudong Mountain. The river shimmered under the light, while a chilling wind swept through, carrying a few snowflakes from afar that merged into the waters. Bestowing a frigid touch to the jade-like river, the world appeared vast and desolate. On a mountain path, Shen Yan, clad in a thin gray robe, ambled leisurely toward the Black Mountain Ferry. On the mountainside, a rustic homestead housed a middle-aged farmer who, while tilling the land, inadvertently glanced up and caught sight of Shen Yan. At first glance, one cannot help but be utterly captivated. Could it be that a celestial being has descended to the mortal realm? Is it possible that such a remarkably handsome man exists in this world? The farmer, standing in his vegetable garden, furrowed his brow as he observed the direction in which this striking figure was heading, and called out from a distance, "Hey, young and handsome Taoist, wait a moment." Upon hearing the term handsome, Shen Yan abruptly halted his steps. "Who calls upon me?" The farmer hurriedly approached from the narrow path, inquiring, "Taoist, are you headed to Heshan Ferry?" "Venerable one," Shen Yan softly uttered a respectful title and bowed, "I am indeed en route to Heshan Ferry." "Might you have something to convey?" This young Taoist possesses an astonishingly fine countenance. As the farmer drew closer, he was even more astonished. "Alas, young Taoist, your timing is unfortunate. Winter has arrived, and with it, the snow. According to past years, the Heshan River will soon freeze, and thus the boatmen have all returned home. Currently, there is no one to ferry across the river. If you wish to cross to the other side, it would be best to take a longer route up the mountain and traverse the stone bridge. Do not waste your energy." The farmer bowed to him and offered this kind warning. Living near Wudong, the local folk were largely adherents of Taoism, which accounted for the farmer's somewhat respectful demeanor towards Shen Yan. "Oh, is that so?" Shen Yan's brows furrowed slightly. He had no intention of taking a detour. After all, it was merely a river. With his exceptional martial prowess, crossing it effortlessly would be a simple task. Thus, he bid farewell to the farmer, saying, "Thank you for the reminder, but I shall check the ferry. Perhaps fortune will favor me, and there might still be someone to ferry me across. I take my leave." With that, he continued on his path toward Heshan Ferry. The farmer, seeing this, hurried to stop him once more, reiterating, "Oh dear, young Taoist, I have already informed you that the boatmen have all left. There is no one to ferry across the river. There is no need to go." Unfazed, Shen Yan waved his hand dismissively. "It is merely a short walk. It poses no inconvenience." Just as he was about to step forward, the farmer again blocked his way, tirelessly attempting to dissuade Shen Yan from proceeding to the ferry. This persistent behavior left Shen Yan somewhat perplexed. Was the farmer excessively enthusiastic, or was he mentally unstable? What compelled him to persistently deter himself from reaching the ferry? Shen Yan, perplexed, pondered these questions before deciding to disregard the farmer entirely and swiftly departed. His speed was akin to that of a galloping steed, leaving no trace behind, utterly impossible to pursue. The farmer, left on the mountain path, could only fret in frustration. He thought to himself, "Why won't this young Taoist heed my warnings?" He opened his mouth several times, seemingly wishing to impart something to Shen Yan, yet hesitated to speak. Cautiously glancing at the sky with a visage of dread, he appeared as though he feared some divine presence hovering just above him. Ultimately, he could only watch as Shen Yan's figure receded into the distance, shaking his head and sighing, "Alas, why does this young Taoist refuse to listen to the wisdom of the elders? Heaven help him. Such youth, I hope he can evade disaster." Shen Yan continued his rapid pace and soon arrived at the riverbank ferry. At that moment, numerous townsfolk gathered at the crossing, yet no boats were moored at the shore. The river lay desolate, shrouded in wisps of white mist, with not a single vessel in sight. Shen Yan scratched his head at the ferry. Indeed, there was no one to ferry them across. Could it be that the farmer's peculiar behavior was merely a result of excessive enthusiasm? Regardless, it was a trivial matter, and Shen Yan paid it little mind. With so many people at the ferry, he resolved to find a secluded spot to utilize his lightness skill to cross the river. Just then, a melody suddenly emerged from the heart of the river, with a green bamboo hat and a green raincoat, in the gentle wind and fine rain. There is no need to return. From the misty river emerged a somewhat dilapidated black-sailed boat, gliding slowly toward Xinyan. Coincidentally, it anchored right before him. The boatman, an elderly man with dark skin and calloused hands, appeared to be a seasoned ferryman with years of experience. Xinyan looked up at the boatman, his expression slightly tense, his eyes shimmering with intrigue. Reflected in his gaze was the thick, malevolent aura emanating from the decrepit vessel, where a small green-skinned ghost, clad in a conical hat, stood at the bow, its face twisted in a menacing grimace. What audacity! In broad daylight, it dared to emerge and threaten the innocent. Xinyan furrowed his brow. In this tumultuous world, malevolent spirits roam freely and without restraint. However, he refrained from taking immediate action. Xinyan Xing, driven by curiosity, wished to observe how this mischievous little ghost intended to wreak havoc, pondering whether there were accomplices lurking behind. The boatman, oblivious to Xinyan's gaze, displayed a few yellowed teeth and called out with a voice that betrayed his age, "This old man's boat is small. If you wish to cross, hurry aboard." Those on the riverbank, eager to traverse the waters, rejoiced at the sight of the boat, rushing forward with shouts to board. The old man's black canopy boat could accommodate around 7 or 8 passengers, prompting a scramble among the crowd. The first to arrive was a scholarly youth, burdened with a trunk. Noticing Xinyan standing motionless, he hesitated to proceed, and with refined politeness inquired, "Esteemed Taoist, why do you not board? The boat is small, and if we delay, we may lose our place." After a moment of contemplation, Xinyan replied, "In such ghostly weather, a solitary boat appearing on the cold river is rather peculiar." He refrained from disclosing that the old man was a spirit. The scholar was taken aback, surprised that this Taoist would utter such words. The old boatman, having overheard, cast a deep glance at Xinyan, a fleeting glimmer of intrigue passing through his eyes as he silently pondered, could this young scoundrel possess some insight and have sensed something amiss? Yet, considering the Taoist's youth, what could he possibly know? Surely, he was merely spouting nonsense. Shaking his head, the boatman donned an innocent smile. Raising his voice for all to hear, "It is precisely because of the cold weather that the other boatmen have retreated to the warmth of their homes, while I, with no one at home, am simply seeking to earn a couple of coins for some wine. I am frail, and today, I can only make this single crossing. So those wishing to cross must hurry." Upon hearing this, the urgency among the crowd intensified. A portly middle-aged merchant, adorned in gold and silver, pushed his way to the front, disdainfully glancing at Xinyan and scoffing, "Something seems off? I think you, young Taoist, are the one who appears suspicious. Perhaps you lack the funds to cross and are attempting to swindle some fare. Learning such deceitful arts at a young age, how shameful. Is it easy for an old man to earn a living? If you don't want to board, step aside and stop pretending to be a ghost. We are not falling for your tricks." "Indeed, indeed." The crowd echoed in agreement with the merchant, harboring disdain for Xinyan, whom they regarded as a charlatan. Xinyan sighed in resignation. It seemed that his intention to offer a warning had been misconstrued, and he was mistaken for a swindler. The world had grown so untrustworthy that malevolent beings felt emboldened to act without fear. He decided against further protest and silently retreated to the back. The middle-aged merchant, reveling in his perceived triumph over a supposed fraud, chuckled as he boarded the boat. The others followed suit, filling the small black canopy boat to its capacity of 8 passengers. "Let us set sail," the old man joyfully called out, and began to row the boat away. The others who were unable to board could only gaze longingly at the distant vessel. Xinyan watched as the black-sailed boat drifted away, only to discover that the scholar had not boarded. A quick glance revealed him still standing beside Xinyan. Curiously, Xinyan inquired, "Scholar, why did you choose not to embark?" The scholar chuckled innocently and replied, "Life is indeed precious, since there is something peculiar about this boat. I do not mind taking a longer route to cross the river." "Oh." Xinyan felt a surge of interest and asked, "Do you trust my words? Why do you not consider me a charlatan?" He pondered whether this seemingly naive scholar possessed some discernment, recognizing in him an ethereal presence akin to that of an enlightened being. When it came to matters of safety, it was wiser to believe in the possible than to dismiss it entirely. As for why he trusted the Taoist's words, it seemed the scholar pondered for a moment before expressing, "Perhaps it is because the Taoist is rather handsome." Xinyan found himself puzzled, a perplexed expression forming on his forehead. What kind of reason is this? While the two were conversing, the black-sailed boat carried them to the heart of the river. Suddenly, at that moment, piercing screams echoed from the boat. Ah! Someone had fallen into the water. Quickly pull him back. The villagers, who were preparing to depart from the ferry, rushed back in a frenzy, their eyes scanning the scene. In the midst of the river, the waters surrounding the black-sailed boat began to churn, revealing a formidable whirlpool, causing the vessel to sway precariously. The middle-aged wealthy merchant, who had previously mocked Ye Lin, now found himself submerged in the river. Fortunately, the merchant possessed some swimming skills. He fought desperately to keep himself afloat, and in a critical moment, stretched out his hand, allowing two men on the boat to grasp him. "Don't let go. Pull with all your strength," shouted one of the passengers aboard the black-sailed boat. However, the merchant, now in the water, presented a curious predicament, despite their relentless efforts. The two men could not pull him up. Oh no, could he be entangled in the weeds? An elderly man by the river expressed his concern. Another middle-aged man remarked, "What a coincidence. Just as we encounter a whirlpool, he finds himself ensnared by water plants. Could there be a water ghost at work here?" Someone suddenly suggested. This provoked a wave of panic. Such an uncanny scene inevitably led everyone to entertain such thoughts. And those who had not boarded the vessel now felt an inexplicable sense of having narrowly escaped disaster. Witnessing this spectacle, Ye Lin cast a cold glance towards the river, his heart tightening. This little imp indeed had accomplices. At this moment, the river's heart underwent a transformation. The whirlpool had not yet subsided when one after another. Even larger and more ferocious vortices emerged around the vessel. A cry of alarm erupted from those aboard. "This is bad. Another whirlpool has formed." The passengers clung desperately to the edges as the old, decrepit boat rocked violently, teetering on the brink of destruction. Two individuals grasped the wealthy merchant, their faces pale with fear. "We can't hold on much longer. If we pull him down, we too shall be plunged into the depths," one shouted, yearning to release his grip and abandon the affluent man. Beneath the surface, the middle-aged merchant felt a chill engulf his heart. He urgently cried out, "Do not let go. Please, do not release me. I have money. If you save me, I shall reward each of you with 10 taels of silver. No, 100 taels, 100 taels. I possess wealth. I do not wish to perish." Confronted with the specter of death, the merchant's composure shattered. He wept profusely, his cries echoing in despair. On the riverbank, the onlookers were taken aback by this scene. Could it truly be the work of water demons? It appeared that all aboard were doomed. At this moment, Ye Lin suddenly sprang into action. He reached out, snapping a reed, and cast it into the river. "Taoist, what are you attempting to do?" inquired the scholar. Unable to restrain his curiosity, the crowd turned their gazes towards him, recognizing him as the very young Taoist who had previously expressed doubts about the boat's integrity. Could it be that he had sensed something amiss all along? All present understood that this young Taoist might possess genuine abilities. However, the boat was now at the center of the river. Even if he had some skill, it would be of little assistance. What was the young Taoist trying to achieve? The onlookers regarded Ye Lin's actions with puzzled expressions. What could possibly be the significance of tossing a reed into the river? At that moment, the reed floated upon the water's surface. "Taoist, what is the meaning of this?" The scholar pressed once more. Ye Lin replied calmly, "Crossing the river, saving lives." Saving lives? The crowd looked on in bewilderment. How could a mere reed save anyone? Some wished to pose further questions, but before they could utter a word, they beheld the young Taoist soaring gracefully into the air, landing lightly upon the reed. With a sweeping motion of his hand, he unleashed a powerful strike. And with a resounding bang, the reed, carrying a person, shot forth like an arrow, leaving a white wake upon the water's surface. In that fleeting moment, every pair of eyes widened in disbelief, as if their very eyeballs were about to pop out. How could this be possible? My heavens, a miracle. We have been blind to the extraordinary. We have encountered a true celestial being. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Under the gaze of countless astonished onlookers, Ye Lin strode across the river, heading straight towards the heart of the waters, standing amidst the reeds with his hands clasped behind his back. The gentle breeze tousled his garments, billowing them gracefully, while his long dark hair danced in the wind, exuding an unparalleled aura, resembling a genuine immortal. In the blink of an eye, he reached the center of the river. The occupants of the black-sailed boat were still in a state of chaos. Two men, unable to endure the violent rocking, ultimately chose to release their grip on the middle-aged wealthy merchant. Wealth is indeed desirable, but one must have the life to spend it. Caught in such a perilous whirlpool, their own survival was uncertain. They could hardly concern themselves with another's fate. No, at the moment they let go, Despair washed over the middle-aged merchant's face as he was swept away by the raging current, plunging towards the vortex's center, with the water threatening to engulf him entirely. His life hanging by a thread. Just as his vision began to fade and he believed he would meet his demise in the river, suddenly, he spotted a large hand reaching towards him. It grasped his collar, pulling him back from the brink of death. The plump merchant was lifted by Shen Yin as effortlessly as one would lift a chick, yanked from the depths with ease. He was then tossed casually onto the boat, landing securely despite being drenched. The middle-aged merchant, having narrowly escaped death, gasped for fresh air, his heart still racing. The others on the boat, startled by the sudden appearance of the merchant, quickly turned their gaze to the river. There, they beheld a composed young Taoist, standing atop the reeds. As if a deity had descended from the heavens, they were momentarily struck dumb. Was this a divine being come to save me? The middle-aged merchant, regaining his senses, exclaimed in excitement. Shen Yin paid no heed to these onlookers, his indifference directed towards the depths of the river. What a wretched creature! I, the humble Taoist, am here. And yet you dare to stir up trouble and seek your own demise. With a cold snort, Shen Yin raised his palm, the skin shimmering with faint azure light, echoing with a thunderous resonance. The 5 thunder heart palm. With a sweeping motion of his hand, he unleashed a force that rippled through the air. The palm strike, infused with the power of thunder, crashed into the water like a cannonball, instantly producing a deafening explosion. The waves surged mightily. In an instant, the whirlpools vanished, and the river's surface returned to tranquility. Before long, a massive catfish, measuring nearly 3 meters in length, floated to the surface, belly up, its body bruised and emanating a charred aroma. The fish demon, which stirred the waters at the riverbed, was vanquished by a single strike from Shen Yin. Upon witnessing his companion transformed into a roasted fish, the old boatman's countenance shifted dramatically, his eyelids fluttered with an ominous sense of impending doom. As he hesitated, contemplating an escape from the vessel, he looked up only to find the young Taoist lightly alighting upon the boat's canopy, coldly observing him. The old boatman, aghast, attempted to feign ignorance, stammering, "This humble elder is grateful for the Taoist's timely rescue." Shen Yin sighed deeply. "Ingrate, a mere specter, daring to deceive me. Attempting to masquerade as something else, I discerned your true nature at a glance. In the realm of phantoms and spirits, entities are generally categorized into wandering souls, minor ghosts, vengeful spirits, malevolent specters, ghost generals, ghost commanders, ghost kings, and ghost emperors. This particular minor ghost was merely a second-tier spirit, lacking the strength to rival even an 8th-grade martial artist, yet it foolishly endeavored to deceive Shen Yin. Such ignorance of its own mortality, realizing its identity had been exposed. The old boatman was struck with panic. What was the Taoist saying? The old man could not comprehend a word. He forced a smile, feigning innocence, while subtly loosening his grip on the oar, preparing for flight. "Ha, you think you can outsmart me with your meager abilities?" Shen Yin chuckled icily, flicking his finger to unleash a pressure that enveloped the surroundings, an intangible force binding the old boatman in place. He thundered, "Impudent demon, reveal your true form." The air trembled, and sound waves resonated. The old boatman felt as though a great mountain had descended upon him, immobilizing him completely. His spirit quaked under the overwhelming pressure. With a ghastly wail, he contorted in agony, his form drastically shifting, as if he were to be crushed by an external force. With a loud bang, he revealed his true nature. The old boatman transformed into a 4-foot-tall, green-skinned minor ghost, emaciated limbs resembling twigs, skin stretched tightly over bones, yet bearing an enormous belly as if pregnant for 10 months, covered in festering sores, a sight most horrifying. Ah, a ghost. Upon seeing the grotesque figure, the passengers aboard the boat shrank into a corner, with the more timid among them fainting from fright. The old boatman was indeed a ghostly being, a most fearsome sight. The townsfolk by the riverside murmured amongst themselves, astonished yet fearful, having encountered a ghost for the first time. Many felt their hearts race, while observing the young Taoist maintain his composed demeanor, gazing down upon the malevolent spirit. A sense of reverence blossomed within them. The green-skinned ghost, devoid of any courage before Shen Yin, knelt as if before the king of hell, prostrating thrice and bowing 9 times, urgently pleading, "Grandfather Taoist, spare my life. I did not wish to harm anyone." It was the mountain deity who demanded a grand feast, requiring a serving of human flesh, and commanded me to capture people here along with the great catfish. The mountain deity's gaze darkened. The peculiar behavior of the farmer he encountered earlier suggested that he possessed some knowledge, attempting to dissuade him yet lacking the courage to speak openly. Likely out of fear of the so-called mountain deity mentioned by that little demon. What an imposing presence! A broth made of human flesh. What manner of mountain deity is this? Surely, it is a malevolent spirit wreaking havoc upon the world, though the times are indeed tumultuous. I never imagined that beneath Wudong Mountain, such wicked entities would dare to stir up chaos and commit misdeeds. Truly, they must be weary of life. Shun Yin fixed his gaze upon the little ghost and inquired, "Which mountain deity do you speak of?" The ghost replied obediently, "In an 800-mile radius. There exists only one mountain deity. Naturally, it is the Black Mountain deity." As it spoke, its eyes flickered, suspecting that Shun Yin might be wary of the deity behind it. Boldly, it added, "Master, the Black Mountain deity possesses immense power and boundless magic. He is a righteous god of this realm. Why must you provoke such a deity over these 8 two-legged sheep? Even if you thwart us today, the deity will surely send other little ghosts and demons down the mountain to capture the common folk. Moreover, you would find yourself in considerable trouble. So I implore you to reconsider and show mercy." The 8 passengers, upon hearing the ghost's words, turned pale, their hearts sinking like stones, fearing that Shun Yin might be intimidated by the mountain deity and abandon them. However, after listening to the little ghost's remarks, Shun Yin found it to be an absurd jest. He laughed heartily, exclaiming, "If the mountain deity you speak of is indeed a righteous god of heaven and earth, then I must be a celestial immortal. What nonsense! Humph! If there were truly deities in this world, would it be in such disarray? Allowing your demonic kind to run rampant?" With a cold huff, Shun Yin gazed skyward and declared, "Even if there were gods, they would be malevolent and false. I shall slay each one I encounter, cleaving this corrupt world with my sword. Let us restore clarity to heaven and earth." At this proclamation, the winds and clouds shifted. Thunder erupted, and the heavens dimmed. It seemed as though the celestial order bore witness to his words. Such a terrifying phenomenon rendered all present speechless, staring in astonishment at this young Taoist, unable to regain their composure. Has he summoned the heavens as witnesses with his words? What manner of individual is this young Taoist? The young ghost, overwhelmed with terror, felt his legs weaken. Shun Yin's gaze was as cold as steel. He spoke no further. And with a flicker of thunderous energy in his palm, he unleashed a powerful strike that resounded like a tempest. The young ghost, engulfed in an inescapable dread, felt his pupils dilate and, in a desperate cry, uttered 2 words, "Spare me." Before his words could fully escape his lips, a thunderous roar erupted, and in despair, he beheld a bolt of lightning descending from the heavens, illuminating the river with a brilliant white light. The young ghost was struck by the 5 thunder heavenly palm, obliterating both his form and spirit, dissipating into wisps of azure smoke. Those aboard the vessel were left in stunned silence, witnessing Shun Yin's display of thunderous might up close. They regarded it as divine intervention. All present prostrated themselves on the deck, bowing deeply to Shun Yin in profound gratitude. Among them, a middle-aged merchant struck his forehead with utmost fervor, tears streaming down his face as he lamented, "Thank you, venerable immortal, for saving my life. How blind I was not to recognize your divine presence and to speak so disrespectfully, deserving of death 1,000 times over." As he spoke, he chastised himself with resounding slaps to his own face. Shun Yin merely shook his head slightly. "I fear ghosts, yet none have harmed me. I do not fear humans, yet they have scarred me deeply." He did not intervene with the middle-aged merchant. The folly of mankind could serve as a valuable lesson. Shun Yin remained silent, his figure flashing like a startled swan, returning to the reeds, where he effortlessly brandished his palm and departed gracefully. At the riverbank, the crowd watched Shun Yin leave, many prostrating themselves in reverence, calling out for the immortal. This event would undoubtedly leave an indelible mark on all present, destined to be recounted through generations. Even if this young Taoist were not an immortal, he would surely be regarded as an extraordinary figure beyond the worldly realm. The scholar among them was profoundly moved. Upon returning home, he chronicled the tale of Shun Yin crossing the river on a reed and vanquishing evil with his thunderous palm, transforming it into a legend that would be widely disseminated in posterity, leading to the renaming of Black Mountain Crossing to Immortal Crossing. This is an epilogue. Snowflakes drifted down as Shun Yin leisurely walked along the official road past the Black Mountain Crossing. The sun hung low in the western sky, casting an impending twilight, while the chill of the air enveloped the wide, empty avenue in silence. He intended to visit Black Mountain Town in search of the so-called Black Mountain deity, reasoning that anyone bold enough to claim divinity must possess some measure of skill. He had little interest in refining the karma of the minor demons and spirits he had encountered earlier, but he would not let this great evil spirit go unchallenged. Although he currently possessed 300 years of inner strength, It seemed he was still far from perfection. Furthermore, given that this evil spirit had claimed dominion over the mountain, its lair must surely be extraordinary, likely offering a chance for conquest. As he pondered, the sound of galloping hooves suddenly broke the stillness of the road. A gentle breeze stirred as two chestnut horses approached Shen. The riders were a man and a woman, both clad in black attire, carrying bundles and donning wide-brimmed hats. With swords sheathed at their waists, an unmistakable appearance of wandering heroes. The two appeared youthful, comparable in age to Shen. The man was tall and slender, with sharp features that conveyed a certain gallantry, while the petite girl beside him, with a hint of baby fat on her face, appeared rather charming. Taoist. In this desolate wilderness, why travel alone without a donkey or horse? The small girl said, gently pulling on the reins to slow her horse as she quietly inquired of Shen. The young man accompanying her also slowed his pace, sizing up Shen with a hint of arrogance. Without raising his head, Shen replied nonchalantly, "This humble Taoist is impoverished and can only rely on his own legs for travel." The petite girl gazed curiously at Shen, and upon seeing his countenance, her beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue, unable to tear her gaze away. This Taoist is truly handsome, she thought to herself, biting her finger in a somewhat infatuated manner. The young man noticed her distraction and, exasperated, called out, "Junior sister, wake up. Your horse is about to run into a tree." Ah. The petite girl quickly tugged on the reins, regaining control of the horse, and in mock indignation exclaimed, "Brother, why shout like that? You startled me." The young disciple sighed inwardly, thinking, if I hadn't shouted, you would have been oblivious. How embarrassing. His junior sister had many admirable qualities, though her infatuation with handsome men often left her at a loss for direction. With a blush on her cheeks, the petite girl continued to gaze at Shen. Noticing he was dressed in a thin Taoist robe despite the winter chill, it was evident he had practiced martial arts. Suddenly, realization dawned upon her, and she exclaimed, "I know. Taoist, are you also heading to Black Mountain Town to seek the Black Mountain deity?" Shen was taken aback. How did she know? Had he misjudged them? Were these seemingly ordinary heroes perhaps practitioners of profound insight? With a puzzled expression, he replied, "Indeed, I am going to Black Mountain Town in search of that deity. May I ask, how did you know, young lady?" The petite girl giggled. "It's quite a coincidence. My brother and I only came to Black Mountain Town after seeing the government's proclamation to confront that deity. The government issued a decree to eliminate the mountain deity." Shen remained silent, sensing that there must have been a misunderstanding. The petite girl was evidently quite loquacious, and she continued, "Taoist, we are disciples of the ancient sword sect, and my name is Ye Lin." She then gestured towards the young man, introducing him. "This is my senior brother." A true disciple of the ancient sword sect, renowned on the martial arts rankings as the Sword of Surprising Clouds. Upon hearing his junior sister's introduction, the young man wore a proud expression, slightly raising his head as if awaiting accolades from outsiders upon the mention of his name. Shen, undeterred by the young man's demeanor, respectfully clasped his fists and exclaimed, "Ah, it is indeed the valiant Nye and the esteemed Sword of Surprising Clouds. I have long admired your illustrious names. My apologies for my ignorance." The young man felt a sense of self-satisfaction and nodded slightly. Meanwhile, Nye Xiaotong appeared taken aback, pleasantly surprised that this Taoist had heard of her name. Could it be that she had already gained some notoriety in the martial world? Just as she was about to inquire further, Shen politely interjected, "Ah, Miss Nye, since your surname is Nye, may I ask the esteemed name of this Sword of Surprising Clouds?" He regarded the young man with a serious expression. "Nye Xiaotong." "Young man." Nye Xiaotong wore a frustrated expression, realizing that the other party had not heard of either of their reputations. "My senior brother's name is Gu Xiaoning," she said with some annoyance. "Taoist, you certainly have a knack for jesting. After all this time, you have yet to introduce yourself." In a similar fashion, Shen straightened his posture, clasped his hands, and with a robust voice stated, "It is as you say. I am but a wandering soul in the martial arts world, nameless on the rankings. Furthermore, I have not changed my name nor my surname. I am Zhou Fugue, affectionately nicknamed the young lord with the jade face." Having completed his introduction in one breath, he felt rather pleased with this grandiose self-description. The two were left speechless. If he was indeed nameless, why mention the rankings? Gu Xiaoning thought to himself, suppressing a smirk. Besides, what was this young lord with the jade face? He had never heard of such a title. It seemed a self-bestowed moniker meant to embellish his own reputation, and he felt somewhat disdainful of it. Nye Xiaotong, however, Thought the title young lord with the jade face suited the Taoist quite well, though Shou seemed rather too rustic a name. It felt as though even his looks were diminished by such a moniker. This Taoist spoke in an unrefined manner, clearly not someone of serious standing. Gu Xiaoning, feeling displeased and harboring some grievances against Xinyin, darkly remarked, "Junior sister, it is getting late. We should be on our way." "Oh, brother. We are almost at Heishan town. We needn't rush." Nya Xiaodong waved her hand dismissively, then turned to Xinyin. "Besides, it would be rather dull for Taoist Zhou to travel alone. The more company, the merrier, and there is no harm in taking our time." Gu Xiaoning. The latter statement seemed to be the crux of the matter, did it not? He wore an expression of profound melancholy. Nia Xiaodong flitted around Xinyin like a lark, chattering and laughing with him. In contrast, Gu Xiaoning appeared as an outsider, burdened with a cloud of gloom, silently trudging along. Alas, one cannot retain a daughter once she is grown. Gu Xiaoning was filled with wistfulness. In Black Mountain Town, at the Wang residence, a prominent family with numerous elegant courtyards and exquisitely arranged buildings, the scale resembled that of a grand castle. However, within the vast estate, scarcely a servant could be seen. White lanterns inscribed with the character Dian hung from the eaves and gates, casting a somber atmosphere. From deep within the mansion, the intermittent sounds of women's weeping echoed, augmenting the desolation. In the main hall of the Wang family, a regal middle-aged man sat in the principal seat, wearing a face that resembled a bitter melon, forcing himself to maintain composure while conversing with the guests below. The hall was filled with young heroes from various sects, akin to Gu Xiaoning and his companions. Meanwhile, on the official road, Xinyin and his companions arrived at Black Mountain Town as evening fell, with the sky darkening. Shops had closed, vendors were heading home, and the streets were eerily empty. At the base of the city wall, a young servant in green noticed the trio entering the town, pulled out a portrait, and hurried over to greet Gu Xiaoning. "Are you the esteemed Gu Xiaoxia?" "Indeed, it is I." Gu Xiaoning nodded in acknowledgement. "At last, you have arrived. Everyone has been waiting for you," the young servant replied. Gu Xiaoning had previously revealed the government's decree at the county office. Thus the townsfolk had been informed of his arrival and awaited him at the city gate. Without further ado, Gu Xiaoning said, "Lead the way. Please follow me." The young servant responded, walking ahead to guide the trio towards the eastern part of the city. Since the siblings had also come to pay respects to the deity of Black Mountain, Xinyin decided to join in the gathering. The three followed the young servant to the Wang family estate in the east of the city, with white walls and glazed tiles. The imposing red gate standing 2 zhang high, adorned with white lanterns. Xinyin and his companions exchanged glances. "Has someone recently passed away?" Nia Xiaodong inquired. The young servant's face revealed a hint of fear as he nodded stiffly. "Many have died. Perhaps the young heroes should enter to discuss further." He seemed to harbor deep reservations about the subject and preferred not to elaborate, ushering them through the door. The Wang family clearly belonged to the affluent elite. Upon entering, one is greeted by a resplendent garden, surrounded by towering walls, with pavilions stretching in a continuous array and buildings of varying heights. The exact number of entrances and exits unknown. Yet, despite its grandeur, the atmosphere felt rather desolate, with few visible figures. A young servant dressed in a blue tunic led 2 horses to the stable before guiding them through several archways to the Wang family's reception hall. Inside the spacious hall, dozens of young individuals were gathered, each clad in vibrant attire, exuding vitality as they engaged in spirited discussions, creating a lively scene. It appeared that the recent edict from the authorities had attracted a multitude of individuals from the martial world. The blue-clad servant hastily entered, whispering a few words to the head of the Wang family. With a furrowed brow, the master of the Wang family forced himself to appear more spirited and address the guests. "Is this the esteemed sword of the surging clouds, young hero Gu? Truly a remarkable youth. Please, do take a seat." The head of the Wang family stepped forward to clasp his hands in greeting towards Gu Xiaoning, engaging in a brief exchange of pleasantries. Assuming that the individuals beside Gu, Xinyin and Nya Xiaodong, were companions of his, he refrained from further inquiries. Gu Xiaoning returned the courtesy with a few polite words, taking a seat alongside Xinyin and Nya Xiaodong, as a maidservant presented them with fragrant tea. Before they could settle in, several individuals from the martial community approached with cheerful greetings for Gu Xiaoning. Some were acquaintances, while others sought to befriend this paragon of talent. However, amidst the throng, Gu Xiaoning was not the most celebrated figure. Among this group of heroes, there is another illustrious figure ranked highly on the list, who, like Gu Xiaoning, belongs to one of the 5 swords. He is a true disciple of the Divine Flow Sword sect. The individual approached with an entourage, akin to stars surrounding the moon, and greeted Gu Xiaoning with an air of superiority. He clasped his hands together and said, "Brother Gu, I have long admired your esteemed reputation. I am Nangong Han." Accompanying him was a charming young woman, to whom he introduced, "This is my junior sister, Du Jingjing." The young woman, enveloped in a striking crimson fur coat, resembled a resplendent rose. Upon hearing her brother's introduction, she offered a gentle smile, captivating the attention of the surrounding youth. Nangong Han was the foremost disciple of the Duanliu Divine Sword sect, ranked 98th on the list of heroes, several places ahead of Gu Xiaoning. Rumor had it that he hailed from a prestigious family, endowing him with considerable influence. Gu Xiaoning, aware of the weight of the encounter, promptly returned the greeting. "Ah, so it is Miss Du and the esteemed Sword Qi across the river. I have had the pleasure of meeting both young heroes." Nangong Han chuckled heartily and engaged in fervent conversation. Yet his gaze frequently drifted toward the enchanting Nie Xiaodong, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. What a budding flower she was! Unable to tear his eyes away, he felt a peculiar stirring within, as if pricked by 1,000 tiny needles. He promptly inquired, "Brother Gu, may I ask who this young lady is?" Gu Xiaoning quickly introduced, "Oh, this is my junior sister, Nie Xiaodong, who has just embarked upon her journey in the martial world. I hope you all will look after her in the future." "Certainly, certainly," Nangong Han responded, stepping closer to Nie Xiaodong, and in a refined manner, stated, "I am Nangong Han. It is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Nie." He feigned an air of gallantry, yet his fervent gaze resembled that of a famished wolf, as if he yearned to devour her whole. Du Jingjing observed this with a flash of irritation in her eyes. Well acquainted with her brother's notorious flirtations, she felt a twinge of jealousy at his brazen advances toward the young girl, yet in the presence of so many, she refrained from expressing her displeasure. Instead, she puffed out her chest defiantly, casting a resentful glare at Nie Xiaodong. Unperturbed by the attention, Nie Xiaodong remained engrossed in conversation with Xin Yan, entirely oblivious to the surrounding dynamics, which rendered the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Nangong Han, accustomed to being the center of admiration in the martial world, was incensed by such blatant disregard. His ire shifted toward the young man conversing with Nie Xiaodong, realizing he was a strikingly handsome Taoist. Upon noting the young man's superior looks, an inexplicable disdain welled up within Nangong Han. He furrowed his brow and coolly remarked, "Brother Gu, why has this Taoist been introduced to everyone?" The surrounding individuals turned their gazes towards Xin Yan, curious to know more. It was only then that he noticed this inconspicuous, impoverished Taoist priest. Du Jingjing also cast her gaze towards Xin Yan, and with a single glance, she was captivated by his extraordinary visage, her eyes widening in astonishment. How remarkably handsome! She found herself entranced, her gaze lingering, as if Xin Yan possessed an unusual allure that ensnared her very soul. Gu Xiaoning furrowed his brow, for he too had encountered Xin Yan by chance and was not well acquainted with him. He could only succinctly state, "This is Taoist Zhou, a wandering practitioner with no formal apprenticeship." So, he was merely a wild fox Zen master. Nangong Han nodded in understanding, a flicker of disdain passing through his eyes as he regarded Xin Yan. Observing Xin Yan whispering with Nie Xiaodong, an inexplicable rage surged within him, and he irritably remarked, "This Taoist Zhou seems rather aloof. While everyone is discussing you, why do you only converse with Miss Nie, completely disregarding us? Do you look down upon us?" His words were laced with malice. The others, stirred by his sentiments, cast unfriendly glances at Xin Yan. Upon hearing this, Xin Yan rose suddenly, clasping his hands in salute, and declared, "How could this humble Taoist dare to look down upon my esteemed brothers? I am eager to make your acquaintance. I am the jade-faced young master, and I greet Brother Gong Han. Greetings to all the young heroes." However, as soon as he finished speaking, an unsettling realization dawned upon him, and scratching his head, he added, "Gong Han, what a splendid name. Bold and majestic. One who bears such a grand title is destined to become a remarkable figure in the future." Nangong Han. His expression was as if he had just swallowed a fly. The rest of the audience, upon hearing Xin Yan's words, stood frozen, their mouths agape as if they could swallow a duck egg whole. Gu Xiaoning, "I knew it. The eccentric Taoist is surely bound to utter something astonishing." Nie Xiaodong stifled a laugh beside him, finding great amusement in witnessing the self-important Nangong Han make a fool of himself. Du Jingjing, too, felt her cheeks flush with suppressed laughter, for it was the first time she had heard someone refer to Nangong Han in such a manner. Had it not been for the consideration of her senior brother's dignity, she might have nearly burst into a pig-like snort. Nangong Han surveyed the surroundings, Noticing the restrained laughter in the eyes of those present, which only intensified the chill in his gaze directed at Xin Yan. Yet, in an effort to maintain his composure, he suppressed his fury and calmly declared, "Should Daoist Zhou come to know, I am surnamed Nangong, not Nan." Xin Yan's expression shifted to one of sudden realization. "Ah, is that so? What a pity for such a fine name," he remarked with a hint of embarrassment. His demeanor radiated an innocence that suggested he truly lacked the cultural awareness to distinguish that Nangong was indeed a surname. Nangong Han struggled to contain his urge to strike him. Clenching his fists, the veins on his hands stood out. "For heaven's sake, the one who should be embarrassed is not you, but me," he silently cursed, as the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. The head of the Wang family stepped in to diffuse the tension. "Esteemed heroes, now that we have all been introduced, shall we commence discussions regarding the expedition against the Black Mountain deity?" Upon hearing this, an immediate hush fell over the crowd, and they returned to their seats. Recognizing the Wang family as their hosts and understanding the urgency of the matter at hand, Wang family head, the official documents concerning that mountain deity contain only scant information. "Could you kindly enlighten us on the origins of this Black Mountain deity?" Nangong Han inquired, sitting upright with an air of authority. Believing himself to be the leader among those present, the Wang family head nodded, exuding an air of regal elegance. Yet, a veil of sorrow lingered between his brows, his heavy eyelids betraying a prolonged absence of restful slumber. When the Black Mountain deity was mentioned, a flicker of reminiscence and dread crossed his gaze, and he began to recount the tale of the Black Mountain deity with an air of somber gravity. In the past, the town of Black Mountain had never known the existence of any so-called mountain deity. However, 6 years ago, on a day during the spring rains, an eerie black wind suddenly swept in from the heavens, tumultuous and swirling like a tornado, descending upon the great Black Mountain that loomed over the surrounding hundreds of miles. In the days that followed, the mountain echoed with thunderous roars, the peaks trembled, and distant wails of despair could be faintly heard. The commotion was considerable, lasting for over 10 days before it finally subsided. Yet, once the tumult quieted, an even greater uproar ensued. That day, the sounds of gongs and drums reverberated through Black Mountain, and melodious tunes filled the air, as if a grand celebration was taking place upon the mountain. Dark mists began to coalesce from all directions, as if a myriad of demons and spirits were converging upon the Black Mountain. On that day, a voice, resounding as if proclaiming to the world, emanated from the mountain, reaching the ears of tens of thousands in the town. This voice declared that henceforth, it would be known as the rightful deity of Black Mountain, tasked with governing the vast territory and commanding all manner of demons and spirits within. The Black Mountain deity demanded that the townsfolk construct a temple in its honor, offering regular tributes of incense, and that significant sacrifices be made during the 1st and 15th days of each lunar month. Humanity, often steeped in ignorance and fear of the supernatural, yielded to the whims of the Black Mountain deity without hesitation, dutifully honoring its demands. However, little did they anticipate that this so-called deity would not only neglect to protect the populace, but would frequently send demons to descend upon the town, capturing and devouring its people, plunging Black Mountain into a state of despair and chaos. Many families chose to flee the town in search of refuge. The Wang family, being a prominent and deeply rooted household in the area, was naturally reluctant to uproot themselves entirely. Though the mountain deity was merciless, the situation had not yet escalated to the point of unbearable suffering. However, 3 months ago, calamity struck the Wang family directly. The mountain deity had dispatched demons to convey a message to the head of the Wang family, demanding that he send his stunningly beautiful eldest daughter to the mountain to become the deity's concubine. The Wang family, in their arrogance, paid no heed to the orders of the mountain deity. Just days prior, they failed to deliver a daughter to the mountain, inciting the wrath of the deity, who sent malevolent spirits down to slay dozens of the Wang family. A final ultimatum was issued. The Wang family had until the following day to send a daughter to Black Mountain or face the annihilation of their entire clan. Desperate and cornered, the Wang family sought assistance from the local authorities, spending a staggering sum to issue a proclamation, rallying heroes to combat the mountain god. Thus, the scene unfolded today. After hearing the account from the head of the Wang family, a group of young heroes seethed with indignation, their teeth grinding in fury, eager to ascend the mountain and vanquish this malevolent deity. This is no mountain god. It is a vile evil, employing deceitful tactics to usurp offerings and enhance its power. Gu Shouting declared grimly. You speak true, brother Gu, Nangong unaffirmed, radiating righteous fervor. Such malevolence must be eradicated. It is our duty to eliminate this evil. Rest assured, Esteemed Wang family head, we shall ascend the mountain tomorrow to slay this so-called Black Mountain deity. Nan Gong'an proclaimed with fervent determination, thumping his chest in assurance. Yet, the Wang family head remained somewhat anxious, timidly voicing, "Young heroes, it is not my intention to belittle your abilities. But this malevolent deity commands the allegiance of demons and spirits within a 100-mile radius that must possess some formidable power. Would it not be prudent to summon some seasoned masters from established sects to support us?" His lack of confidence in the young heroes was evident. He had hoped that the considerable sum would attract some seasoned veterans of the martial world, only to find himself surrounded by the younger generation. One young man in the hall waved dismissively, stating, "There is no need for concern, Wang family head. This evil deity has only recently emerged. Its cultivation is likely low. If it were truly powerful, it would not be hiding in a small town." The assembly of young heroes nodded in agreement, finding merit in his words. "Moreover, among us, both Brother Nangong and Brother Gu are renowned masters, with Brother Gu being a celebrated genius ranked within the top 100. This petty evil is hardly a cause for alarm," the young man asserted confidently. "Indeed, quite so." The others echoed in agreement, emboldened by the praise. Nangong held his head high, exuding pride, entirely dismissing the threat posed by the Black Mountain deity. "Since you all are so assured, I shall rest easy. I wish you success in your quest against this evil deity tomorrow." The Wang family head, somewhat unfamiliar with the ways of the martial world, was swayed by their fervor and felt a measure of relief. As his mind settled, he surveyed the group, and his gaze unexpectedly lingered on Shen Yan. In the hall filled with martial practitioners clad in agile attire, only Shen Yan stood out in a Taoist robe, distinctly noticeable and striking. Seemingly struck by a thought, the Wang family head turned to Shen Yan and inquired, "Esteemed young Taoist, may I ask about your mastery of Taoist arts? Are you capable of performing rituals?" Upon hearing the Wang family head's words, all eyes turned toward Shen Yan, only to be met with shaking heads and derisive smiles, revealing their disdain. Those who truly cultivate the path in this world are often consumed by thoughts of immortality, spending years sequestered in renowned mountains and rivers, immersed in deep meditation. Seldom do genuine practitioners engage with the affairs of the world. The young man appeared to be a mere wanderer of the martial world, lacking any affiliation or sect, and presenting an image of destitution and despair. How could he possibly be a genuine practitioner? It was evident that he was a charlatan, a false Taoist, with no real skill to speak of. Shen Yan was taken aback. Did the other party truly expect him to perform a ritual? Could a man dare to decline such a request? Without a moment's hesitation, he blurted out, "Though I have yet to attain the true arts of the Great Way, conducting a simple ceremony to exorcise evil, dispel pestilence, and bestow blessings is certainly within my capabilities." A few individuals could not suppress their laughter, clearly thinking that Shen Yan was merely putting on a facade. In reality, the authentic transmission of Taoist practices resided solely within the hands of the world's most formidable powers. How could a mere wanderer possibly conduct a ritual? The notion of exorcism and blessing was nothing more than a farce. In their hearts, the crowd regarded Shen Yan as utterly worthless. Nevertheless, they refrained from verbalizing their disdain, as they felt it inappropriate to expose him in front of Gu Shaoning, who had brought him. However, the head of the Wang family was elated, exclaiming, "That is splendid news. To be candid, our Wang family has yet to bury the corpses of dozens of our kin who were slain by malevolent spirits. Today marks the 7th day since their untimely demise. I fear that their restless souls may linger, unable to attain rebirth. I humbly beseech you, esteemed Taoist, to perform a ritual to guide their souls to the afterlife." Shen Yan felt a bit dazed. Was he truly expected to conduct a ritual? Though Wudong possessed a lineage of Taoist practices, he himself was untrained in such arts. He was merely a martial artist. The crowd secretly scoffed at the absurdity of the situation. The charlatan Taoist has boasted excessively, and now one must see how he will extricate himself from this predicament. Indeed, it is often said that timing is everything. To guide lost souls is a task of immeasurable merit. Master Zhou, since you possess the ability to perform rituals, why not assist the Wang family in a ceremony? Nangong Han, seizing the moment, rose to his feet and exclaimed loudly, harboring a burgeoning anger within. He was eager to witness the farce of this impostor. With Nangong Han leading the charge, the others quickly joined in the raucous clamoring, all yearning for a splendid spectacle. Master Zhou, do not disappoint us, Nangong Han taunted, stepping closer to Shen Yan with a sinister tone. Nie Xiaotong shot him a furious glare, then turned her worried gaze towards Shen Yan, whispering, "Master, you too. Why speak such nonsense? With so many lives at stake, who knows if some vengeful spirits may truly emerge?" She firmly believed that Shen Yin was merely an ordinary Taoist, lacking any real magical prowess. Although vengeful spirits and fierce ghosts were not particularly daunting to their group of martial artists, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that they sought to guide these spirits, not vanquish them. Should the ritual fail to set them free, it would be an embarrassment, leaving them the subject of ridicule. As the crowd presumed that Shen Yin was in a predicament, he calmly intoned a mantra, stating, Wuliang Tianzuan. Is it not merely a ritual? A trivial matter. I shall take care of it. However, Master Wang, I currently lack the necessary implements for the occasion. Kindly dispatch someone to prepare a set for me. Please take note. A peach with sword, yellow paper, cinnabar, a bagua mirror, red thread, and incense candles. Seated confidently, Shen Yin reminisced about the Taoist rituals he had observed in films from his past life, listing an array of materials with the flair of a chef calling out a menu, leaving everyone in a state of astonishment. Preparing such an extensive list of materials. Could this young man truly perform the ritual? Nangong Han was also somewhat perplexed. With his leg crossed nonchalantly, Shen Yin sipped his tea, unfazed. While he indeed lacked the knowledge of Taoist magic, his martial prowess was formidable. He had previously employed the art of observing atmospheric conditions to survey the Wang family estate, finding it clear and devoid of any ghostly presence. Thus, there were no tormented souls requiring salvation. This ritual could simply be a formality. The initially casual inquiry from Master Wang transformed into palpable excitement, prompting him to instruct his servants to take pen and paper and compile the list. Hastily gathering these implements and offerings, the Wang family, possessing numerous shops in Heishan town, swiftly acquired all the necessary items for Shen Yin's ritual, each piece in perfect order. In the rear courtyard of the Wang estate, Shen Yin directed the family's servants in arranging the altar for the ritual. The offerings of incense and candles were meticulously placed upon the offering table, alongside couplets, ritual lamps, bagua mirrors, and various instruments, all aligned according to the principles of feng shui. On this wintry night devoid of moonlight, the cold wind howled ominously, and within the courtyard, dozens of coffins lay in eerie stillness, creating a rather unsettling atmosphere. A group of young heroes stood vigil outside, observing Shen Yin as he meticulously arranged the ritual altar, which indeed bore an air of authenticity. Brother Gu, could it be that you have not been entirely forthright with us? Is this fellow truly a wanderer of the Jianghu? Nan Gong'an inquired, a look of skepticism etched upon his face. Gu Xiaoning, understanding his implication, lowered his voice and replied, Brother Nan Gong, this Taoist Zhou does indeed claim to be a wanderer of the Jianghu, and his demeanor does not resemble that of a genuine disciple of the Taoist sect. Nan Gong'an cast a penetrating glance at Shen Yin and nodded in agreement. Indeed, he does not appear to fit the mold. True practitioners of the Tao are the paramount sects of the realm, affluent and influential. It is unlikely they would dress as poorly as Shen Yin. However, if Shen Yin were truly a disciple of the Tao, they would dare not confront him, but rather adopt a more conciliatory approach in hopes of forging an alliance. In my estimation, this pretender likely acquired superficial knowledge from some obscure source. I predict he will soon engage in the charlatan's tricks of the Jianghu, one voice boldly asserted. The others nodded in agreement, maintaining their skepticism towards Shen Yin. As they conversed, the courtyard underwent further transformations. The altar was now fully prepared, and Shen Yin, clad in a crimson ritual robe, bore a serious expression while wielding a peachwood sword, truly embodying the essence of a master. At this moment, according to custom, the steward of the Wang family presented a tray covered with a red handkerchief, offering a monetary gift. Shen Yin received the gift, weighing it in his hand, estimating it to be several dozen taels of silver, and he could not help but marvel at the Wang family's opulence. Having secured the gift, Shen Yin composed himself and shouted, The auspicious time has arrived. Let us commence. Of course, he was utterly indifferent to the concept of auspiciousness, merely speaking nonsensically. Preoccupied with the thought of his unfinished dinner, eager to wrap things up and begin the feast. Assuming a horse stance, Shen Yin formed a two-finger sword gesture with one hand while wielding a peachwood sword with the other, moving with the grace of a soaring dragon, cutting through the air with a sound like the wind. He recited incantations. Heaven is clear, earth is bright, yin is murky, yang is pure. He chanted rapidly, hardly aware of the words he was uttering, for like any Taoist reciting scriptures, his words were incomprehensible to those present. Upon finishing, Shen Yin thrust the peachwood sword into the talisman paper and then sharply lifted it. The talisman burst into a dazzling array of sparks at the sword's tip. The entire motion fluid as water. This spectacle drew gasps of astonishment from the Wang family, their eyes wide with wonder. Yin had ignited the talisman with his internal energy, naturally captivating the onlookers. Meanwhile, a group of martial heroes exchanged glances, casting doubts on Yin's authenticity. Suspecting him of employing sleight of hand akin to a street performer to dazzle and deceive. Ye Xiaodong and Du Jingjing watched, their eyes sparkling, hands covering their mouths. Hearts racing, feeling that Yin appeared even more striking in that moment. Nan Gonghan, observing the two women's expressions, was consumed with jealousy, muttering, fraudulent Taoist. This is nothing but a charlatan's trick. In the midst of the gathering, Yin continued to follow the process. As he began the final step, he set down the wooden sword, picked up a copper bell, stepped into the celestial position, his body swaying, executing the 9 palace steps while singing a soul-conducting melody. The melody of the soul-transcending song was beyond his expertise. He could only improvise, shaking a copper bell as he walked. Singing in a peculiar tone, "The east is bright while the west is dim. I bask in the remnants of the setting sun, mourning my sorrows. The night before was idle, yet the night ahead is bustling. After dreams of gold, I dream of millet, contemplating heaven and earth. I gaze upon mountains and waters, seeking the dawn, imploring heaven and earth to forget the mountains and waters. Great Lord Laozi, swift as the law commands, the second-hand rose reveals its true spirit." The members of the Wang family nodded along, their souls yearning to transcend, their hearts filled with admiration for this true master of the Tao. Yin, witnessing the positive response, was inevitably filled with a sense of accomplishment. Yet, alas, he lacked a swana. Had he played even a single note, not just the lost souls but the living would have been sent away on the spot. Negong Han and the others were utterly bewildered. Was this truly how the soul-transcending song was sung? One person scratched their head in confusion. "I have no idea." The group shook their heads in unison, resembling a drum. However, there was indeed something captivating about his performance. Many found themselves immersed in Yin's voice, unable to extricate themselves, involuntarily humming along. As Yin concluded his song, the ritual was flawlessly executed. The soul ascending was complete. The power was gathered. "Let us proceed. The banquet awaits." He removed his robe, tossed aside the bell, and, feeling justified, accepted the monetary offerings, waving to the Wang family. He had been so engrossed in his singing that he nearly missed mealtime. Yin, feeling a pang of hunger, patted his belly. "Very well, the feast is already prepared. Taoist Zhou, please follow us." At this moment, all members of the Wang family regarded Yin as a revered figure, approaching him with utmost reverence, like stars surrounding the moon, escorting him away from the courtyard. Completely oblivious to the group of young heroes left behind. Thanks to Taoist Zhou's immense kindness, may the souls of the Wang family find peace and ascend. Truly, Taoist Zhou is a master. Previously, I sensed the lingering spirits in this grand estate, the atmosphere heavy with energy. Yet, with your ritual, it has all vanished. It feels rejuvenating, and I am now invigorated. Indeed, the Wang family members praised Yin incessantly, their admiration boundless. The group of young heroes gazed at Yin as he departed in splendor, utterly dumbfounded. Is this all there is to it? What about the soul as promised? Nangong Han nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood, cursing vehemently. What a shameless charlatan of the martial world. There are no vengeful spirits associated with the Wang family. This Taoist Zhou is quite the character. The crowd fell silent for a moment, then sighed in unison. They felt that tonight had truly opened their eyes. In the banquet hall of the Wang family, over 10 tables were lavishly set with an array of delicacies and fine wines. Yin was regarded as an esteemed guest by the Wang family, seated at the main table alongside Nangong Han, Gu Shaoning, and other distinguished young nobles. A group of youthful heroes raised their cups, exchanging tales of the martial world, creating an atmosphere of exuberant revelry. The Six Doors Divine Constable, Ye Lin, after being defeated by Gu Xinzi, had retreated to the capital for seclusion and cultivation. Rumor has it that he recently broke through to the 3rd rank of martial arts. This is indeed the case, and it is anticipated that the rankings will soon see significant changes, with Ye Lin's ascension to a 3rd-rank warrior, given his reputation and prowess. He may very well ascend to the Earth ranking. Someone remarked, somewhat surprised, the vacancy left by the 2nd rank on the human list will undoubtedly spark fierce competition. The crowd nodded, as the younger generation always thrived on rivalry. With Gu Lingshan's first position seemingly unshakable, the 2nd rank naturally became the coveted target for aspiring young talents. I heard from the elders in the sect that a month ago, an ancient relic emerged in Yunzhou, attracting a scramble and leading to a great melee. It is said that several powerhouses from the Earth ranking perished, suggesting that the next iteration of the Earth ranking will experience considerable upheaval. Gu Shaoning joined in the discussion. and astonishment spread through the group. Someone chimed in. It appears that both the human and earth rankings will undergo significant changes. Perhaps only the heaven ranking will remain stable. Gu Xiaoning took a sip of his wine and said, speaking of the heaven ranking, I am genuinely curious about that nameless sword sovereign from Wudong, the demon-subduing Taoist. Who could this esteemed predecessor be, hidden so profoundly that no specific information about him has surfaced to this day? The crowd shook their heads. Such figures belong to an era long past, and Wudong, when they make their move, will undoubtedly shake the world. Presently, whispers circulate about the nameless sword sovereign, with one influential figure boldly declaring that Wudong is the true master of the Jianghu in Wanzhou, clearly sending a message to all. As the conversation about the nameless sword sovereign progressed, each person eagerly contributed, engaging in delightful banter. Xinyan listened from the side, an odd expression crossing his face as he mused inwardly. Could it be that the nameless sword sovereign and the demon-subduing Taoist they speak of is actually me? Who bestowed such a moniker? Although it isn't entirely unappealing, it still lacks a certain depth. As the conversation meandered, the topic shifted to the impending expedition against the malevolent deity of Black Mountain, and many began to extol the virtues of Nangong Han. Our esteemed brother Nangong is to be the backbone of tomorrow's endeavor. We must raise our glasses in his honor. Indeed, it is a privilege to fight alongside a paragon of excellence such as Brother Nangong, ranked among the top 100 talents. Let us all toast to him. The crowd erupted in joviality, raising their cups in unison. Oh, dear brothers, you flatter me, Nangong Han remarked, downing his drink in one swift motion. His words were humble, yet his countenance betrayed an unmistakable pride and satisfaction. Ye Xiaodong, finding the mutual flattery rather tedious, turned to Xinyan and inquired, Master Zhou, are you not afraid of the confrontation with the evil spirit tomorrow? Xinyan, engrossed in his feast, cradled a succulent pork knuckle, his mouth glistening with grease. Rendering him unable to articulate a response, he merely shook his head. The others at the table erupted in laughter, their expressions dripping with disdain. They regarded Xinyan as a mere charlatan, trailing after Gu Xiaoning for a free meal, having just swindled a sum from the Wang patriarch. They speculated that he would likely abscond at dawn, too cowardly to ascend the mountain. Ye Xiaodong frowned slightly, pondering if Master Zhou was indulging a bit too much. It seemed as though he had never partaken in a banquet before. Little did she know, Xinyan had indeed not attended a feast in a decade. During his 10 years at Wudong, while the fare was not unpalatable, it certainly lacked the abundance of sumptuous delicacies. Nangong Han cast a sidelong glance at Xinyan, his eyes flickering with a hint of displeasure. Such a scoundrel, indulging in gluttony, dares to sit at the same table as him, which feels rather discrediting. Moreover, he remains deeply resentful about being publicly humiliated by this charlatan. Thus, with a tone laced with sarcasm, he remarks, we must extend our gratitude to Taoist Zhou for this splendid banquet we are enjoying tonight. Were it not for Taoist Zhou's remarkable ritual that opened our eyes, Master Wang would hardly be in the mood to host us in such a lavish manner. Truly, we should raise a glass in honor of Taoist Zhou. Xinyan, seemingly oblivious to the nuances of the conversation, did not even lift his head, responding coolly, no need for thanks. I do not partake in alcohol. Upon hearing this, the assembly fell into a stunned silence. What did he mean by that? Had he truly adopted an air of superiority, believing himself to be someone of significance? At this moment, Nangong Han's expression darkened slightly as he swirled his wine glass and said, Taoist Zhou, how about I personally toast you with a drink? His tone carried a hint of arrogance. In his mind, as a distinguished master of the ranking, offering a drink to a mere trickster was quite an honor. And he wondered if the other would dare to feign ignorance. To his surprise, Xinyan remained seated, responding calmly, Thank you, but I shall not partake. Nangong Han felt a surge of anger, perceiving this as a slight to his dignity. What audacity for a false priest to act so haughtily. He set down his glass and spoke with a chill in his voice. Taoist Zhou, you are rather dampening the mood, aren't you? Many onlookers silently gazed at Xinyan, some displaying their discontent. Xinyan wiped the grease from his mouth and replied earnestly, It is not that I wish to spoil the fun, but I have had a troublesome stomach since childhood, and I cannot drink. The doctor advised me that I can only consume soft food for the rest of my life. Alas, if it comes to that, should I perhaps remove my stomach and prepare a soup for everyone to lift the spirits? As his words echoed throughout the room, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd. Many were left speechless. Nangong Han's expression froze, and the corners of his eyes twitched. Ye Xiaodong, witnessing the stunned reactions of the crowd, nearly burst into laughter, while Gu Xiaoning beside her seemed to have anticipated this outcome, maintaining an unruffled demeanor. The behavior and demeanor of Taoist Zhou have always been astonishing, and he seems rather accustomed to it. Nangong Han's eyes blazed with anger, nearly causing him to erupt in fury. With a resounding thud, he slammed his palm on the table and swept out of the room, leaving no one to attend to Xin Yin, who remained oblivious to the offense he had caused. The guests resumed their activities, eating and dispersing, ultimately resulting in an unsatisfactory conclusion to the banquet. Xin Yin, however, remained blissfully unaware of any grievances, continuing as if all was well. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he returned to his guest room to rest. The Wang family residence, with its extensive and vacant chambers, provided accommodations for every guest. Upon returning to his room, just as his meal was settling, he was preparing to retire in his clothes when an unexpected visitor arrived. A gentle knock echoed at the door, accompanied by a woman's voice outside. Taoist Zhou, are you resting? Xin Yin, assuming it was Nie Xiaotong, opened the door with casual ease, only to find a woman clad in red, Du Jingjing, the junior disciple of Nangong Han. Ah, Miss Du, I did not expect you to seek me at this hour. What brings you here? Xin Yin inquired, somewhat puzzled by her late-night visit. Taoist, this vast Wang residence feels rather desolate, especially after such a tragic event. As a fragile woman, I find myself somewhat frightened and unable to sleep. Might you accompany me for a stroll in the back garden and perhaps read my palm? Du Jingjing said softly, her cheeks flushing crimson. A delicate mix of eagerness and shyness as she turned her head away. Is that so? Xin Yin feigned ignorance, recalling similar scenarios he had witnessed in videos. But, Miss Du, it is quite dark in the garden at this late hour. Perhaps we should defer this to another day? Oh, you are quite the tease, Taoist. Du Jingjing exclaimed, her ears reddening with embarrassment. But I truly wish for your company. With a flirtatious glance, she playfully poked his chest with her slender finger. If he were an ordinary man, such a gesture might have stirred profound emotions within him. However, Xin Yin was seasoned and composed, fully capable of maintaining his composure, even in the face of Du Jingjing's allure. Just as he intended to politely decline her invitation, a noise from above startled them both. They looked up to see Nie Xiaotong leaping down from above, hands on her hips, her expression one of fierce indignation, resembling a little hen ruffled in anger. Upon her arrival, she pointed an accusatory finger at Du Jingjing, berating her harshly. You shameless hussy. Out here at this hour, attempting to entice men, do you not have any sense of decency? Du Jingjing, possessing a robust mental fortitude, feigned seriousness, placing her hands on her hips. Her chest puffed out as she retorted, You insolent girl, spewing filth from your mouth. I merely sought to have a conversation with Taoist Zhou. What gives you the right to insult me? Nie Xiaotong scrutinized her for a moment, then glanced down at her own modest figure, her lips pouting in frustration, only to become further agitated. You are utterly shameless. I heard every word you exchanged from above, and yet you still deny your intentions. Nie Xiaotong angrily exclaimed, How dare you, a young girl, eavesdrop from the beams? Humph, I shall not stoop to your level. Upon realizing her predicament, Du Jingjing ceased her retorts, wary of attracting attention. She gracefully twisted her serpentine waist and sauntered out. Dao Zhangshou, we shall converse another day. Before departing, Du Jingjing cast a flirtatious glance at Xin Yin, then disdainfully glanced at Nie Xiaotong's chest, smirking as she strode away. Oh, you shameless hussy, Nie Xiaotong seethed, trembling with indignation, contemplating a confrontation. Sensing the escalating tension, Xin Yin swiftly intervened. Miss Nie, let us not disturb others at this late hour. Nie Xiaotong glared at him, biting her silver teeth, and coldly retorted, I believe you are more concerned about your own reputation being tarnished. With your seemingly virtuous facade, it appears you are not so upright after all. Xin Yin, looking utterly wronged, protested, It is a misunderstanding. I merely intended to offer to read her palm another day. Given the hour is late, you all have misconstrued my intentions. Would you allow me, Miss Nie, to read your palm? He said earnestly. Bah, you rogue of a wandering priest. Nie Xiaotong spat, a fragrant breeze swirling as she turned away without a backward glance, gazing at the desolate courtyard. Xin Yin felt as if a flock of crows had flown overhead. What is this nonsense? Was it merely a palm reading? It should not have escalated to this point. Had I known, it would have sufficed to attend to both at once. The following morning, the Wang family courtyard erupted with commotion as young heroes rose early, bustling about to prepare for their ascent to confront the divine. This group of young individuals, many of whom are novices in the realm, are filled with ideals of vanquishing demons and achieving fame, brimming with vigor and devoid of any concerns or fears. They have prepared a splendid red bridal sedan chair, with a straightforward plan to masquerade as a wedding procession and infiltrate the Black Mountain, first blending into the enemy's stronghold and then acting as circumstances dictate. However, the head of the Wang family had already sent his daughter elsewhere, leading the group to decide that Nie Xiaodong would impersonate the bride, while Du Jingjing would take on the role of the maid. The others would carry the sedan or shoulder burdens as needed. By the time Shen Yin rose, the others were already prepared. He joined the group and raised his hand, intending to greet Nie Xiaodong, who was dressed as the bride. Yet, she shot him a disdainful glance and ignored him, sulkily climbing into the sedan. Shen Yin scratched his head, awkwardly lowering his hand. Conversely, Du Jingjing, disguised as a maid, continually cast flirtatious glances at Shen Yin. After a restless night, she had convinced herself that Shen Yin harbored feelings for her, especially after last night's playful banter. Du Xiaoning observed this peculiar scene with amusement, pondering why his sister, who had been so attached to Daoist Zhou, was now exhibiting an entirely different demeanor towards someone else. He politely greeted Shen Yin. Daoist Zhou, are you truly heading up the mountain as well? Shen Yin nodded, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. He suspected that the mountain deity of Black Mountain might prove to be more formidable than anticipated, and this group of young adventurers might struggle to contend with it. The surrounding crowd shook their heads in disapproval, thinking to themselves, this lad truly lacks awareness. He has offended brother Nangong, yet still dares to join the fray. Does he have a death wish? Nevertheless, since Shen Yin insisted on accompanying them, no one opposed, and he was assigned the role of leading the way, beating a gong. After a hasty breakfast, the group set off towards Black Mountain in grand procession. Heaven protect us, exclaimed Wang, awaiting the triumphant return of the young heroes. The head of the Wang family, accompanied by his kin, bid farewell to the group, anxiously returning home to await news. Many townsfolk, having received word, also saw them off for 10 miles, hoping these gallant souls could rid them of the great menace on Black Mountain. Sister, where were you last night? On the official road leading to Black Mountain. Nangong Han approached the front of the sedan, his countenance darkened as he scrutinized Du Jingjing. He had been simmering with anger all night, unable to sleep, eager to confront her. Yet, he discovered she was not in her guest room. Ah? Du Jingjing, caught off guard by her brother's inquiry, evaded his gaze, stammering. I didn't go anywhere. I just couldn't sleep and went to the back garden for some fresh air. As she spoke, she glanced furtively at Shen Yin, betraying her unease. Nangong Han, noticing her demeanor, felt a sinking sensation in his heart, realizing something was amiss. He cast a sharp glance at Shen Yin, silently concluding, that scoundrel must have taken my sister away last night to frolic with that rascally fellow. Sister, speak honestly. Where did you truly go last night? Nangong Han's expression twisted in anger as he lowered his voice and shouted. Du Jingjing, however, was entirely preoccupied with thoughts of Shen Yin, paying little heed to the petty grievances of Nangong Han. Moreover, his tone filled her with disdain, making her feel as though she were merely a possession of his. With impatience, she replied, Senior brother, I merely mentioned that I was going to the garden for a stroll. Why do you ask so many questions? As soon as those words escaped his lips, Nangong Han nearly lost his composure. With pressing matters at hand and so many witnesses present, he could only stifle a cold snort. Treacherous scoundrel. He ground his teeth in silent fury, fixing a frigid gaze upon Shen Yin's retreating figure, a murderous intent flickering in his heart. Once they reached Black Mountain, he vowed to seize the opportunity to eliminate this insufferable rogue Taoist. With a sinister expression and eyes glinting with malice, Nangong Han placed Shen Yin firmly on his list of targets. Unbeknownst to Shen Yin, he had unwittingly ignited Nangong Han's murderous intent. After the bridal procession had traveled over 10 miles, a towering mountain shrouded in swirling gray mist finally came into view. The chilly morning dew clung to the grass, while the surrounding trees stood lush and verdant, thick clouds of mist rising, imbued with an icy chill. We have arrived at Black Mountain, called out a warrior at the forefront, urging everyone to be vigilant. The crowd, now alert, began their ascent. Amidst the throng, Shen Yin seized the opportunity, momentarily channeling his energy to open a narrow slit in his divine eye, probing the ominous atmosphere of Black Mountain, hidden within the mist. The mountain's peak loomed, casting a colossal shadow that suggested the presence of a creature capable of devouring souls. A foreboding omen indeed. Shen Yin's expression hardened. For the mountain deity was evidently no ordinary malevolent spirit. It seemed this journey would pose considerable challenges for the young adventurers. The bridal procession reached the mountainside. Suddenly, a young man leading the way seemed to sense something amiss. He halted abruptly, signaling for the group to stop. The crowd froze, scanning their surroundings. Amidst the swaying tree shadows, a haunting wail pierced the air, reminiscent of ghostly lamentations. What was that? Someone could not suppress a scream. The early morning gloom, heavy with mist, was filled with eerie cries that sent chills down their spines. Gradually, spectral white figures began to materialize within the forest, encircling the group from all directions. As the apparitions drew nearer, it became apparent that these were the souls of the restless dead, ethereal and insubstantial, clad in white funeral garments, blood oozing from their 7 orifices. Some even bore the grotesque marks of dismemberment, their conditions horrific and terrifying. Ghosts of beheaded spirits, tongue-dangling phantoms, and souls of the starved and drowned, all manner of spectral beings seemed to converge, forming a veritable compendium of the macabre. So many lost souls? The crowd could not help but feel a surge of dread. Such a scene might lead the unaware to believe they have arrived in the legendary realm of the underworld. Among the combatants, the 2 most formidable warriors, Nangong Han and Gu Xiaoning, exchanged a tense glance, their bodies coiled like springs as they braced for battle, apprehensive of the malevolent spirits that might suddenly strike. Moo! Moo! From afar, a deep and resonant bellow of a bull echoed ominously. Whoosh! The wind howled. And amidst the cacophony of wailing spirits, a thick cloud of darkness spiraled forth like a tempest, swiftly materializing before the onlookers into a towering shadow. It was a creature with the body of a man and the head of a bull, standing approximately 3 meters tall, its massive hooves pounding the ground, while a human torso, covered in dark fur and bulging muscles, wielded an enormous iron staff, exuding an aura of fierce menace. Its appearance bore a striking resemblance to the legendary bull-headed demon. The bull-headed specter loomed with a menacing aura, its dark energy rising ominously. And its form appeared more solid than that of the wandering souls surrounding it, indicating it had reached the formidable rank of a ghost general. Upon its emergence, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped the nearby spirits, compelling them to bow their heads in reverence, unable to meet its gaze. The bull-headed ghost general emanated a palpable bloodlust, its emerald eyes glaring down upon the assembly as if ready to devour them at the slightest provocation. Only when it beheld the grand red bridal sedan did its murderous intent wane. It spoke slowly, its voice resonating like distant thunder. "Are you the Wang family come to deliver the bride?" Hearing the specter speak, a collective sigh of relief escaped the group. Initially, they had feared that their ruse of masquerading as a wedding procession to confront the mountain deity had been uncovered. Gu Xiaoning stepped forward, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect, and replied, "We are indeed from the Wang family. The young lady seated within the sedan is our mistress." The bull-headed ghost general shook its head, a distinctly anthropomorphic smirk gracing its visage. "I am not a king. I am the divine envoy of Lord Heishan." The assembly exchanged glances, their expressions shifting to one of surprise. The bull-headed demon, possessing the strength of the 4th rank, turned out to merely be a celestial envoy. What then of the mountain deity lurking behind Black Mountain? Surely, its power must surpass that of this envoy. It is worth noting that among their ranks, the mightiest, Nangong Han, is but a 4th-rank martial artist. The situation regarding Black Mountain may indeed exceed their expectations. However, having taken the plunge, retreat is no longer an option. They must steel themselves and venture forth to ascertain the truth. One can only hope that the strength of the mountain deity does not vastly overshadow theirs. Even if it is of the 3rd rank, these talented martial artists, hailing from prestigious families, should still possess the capability to engage in battle. At this moment, the bull-headed demon approached the flower palanquin and, upon seeing the figure of Nye Xiaodong, draped in red attire, did not harbor any suspicions. He commanded, "Hurry up and proceed. Do not delay the auspicious day of Lord Black Mountain." Gu Xiaoning feigned a look of trepidation, acquiescing and urging everyone to lift the flower palanquin and continue their journey. A host of restless spirits and malevolent ghosts swiftly stepped aside, clearing the path. Yet, just as they had not traveled far, the bull-headed demon suddenly called out in a deep voice, "Wait a moment." The sudden sound made everyone's hearts drop, as they feared the bull-headed demon had discerned some flaw, prompting them to gather their energy in preparation for battle. Gu Xiaoning, with a stiff expression, turned back and timidly inquired, "Might I ask if the esteemed divine envoy has further instructions?" The bull-headed demon brandished its iron staff, its tone laced with irritation as it demanded, "Have any of you encountered a scruffy bearded man along your path?" The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, shaking their heads vigorously in unison. "We have not seen such a person." "Your Excellency," they replied, their expressions revealing no deceit. Observing their genuine demeanor, the bull-headed demon waved its hand dismissively, saying, "Oh, you may proceed." It then stroked its chin. Pondering aloud, where could this bearded man have hidden himself? With a sense of relief washing over them, the group hastened their pace towards the mountain's peak. At the summit of Black Mountain, the terrain opened up to reveal the lair of the mountain deity. A majestic palace far from the crude shanties or desolate temples one might expect. Crafted from golden bricks and adorned with emerald tiles, it radiated opulence and magnificence. Yet, within this grand hall, a host of demons and spirits congregated, the atmosphere thick with malevolence, resembling a realm of phantoms or a chasm of darkness. Several ominous presences emanated black fog, their fierce and tyrannical forms hinting at their nature as formidable beings, either demons or malevolent spirits of significant power. The onlookers scanned the scene, catching sight of several particularly powerful entities among the horde. They exchanged wary glances. An undercurrent of trepidation stirring within them, this black mountain has indeed transformed into a den of peril, teeming with such formidable creatures. Many felt a sense of unease creeping in as the gravity of their situation settled upon them. Amidst the somber expressions, however, Xinyan's face suddenly brightened with a spark of joy. The long-awaited voice of his father resonated in his mind. Ding! The location meets the system's sign-in criteria. The host may proceed with sign-in. Xinyan, having not signed in for quite some time, could hardly contain his excitement. Without hesitation, he chose to sign in. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the innate Taiji diagram visualization method. The cold, mechanical voice of his father echoed in Xinyan's ears. In the next moment, a surge of warmth flooded into his mind, causing even the currently formidable Xinyan to feel a splitting headache, nearly crying out in agony. His once chaotic sea of consciousness was illuminated by a sudden brilliance, akin to Panga splitting heaven and earth, revealing a mysterious scroll at its core, illuminating the boundless realm of his spirit. In that instant, he felt as if his very soul had undergone a transcendence. Having absorbed the system's information, an understanding dawned upon him. He instantly recognized the significance of this visualization method. Visualization method. Xinyan's expression shifted subtly. The divine he had been desperately seeking was encapsulated within this very technique. The visualization method, known as the primordial Taiji diagram, serves as a portal to the refinement of one's spirit. Upon grasping the significance of this visualization technique, Xinyan experienced an epiphany regarding how to transcend the realm of mythology. The path to divinity lay at his feet, his eyes gleaming with clarity and a smile gracing his countenance. In the mountain god palace, a lively banquet ensued, filled with the clinking of goblets and a cacophony of merriment. A few mischievous mountain spirits barred the entrance, inspecting each guest as they arrived. At this moment, Xinyan and his companions found themselves halted. Yu Xiaoning stepped forward to negotiate, declaring that they were the emissaries sent by the Wang family to escort the bride. A creature with the head of a dog and the body of a man sneered, remarking, "I never anticipated that the Wang family would indeed send their daughter forth so obediently. I was under the impression that a descent to the mortal realm was necessary for some bloodshed." With that, he announced he would seek permission. Before long, a slender man with an effeminate demeanor emerged from within the mountain god palace, donned in a flowing, floral robe resembling a dress, from beneath which a serpent's tail protruded. He was, in fact, a serpent demon. The serpent demon, delicately curling her fingers adorned like orchids, with a floral crown atop her head and rouge gracing her cheeks, swayed gracefully before the onlookers. Her pair of shadowy, triangular eyes scrutinized them up and down, and with a flick of her tongue, she expelled a portion of her serpentine appendage. I had presumed the bones of the Wang family to be particularly sturdy, alas. The Dark Mountain Lord must hold this maiden in high regard, which can only be attributed to the Wang family's accumulation of virtuous deeds. As their ancestral graves emanate wisps of smoke. Enough of this. Let the bride remain, and the rest of you may depart. Her voice was shrill and unpleasant, reminiscent of a decrepit palace eunuch, sending shivers down the spines of those present. The crowd stood momentarily dumbfounded at her proclamation. Why does this monster deviate from the script? Are the guests not to invite the lady's family to sit and converse? Why are they being driven away so abruptly? This left the group of young heroes momentarily bewildered. Rooted to the spot. Observing the scene, the male serpent demon's expression darkened. What? Do you mere mortals wish to linger and partake in the feast? Do you not see the esteemed guests within? Were it not for the fact that this young lady from the Wang family is destined to serve the mountain god, they would have already begun the banquet and devoured you all. Upon hearing this, the crowd realized the once boisterous hall had fallen eerily silent. The guests at the banquet fixated their gazes upon them. Many of the demons' eyes glowed a menacing red, saliva dripping from their mouths, their predatory intent palpable. Furthermore, even if these fiends could suppress their baser instincts and refrain from devouring humans, they could not enter to join the feast. For upon each table lay grotesque delicacies, freshly severed limbs, various poisonous insects, and organs, while the very wine served flowed like crimson blood. It was, in essence, a gruesome banquet. Nangong Han and Gu Xiaoning exchanged glances, each discerning the unspoken resolve in the other's eyes. The arrow was drawn, and it could not remain unshot. There was no choice but to confront the situation head-on. Gu Xiaoning discreetly signaled, and the others immediately understood, quietly gathering around the ornate wedding chest that concealed their weapons. The male serpent demon, impatiently summoning a few lesser demons to lift the bridal palanquin, barked at the group, "Get lost already. If you dawdle any longer, I'll have you all slaughtered." At this, the demons within the hall erupted in raucous laughter, chanting, "Ha, slaughter them! Slaughter them! Let us add to the feast for our brothers." With a piercing gaze, Nangong Han suddenly roared, "Brothers, attack!" He was the first to wrench open the bridal chest, drawing forth a long sword, striding boldly towards the serpent demon. In an instant, the others armed themselves and sprang into action, fulfilling their duty to vanquish evil. Kill! The battle cry resonated through the air, filled with an atmosphere of impending death. The sudden assault by the young heroes caught the demons off guard, their expressions shifting in shock. The lesser demons near the bridal palanquin were swiftly enveloped by a glimmer of cold steel, their bodies torn asunder before they could utter a single cry of despair. Ye Xiaodong, disguised as the bride, heard the commotion, lifted her veil, and retrieved her sword from beneath her cushion, charging into the fray. The serpent demon, caught off guard by Nangong Han's ambush, let out a wretched scream as a deep gash opened across its chest, blood gushing forth. It instantly retreated back into the hall, its sinister eyes fixed upon the approaching heroes. At that moment, it dawned upon the demon that these individuals were impostors. With a chilling glare, the serpent demon bellowed, "These intruders are the Wang family as hired help. How audacious! To dare disrupt the domain of the mountain god. They must be dealt with. Brothers, arm yourselves and slay them." In the mountain god temple, an uproar erupted among the assembly. The countenances of the various demons were etched with fury. To dare disturb the sovereign in his domain was a fool's errand. They must eliminate these insolent young ones. A chilling wind surged, and an array of malevolent beings seized their weapons, soaring into the air as the battle commenced with fervor. At that moment, the serpent demon extricated itself from peril, its wounds igniting a tempest of rage. Its garments tore as it revealed its true form. Swelling into a colossal python over 10 meters in length, it lunged fiercely toward Nangong Han. As a divine envoy under the mountain god, this serpent had attained the rank of a 4th-tier demon general. Among the tumult, another formidable presence emerged, a pig demon of mountainous proportions alongside a blue-faced, fanged corpse, and a scorpion spirit with a tail as thick as a barrel. Together with the previously encountered ox-headed ghost general, there were a total of 5 divine envoys present. The crowd was taken aback, astonished to discover that atop this modest black mountain resided 5 demons of 4th-tier caliber. Nangong Han confronted the serpent demon, while Gu Xiaoning engaged in combat with the pig demon. Fortunately, among the young heroes stood another 4th-tier warrior, who held his ground against the blue-faced corpse, while a single scorpion spirit was restrained by a coalition of several pinnacle 5th-tier warriors. Du Jingjing and Ye Xiaodong, along with others, battled fiercely against a swarm of minor demons and vengeful spirits, plunging into a state of intense stalemate as the conflict raged on. This grand battle primarily hinges on the prowess of Nangong Han and Gu Xiaoning. These 2 young prodigies have undoubtedly lived up to the expectations of the masses, their swords dancing through the air with remarkable might, overwhelming their adversaries. Particularly, Nangong Han wields his sword with an impressive force, his sword aura extending over 10 zhang, with a speed so swift that it renders the arc of his blade nearly invisible. Instead, one can only observe the ripples of sword energy slicing through the void, sharp and relentless. The serpent demon bears gruesome wounds, its body drenched in blood, its breath faltering, eyes filled with dread. Truly, the titles bestowed in the martial world are not without merit. The sword energy unleashed by Nangong Han is indeed fierce and profound, a force capable of dominating rivers and lakes, stirring the hearts of onlookers. Everyone hold on. Once our esteemed Nangong and valiant Gu have vanquished the demons, victory will be ours. The gazes directed at Nangong Han brimmed with admiration, infused with an invigorating zeal, as if their names would resonate through the martial realm on this very day. On Black Mountain, the clash of battle persisted, punctuated by the occasional sound of anguished cries as demons fell, their heads severed amidst pools of blood. The spirits of all present were lifted, as if the dawn of victory was just within reach. Yet, at that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the forest behind them. "Bold thieves, dare you invade my Black Mountain divine mansion?" The voice boomed like thunder, deafening to the ears. Many turned to glance back, sensing impending doom. It was the bull-headed demon general, alerted by the commotion, who had rallied his ghostly soldiers from the foot of the mountain. Upon witnessing the scene atop the peak, the bull-headed general bellowed commands, orchestrating the ranks of numerous specters, as layers of ominous black clouds surged forth, imbued with the murderous intent of the ghostly warriors. Charging directly towards them,